Chapter 721 Sneak Attack. "Here we come!" said the great monkey in Gao. His eyes fell on Brother Tang's voyage ship. He and Brother Wang He were not targeting all sword cultivators, but Brother Tang. No matter how powerful he and the great monk Wang He were, there was no way they could be enemies with the 3 sword cultivators in their prime and hundreds of nascent soul sword cultivators. However, it was Brother Tang who was seriously injured and was their target. As long as Monk Tang is killed, the Baidi sect can be considered decent. The Baidi sect thought that the great monk Sherdong killed the great monk Sherdong for the sword cultivator of the sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion. Otherwise, who else in Xi'an continent would have the opportunity, ability and motive to attack and kill the great monk Sherdong? This kind of behavior can only be done by sword cultivators from sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion. The previous siege of Monk Tang allowed Monk Tang to escape. This time, when Monk Tang was seriously injured, he killed Monk Tang in a sneak attack. This can be regarded as the loss of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion and that of White Emperor sect, at least in terms of Monk Tang, on the same level. Besides, now they are completely at odds with Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, and the war has risen to the level of a great monk. Now Jinni Chongshao Pavilion is making a strategic retreat. When Jinni Chongshao Pavilion is ready, the next war with Baidi sect will be the most brutal. Only the great monk Yan Gao knew the extent of the Baidi sect's losses. The war with Jinni Chongshao Pavilion caused the Baidi sect to lose more than 60% of its nascent soul cultivators, who were skilled in business operations, and less than half of its combat-oriented nascent soul cultivators. The Baidi sect feels that its current sphere of influence is stretched thin. Without enough nascent soul monks to participate in management and guarding, problems will definitely arise over time. In addition, the massive losses of combat-type nascent soul monks will also reveal huge hidden dangers in the coming years. The most important thing is reputation. In the battle with Jinni Chongshao Pavilion at the early and middle level of Yuanying, even if some Yuanying monks are lost, it is not a big deal. But since the great monk Sherdong was seriously injured without even receiving the sword from the great monk Tang, this was a huge blow to the reputation of the Baidi sect. This is because the outside world does not know about the death of the great monk Sherdong. Otherwise the reputation of the Baidi sect will be hit even harder. Previously, the great monks of the Baidi sect and Yuqing sect besieged and killed the great monk Tang, leaving no great monk Tang. This also affected the reputation of the Baidi sect, and even the Yuqing sect was affected by this. The joint effort between the great monks Yan Gao and Wang He was to revive their reputation. The 2 great monks stared at Brother Tang's long-distance flying boat. They only had one chance to strike. If one strike could not kill Brother Tang, they would flee far away. Once they fall into the siege of a large number of sword cultivators, even if the 2 of them are the top monks, there is no guarantee that they can escape unscathed. Li Yuanba did not stay in the room. He did not want this voyage to be spent on refining elixirs as before. He wanted to see the ocean, and see the powerful spiritual beasts in the ocean. He had just left Xi'an continent at this time, and he was still very interested. I believe that if time goes by, he will lose interest in the monotonous scenery on the ocean. He has always turned on the Shanais. But it is a pity that he did not mention that the long-distance flying ships of sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion are sailing on the route. There are almost no powerful spiritual beasts on the route, even if they are not on the route. With 4 long-distance flying ships, there are 4 great sword cultivators on board, and the powerful spirit beasts will retreat in fear just by sensing the aura. He changed his observation method, and he observed the water aura in the ocean through his spiritual eyes. In his opinion, if he could find where in the ocean the water spiritual energy was full, there would probably be spiritual veins or treasures there. Of course, this was a boring attempt on his part. It would be difficult to search for spiritual objects in the ocean, let alone treasures. There are many spiritual objects in the ocean, but the ocean is too big. Without water talent, it will be extremely difficult to search for spiritual objects in the water. Monks with water-based talents will only search for resources in the offshore. Going into the deep sea to search for resources is to compete with the Spirit Beast clan for resources, which the Spirit Beast clan will never allow. Hey, are there spiritual beasts hiding there? Li Yuanba's spiritual eye found something abnormal in the water aura in an area in front of him, and he whispered to himself. That area is where the long-distance flying ship passes, and it is also on the route of sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion. He immediately became alert. Although his divine vision could not detect anything wrong there, the abnormality of the water aura showed that there was a problem there. Uncle Lu, something is wrong there. Li Yuanba contacted Master Lu to report. Brother Lu looked at the area that was rapidly approaching. He did not have divine vision, and could not observe abnormalities in water spiritual energy that exceeded the range of his spiritual consciousness. But he still had some faith in Li Yuanba. With a wave of his hand, the natal flying sword flew out of his body, and a fiery red sword light flew towards that area. Li Yuanba looked at this sword light, and couldn't help but be deeply envious. Generally speaking, the attack distance of nascent soul monks is within the range of spiritual consciousness. And some long-range attacks are like using bows and arrows to attack. But what Brother Lu used was his own sword light, which was the energy of the sword and spiritual power fused together. Normally, the attack distance of the sword light was within the range of spiritual consciousness. But Brother Lu could use the sword to light make super long-range attacks. He launched an attack here, which also alerted the swordsmanship monks on the other 3 voyage ships. They all slowed down the speed of the long-distance spaceship, and cautiously looked to see what was going on. Li Yuanba is also worried that he may have made a mistake. But he has not left Xian continent too far yet. If he finds something wrong and does not speak out, he will be irresponsible to all sword cultivators. He has divine vision. It can be said that he is the best scout in the world of immortality. He can detect many distant situations that great monks cannot detect, especially in this environment where a single water-based aura exists. The changes in a single aura are particularly obvious, and are especially easy to be detected by the spiritual eye. On the contrary, if there are many kinds of spiritual energy on land, even if there is some abnormality in the spiritual energy, it will be difficult to observe it from a distance through divine vision. Senior monks Yin Gao and Wang He did not expect that they were discovered in advance despite being so well hidden. They didn't care about Brother Lu's sword light. What they cared about was that they were discovered in advance and their plan had an accident. "Behead Teng Wei first," Senior monk Yin Gao said in a deep voice. He and the great monk Wang He were also used to working together. They emitted a khaki light to block the sword light. And then the figures of the 2 great monks rushed towards the voyage ship of the great monk Teng. Their speed was extremely fast, and with the distance between the 4 long-distance flying ships, they were confident that they could deal with Brother Teng before the other 3 sword cultivator monks came to attack him. According to their plan, if they could hide their figure, they could wait until Brother Teng's flying boat got closer before taking action, which would have a better effect. "It's Yin Gao and Wang He! Kill them!" Monk Lu shouted as he recognized Monk Yin Gao and Wang He. He also knew the horror of the great monk Yin Gao after contacting the great monk Wang He. He did not leave the voyage ship, but sent out his spiritual consciousness to give instructions to every nascent soul sword cultivator in the voyage ship. Li Yuanba also received instructions from Master Lu, who needed to borrow his spiritual power and sword intent. This is a combined attack technique that brings together the spiritual power and sword intent of all nascent soul sword cultivators to Monk Lu. Monk Lu combines the collected spiritual power and sword intent to form a powerful strike. The most troublesome thing among them is the mixture of spiritual power. But the sword intention Chengshao Pavilion is one of the few superpowers in the world of immortality, where all the sword cultivators practice the same technique. All the sword cultivators in the pavilion practice the sword intent Chengshao Ju. The only difference is the amount of content taught in the sword intention Chengshao technique. It is the practice of unified techniques that makes the properties of spiritual power exactly the same, which makes it easier to integrate spiritual power. And sword intention is an auxiliary to increase the power of spiritual attacks. Not only was Brother Lu using the combined attack technique, but the sword cultivators on the other voyage ships were also doing the same thing. Brother Yin Gao and Brother Wang He came to the distance where they could attack Brother Teng very quickly. But something unexpected happened to them. Brother Teng's aura rose, and together they used the combined attack technique to gather more than 100 people. The energy giant sword of Ing Jianxiu's spiritual power and sword intent appeared in the sky above the voyage ship. "Behead!" Brother Teng shouted loudly, his voice not showing the slightest hint of weakness due to severe injuries. "Teng Wei's injury is healed." Brother Yin Gao felt confused. Although he and Brother Wang He had doubts in their hearts, they still attacked Brother Teng. On one side is the all-out attack of the 2 top monks, and on the other side is the combined attack of more than 100 nascent soul sword cultivators by the Teng monk. The 3 attacks collided in the air, and the combined force of more than 100 nascent soul sword cultivators did not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, there was a faint possibility of being defeated. But in the end, they still withstood the blows of monks Yin Gao and Wang He. The 2 monks only had one chance to attack. If they wanted to attack again, they would be besieged by the other 3 monks. Without any hesitation, the great monk Wang He retreated first. The great monk Yin Gao wanted to try again, But when he saw the great monk Wang He retreating, he had no choice but to retreat. The great monk Wang He was here to help. It was impossible for the Baidi sect to risk his life for the Baidi sect. At least the Baidi sect did not pay the price for him to risk his life. He accomplished what he had agreed upon in advance. Whether he could succeed or not was a matter for the Baidi sect. Brother Lu wanted to pursue them. But he also understood that he alone, even with the addition of 3 other swordsmanship monks, could not defeat these 2 top monks. You must know that Brother Tang's injury has not recovered, and his combat strength is about 70%. It is too dangerous to fight against the top monks. The reason why the great monks Yan Gao and Wang He were frightened away was because of the power of the combined attack technique. The combined attack technique performed by the sword cultivator and the hundreds of nascent soul sword cultivators on their respective voyages were even more powerful. It exceeded the attack power of the 2 top monks. Only Brother Tang was unable to exert the power of the full strike technique due to his injury. But he was able to withstand the full blows of the 2 top monks, which shows how powerful the combined strike technique was. What happened to the Baidi sect that they would take such crazy revenge? Brother Lu saw something was wrong and couldn't help but ask. Ever since the Baidi sect suddenly cooperated with the Yuqing sect and besieged the Tangde monks, all kinds of weirdness had appeared. Li Yuanba guessed the reason. Probably because of the murder of the great monk Sherdong by him. But it was hard for him to say it. A mid-stage nascent soul monk killed a well-known super-powerful monk like great monk Sherdong. This kind of thing was too weird and unbelievable. He didn't want to be famous for this kind of thing. Nor did he want to be targeted by the Baidi sect. He was in big enough trouble now. Seeing how the Baidi sect sent out great monks to hunt him down in order to deal with him. If he also killed the great monk Sherdong, he would doubt whether the White Emperor sect with the great monks were dispatched to assassinate him. Brother Tang controlled the long-distance flying boat and flew over, and connected with Brother Lu's long-distance flying boat. He came to the flying boat here, and he came here to express his gratitude. Brother Lu, thank you for reminding me. As soon as he saw Brother Lu, he smiled and bowed to thank him. The injuries on his body have not healed. If he is really attacked by the great monks Yan Gao and Wang he will not say that he will die on the spot, but he will be severely injured again. Brother Tang, you are thanking the wrong person. This is an anomaly discovered by Master Li first. I just took action. I didn't expect that Yan Gao and Wang He would be so shameless as to ambush on the ocean route. Brother Lu hurriedly said, returning the explanation. I owe Master Li more and more favors. When I return to the pavilion, I want to thank Master Li. Brother Tang nodded to Li Yuanba and said, if Brother Lu reminds him, he only needs to thank Brother Lu more. But this was Li Yuanba's reminder that this kindness and the previous treatment could not be repaid by feelings. Not saying thank you for a great favor does not mean that you will not repay it, but that you cannot repay it with words of thanks. He has already thought about it, and will prepare more gifts to thank Li Yuanba when he returns. During the subsequent voyage, the 4 long-distance ships no longer separated themselves too far apart, but maintained a combat-ready distance. The 4 great sword cultivators did not rest, and were always on alert. In the Xian continent, the news of the death of the great monk Sherdong still spread. Even if the Baidi sect wanted to conceal the fall of the great monk Sherdong, it would be difficult to conceal it. The main reason is that a great monk is involved in too many interests. There are a large number of monks behind the great monk. These monks manage resources for the great monk and also do things in the name of the great monk. Once the great monk dies, the large amount of resources occupied will be divided up by other great monks. And the benefits are really too great. Even if the Baidi sect wants to suppress the death of the great monk Sherdong, the interests of the great monk Sherdong cannot be suppressed at all. If you don't fight for so many interests, there will still be other great monks who will fight for them. The other monks discovered that the interests belonging to the great monk Sherdong were divided up. So how could they not know that the great monk Sherdong had died? Chapter 722 Promotion. So that's it. No wonder the Baidi sect is so crazy, Brother Lu said in a deep voice after receiving the latest information from the Xian continent from the ultra-long-distance communication formation of the voyage ship. Thinking of the Baidi sect suddenly forming an alliance with the Yuqing sect and suddenly taking action against Brother Tang. The reason for these things was the death of Brother Sherdong. He thought of the great monk Sherdong who took his sword. That sword brought together the flaming sword intent that he had enhanced by introducing anger, and inspired the secret method of accumulating power. In addition, he paralyzed the great monk Sherdong with the promise of 3 swords, which caused the great monk Sherdong to be seriously injured by a sword. But the injuries of the great monk Sherdong are definitely not fatal. Even if there is no magic pill treatment, it will take more than 10 years of recuperation. It seems that some monks attacked and killed Sherdong. But the White Emperor sect thought it was us. He didn't find it too strange. If Jianni Chouxiao Pavilion encountered the same situation, he would also blame him. The enemy side? If nothing is done, not only will the reputation of the sect be affected, but it will also chill the hearts of the great monks of the sect. The information received by Senior Monk Lu was also received by the other senior sword cultivators. Sword Intention Chouxiao Pavilion also received the information first. Jianni Chouxiao Pavilion did not explain to the Baidi sect that it was not the sword cultivator of Jianni Chouxiao Pavilion who killed the great monk Sherdong, but adopted a default attitude. This is the greatest achievement in the long-term battle between the two sides. In the battle of super forces, it is rare for a great monk to fall. This kind of achievement is enough to once again enhance the reputation of Jianni Chouxiao Pavilion. Li Yuanba is the core sword cultivator of Sword Intent Chouxiao Pavilion. And information about his identity was also conveyed on the jade plate. He just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. He is in contact with Li Shiming, who has finally upgraded the Traceless Magic Sword. The Traceless Fantasy Sword is currently Li Shiming's highest achievement in weapon refining, but it has not yet experienced the test of weapon tribulation. Only after the Markless Fantasy Sword passes the test of weapon tribulation can we know whether it is successful or not. The great monk Luo Pei came out of seclusion. He returned to the temporary cave on the island from the Heavenly Way hall in the cave. He didn't choose another place and just hovered over the island. Li Shiming stayed in the Heaven and Humanity hall of the cave. The Traceless Magic Sword completed the inscription of the last rune in the machine room space, and then was sent out of the cave and fell into the hands of the great monk Luo Pei. The Markless Fantasy Sword is upgraded using the 4th grade top quality, Wuhua Qijin. The special characteristics of Wuhua Qijin allow the Markless Fantasy Sword to still retain the original character of the Markless Magic Sword after it is upgraded. Special concealment effect. However, the runes on the original Traceless Fantasy Sword were revised by him due to the refining experience of 10,000 Swords Peak, and the quality of Traceless Fantasy Sword is a fusion of 2 top-grade 4th-grade materials. Its strength exceeds the ordinary top-grade 4th-grade weapon refining materials, so he can engraving more runes on the Traceless Fantasy Sword. In addition, the improvements in design allowed the Traceless Phantom Sword to accommodate the number of runes exceeding its maximum limit. After the upgrade of the Traceless Fantasy Sword, all the original runes on the entire sword body were cleared. Li Shiming first inscribed the solid runes on the sword body. A total of 400 million solid runes, plus the special distribution method of the solid runes, were all over the sword. Every part of the Traceless Fantasy Sword allows the sword body of the Traceless Fantasy Sword to withstand more runes. 400 million strong runes were arranged in a strong formation on the Traceless Fantasy Sword. This was a formation he and Z15 developed on their own by learning a lot of formation knowledge. They did not teach it to outsiders, so the name he gave it was very of randomness. But this strong formation is not at all as random and simple as its name. With 400 million strong runes arranged on the surface of the small, Markless Fantasy Sword, it is extremely difficult to form a strong formation, let alone leave enough space to accommodate subsequent runes. He had been working on the design of the Traceless Fantasy Sword for several months, and the amount of knowledge he had prepared for it was beyond calculation. After being strengthened with 400 million strong runes, he engraved another billion sharp runes on the Traceless Illusion Sword. This is the theoretical endurance limit of the Immortal Illusion Sword. After being blessed with 400 million strong runes, when he was inscribing the last sharp rune, he could feel that the Traceless Phantom Sword might collapse if it added another rune. Fortunately, the Traceless Fantasy Sword is his natal flying sword. He has been keeping it in the body of Jean Lei Nascent Soul. The connection with the Traceless Fantasy Sword is very deep, and he can perceive it more clearly. The slightest change in the Traceless Fantasy Sword gave him the confidence to dare to do this. Now, the Traceless Phantom Sword, with 1 billion sharp runes and 400 million strong runes engraved on it, appears in the outside world. The world has a strong sense of rejection towards the Traceless Fantasy Sword. This sword should not appear in this world. This sword is beyond the scope of the rules of this world in many aspects. The weapon tribulation is then produced, which is a test of heaven and earth for spiritual objects that are beyond the scope of the rules. If they pass, they will be transformed by the energy of the rules of heaven and earth. and thus be converted into spiritual objects that conform to this world. If they fail, they will be destroyed. The great monk Luo Pei did not want to participate in the tribulation. He threw the traceless illusion sword onto the sea aside. As a great monk, if you participate in the tribulation of the traceless illusion sword, then the traceless illusion sword will have to face a great monk level weapon tribulation. Since it was Li Shiming who refined the traceless magic sword, and Li Shiming's cultivation level is that of a monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. In theory, the weapon tribulation that the traceless magic sword needs to survive is the thunder tribulation in the middle stage of Yuanying. But if a great monk intervenes, then the party with the higher level of cultivation will be used as the benchmark, and the thunder disaster corresponding to the participant with a higher level of cultivation will fall. Sure enough, Li Shiming observed the thunder cloud that appeared above the traceless magic sword through the eyes of the great monk Luo Pei, and recognized that it was the thunder tribulation of the middle stage of nascent soul. Although the power of this thunder tribulation was considered to be top-notch in the middle stage of nascent soul, he was not worried at all. The traceless phantom sword is very quiet. The sword body suspended in the air is in a hidden state. Its existence cannot be discovered whether it is observed with the naked eye or scanned with spiritual consciousness. But this could not escape the attention of heaven and earth. Thundercloud shrouded above the traceless illusion sword. With a boom, a thunderbolt fell and hit the traceless illusion sword. Directly, the traceless illusion sword didn't dodge at all, and the sky thunder couldn't dodge it, and it didn't even fight back. Just like that, the thunder struck the sword, and countless runes flashed across the sword, exposing the hidden body of the sword. The lightning flashed back and forth on the sword body, trying to destroy the sword body, but under the influence of 400 million strong runes, the thunder could only create visual effects, and could not cause real damage. The second and third thunder fell one after another, and the markless fantasy sword honestly withstood the attack of the thunder. This was Li Shiming's experience. The more he resisted, the stronger the power of the thunder. Although the stronger the thunder, the rewards from heaven and earth will be relatively stronger after surviving the disaster. But compared with the corresponding dangers, Li Shiming would rather survive the thunder disaster successfully. The sky thunder encountered by the markless illusion sword now belongs to the strongest thunder tribulation at the middle level of nascent soul. If the power of the sky tribulation is increased, it will be the sky thunder at the level of a great monk. In that case, the chance of the traceless phantom sword surviving the calamity would decrease. He didn't want his natal flying sword to fall under the thunder. The energy and time spent on the traceless fantasy sword alone is a huge cost. Not to mention the 2 top-grade 4th-grade materials required for the traceless fantasy sword, both of which are rare materials that can only be found. As the power of the last sky thunder dissipated, the energy rewarded by the markless illusion sword surged from heaven and earth. The great monk Luo Pei waited for a while, and then he released his breath, so that the spiritual beasts and monks who were attracted by the thunder in the distance did not dare to approach. The aura of the great monk is still very intimidating and can make the monks wary. After a while, the energy surge on the traceless phantom sword ended, and the sword body disappeared into the void again, returning to its hidden state. Li Shiming's thoughts moved slightly, and the traceless magic sword flew back to the great monk Luo Pei, and was taken into the cave by him. Looking at the traceless illusion sword in front of him, he could sense the powerful weapon spirit inside the traceless illusion sword through spiritual contact. Regarding cultivating the weapon spirit of Lingbao's natal flying sword, the clone Li Yuanba can share his experience and know how to cultivate it in the best way. You must know that the clone Li Yuanba received the guidance of Jin Lao and practiced the secret method of controlling spiritual pregnancy treasures. This is a special secret method for spiritual treasures. The billion sharp runes and 400 million solid runes engraved on the surface of the traceless fantasy sword were hidden, leaving only 2 rules marks. 1 sharp rule mark and 1 solid rule mark. Li Shiming's requirements for his natal flying sword are completely different from those of his clone Li Yuanba. Compared with Li Yuanba's pursuit of ultimate speed, he has more fighting methods. Coupled with the concealment ability of the traceless fantasy sword, his need for speed is not the same. Not high. The initial speed of the Lingbao level natal flying sword is enough. The traceless illusion sword requires the strongest armor breaking effect, with the blessing of a billion sharp runes and sharp rule marks. The defense of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul may not even need to use the void-breaking sword intent. You can easily tear apart the defense. He activated the secret technique of controlling spirit pregnancy treasures, and passed on his and his clone Li Yuanba's understanding of the sword intention climbed to the sky, and the sword cultivators battled to the weapon spirit of the traceless illusion sword, bit by bit. This is a long-term process. The more knowledge the weapon spirit learns, the greater it will help him in battle. Outside, the figure of the great monk Luo Pei turned into water and entered the ocean. Using water escape to leave the island. His direction was towards Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. This time he needed to greet Li Yuanba, who had returned and received some weapons. Senior monk Luo Pei now has a lot less worries about traveling. The main reason is the Baidi sect, which he is most concerned about. The main senior monks have evacuated Zhongzhou continent. Not to mention that the conflict between Baidi sect and Jiani Chongshao Pavilion intensified. So how could they take him into consideration? Of course, he cannot take it lightly. After all, he is related to Chongbao. As long as there is a chance, the Baidi sect will definitely find him. His reputation now is not good. He has a bad reputation, and he can only be a casual cultivator in the future. It is impossible to join any sect, no matter what the reason was. He brought the Fulia sect to such disaster that it was almost on the verge of annihilating the sect. Every sect would be on guard against him to prevent him from going crazy one day, for no reason, and causing trouble for their own sect. He didn't care that the identity of the great monk Luo Pei was just to have access to the resources of the great monk. Now that Li Shiming has enough resources, he only needs a long-term retreat to try to attack the great monks. When he reached the realm of the great monk, the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei was dispensable to Li Shiming. Of course, Li Shiming also has an important arrangement for the great monk Luo Pei. That is, all the corpse refining matters in the future will be placed on the great monk Luo Pei. At the level of a great monk Luo Pei can contract up to the late-stage Jin Dan refining corpses. And the quantity is still extremely large. Enough for him to contract a large number of refining corpses at will. Senior monk Luo Pei is also a body of Tiangui. And Tiangui is Li Shiming's spiritual pet. Under this relationship, Li Shiming has almost the same control over monk Luo Pei's corpse refining as he does his own. The long-distance flying boat that Li Yuanba rode returned to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion after another month's journey. The great monks of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion all went to participate in the meeting. He did not have the ability to participate in such a meeting, so he was still extremely free. He declined many sword cultivators' requests for alchemy on the grounds of taking a break. Jiani Chongshao Pavilion is an extremely united sect. His alchemy level is only spread within the pavilion, and has not been spread to the scope of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. He flew out of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, and met the great monk Luo Pei on the sea thousands of miles away from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. The two of them said nothing, and Li Yuanba handed over all the harvest to the great monk Luo Pei, including the Balian Hall, the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, the Spiritual Jade Spring, the Fire Jade Furnace, and even 2 materials for the great monk's healing elixir were handed over. In addition, there are a large number of corpses. The most valuable among these corpses is the corpse of the great monk Sherdong. In addition, there are as many as 12 corpses of the core monks of the Baidi sect in the middle stage of nascent soul. If all these corpses are refined into golden corpses, I am afraid that all the golden corpse cores of Zhaigu Cave will be consumed. Before Zhaiji's powerful cave is completely controlled, there will be no supplement for the golden corpse cores of Zhaigu. Of course, refining so many corpses requires a huge amount of 4th-grade corpse refining materials, especially if the corpse of senior monk Sherdong wants to be refined into a golden corpse. At least the current senior monk Luo Pei cannot do it. Made. I am afraid that the cultivation level of the great monk Luo Pei cannot suppress the corpse transformed by the great monk Sherdong. The realm of the great monk Sherdong is much stronger than that of the great monk Luo Pei. Although they both belong to the realm of the great monks, Sherdong is in the realm of the great monks. The great monks were in the upper middle, while the great monks Luo Pei were at the bottom. Chapter 723, Recognizing the Master. Monk Luo Pei set all the spiritual objects into the cave, and handed them over to Li Shiming. Great monk Luo Pei did not leave too far this time, but planned to live near Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. He chose to live under the sea, and usually enter the cave. In this way, you can contact Li Yuanba at any time. All the alchemy matters that Li Yuanba receives in the Jiani Chongshao Pavilion can be handed over to Li Shiming, especially the alchemy matters of the great monk level. Li Yuanba's own elixir refining was too wasteful. Without the help of the 110-point elixir formula. The harvest was doubled every time. Great Monk Luo Pei dug a cave on the seabed rock thousands of miles away from Jiani Choushao Pavilion, and used formations to form a space that repels seawater, and added a concealment formation to the cave. After doing this, he entered the Tao of Heaven and Humanity hall in the cave. At this time, Li Shiming was taking out the Balian Hall in the Tao of Heaven and Humanity hall. The Balian Hall is very small. It is placed next to the two architectural magic weapons, the Library Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion. It looks like a toy, but the space inside the Balian Hall is not smaller than these two architectural magic weapons. Li Shiming took out the token, which was a pass for entering and exiting the Balian Hall. Although the clone Li Yuanba recognized the master, he and the clone were one, and there was no difference between the master Li Yuanba recognized and the master he recognized. Just like he gave 10,000 swords peak to Li Yuanba for use, Li Yuanba can use 10,000 swords peak as a life magic weapon at any time and absorb its energy into his body. He entered the Balian Hall and felt Balian's aura. Although Li Yuanba had placed a pulse plate in the hall, and a great monk's spiritual veins were providing spiritual energy, this was still inferior to the spiritual energy of the Heavenly Way Hall. Then, he thought for a while, controlled the token, and opened the Balian Hall so that the spiritual energy from the Heavenly Way Hall outside could freely enter the Balian Hall. Just as he thought, the token is an entry and exit token, whether it allows monks to enter or exit, or allows spiritual energy to enter or exit. It is the scope of the token's authority. Soon, the extremely rich spiritual energy of the Heavenly Way Hall poured into the Balian Hall, which made the runes on the walls of the Balian Hall more active, and the spiritual water in the pool slowly increased. Li Shiming thought for a moment, collected part of the original spiritual water, and waited for the new spiritual water to increase to a certain level. Then he collected another part of the original spiritual water. Under the operation of his divine consciousness, all the original spiritual water was collected by him, and this part of the spiritual water would be used by him as spiritual water for irrigation. These spiritual waters were contaminated by the great monk Sherdong. Whenever he thought of the great monk Sherdong sitting in this spiritual water at that time, he could not drink the spiritual water here at all, although it was a bit troublesome. After this operation, the spiritual water in the pool was replaced with new one. He could use the spiritual water to drink by himself or entertain guests. From now on, he plans to practice in the Balian Hall. It is equivalent to sharing the spiritual energy of the Tao of Heaven and Humanity Hall, and he can withstand the enhancement effect of Balian on his cultivation. Balian's effect is extremely powerful, and can almost double the effect of his cultivation. The biggest gain this time is probably the Balian Hall, which allows him to save half the time of practicing in the middle nascent soul realm. Don't underestimate half of the time, which is measured in 10 years. Li Shiming looked at the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat in the Balian Hall. This Aurora Swift Shadow Boat was placed in the Balian Hall that could isolate the outside world, so that the real owner of the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat could not sense its location. He has seen that a powerful monk can project part of his power from a long distance with a spiritual mark. According to his guess, the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat is most likely owned by a powerful person from the Baidi sect. Even if he has some means, the power projected by a powerful person can easily kill him many times. Therefore, he was not prepared to take out the current Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. Fortunately, the Balian Hall could shield the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat from the outside world. Otherwise, he might be contacted by powerful forces on the way. Tie it on. He had a plan on how to deal with the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. He waved to the great monk Luo Pei beside him. The great monk Luo Pei's body stiffened and his eyes became dull. The heavenly ghost flew out of the body of the great monk Luo Pei, came to the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, and penetrated into the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. Under the guidance of Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness, Tian Gui came to the core of Aurora Swift Shadow Boat to recognize the master. There is a spiritual mark here, which is the master recognition mark. Tian Gui opened his mouth wide and bit down on the spiritual mark. The moment he bit it, a figure appeared on the spiritual mark. Li Shiming was startled. He was already preparing to use Demon Ears and Tamadhi Divine Wind to launch attacks. These two attacks are the most direct attacks on the soul and spirit. But before he was about to attack, he stopped, because he found that the figure was a bit blurry and had no wisdom at all. It was an instinct to be attacked by ghosts to inspire the figure. In fact, if this spiritual mark is not attacked in the Balian Hall, once the instinct is activated, it will not only manifest a figure, but this figure will also contact the powerful body in the distance. In this way, the powerful body can rely on this figure to exert a certain degree of combat power. Originally, this arrangement was excellent, but perhaps even that great master did not expect that there would be ancient ruins like the Balian Hall, which could shield the connection between the spiritual imprint and the body. This means that the figure that appears after the mental imprint is attacked loses the support of the body and becomes an empty SHL without the ability to think. It's not that the great power cannot inject a certain amount of consciousness into the spiritual imprint, but the method of distracting the consciousness cannot be done too much for the great power. Dispersing consciousness will be harmful to the great power, especially for those who need it. This is especially true for the great powers who consider the issue of longevity. Li Shiming was startled, but the ghost was not frightened. If this figure could really contact the powerful, it would really make the ghost dare not do anything to him. But now it is just a SHL created by the spirit, and it is the ghost devoured it in one gulp. After swallowing the human figure, the spiritual imprint disappeared. Aurora Swift Shadow Boat lost its owner, but Tiangui was full of food. Its belly was bulging, and its body was shaking a little. Li Shiming was taken aback, thinking that something was wrong with Tiangui. But as he contacted Tiangui through his soul, he felt the situation of Tiangui, which made him feel relieved. A powerful spiritual mark. Although the spiritual energy is not much, the quality is too high. One portion of powerful spiritual energy is almost equivalent to 100 portions of a great monk's spiritual energy. This is only the ratio of energy exchange. The impact of the quality of powerful spiritual energy on heavenly ghosts has not been taken into account. Li Shiming smiled and shook his head. Tiangui had gained a lot of benefits now, and his cultivation level would probably increase greatly. He asked Tiangui to rest aside, and Tiangui flew into the body of the great monk Luo Pei. This monk's body could help Tiangui digest the spiritual energy faster. Li Shiming looked at the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. He was already sure that the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat was the vehicle of the powerful White Emperor sect. However, this could not stop his interest in the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. The great power was indeed extremely terrifying, but the more he came into contact with it, the more he understood how far the great power was from ordinary monks. This distance is not only due to cultivation and status, but also because the great power almost never leaves the cave. Even if he leaves the cave, it is only for a short time and will return to the cave soon. He didn't know the reason, but it was obvious that the power of the immortal world was more of a deterrent, not a conventional combat power. If you want to use the power of almighty power, then the sect must be at a critical moment of life and death, or other forces must come to the door. Therefore, even if Li Shiming turned in the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat and recognized his master, he didn't have to worry about being found by the powerful man from the White Emperor sect. Without hesitation, he cast the master recognition technique on the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. As the master recognition technique entered the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, he felt that the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat was connected with him. The spiritual power required to drive the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat is very high, but with the great monk Luo Pei here, there is no need to worry about spiritual power. After recognizing the owner of the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, he received the information from the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, which gave him a deep understanding of the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. If Brother Luo Pei provides spiritual power supply, the time from Xi'an to Zhongzhou continent can be reduced from 1 month to 5 days. This increase in speed made him feel magical. This is a medium-sized airship that can travel long distances. Although he has mastered the magic foot power, ultra-long distance flight is not practical. Even if Shenzhutong's, close to the end of the world, consumes very little, long-term use will consume a lot of spiritual power. In addition, flying without defense in a dangerous place like the ocean makes you vulnerable to attacks by spiritual beasts. The Aurora Swift Shadow Boat is different. The Aurora Swift Shadow Boat can resist certain attacks. Even if it encounters a sudden attack by a spiritual beast, it can still withstand the attack of the spiritual beast. Although the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat is not a flying boat that is good at defense, it is a powerful vehicle. If a powerful force is driving the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, it can withstand even powerful attacks several times. If a high monk drives the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, it can at least withstand several high monk level attacks. With the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, Li Shiming can greatly shorten the voyage time between continents. Just when the ghost devoured the spiritual mark in a cave of Baidi sect, Xian Yi, a middle-aged man with black beard and face, woke up from his meditation. His eyes were full of questions. Almighty Xian Yi hardly practices anymore and spends most of his time comprehending the rules. High power level resources are extremely rare even in the realm of immortal cultivation. Without the help of cultivation resources, at his level, the effect of cultivation will become smaller and smaller. If you want to improve your strength, you need to use another method, which is to continuously enhance your understanding of the rules and enhance your own abilities. Not long ago, he lent out the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, and then he fell into deep contemplation. He thought that a great monk would bring 12 core monks of the sect's mid-stage nascent soul to capture Li Yuanba, a mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivator. Even if Li Yuanba mastered the magical power, with the help of Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, it would not be difficult to catch Li Yuanba. Mighty Xian Yi did not take this matter to heart. When he entered a state of contemplation, the Baidi sect did not dare to disturb him, and the death of the great monk Dong was not reported in time. Of course, even if it was reported in time, the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat could not be taken back. With the isolation of the Balian Hall, Great Master Xian Yi could not contact the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat at that time. Normally it was impossible to contact him, but the spiritual imprint in the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat was cleared, and he could feel the disappearance of the spiritual imprint. Xian Yi was able to withdraw his mind from the understanding of the rules. At this time, he already understood what had happened. There was only one master recognition magic weapon that left his side, and that was the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. In other words, a monk removed his spiritual imprint from the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. He frowned and thought for a while. Although he rarely used the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, it was his vehicle and his dignity. If it was lost, he would always know what happened. He contacted the intelligence director of the Baidi sect, and soon he learned about the development of the matter. And then he learned that the great monk Dong had died. "I want to see who stole my magic weapon," Xian Yi said calmly. He issued an order to the Baidi sect intelligence department to mobilize all resources to investigate the whereabouts of the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, to be able to remove the spiritual mark left by him. Either a powerful person takes action, or the other party is proficient in the spiritual level. Whether they are powerful or spiritual monks, there are not many in the world of immortality. As long as the other party leaves a clue, the Baidi sect intelligence department can find it out. However, neither Dagong Xian Yi nor the intelligence department of Baidi sect would have thought that it was the special existence of Tian Gui that had cleared the spiritual imprint of Dagong. It is impossible for mighty Xian Yi to leave the sect to investigate personally for the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. That would be too unworthy. Li Shiming didn't know this. He was still scanning the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. With his spiritual consciousness, he is now a master of weapon refining, looking at advanced weapon refining methods that are different from his own. The refining method of Aurora Swift Shadow Boat is far higher than any refining inheritance Li Shiming has ever seen. This is a magic weapon refined by a powerful man, and it is directly blessed with the speed rule mark. It's a pity that no matter how hard Li Shiming studies, he can't reproduce the speed rule mark. Just like the clone Li Yuanba Xingyi sword also has the speed rule mark, and he can't reproduce it either. The speed rule mark on Xingyi Jian. Since Xingyi Jian is Li Yuanba's natal flying sword, and the improved refining of Xingyi Jian was carried out by Li Shiming, he can also feel the speed rule mark on Xingyi Jian. However, he only relied on his familiarity with the speed rule mark on the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat to recognize the speed rule mark on the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, but he could not feel the speed through perception. Rule imprint, not to mention re-engraving the speed rule mark, which probably requires him to master the speed rule mark himself. Chapter 724 Preparation. Li Shiming looked at the spiritual jade fountain and fire jade furnace that were placed in 2 jade boxes. There were some reasons why his clone Li Yuanba ventured into Qianren sect because of this core of the cave. It's just that he didn't expect that Qianren sect would have 2 cave cores, which was really an unexpected surprise. That is to say, his extremely good luck, great courage, and unimaginable control over formations allowed him to obtain the core of the cave many times, through the sacred tree in the Imu cave of the Fulia sect, as well as the spiritual jade spring eye and fire jade furnace of the Qianren sect. He confirmed that it is not easy to obtain a heaven and earth treasure of the level of she soil. But the Dantian the core is a treasure of heaven and earth that is similar to she soil. The caves are their own worlds opened up by Mahayana monks. Each cave can give birth to its own treasures of heaven and earth. Of course, this does not mean that it is easy to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth from the cave. A huge superpower will not really control many caves. Ordinary large sects generally only have one cave. The main reason why Li Yuanba was able to successfully invade Dantian was because of his own weakness, which left the Qianren zone without any defense against him. The Qianren zone probably never thought that Li Yuanba, the prey, would suddenly transform into a hunter and successfully invade the Qianren zone's cave. Li Shiming came out of Zhai Ji's cave with 2 jade boxes and turned around and entered the Banshun cave. Compared to the perfect cave of Zhai Gu, this half-life cave made him feel closer to himself. This is not only because Banshun cave heaven is completely controlled by him, but also because the rules of earth and wood here were enhanced by him personally. Although he is unable to perceive the detailed parts of the rules of the earth and with systems due to his realm, the rules of the earth and with systems here are very close to him. It's a pity that the rules in Banshun cave are not comprehensive, which prevents him from practicing in seclusion in this cave. Thinking of this, he took out the Ling Jade Spring Eye, and with a slight movement of his mind, he dug a pit on the ground next to the sacred tree. Since he was almost equal to a god in the Banshun cave, digging the pit was just a thought on his part. The soil on the ground was integrated with the breathing soil, but it did not violate his consciousness. And after, Shi Soil understood his intention to build a space to store water. Shi Soil deliberately shrank the soil around the pit until it was compact. Li Shiming placed the Ling Jade Spring Eye in the pit. The appearance of the Ling Jade Spring Eye caused the Banshun cave's sky to shake slightly. Soon, the Banshun cave heaven became quiet. The Ling Yuquan Eye, the core of the cave heaven that had lost its attachment, instinctively merged with the Banshun cave heaven and became a part of the Banshun cave heaven. The spiritual energy in the Banshun cave flows towards the Ling Jade Spring Eye. The Ling Jade Spring Eye flashes with blue light, and a clear spring flows out from the Ling Jade Spring Eye. As the clear spring appears, the water level in the pit rises slowly. Among the original earth and wood auras of Banshun cave sky, a new water aura appeared. The water aura nourished the breathing soil, and Li Shiming could feel the joy coming from the breathing soil. The clear spring in the pit has also been integrated into the breathing soil, and the sacred tree has absorbed the clear spring in the breathing soil. The leaves of the sacred tree are swaying, which also expresses a comfortable mood. Water is the source of life, and the spiritual Jade Spring Eye has been added to the Banshun cave, bringing more vitality. Li Shiming had a clear understanding. It seemed that what he needed to do was to complete the 5 elements of Half-Life Cave Heaven. He also found the right direction and successfully completed 4/5 of it. Although he has not yet integrated the Fire Jade Furnace into the Banshun Cave Heaven, the Ling Jade Spring Eye that also belongs to the Qianren Sect Cave Heaven has succeeded. How could this Fire Jade Furnace fail? He took out the Fire Jade Furnace and looked at the relatively small Half-Life Cave sky. There was no room for the Fire Jade Furnace on the ground. Not to mention that the soil on the ground is the breathing soil itself. Whether the flames will cause damage to the breathing soil, even if the ground space is only 100 meters in radius. If the Fire Jade Furnace is really placed to form a volcano on the ground, I am afraid that even the sacred tree will be greatly affected. He looked at the top of his head without any further hesitation. He was a god in this Half-Life Cave. He placed the Fire Jade Furnace 100 meters above his head. It was already the edge of the Half-Life Cave and could not go any further. There was no place to fix the Fire Jade Furnace, so he tried to send out a consciousness, wanting the Fire Jade Furnace to be suspended in that position. The Fire Jade Furnace flew down to the location he designated and just hung in the air. The appearance of the Fire Jade Furnace also caused a slight tremor in the Banshun cave. Then Li Shiming could sense that the Fire Jade Furnace had become a part of the Banshun cave. Spiritual energy poured into the Fire Jade Furnace, and the flames on the Fire Jade Furnace rose and quickly turned into a ball of fire. The fire ball shines on the earth, the sacred tree, and the spring water. Li Shiming feels that although the 5 elements are not complete in this cave, it already has the prototype of a world. Under the illumination of the fire ball, the water vapor in the spring rose, forming water mist at a height of 50 meters. More and more water mist formed white clouds, and slowly turned into black clouds. A small bolt of lightning flashed across the black clouds, and rain fell from the black clouds onto the ground below. The rain washes the sacred tree and moistens the earth. Li Shiming stood in the rain, and the rain hit him. He did not use spiritual power to block it. He felt the rain. This was rain formed from pure spiritual water. The spirituality contained in it was very strong, and it could be considered top-notch among spiritual water. Can be compared with the spiritual water of Balian Hall. He laughed, guessing that he would not have to worry about top-level spiritual water in the future. The spiritual water generated in Balian Hall was a bit slow, but the spiritual water in Bansheng Cave was generated very quickly. Although the actual size of the Bansheng Cave is smaller than the Balian Hall, the Bansheng Cave is a cave and an independent world, under Li Shiming's continuous improvement. Although the Bansheng Cave is small, the 5 elements have perfected the 4 elements. In fact, it is not that Chiohungi, the original master of Dongtian, who was in the half-step Mahayana stage, had never done it before. But he just didn't succeed. The reason for this is that the treasure of heaven and earth was first integrated. Li Shiming integrated the breathing soil into the Bansheng Cave heaven. This is the most important operation. Shi Soil is a self-aware god and the most inclusive god. After choosing to integrate into Bansheng Dongtian, Shi Soil self-repaired the earth rules of Bansheng Dongtian and re-solidified the foundation of Bansheng Dongtian. The Bansheng Cave genius can continue to integrate other cave heaven cores and perfect the remaining 5 elements. Li Shiming put his mind on the black clouds in the sky, where the thunder and lightning were still flashing. Due to the small size of Bansheng Cave, the thunder and lightning born here are somewhat small. But thunder and lightning are thunder and lightning, and the aura of destruction they carry is the same. Li Shiming discovered that in the Bansheng Cave, a new rule was being formed from scratch. This rule was the thunder and lightning rule. He was fortunate enough to observe the birth of the rules of Dongtian, and a kind of understanding arose from the bottom of his heart. His Yuqing Lei Cannon technique automatically operated, and the thunder and lightning on his body flashed, complementing the thunder and lightning in the sky. His body flew up from the ground and flew into the thunder clouds. The thunder and lightning in the thunder clouds merged with the thunder and lightning leaking from his body. Some of the thunder and lightning from the outside even entered his 5 nascent soul bodies along the physical body. Within, faintly, he touched the rules of thunder and lightning, and had a slight understanding of the rules of thunder and lightning. Don't underestimate this little bit of understanding. This understanding of the rules of thunder and lightning made his Jade Clear Thunder Code suddenly rise to the peak level of the middle nascent soul. If he hadn't majored in 5 Rhymes Chi training technique, the spiritual power in his body has not accumulated enough yet, and he can try to break through. Of course, the benefit of understanding the rules of thunder and lightning is not just this. The power of his thunder and lightning has increased to the power that he used to have when he needed the blessing of the spiritual treasure. Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. Now that he has added the spiritual treasure, Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer. The power of thunder and lightning can reach the power of thunder and lightning used by the thunder cultivator. Although it is only the weakest thunder and lightning power among the great thunder cultivators, it is completely different in a sense, just because he has mastered a little bit of the rules of thunder and lightning. Even after he added the Chishao Thunder Bead, he had truly displayed the power of thunder and lightning in the early days of the great thunder cultivator. You must know that no matter how he blessed him in the past, the power of thunder and lightning was restricted. He could not reach the power of a real thunder cultivator because he lacked the rules of thunder and lightning. No wonder so many monks want to rob the Half-Life Cave. Li Shiming's eyes flashed with fire, and he murmured to himself as he looked at the Half-Life Cave. This time, he successfully comprehended the rules of thunder and lightning from the Bansheng Cave heaven. Although it was only a trace of the thunder and lightning rules, it represented the potential of the Bansheng Cave heaven. If he could comprehend one rule, he could comprehend more rules. This plays an important role in his promotion to a great monk. Countless mid-nascent soul monks have been stuck in the mid-nascent soul, and many of them do not lack resources. Those super powerful mid-nascent soul monks, as long as they continue to complete sect tasks, resources it can be accumulated completely. What they lack is their understanding of the rules. This is something that other monks cannot help, and can only understand on their own. Half-life caves, which are only half completed, are suitable for monks who have not mastered the rules to understand the rules, because such caves do not hide the rules in the caves at all, and are completely exposed. In a truly perfect cave, The rules have been integrated into the operation of the world. If you want to observe it, it is as difficult as observing the rules in the outside world. Li Shiming wanted to understand the other rules, such as the rules of the earth, wood, water and fire systems. Unfortunately, no matter how he understood it, he always felt like seeing flowers in the fog and could not see these rules clearly. He shook his head. It seemed that he felt it was simple. The rules were never so easy to understand. The most important thing now is cultivation. After such a long period of continuous practice, his two magical powers, innate Imu and Nectar Divine Water, have already gained a certain foundation. He will soon start to practice the heavenly art, which will also be a major change for him. There are not many insights and experiences of predecessors in the art of heaven and man. All they have are evaluations and speculations by daughter Shigu. The origin of art of heaven and man, said by Dagong Shigu, was that he studied it based on some exercises of. But after Li Shiming continued to study the heavenly art, he discovered that this skill should be perfected based on a certain skill. To be honest, there are risks in converting to heavenly man art, but the potential of heavenly man art is huge, which will give him a greater impetus for his future. The most important thing is that although his main skill, 5 rhymes chi training technique, is a top skill, after seeing many top skills, he also knows that 5 rhymes chi training technique and the core inheritance of those superpowers compared with the skills, there is still some gap. These differences are not visible when the cultivation level is low. When the cultivation level reaches a certain level, the shortcomings of this technique will be revealed. Take him who is currently in the middle stage of nascent soul. He rarely uses the 5 rhymes chi training technique when fighting, and mostly uses the sword intention Chong Shao technique, or Jade Clear Thunder Code, to fight. The reason for this is because the 5 rhymes chi training technique is relatively ordinary and has limited improvement in combat power. But he had been practicing the 5 element skills, 5 rhymes chi training technique, since the chi chaining stage, and because there was no master who practiced the 5 rhymes chi training technique, which caused the 5 elements acceptance to appear in his body, chi formation, until the nascent soul stage. He gave birth to 5 nascent souls arranged in the 5 elements receiving chi formation, which forced him to major in the 5 elements kung fu. And the only 5 element technique he found that could replace the 5 rhymes chi training technique was the heavenly man technique. The fact that heavenly man technique requires nascent soul monks with all 5 elements to practice it is enough to show that heavenly man technique, it's very difficult to practice. Although he only has 3 spiritual roots, the 5 elements receiving chi formation he fiddled with has made him the foundation of all 5 elements. Although Li Shiming is ready to practice, he still needs to prepare more before switching to practice. Many things are unpredictable during this transfer, especially his spiritual pets. Even the great monk Luo Pei, the silver-winged spirit Gu insect, etc., all need to be carefully arranged. In case of a state of decline during the transfer, these spiritual pets, spiritual insects, and indirectly controlled spiritual pets can all have a backlash against him. In addition, in case the realm drops to the chain energy stage, he also needs to prepare the elixirs for all realms. He had cleaned up most of those low-level elixirs, leaving not much behind, and they all had to be refined again. What Li Shiming has to do is to take out the elixirs from the treasure pavilion and refine them into high-grade elixirs, or even top-level elixirs, for later use. He also drew a large number of forbidden spirit talismans. Spiritual insects like the silver-winged spirit Gu insect are fine, as long as they are stored in the wind bag, and the refining corpse can also be stored in the corpse refining space, sleeping. But for those like the heavenly ghost, they must be affixed with the forbidden spirit talisman and put into the forbidden spirit jade box, waiting for them to recover and then be released. Chapter 725 Heavenly Man. In 3 months, Shongzhou continent was unexpectedly peaceful. In the Tao of Heaven and Humanity, hall of Shai Ji's powerful cave, Li Shiming sat cross-legged alone. All the spiritual pets, refined corpses, spiritual insects, and other creatures that had signed a contract with him around him were all restricted. Only Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon were arranged by him at the Humanity Hall, leaving enough food. The reason for doing this is because Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon have very deep feelings for him, and will not have any problems due to his falling realm. But he couldn't put this kind of thing to the test, so he placed Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon in separate spaces, in front of Li Shiming. There were a large number of jade bottles, which were placed separately. He has prepared a lot of elixirs for the Qi Chain stage, Foundation Building stage, Golden Elixir stage, Early stage of Nascent Soul, Middle stage of Nascent Soul, and even some elixirs needed for promotion. With the elixirs he has left behind as an alchemy master over the years, plus the massive resources in a fully asec treasure pavilion, it is not a problem to refine any elixirs below the Nascent Soul stage. He didn't know if doing so would be in vain, and he didn't know what surprises would happen if he recultivated the heavenly art. But he didn't dare to gamble, so he had to make all preparations before rebuilding the heavenly art. This day has finally arrived, Li Shiming murmured to himself. When he first saw the training conditions of the heavenly man art, he immediately threw the heavenly man art aside. At that time, he thought that it would be almost impossible to gather all the 5 elements of magical power. He did not expect that after so many years, he would actually gather all the 5 elements of magical powers in the world of immortality and have the opportunity to practice the art of heaven and man. He stood up, put away the elixir in front of him, took out a token, and disappeared in a flash. Then appeared in the Balian Hall. In front of Balian, he placed a training platform. The futon on the training platform was the Infinite Jasper futon. He sat on the training platform, which was set up above the pool to avoid contaminating the spiritual water. The Infinite Jasper futon under him and the Balian facing him both had an improving effect on his practice, coupled with his large amount of spiritual elixirs. This is his source of confidence. Even if there is a problem with the reconstruction, the best he can do is to start over from scratch. He is still young enough. Even if he wastes another 100 years, he will still be young among the monks in the middle stage of Nascent Soul. Li Shiming's heart sank, and his mind fell on the 5 nascent souls in his body. Originally, the Tianren was a technique practiced by a nascent soul. He had 5 nascent souls. If he wanted to be safe and avoid problems, he should try to rebuild it with only 1 nascent soul. But the problem is that his 5 nascent souls are connected together by the 5 elements receiving Qi formation. If the aura of one nascent soul is slightly weaker, it will be converted by the aura of the other 4 nascent souls to supplement the 5 nascent souls. The baby reaches balance. The 5 elements Qi receiving formation made it impossible for him to rebuild it with 1 nascent soul. Once he rebuilt it, he had to rebuild it with 5 nascent souls. The heavenly man art is different from the 5 rhymes Qi training art. This art cannot be practiced separately, which means that all 5 of his nascent souls need to practice the same heavenly man art. However, a single nascent soul among the 5 nascent souls only has a single 5-element talent, and does not have all 5 elements. To this end, he came up with a solution after long-term imagination and verification. As his mind moved slightly, the 5 nascent souls converged toward the middle. Something strange happened, and the 5 nascent souls merged together. This is a huge nascent soul. If you observe carefully, this nascent soul is only partially fused, and the core parts of the body are still separate. The bodies of the 5 nascent souls come together to form a new nascent soul body. The limbs of the 5 nascent souls come together to form a new nascent soul limbs. The head is also made up of the heads of the 5 nascent souls. Fortunately, the 5 nascent souls are one body, and they are all Li Shiming's nascent souls. This integration does not cause any trouble, and there is no need to prioritize. The 5 nascent souls are all equal. Li Shiming maintained this state, and he began to recall the contents of the art of heaven and man in his mind. The next step is the most important step: operating the heavenly man art. If the heavenly man art can successfully receive the 5 elements spiritual power cultivated by the 5 rhymes Qi Lian Ju, then his next practice will be much simpler. If the heavenly man art rejects the 5 elements spiritual power cultivated by the 5 rhymes Qi Lian Ju, he will most likely lose his realm. And it is hard to say how much spiritual power can be left in his body. But he had no intention of stopping. For a better future, he had to change his major in Kung Fu. Maybe if he doesn't change the 5 rhymes Qi training technique, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be promoted to a great monk. But after that, the chance of breaking through to the Mahayana stage will be extremely low. The advantage of heavenly art is that it increases the probability of being promoted to the Mahayana stage, let alone being promoted to a great monk. The high probability is just as difficult as ordinary promotion. The Tianren Ju started to operate, and the energy of the 5 magical powers in his body. Nan Ming Li Hua, Tamad He Divine Wind, Xian Tian Imu, Invisible Yuan Magnetic, and Nectar Divine Water. Follow the Tianren Divine Water. Human Ju circulates in the body of the newborn Yuaning. Red fire, golden gold, green wood, yellow earth, blue water. The 5 colors of magical energy draw complex and mysterious patterns in Yuaning's body. Magical powers are a fool-like method of applying rules. Even if a monk has not mastered the power of rules, he can still exert part of the power of rules by controlling magical powers. Therefore, the energy of the 5 elements' magical power is, in a sense, the energy of the 5 elements' rules. The regular energy of the 5 elements combined with the patterns of the Heavenly Man technique forms a regular level energy operation system in Yuaning's body. Li Shiming only felt that all the spiritual power he had cultivated was sucked into the pattern of the Heavenly Man art, and his nascent soul was in an extremely weak state. He felt that if he continued like this, his nascent soul would collapse before long. Once the nascent soul collapses, he will fall from the nascent soul stage. In this case, falling from the nascent soul stage, even the golden core stage cannot be saved. After the nascent soul collapses without spiritual power, it is unrealistic to condense it into a golden core. He also did not expect that the patterns of the heavenly art technique would absorb all his spiritual power at once. Although he was not that strong, the combined spiritual power of his 5 Yuanings was at the middle stage of Yuaning. The total amount of spiritual power is not weak, but the pattern of the heavenly art technique was like a bottomless pit, leaving no trace of spiritual energy for him to absorb it all. The only thing he could do was to insist on letting the Heavenly Man technique function. Neither he nor the natal magic weapon Z15 expected this to happen. It was obvious that he underestimated the special nature of the practice of heavenly art. The heavenly art technique is a technique that uses the magical energy of the 5 elements as a carrier. This alone makes the threshold for practicing this technique sky high. Until now, Li Shiming was wondering whether this heavenly art was a figment of the great master Zhigu, rather than a real skill. But the heavenly art technique is indeed working. It's not like it's imaginary. His nascent soul is still weakening rapidly, relying entirely on spiritual energy for support. But he really doesn't know how long this support can last. At this moment, the pattern of the heavenly art technique in Yuaning's body began to absorb the energy of the physical body again, which was the physical energy of his sword practice and the spiritual energy in Yuaning's body. He quickly took out the spiritual energy supplement from the natal magic weapon Z15. He has 191 brains. Since he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy during his original cultivation, the brain formed by Z15's 190 CPUs also has a spirit energy, and its spiritual energy has been increasing simultaneously during subsequent cultivation. It can be said that among all the nascent soul monks in the world of immortality, Li Shiming is definitely the first in terms of the total amount of spirit, regardless of the intensity of his spirit, and he is still the absolute first with a huge gap between him and the second. There are 191 brains, and each brain has the spirit of a monk in the middle stage of Yuaning who practices spiritual skills. Now, in order to maintain his own nascent soul, he continuously extracts the spirit of the other 190 brains to replenish the spirit of the nascent soul. Li Shiming's current condition is extremely poor. His physical body is rapidly weakening due to the loss of body refining energy. Nascent soul was struggling to maintain itself due to the loss of spiritual power and the extraction of its spirit. Time passes little by little, and every second passed may lead to the abyss in the next second. Z15 is calculating like crazy, but no matter how much analysis and calculation, no solution can be found. We can't blame Z15. It's not that it lacks computing power, but that when it comes to rules, the owner Li Shiming hasn't understood it yet. It's impossible for Z15 to make analysis without data. Li Shiming struggled to hold on. He asked Z15 to set a limit. Once the limit was exhausted, he would stop practicing the heavenly art. Even if his realm suddenly fell to that of a mortal, he would not care. He emptied his brain and energy, getting closer and closer to the boundary, and he was ready to give up. You must know that the mental problems swallowed up by the patterns of the heavenly art at this time are already 150 times that of a normal mid-stage nascent soul monk. He even doubted whether this heavenly art was a trap or a joke played by the great master Zhigu. This Heavenly Man technique is the Heavenly Man technique, skill that Zhigu happened to acquire in his later years when he was idle and had nothing to do. In order to achieve the best effect of the heavenly art technique, He did not consider the difficulty of the practice at all. He just wanted to create a theoretically ultimate technique. A 100% perfect technique. As for the minor flaws in the heavenly art technique, they are nothing compared to the perfect cultivation effects. In order to let the heavenly man art be passed down, he set up that those who control the cave must practice the heavenly man art. As for what kind of monks can practice the heavenly man art, he doesn't care. He has already fallen. Not to mention the flood behind him. Li Shiming was both lucky and unlucky. He obtained Zhai Ji's powerful cave, successfully gathered the 5 elements of magical power, and practiced the heaven and man art with confidence. Seeing that the spirit swallowed up by the patterns of the heavenly man art was about to reach the realm, he gritted his teeth and prepared to stop practicing the heavenly man art. At this time, a trace of energy flowed out from the pattern of the heavenly art technique. This energy entered Yuan Ying's body and immediately turned into a force of spiritual power. Like water poured into a dry desert, nascent soul began to greedily absorb spiritual power. What surprised him was the specialness of this spiritual power. This spiritual power was not any one of the 5 elements of spiritual power. This spiritual power made him feel chaos. There is no longer a distinction between the 5 elements. But this spiritual power can be any one of the 5 elements, or even other special spiritual powers. Just a thought can transform it into any kind of spiritual power. After the injection of this spiritual power, nascent soul stabilized, and was no longer about to collapse at any time. Part of the energy flowing out of the patterns of the heavenly man technique is converted into spiritual energy and enters the Yuan Ying body. At this time, the heavenly art skill pattern was still devouring his spirit, but with the spiritual energy flowing out of the energy conversion pattern from the skill pattern, he no longer needed to draw out mental replenishment from his brain. The new spiritual energy in Yuan Ying's body was far more powerful than before. He felt that his spiritual energy was incomparable even to monks specializing in spirituality, who were at the peak of the middle stage of Yuan Ying. Due to realm suppression, there is still a little gap between him and the great monk. But this gap is already very small. Li Shiming had a feeling that with his current spirit, even if he did not use 191 brains to share the pressure of the great monk realm, he could withstand it with just 1 brain. The energy flowing out of the heavenly art skill pattern is converted into spiritual energy, which replaces the spirit in Yuan Ying's body at an extremely fast speed. Because he had enough energy, the energy he had previously consumed in his 191 brains was also withdrawn from the Yuan Ying body one by one. He was very careful when withdrawing it so as not to affect the Yuan Ying. Some of the energy flowing out of the heavenly art skill patterns entered the physical body. This part of the energy is converted into a kind of body refining energy, which re-strengthens the physical body. Li Shiming truly understood the horror of the heaven and man art. The spiritual power produced by the heaven and man art is in line with all spiritual powers. He believes that as long as it is a secret method, whether it is a Taoist secret method or a Buddhist secret method, even the secret method of the demon sect can be transformed into the spiritual power required by the secret method through his own chaotic spiritual power. In addition to being special in spiritual power, the heaven art also cultivates the spirit and body at the same time, which is the most comprehensive improvement for monks. Of course, the difficulty of practicing this heaven and man technique is so difficult that if 100 nascent soul cultivators who have mastered the magical power of the 5 elements practice it, 100 of them will go crazy. This is simply a theoretical technique. He even doubts whether Zhai Gu has practiced it himself before. He doesn't believe that anyone else can have his spirit and his opportunities. It's a pity that Zhai Gu died long ago. Even if he wanted to explore, he had no goal. Chapter 726 Rebuilding. Li Shiming's Yuan Ying was saved, but his realm dropped to the early stage of Yuan Ying, even to the state when he first entered Yuan Ying. But he was not disappointed. After calculation of the natal magic weapon Z15, it would not take more than 3 months at most for him to return to his previous mid-nascent soul cultivation level. He does not have the bottleneck in the early stage of Yuan Ying's promotion to the middle stage. The effect of practicing heavenly art is really great, combined with the infinite Jasper futon and the enhancement effect of the Balian in the Balian Hall. It comes from the Heavenly Way Hall, with the full amount of spiritual energy in his body and enough spiritual elixir support. All he needs to do is to practice continuously to increase the spiritual power in his body, and it will be okay. In fact, although his realm has dropped, his combat power has increased instead of falling. Yes, even if he is currently in the early stage of Yuan Ying, his combat power has already surpassed that of himself in the middle stage of yuanying. The power of the flying sword attack of the sword intent climbing into the sky, inspired by the chaotic energy generated by the heavenly man art, was transformed into golden spiritual power, almost reaching the peak level of the mid-stage nascent soul. The most important thing was that he could faintly feel that this metal spiritual power seemed to be blessed by a trace of metal rules. This is the special feature of heavenly man art, since the practice of heavenly man art requires the mobilization of the 5 elements of magical energy to condense the heavenly man art skill pattern. This special 5-element magical energy pattern is converted into the chaotic energy is, in a sense, influenced by the power of rules. Of course, the current flying sword attack of Li Shiming using the sword intention Chong Shao Ju, even without adding sword intention to the flying sword, is powerful enough to break through the defense of a peak monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. This is not the most effective enhancement. The truly most powerful enhancement is Jade Clear Thunder Code, when he converted the chaotic energy into thunder and lightning spiritual power. Because this thunder and lightning spiritual power came with the blessing of thunder and lightning rules. And Li Shiming himself realized a trace of thunder and lightning rules. The power of the thunder and lightning unleashed by the final attack even exceeded the thunder and lightning unleashed by the novice thunder cultivator. If coupled with the Shishao Thunder Bead, the thunder and lightning attack he sends out can be regarded as mid to upper level in power, even among the great monks. He is only in the early stage of yuanying now, and is one middle stage of yuanying away from the realm of the great monk. This shows how terrifying his current strength is. Z15 gave a speculative analysis on this. That is, the heavenly art uses the energy of the 5 elements to condense the 5 elements of magical power patterns, and the energy cultivated has magical properties. Theoretically speaking, heaven art can be regarded as a special magical power. This kind of magical power is cultivated through exercises, so that the energy cultivated by oneself can be converted into any attribute spiritual power. And it is accompanied by the power of rules. Because magical power itself is a means that can be used directly without understanding the rules. Of course, if one has some understanding of a certain rule, then the heavenly art will be strengthened again on this basis. Just like Li Shiming's Jade Clear Thunder Code, after being enhanced by the heavenly art, its power has become his most powerful attack method at present. Li Shiming finished his first practice of heavenly art. At this time, the 5 nascent souls in his body still existed in a fused form. He took a slow breath, and with a slight movement of his mind, the 5 nascent souls spread out. At this time, due to the fact that the 5 nascent souls have practiced the heavenly art, they no longer have a single attribute of the 5 elements, but have all 5 elements. The bodies of the 5 nascent souls are all the same, and chaotic energy is flowing in the nascent souls. The 5 elements receiving chi array can still maintain the energy balance within the 5 nascent souls. But it seems that because he changed his main practice method, the 5 elements receiving chi array no longer converts the energy of the 5 elements, but only maintains the energy of the 5 elements. The energy balancing effect of the nascent soul. Li Shiming's eyes brightened slightly. He discovered that 5 nascent souls no longer need to be fused to practice the heavenly man art. 5 nascent souls can practice the heavenly man art at the same time, which is equivalent to 5 times the heavenly man art practice effect. Although this would bring 5 times the need for spiritual elixirs and 5 times the absorption of spiritual energy. He didn't care about this. It would not be a problem for him to freely use the early stage nascent soul elixirs he had mastered. He stood up, and the ultimate strength came from his body. He waved his arms gently and jogged a few steps in the Balian Hall. He found that his speed had also been greatly enhanced. It seems that both strength and speed are blessed by the power of rules. And because he has been practicing the heavenly art for a short time, the influence of the power of rules is not great. But this is already the ability of a great monk in body refining. He has seen many great monks in the world of cultivating bodies, but he has never encountered such a legendary great monk. There are not many monks who practice body refining. Most of them are core monks of large sects or super sections. They have access to a lot of resources, and the surplus resources are used for body refining. However, it is too difficult to be able to specialize in body refining to the level of a great monk. The main reason is that the body refining resources at the great monk level are really rare. Even if they are obtained, they cannot push the body refining ability of yuanying monks to the level in quantity. Great monk level. In addition, the power of rules that the body refining masters need to master involves rules at the level of strength and speed. This kind of speed is more difficult to comprehend, which makes it more difficult for body refining masters to break through than ordinary masters. Only by obtaining some kind of genius treasure level body refining resources can it be possible to upgrade the body refining to the level of a great monk. But such adventure opportunities only exist in fantasy. Li Shiming felt that with his current strength, one punch was enough to break through the defense of a monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. The middle stage of Yuanying here refers to ordinary monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. But it does not include monks who are close to the peak. His speed also had the speed of the golden corpse in the cave. He thought of the golden corpses in the cave of Jigu. Perhaps the speed rules of the heavenly art were the same as the speed of the golden corpses. Not only that, his spirit has also been greatly strengthened. The range of his spiritual consciousness is still 3,000 meters. But considering the state he has fallen into now, when he returns to the middle stage of nascent soul, the range of his spiritual consciousness will be a huge improvement. Powerful. Extremely powerful. This is how he feels at this time. Although there were various hardships in the process of changing to majoring in the Kung Fu method, heavenly art, it was worth it. Even if he didn't have a half-life cave, relying only on the power of rules brought to him by the heavenly art, it was only a matter of time before he realized his own rules. No wonder the goal of heavenly art is to advance to the Mahayana stage, not to become a great monk. Perhaps Jigu, the great master, has never considered the difficulty of the level of a great monk. Li Shiming has a feeling that when he returns to the middle stage of Yuanying and accumulates spiritual power to a sufficient level, it will not be more difficult for him to break through the great monk than it was when he broke through to the middle stage of Yuanying. The technique of heaven and man is comprehensive. This is worthy of the saying of heaven and man are perfect. From the physical body to the nascent soul, from spiritual power to spirit, every skill is taken into account, and it reaches the level of rules. Of course, although he is already very strong now, he will not leave at this time. What he needs is long-term practice and promotion to the realm of great monk as soon as possible, so that he can have the strength to protect himself in the world of immortality. But before re-entering cultivation, he wanted to explore Zhai Ji's powerful cave. He left the Balian Hall and was in the Heavenly Way Hall. He moved to the throne in the center of the hall and sat on the throne. This throne is the core of control of Dantian. But this time he sat on it and found that it was different from before. He sat on the throne and felt a chaotic energy coming from under him, echoing the chaotic energy of the heavenly art in his body. When the two chaotic energies were connected together, the chaotic energy had spiritual attributes. In an instant, he followed the chaotic energy under his body and contacted the source of the chaotic energy. It was a jade seal, and the energy of chaos caused it to recognize its owner automatically. He also knew the name of the jade seal, Heavenly Seal, which was a chaotic spiritual treasure and the core of this cave. The Seal of Heaven can also be used as a weapon. The terrifying thing about it is that when attacking, it is not the weight of a mountain peak like a mountain-type magic weapon, but the entire mass of the cave. Heaven Seal also has flaws. As the core of Dantian, it cannot leave Dantian for a long time. In addition, the use of Seal of Heaven is huge. Even if Li Shiming is promoted to the level of a great monk, he can only use it once at most. The Heavenly Seal is not the magic weapon of Yuanying monks, but the true spiritual treasure of Mahayana monks. Li Shiming has no intention of using the Heavenly Seal for the time being. He has a lot of spiritual treasures. If not, he can refine the spiritual treasures himself. At this point, he is much stronger than those powerful ones. The biggest advantage of becoming the master of the Celestial Seal is not that he has another spiritual treasure, but that he has complete control over the entire cave. This cave is called Tianan Cave, and it operates in the form of 6 paths of reincarnation. The other 5 paths are centered around the Tao of Heaven and Humanity. The 5 paths are arranged in the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and Gongwei guards the core of the Tao of Heaven and Humanity, except for the 2 smaller spaces of Heavenly Path and Human Path. The other, Hell Path, Evil Ghost Path, Animal Path, and Azura Path, all have huge spaces, which can almost be counted as it's a small world of its own. Li Shiming didn't know how strong Jigu was at the beginning, but looking at this cave, he felt that it was bigger than the several caves he had entered. There are ghosts in the Hell Path, and 4th-grade ghosts can be seen everywhere. There are golden corpses in the Evil Ghost Path, and a huge number of golden corpses occupy the entire space. Spiritual beasts live in the Animal Path, and in the Ashura Path. In the space of Azura, a long-extinct race lives. And in these spaces, there are not only fourth-grade creatures, but also a large amount of resources. Such a space can almost support the growth of a large sect. It is a secret investment for him. A monk who practices alone. The most special one is the humanity. Looking at it, there is only one main hall in the humanity. But looking at it carefully, it is horrifying to see that there are countless human souls in the main hall. And he can't even imagine the origin of these human souls. These human souls are trapped in the humanity hall, generating huge spiritual energy, maintaining the existence of the humanity hall, and making the humanity hall the most ideal environment for practicing spiritual skills. Li Shiming didn't find any treasures. In fact, after opening all the permissions, he got far more than any treasures. Of course, although he has mastered the Cave of Heaven and Man, it does not mean that he can take the golden corpses, ghosts, and Azuras out. As long as he is in the Cave of Heaven and Man, he has absolute control over these creatures. But after leaving, if the heavens are in the sky, he will lose control of these creatures. If he wants to take these creatures out of the Heavenly Man Cave, he needs to sign a new contract. It's a pity that with his current vision, these golden corpses, ghosts, and Azuras are not of interest to him. Even the powerful Zhaigu couldn't use the corpses of the core monks of the superpower as materials to refine golden corpses. But he could, and there were a lot of them. Li Shiming's figure flashed and appeared in the Hell Realm. A fourth-grade ghost was flying not far away. His appearance did not cause any aggressive behavior from the fourth-grade ghost. Instead, he restrained his aura. The illusory fourth-grade ghost tried its best to show a respectful attitude, which made him feel a little funny. Looking at the fourth-grade ghosts that he had to carefully dodge at the beginning. Now he actually has thousands of fourth-grade ghosts under his control. Even though these fourth-grade ghosts are all ghosts in the early and middle stages of fourth grade, when their numbers reach a certain level, they are still a combat force that cannot be underestimated. He ignored the fourth-grade ghost and walked casually on the ground. Feeling the environment here, the ghosts here are generated through a special formation. By stimulating the ghosts to split and then filling them with chaotic energy. The entire process is fully automated. From capturing the fourth-grade ghosts, to forcibly splitting the fourth-grade ghosts, to forming new ghosts. The new ghosts are placed in this space, which is the most suitable space for ghosts to survive, allowing the ghosts to quickly grow from low-level ghosts to third-grade ghosts. Among the third-grade ghosts, those with the highest talents will slowly be promoted to fourth-grade ghosts over time. The Celestial Seal. Weapon Spirit in Tianren Cave will always keep an eye on the number of ghosts here. When the number of ghosts falls below a certain level, the program for creating ghosts will be activated. In the environment of H.L. Realm, many spiritual resources will grow that are accompanied by ghosts. Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness dug out a black fourth-grade elixir. Which is this companion elixir? This fourth-grade elixir is an auxiliary elixir for practicing magic skills. Li Shiming's eyes moved slightly, and he thought of the heavenly ghost. If he waited until he was promoted to the level of a great monk and placed the heavenly ghost here, he would be able to quickly raise the realm of the heavenly ghost to the late fourth level. As for the impact on ghosts, if there is a lack of ghosts anyway, the weapon spirit will automatically make up for it. Besides, he had never thought of relying on ghosts to fight for him. The importance of one heavenly ghost far exceeded 100 fourth-grade ghosts. Chapter 727 Observation. Li Shiming ducked from the Hell Realm to the Evil Ghost Realm. Through his own authority, a golden corpse passed by him. After discovering him, he knelt down on the ground and made a gesture of surrendering to the ground. Obviously, compared to the disembodied ghost, the golden corpse, a more human-like creature, can show more respect. Li Shiming knows that he is a dominant existence for any life form in Dantian. He can dominate the life and death of Dantian life. This is the supreme command engraved in the soul of Dantian life. He stretched out his hand, passed the pawn that had been improved by the heavenly art, and easily inserted it into the body of the golden corpse. The golden corpse did not dodge at all, allowing his hands to stretch out of the body. The creature's independent resistance was deprived of the supreme command in the soul. When Li Shiming took out his hand, there was a golden corpse core in his palm. After the golden corpse lost its corpse core, the energy fluctuations on its body disappeared, and the life disappeared from its body. Li Shiming shook his head. This feeling of controlling everything can make people feel lost. He looked at the golden corpse core in his hand. He was still thinking about whether the corpse core was enough before. But now, he has mastered countless corpse cores. even if he kills all the golden corpses in the evil ghost path. The weapon spirit of the celestial seal in the cave will use a special formation to recreate a batch of refined corpses, and at the same time increase the energy investment in the silver corpses, which promoted him to a golden corpse. He escaped from the evil ghost path and came to the animal path. The species here are diversified, and there are various spiritual beasts. But from his perspective, the spirit beasts here can only be regarded as ordinary. After all, Mighty Jiaige is not specialized in spirit beasts. It is not easy to collect so many varieties of spirit beasts, let alone to breed so many spirit beasts. In fact, Dantian has an upper limit for these spiritual beasts. If they are above a certain level, they will be recycled into energy by Dantian. Therefore, the highest spiritual beasts here are only mid-level 4th level beasts. There will be no powerful existences of upper-level 4th level beasts, let alone 5th level spiritual beasts. Li Shiming has the strongest dragon bloodline, Phantom Dragon, and the strongest phoenix bloodline, Xifeng. So he just visited the animal path. What he was curious about was that there were many special and rare spiritual beasts here that were either extremely difficult to see outside the world or had become extinct. He did not care about the affairs in the animal realm. Perhaps when he becomes stronger, he will strengthen the cave space here and bring more spiritual beasts into it. Then he came to the Ashura Road. When he arrived here, the Ashura who saw him just bowed down and did not kneel down. Perhaps this is the pride in Ashura's bones. Even if it is imprisoned or brainwashed, it cannot behave in a groveling manner. Li Shiming just looked at Ashura's situation. He himself had an Ashura puppet, thinking that Great Master Jiaige did not regard the living Ashura as a reward, but instead made Ashura into a puppet. This shows that Ashura is a puppet. Ashura is not easy to control. If he were not the master of the cave, Ashura would pounce on him and tear him to pieces crazily. Ashura should not appear in the world of immortality. I don't know what kind of means Jiaige used to obtain so many Ashuras, and cultivated the Ashuras into a reproducible race in this space. He doesn't like Ashura, but now his strength is not enough, and he doesn't want to change the layout of the cave. Great Master Jiaige had his own reasons for making such an arrangement. Li Shiming's current state was incomprehensible. If he made a rash change, it might cause unknown troubles in Dantian. Afterwards, he came to the Humanity Hall. He was very familiar with this place. He often practiced spiritual skills here before. Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon shrank their bodies and trotted to welcome him. Especially Xiaofeng, because he didn't know how long it would take for him to practice. So he gave Xiaofeng too much food. When he saw Xiaofeng this time, he always felt that Xiaofeng had gained weight. He smiled and gently stroked Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon. His feelings for Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon were a bit like a father treating his own children. Whether it was the Phantom Dragon who had been following him for the longest time, or Xiaofeng who had been following him for a shorter period of time, they were all by his side in their infant state. This is why he was worried that he would fall into the realm of heavenly art again. So he locked up all the other contracted creatures, but left Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon alone. Even if Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon were no longer bound by the contract, it was unlikely that they would harm him. He gently patted Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon and asked them to play aside. This time he came here, but he had a different feeling. In the past, he could only see faces on the surface of the wall, but now he can sense that there is a huge space inside the wall, where he can wander, with endless soul. The faces of souls that appeared on the walls were only a very small part of them, and this discovery made his hair stand on end. He let out a long sigh. Although he was extremely murderous, and would make his enemies pay hundreds and thousands of times every time, he couldn't do it if he were asked to kill ordinary mortals or monks without hatred. When I become stronger in the future, I will save you. He stood in the Humanity Hall and said in a deep voice. I don't know if they understood what he said, but the countless faces on the wall all showed smiles at this moment. But this smile was extremely weird. After truly understanding the Hall of Humanity, he was afraid that he would rarely come here in the future. The practice of heavenly art made him no longer need to practice other spiritual techniques, and he no longer wanted to feel the endless soul of the Human Way Hall. Returning to the main hall of Heaven and Humanity. This should be the normal residence of Jiaige, so there is no special decoration here. He also understood why this was called the Way of Heaven and Humanity. But there were no arrangements related to heaven and human beings, because the monks living here became heavenly beings after practicing the art of heaven and humanity. Li Shiming visited Tiaran Cave and began to retreat again. This time of retreat was a matter of continuous practice. In the 3rd month, his realm was promoted to the middle stage of Yuanying. When he was promoted from the early stage of Yuanying to the middle stage of Yuanying, even the heavenly tribulation did not appear. Probably everyone in the world recognized that he was originally a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. And by the end of the 3rd month, his cultivation had completely recovered. On this day, he released all contracted creatures. When the heavenly ghost controlled the great monk Luo Pei to stand in front of him, his feeling when he looked at the great monk Luo Pei changed. Although the great monk Luo Pei was the clone of his spiritual pet in the past, the aura of the great monk would still have some influence on him. But it was different now. Senior monk Luo Pei stood in front of him. But he was as relaxed as if he was standing in front of a monk of the same level. He even had a feeling that the combat power of the great monk Luo Pei was not as good as his own. In fact, this feeling is not wrong. When his current combat power returns to the state before the middle stage of nascent soul, his combat power will reach the level equivalent to that of the early stage monk. If measured against the thunder and lightning power of the Yuqing Thunder Code, perhaps this combat power would be even higher. After being blessed with the Chishao Thunder Bead, his thunder and lightning power is comparable to the power of the great monk's thunder cultivator in the middle and late stages. As for the great monk Luo Pei, if he didn't have the Lingbao Black Water Sword, he was just the bottom among the great monks. After Li Shiming released the great monk Luo Pei, he let the great monk Luo Pei leave the cave of heaven and man and stay in the outside world. The mission of the great monk Luo Pei is to assist the clone Li Yuanba. When Li Yuanba needs anything, he will be nearby to help. Li Shiming's cultivation in the previous 3 months was to restore his original state. Since his cultivation speed was extremely fast, he could no longer maintain this speed in his subsequent cultivation. He was about to start a semi-retreat. Why is it called a semi-retreat? It was because even his 5 nascent souls were practicing the heavenly art. He could separate his brain to control the golden corpse, Nanming, to refine elixirs in the computer room space. In Li Yuanba's cave, guests came today. Monks Tongda and Lu. In the cave hall, Li Yuanba sat in the main seat, and the 2 great monks sat in the guest seats. As for the one who said he was serving, it was Lu Wu, the disciple. Lu Wu put a pot of spiritual tea on the table and poured the spiritual tea into the cups of the 3 of them. This spiritual tea is a 4th grade spiritual tea made by Li Shiming himself. Due to Li Shiming's disappearance, the price of this 4th grade spiritual tea has been sky high. Masterly, I didn't expect you to have such good things here, Brother Lu said after taking a sip of the 4th grade spiritual tea. His eyes lit up. This is the spiritual tea made by Master Li Shizhen, but it is very difficult to get. This spiritual water is also of top quality. I took advantage of Master Li today. Brother Tang continued with a smile. The 4th grade spiritual tea made by Li Shiming was hyped by Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, and then spread among the great monks. Brother Tang has also tasted it. But today's 4th grade Lingsha is of better quality. Could it be bad? These 4 grades of spiritual tea were reserved by Li Shiming for himself. And the clone was also himself. So he gave part of it to Li Yuanba. As for the top quality spiritual water, he was not short of it. No matter Li Shiming's Balian Hall or Banshun Cave, they all produce top quality spiritual water. If you like it, take some with you later, Li Yuanba said, pointing to the jade box beside him. There are nearly 50 portions of 4th grade spiritual tea in the jade box. When Lu Wu was brewing the spiritual tea just now, the 2 great monks saw it. Then you're welcome. The 2 great monks responded with a laugh. Masterly, this is the belated reward for alchemy. Brother Tang took out 3 4th grade high grade flying swords and placed them on the table. Li Yuanba was slightly startled. He did not expect that Brother Tang would prepare 3 4th grade high grade flying swords at once. Among the 3 4th grade upper level flying swords, you can feel the sword intent of the great monk level. This kind of sword intent brings the breath of death. Although it is not the strongest armor-breaking sword intent of the Chongshao Pavilion Sword Master, Void Sword intent, but it is also the same level of eliminating sword intent. With one strike of the sword, all life was wiped out. Although the destroying sword intention is not as good as the breaking void sword intent in breaking armor, the destructive power caused by attacking into the monk's body completely exceeds the breaking void sword intent. The most important thing is that in just a few months, Monk Tung mastered 3 high-level 4th grade flying swords that contain the monk's erotic sword intent. There is a high probability that Brother Tang has been in seclusion since his return, and has devoted all his efforts to cultivating these 3 4th grade high-level flying swords. And he was able to cultivate such 3 4th grade high-level flying swords so quickly, even at the expense of himself. Come out. You must know that Brother Tung did this before he had fully recovered from his injury. This shows how much Brother Tung attaches importance to repaying Li Shiming. Brother Tung, is this reward a bit too much? Brother Lu couldn't help but frown when he saw that Brother Tung had given him the reward for alchemy. This was not against the Yuanba, but because Brother Tung raised the remuneration for alchemy and let other great monks know that it was not good. Even though it only took Brother Tung 3 months to take out 3 4th grade flying swords that contained the sword intention of the great monk. It seemed easy, but in fact, it would take several years or even 10 years for Brother Tung to do it. Only time can make up for this consumption. Injecting sword intent into a flying sword will consume your own sword intent. If you use your natal flying sword, no matter how you consume it, you will increase your strength. But if you consume it on non-natal flying swords, it will be wasted. Brother Lu, the spiritual elixir I received is worth the reward. Brother Tung didn't say much, so he just explained. Brother Lu thought about the effect of Brother Tung taking the 4th grade advanced healing elixir, and he guessed something. Li Yuanba smiled and put away the 3 4th grade high-grade flying swords. These 3 4th grade high-grade flying swords could increase the power of his 10,000 swords peak. An additional 4th grade flying sword that contains the sword intent of a great monk would give him an additional means to instantly kill a mid-stage nascent soul monk. If there are enough 4th grade flying swords that contain the sword intent of the great monk, he can even use 10,000 swords peak to fight the great monk. I don't know what is missing from the Baidi sect. I heard that the White Emperor sect contacted Mr. Jian. Mr. Jian asked me about things in Beiyan continent. Brother Lu changed the subject and said something. A secret thing. Although this matter is confidential, Li Yuanba's current status in Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion is almost equal to that of the great monk. And the only junior is the son of the great monk Lu. No wonder the Baidi sect is acting crazy. It seems that it's not just your Dong who was killed, Brother Tung suddenly said. He was the most troubled in Beiyan continent. He was first surrounded and killed by Baidi sect and Yuqing sect. And then, he was attacked by 2 top monks when he came back. At this time, he heard that it involved a level of great power, and he realized that it was not simple. Li Yuanba's eyes flickered for a moment, but he thought that the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat had been sent to the main body, and he killed the great monk Dong in the Balian Hall. The Balian Hall has an isolation effect. After killing the great monk Dong inside, even if the Baidi sect wanted to investigate, they would not be able to do so. Even the Balian Hall fell into the hands of Li Shiming, while Li Shiming was in retreat in Tianwen Cave. He really couldn't imagine how the Baidi sect could find the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. Since he couldn't find it, there was no need to worry at all. Chapter 728 Arrested. Li Yuanba left Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion. This time he brought with him the alchemy materials he had received recently, including the materials for 3 furnaces of great monk elixirs. He went out this time to find Li Shiming and send the materials for the 3-furnace monk elixir to Li Shiming, who would refine it. The materials for the great monk's spiritual pill are very scarce, considering his and Li Shiming's own needs in the future. If there is an opportunity to refine the great monk's spiritual pill, it would be best for Li Shiming to refine it. You must know that after Li Yuanba and Li Shiming are promoted to the realm of great monks, the number of great monk elixirs they will need will be staggering. Li Yuanba himself was fine. He was the only one who needed supplies. But Li Shiming is different. He has 5 nascent souls in his body. Each nascent soul is equivalent to a monk. He alone is equivalent to the 5 monks' demand for spiritual elixirs. Since Li Shiming's location was only 1,000 miles away from the Sword Intent Chouxiao Pavilion, he felt like he was strolling at the door in such a short distance. So he did not use south close to the end of the world, but used sword escape to fly. Li Yuanba, who was flying on the sea, was still thinking about the sword intention. The newly obtained 4th grade high-level flying sword containing the annihilating sword intention had been integrated into 10,000 swords peak. By him, he can clearly perceive the sword intent that enters the 10,000 swords peak. He stretched out his hand, and a faint sword intent flickered on his fingers. This is exactly the annihilation of sword intention. The annihilation of sword intention of Monk Tung. It's just that the time he had to comprehend the destroying sword intent was too short, and he couldn't apply it in battle yet. Now he has only scratched the surface of it. But this is already very remarkable. Erotic sword intent is also one of the top sword intents in Chouxiao Pavilion. The more advanced the sword intent is, the harder it is to master it. Few sword cultivators can practice multiple top sword intents at the same time. Because if you want to practice a certain top sword intent to the extreme, you need to understand the sword intent contained in that sword intent. Rule: a monk's lifespan is limited, but he does not have time to spend on multiple top sword intentions. It is extremely difficult to understand the rules of one top sword intention. If you are really greedy for too much, you will most likely end up in the middle stage of nascent soul throughout your life. Li Yuanba's master is still in seclusion, and he has no master to guide him. Even if his master Jian Wuwei comes out of seclusion, he will most likely not be qualified to teach him. While he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt that the surrounding space was surrounded by electric light. Electric light cage! Li Yuanba naturally recognized that this was a spell in the Jade Purity Thunder Code that was specially used to trap enemies. Use the lightning cage to trap the enemy. The enemy trapped in it will lose contact with the outside world due to the interference of lightning. His reaction was very quick, and he immediately said, "So far away." Since being attacked many times, he has always maintained a "so close" pattern in his mind, which can be inspired by a thought when needed. However, the end of the world did not allow him to move out of the electric light cage. What made his face change even more was that he sensed the thunder and lightning energy that constituted the electric light cage. The lightning energy that constitutes the electric light cage is the lightning energy blessed by the rules of lightning. It is precisely because of the blessing of thunder and lightning rules that the effect of electric light cage is strengthened, making his south close to the end ineffective. With the blessing of lightning rules, the electric light cage has the effect of isolating space. Li Yuanba's heart sank. He knew that this was an attack against him, and that it was carried out by a Lei Xiao monk. Although he has some fighting ability, he is far from a match against a great Lei Xiao monk. Li Yuanba, I was asked to take you away. Senior monk Duanzhang appeared outside the electric light cage, and said calmly, Baidi Zong paid a high price to ask him to help capture Li Yuanba. In order to explore Li Yuanba's information, Baidi sect and Yuqing sect used many connections. Facts have proved that with the two superpowers working together, no matter how capable Li Yuanba is, he cannot escape the investigation of the two superpowers. Unless Li Yuanba can hide directly and never show his face like Li Shiming. Although the sword cultivators in Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion are difficult to bribe, it does not mean that they cannot be bribed. As long as the price is enough, there will always be swordsmen willing to sell information. Li Yuanba's whereabouts have been watched. When he left Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, the direction and time of his departure were reported. The reason why the Baidi sect asked the great monk Duanzhang for help is because as long as the current great monk of the Baidi sect comes to Zhongzhou continent, he will be detected by Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. However, the Yuqing sect already has a stronghold in the Zhongzhou continent, and the great monk Duanzhang was in the Zhongzhou continent some time ago. As long as there is sufficient intelligence support, it is not difficult to catch a mid-nascent soul monk like Li Yuanba. Regarding Li Yuanba's abilities, the Baidi sect has a lot of information, including Li Yuanba's danger perception ability and Xin Zutong's space movement ability. Brother Duanzhang is thousands of miles away from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. This seems to be the most dangerous place. Too close to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. But it is also the safest, because Li Yuanba would not expect to be attacked here. The lead time for casting the electric light cage spell is a bit long, so Brother Duanzhang prepared it in advance. Because Li Yuanba's flight speed was a little slower than expected, Senior Monk Duanzhang almost thought something had happened. Li Yuanba's heart sank. The coercive power of the Great Monk realm in the Great Monk Duanzhang was pressing heavily on him. He was unable to resist, so he gave up after thinking about it. Senior Brother Duanzhang smiled faintly, and a bolt of lightning fell on Li Yuanba's body. The lightning turned into thunder runes and entered Li Yuanba's body, sealing Li Yuanba's nascent soul. Li Yuanba's nascent soul lost its ability to move, and all the spiritual power and spirit in his body were blocked, just like a mortal. Before Brother Duanzhang could finish, he threw out another chain. The chain flew to Li Yuanba's body and tied Li Yuanba's whole body tightly. This chain has a spirit forbidden effect, and it is a magic weapon specially used to imprison nascent soul monks. The two restrictions showed how much the great monk Duanzhang valued Li Yuanba. One spell imprisoned, and the other magic weapon imprisoned him. Even if Li Yuanba had any special means, he could no longer use them at this time. Senior Monk Duanzhang cancelled the electric light cage. Even if he deployed concealment formations around him, This place is too close to the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. If a little breath leaks out, even he, the senior monk, will be affected. Big trouble. Although the great power of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion rarely leaves Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, if something really happens near Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, it is hard to say whether the great power will take action to check it out. The electric light cage was cancelled, and Brother Duanzhang approached Li Yuanba. His consciousness swept across Li Yuanba's body, and he frowned slightly. Li Yuanba, whether it is a space object or a natal magic weapon, is actually integrated into Yuanying's body in an energy-based way. It is easy for the great monk Duanzhang to obtain Li Yuanba's soul crystal ring and natal magic weapon. He only needs to kill Li Yuanba to get it. This is the most direct way. But the Baidi sect made it clear that Li Yuanba must live. Senior monk Duanzhang had already received a lot of benefits, and would not kill Li Yuanba at this time. Of course, if he knew that Li Yuanba had 2 spiritual treasures on his body, or knew how many great monk's elixirs and great monk's elixirs were in Li Yuanba's soul crystal ring, he might not value the benefits offered by the White Emperor sect. Li Yuanba's net worth is richer than that of a normal great monk, especially the magic weapons on his body, which can be compared with those of great powers. The average powerful person usually only has 1 spiritual treasure, but Li Yuanba has 2 spiritual treasures. Brother Duanzhang was reluctant to kill Li Yuanba at this time, and his figure turned into a bolt of lightning and went away into the distance. Just a few breaths after he left, the great monk Luo Pei arrived here. Senior brother Luo Pei looked at the direction senior brother Duanzhang was leaving. With his speed, he could not catch up with senior brother Duanzhang. At this time, Li Shiming in the Balian Hall was carefully concentrating his skills. He needed some time to finish practicing the heavenly art. He was extremely angry. This was not the first time Yu Qingzong had caused trouble for him. Because of the Chishao Thunder Bead matter, he was forced to the current situation. He did not expect that Yu Qingzong would reach out to his clone Li Yuanba again. He doesn't have to worry about not finding the great monk Duanzhang. He and his clone Li Yuanba have a sense of connection across space and distance. No matter where the clone Li Yuanba is, as long as he is still in the world of immortality, even if he is in a certain cave, he can sense the location. Not to mention that this is the Zhongzhou continent, and he has deployed a drone satellite system in the sky above the Zhongzhou continent. The UAV satellite system is locked on the fast-moving monk Duanzhang, and the position of the monk Duanzhang is clear to Li Shiming. After a cup of tea, Li Shiming finished his work, and his figure flashed from the tea-honoring cave to the outside world. With a wave of his hand, the great monk Luo Pei was taken into the cave of heaven and man. He performed arrival in one fell swoop, and the chaotic energy of heaven and man in his body was converted into the energy needed for the magical power of arrival in one fell swoop. Since this energy contained the rules of space, he lost less energy when performing arrival in one fell swoop. A lot of energy consumed. This also allows him to use his one move freely in a short period of time without worrying about excessive energy consumption in his body. Based on his current state, using at a glance within an hour will not affect much of his combat power. If it exceeds an hour, the energy in his body will fall below the state line. With the blessing of the energy of heaven and man art, his divine vision has also been greatly strengthened, and his vision has reached 8,000 miles. This allowed his maximum spatial movement distance of reaching in one go to reach 8,000 miles. This was why he was confident of catching up with Master Duanzhang even if he was a cup of tea later than Master Duanzhang. In addition, the distance of his spiritual consciousness has also changed. From the realm of 3,000 meters in the early stage of Yuanying, the realm has now returned to the middle stage of Yuanying, and the range of his spiritual consciousness has reached a radius of 8,000 meters. This is 2 or 3 times the range of the spiritual consciousness of a normal mid-nascent soul monk. If he is allowed to fight a mid-nascent soul monk, he can attack the enemy first, and the enemy will not be able to attack him. Li Shiming's figure flashed continuously, and he used 5 brains to perform arrive in one move at the same time, which allowed him to move continuously for 40,000 miles in space almost non-stop. It didn't take an hour at all, just half an hour, and he saw the great monk Duanzhang in his divine vision. Senior monk Duanzhang held Li Yuanba in one hand and used Thunder Escape to rush on. With his aura as a senior monk, he was not worried about being blocked by any monks. He planned to return to a secret base of Yuqing sect in Zhongzhou continent first, and then inform Baidi sect that the matter was completed. After that, he stopped asking about this matter and returned directly to Xi'an continent. By the time Jiani Chou Pavilion discovered that Li Yuanba was missing, he should have been on the ocean. As for Jiani Chou Pavilion wanting to find Li Yuanba, that was a matter between Jiani Chou Pavilion and Baidi sect. While he was thinking about it, he felt an unforgettable breath, and he couldn't help but look in the direction from which the breath came. The reason why this aura is deeply remembered is because this aura is wanted by Yuqing sect, and it is the person who is designated to be arrested by the great power of Yuqing sect. This is the same as Li Yuanba compared to the Baidi sect. Li Shiming is also listed as the most wanted criminal by the Yuqing sect. The reason why the great monk Duanzhang and many Lei Xiu from Yuqing sect stayed in Zhongzhou continent was to look for Li Shiming. Such good luck! Senior brother Duanzhang murmured to himself. He saw Li Shiming, who was not far away. Li Shiming did not use arrive in one move. During the last distance, Li Yuanba is in the hands of the great monk Duanzhang. Once a war breaks out, Li Yuanba's physical body, with all his spiritual power and spirit imprisoned. Just a little bit of the aftermath of the battle may make Li Yuanba fall. Li Shiming knew how much Yu Qingzong wanted to catch him. He deliberately showed his body, so he didn't believe that the great monk Duanzhang would not be tempted. Of course, the great monk Duanzhang is tempted. If he catches Li Shiming, he will definitely be liked by the powerful Yuqing sect. He took out a spiritual pet bag and put Li Yuanba into the spiritual pet bag, hanging the spirit pet bag around his waist. He was also worried that he would accidentally kill Li Yuanba. Although it was a bit insulting to put it in the spirit pet bag, it was also the safest way. Li Shiming saw senior monk Duanzhang putting Li Yuanba into his spiritual pet bag, and knew that senior monk Duanzhang was preparing to take action. He checked the nearby situation through the drone satellite system, and found that there were many monks not far away from here. Especially not far from here there was an important market of Zhongzhou Trading Company. He didn't want his whereabouts to be discovered by other monks, and he didn't want other monks to see his combat power. He turned around and ran away, as if he had just discovered the great monk Duanzhang. His figure turned into lightning, and fled into the distance. Senior brother Duanzhang saw that this was not possible, and Li Shiming could not be allowed to escape. He also inspired Lei Dun to chase after him. The two thunder escapes were one behind the other, dozens of miles apart. Theoretically, as a great monk, brother Duanzhang should have an absolute advantage in Lei Dun's speed. But he found that the distance between himself and Li Shiming was closing very slowly. Chapter 729 Seduction. Li Shiming is in front, and brother Duanzhang is behind. The distance between brother Duanzhang and Li Shiming is getting closer and closer. But it will not be possible in a short time to put Li Shiming within the scope of brother Duanzhang's consciousness. It can be done. No wonder I haven't been able to catch him. It's so difficult to deal with. Senior brother Duanzhang sighed softly. As a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, and he was able to practice Lei Dun to this extent only through the Yuqing Lei Canon. Li Shiming's talent in Lei Chui is so strong that even among the core monks of Yuqing sect, Li Shiming is so talented. There is something to compare with. After such a long time, the information about Li Shiming has been investigated clearly. Of course, the information about Li Shiming only existed during the period when his name was Li Shizhen, and there was no way to obtain information from earlier. What happened when Li Shiming was in Beishu continent at that time? No matter how strong the intelligence department of the Yuqing sect was, they would not be able to investigate it. To what happened there? If brother Duanzhang had not captured Li Yuanba, he would definitely notify the Yuqing sect at this time, and even notify some forces with whom he has good relations to help. But the current situation was a bit special, and he had just arrested Li Yuanba. If his whereabouts were exposed, it would probably arouse the suspicion of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. So he pursued Li Shiming alone without notifying anyone. He is confident enough in his own combat power. Against a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and a mid-nascent soul lay cultivator, he believes that even if Li Shiming's thunder method attacks him, he may not even be able to defend himself. Can't be broken. Lei Xiu's own lightning resistance is very strong. Not to mention the thunder resistance of the great monk Lei Xiu. Li Shiming escaped all the way. The direction of his thunder escape was towards the ocean. He needed to fight against the great monk Duanzhang in a place where no one would disturb him. He changed directions from time to time, bypassing all the nascent soul cultivators along the way. Brother Duanzhang seemed to have noticed his thoughts, but he didn't care. Brother Duanzhang also hoped to put the battlefield into the ocean, where Li Shiming would be unable to escape. Hey! He found that Li Shiming in front of him suddenly stopped, seemingly waiting for him. He was a little confused as to why Li Shiming was like this. But now that we are here, on the ocean, there is no need to worry about any traps. Why didn't you run away? Senior brother Duanzhang asked calmly as he approached Li Shiming. I'm not as fast as you, so it's better to fight to the death, Li Shiming said with a smile. His attitude was not at all like facing a great monk, but as relaxed as he was sparring with monks of the same level. Then let's have a fair fight. Senior brother Duanzhang was overjoyed in his heart, but still kept a calm expression on his face. He calculated the distance between him and Li Shiming in his mind, preparing to suppress Li Shiming until he could not stand up once the distance between him and Li Shiming reached the level of a great monk. But something unexpected happened to him. Li Shiming's figure disappeared in front of him. And then Li Shiming's figure appeared in front of him. Just when he was about to attack, Li Shiming's figure mysteriously disappeared. Shinzu Tong! You also mastered Shinzu Tong! Senior monk Duanzhang exclaimed in surprise. He thought of Li Yuanba, and then thought of Li Shiming's sudden appearance, which seemed to have happened shortly after Li Yuanba was caught. At this time, he found that the spiritual pet bag around his waist was missing. How could he not understand that there was some kind of relationship between Li Shizhen and Li Yuanba? And the relationship was very close, which made Li Shizhen willing to take risks against him. A great monk of Lei Xiu. Brother Duanzhang looked extremely ugly. Li Shiming actually stole the spiritual pet bag in front of him. He thought it was stealing, but in fact it was robbery. Taking the spiritual pet bag in person was not robbery. Who told him to hang the spiritual pet bag generously on his waist instead of putting it away properly? In the world of immortality, those who are the fastest must be those who have mastered the magical power of space movement, such as Shinzu Tong. But even among the monks who have mastered spatial movement, such as Shinzu Tong, Li Shiming is still the fastest, because Li Shiming's way of using the magical power is different from other monks. He can use multiple brains to prepare the magical runes of the magical foot at the same time, so that he can use the magical power without any delay. Senior brother Duanzhang just suffered this loss. Based on the experience of senior brother Duanzhang in his long life, he has never encountered anyone who uses the magical power of space movement like this. This is simply unreasonable. Of course, another point is that the great monk Duanzhang was careless. He thought that if he exerted the pressure of the great monk realm, no matter how fast Li Shiming's space movement speed was, he would not be able to get close to him easily. But it was too late. Li Shiming had already taken over and snatched away Li Yuanba's spiritual pet bag. In the opinion of the great monk Duanzhang, now that Li Shiming has obtained his hand, he will naturally use his divine foot power to escape. But to his surprise, Li Shiming put away the spiritual pet bag. Li Shiming took Li Yuanba into the cave of heaven and man, and the great monk Luo Pei took action to unlock Li Yuanba's restraint. He himself did not leave. He really wanted to fight against the great monk Duanzhang. After he practiced the heavenly art, through his own feelings and comparison with the great monk Luo Pei, he believed that his combat power was no weaker than that of the normal great monks. The great monk Duanzhang in front of him was a good opponent. The reason why he did not take action immediately was to let the elixir for restoring spiritual power that he had just taken in his body take effect as soon as possible. He used arrive in one move for less than half an hour. Although the energy in his body did not fall to the limit he set, it still consumed a lot. Every time he delays, some of the energy in his body will recover. What is your relationship with Li Yuanba? Why do you want to save him? Senior monk Duanzhang has already determined that there is a relationship between Li Shizhen and Li Yuanba. But he is still a little strange. According to all the intelligence, the two should have no contact. Li Shiming didn't speak. He didn't need to explain anything. Although Hai Yang was out of the range of the communication formation, he was not sure whether brother Duanzhang had some kind of remote communication method. If he said something, he might be spread by the great monk Duanzhang. The aura on his body rose, no longer holding back at all, and the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer appeared above his head. Ling Bao! Senior monk Duanzhang exclaimed again. As a great monk of the super sect Yuqing sect, he had not been so surprised for an unknown amount of time. Today, he was surprised many times by the strength displayed by Li Shiming, and greed flashed in his eyes. Even within the super powerful Yuqing sect, only powerful men are qualified to possess the Lingbao level. Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. This kind of spiritual treasure is extremely suitable for practicing the Jade Pure Thunder Code. Even if it is Li Shiming's natal magic weapon, it has lost half of its power after re-acknowledging its owner. It is far beyond his current natal magic weapon. Besides, with less than half the power, as long as it takes a long time to break in, the imprint of the original owner of the natal magic weapon can still be worn away. It just takes too long. At least hundreds of years. And normal natal magic weapons are not cost-effective. But for the Lingmao, even if it takes hundreds of years, it is extremely worth it. After Li Shiming exposed the Lingmao, Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer, he no longer wanted to let the great monk Duanzhang survive. He is not too worried about the news about the spiritual treasure. Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer, leaked by the great monk Duanzhang. Anyway, after he solves the great monk Duanzhang, he will find a new place to enter the Tianren cave for retreat. Even the mighty ones couldn't find Tianren Dongtian, let alone find him. Senior monk Duanzhang sensed the distance between Li Shiming and him, and smiled inwardly. Li Shiming was already within the pressure range of his senior monk realm. He suddenly exploded the aura of the great monk, and the terrifying aura of the great monk enveloped Li Shiming. Li Shiming's figure suddenly disappeared. Senior brother Duanzhang's first thought was that Li Shiming had used his divine foot power to leave the range of the powerful monk's realm. But Li Shiming did the opposite. He appeared 2 meters away from the great monk Duanzhang. A distance of 2 meters is almost equivalent to being close to one another in a monk's battle. The Lingmao Thunder Hammer fired a thunder technique. This thunder technique was blessed by the Chishao Thunder Bead, and its power was increased to the power of a mid to late stage monk. Moreover, because the distance was too close, it was impossible to dodge. The Thunder Shield defense on the body of the great monk Duanzhang blocked the blow. But the Thunder Shield defense also consumed most of its energy by this blow, and it looked like the lightning on the Thunder Shield was crumbling. Brother Duanzhang couldn't believe it. Li Shiming was so close again. What made him even more unbelievable was Li Shiming's performance. Li Shiming was not affected by the pressure of the great monk realm at all. Due to the unexpected incident, his reaction was delayed a beat. After receiving a blow from the Thunder Shield defense, he also counterattacked. The lightning flashed on his Thunder Hammer, and the same lightning technique was in full swing. To display, Li Shiming's figure suddenly disappeared, causing brother Duanzhang's lightning technique to fail to lock on. This is almost impossible to happen. Usually, within the scope of the monk's consciousness, the locking of the spell will not fail. At most, during the spell attack, the opponent's speed and reaction are fast enough to avoid the spell's attack. But at this time, Li Shiming used south close to the end of the world too fast. It was so fast that brother Duanzhang didn't even have time to release lightning technique, the fastest thunder method among the thunder skills. Li Shiming used space movement and disappeared. Li Shiming did not leave, but moved 2 meters behind brother Duanzhang. When he reappeared, he had a 4th grade sword base in his hand. The quality of the 4th grade sword base has now reached the top quality of the 4th grade. This is because his physical body has been strengthened by the heavenly art and has reached the level of a great monk in the nascent soul stage. On top of the 4th grade sword base is the Breaking Void Sword Intent. The energy blessed by the Void Breaking Sword Intent is also transformed by the chaotic energy of the heavenly art, and naturally has a trace of space rules, blessed by the rules of space. The armor-breaking effect of Breaking Void Sword Intent has been greatly improved, at least equivalent to the Breaking Void Sword Intent used by the Sword Cultivator. Even the weakest Sword Cultivator can exert enough threat to any great cultivator by using the Void Breaking Sword Intent that is blessed with the rules of space. Hey! The sound of the 4th grade sword base rubbing against the thunder shield came out. Breaking the Void Sword Intent, plus the terrifying power brought to Li Shiming by heavenly art. This is a power that can only be possessed by great body refining monks. It acts on the 4th grade sword base and directly breaks through the sword that has been blocked by a thunderbolt technique. Smash the thunder shield into a half-broken state. When the great monk Duanzhang felt the danger, he thought of blessing himself with a defensive magic weapon. It's not that he takes it lightly, but the lay cultivators of Yuqing sect usually don't use defensive magic weapons. Many lay cultivators will only have one natal magic weapon and no other magic weapons. Lei Xiu is a powerful offensive monk who is as famous as the sword cultivator. Lei Xiu also has the same pride as the sword cultivator. They don't bother to use other magic weapons. One of their natal magic weapons, Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer, is enough. Li Shiming would not give brother Duanzhang a chance to strengthen his defense. The Lingmao Thunder Hammer was controlled by a separate brain of his, and the lightning technique, blessed with the energy of Chishao Thunder Bead, was used again. This is also his advantage. With 191 brains, he can control up to 191 magic weapons, as long as he has enough energy and spirit in his body. He controls multiple magic weapons to ensure that each magic weapon is at its strongest. Unlike many monks who use special secret techniques to control multiple magic weapons in a multitasking manner, each magic weapon loses part of its power compared to a single magic weapon, because it cannot be used wholeheartedly. However, there are some advantages to using more magic weapons to attack more and less. So qualified monks, who can master the secret method of multitasking, are still willing to use multiple magic weapons. The thunder and lightning from the lightning technique hit the great monk Duanzhang. Even though Brother Duanzhang's lightning resistance was extremely strong, this blow made his whole body tremble, and he lost control of his body for a short period of time. At this time, the 4th grade sword base also cut into the body of the great monk Duanzhang, and the terrifying, breaking void sword intent eroded the whole body of the great monk Duanzhang. Brother Duanzhang was very decisive, and his nascent soul left the body instantly. Knowing that Li Shiming's attack could not be stopped and that nothing could be done, he chose to give up his physical body. This choice was a very cruel choice for him in the realm of a great monk. This means that he has almost 100% given up the possibility of being promoted to a powerful person. Although his previous possibility of being promoted to a powerful person was extremely low. But in the past, no matter how low the possibility of being promoted to a powerful person was, there was still a glimmer of hope. Now if the nascent soul leaves the body and dies physically, even if his Yuanying escapes back, there is no possibility of being promoted to a powerful person. In the history of the world of immortality, there has never been a monk whose nascent soul has seized his body and been promoted to great power. Perhaps this has something to do with the fit between the monk's soul and body. No matter how it is transformed after the body is taken away, the body is not the original body of the soul, and the fit between body and soul cannot reach the most perfect state. When you are promoted to great power, every imperfection will be infinitely magnified. When the great monk Duanzhang gave up his physical body, he had no time to think about anything else. The only thing he thought about was to survive. Chapter 730 Killing. When the great monk Duanzhang gave up his physical body, he activated a life-saving jade talisman. This was the Thunder Escape Jade Talisman prepared by the Yuqing sect for the great monk. There are some differences from the Thunder Escape performed by ordinary Yuanying monks. This Jade Talisman contains the Thunder Escape that contains the rules of Thunder and Lightning. If the Thunder and Lightning rules contained in Brother Duanzhang's own Thunder Escape are used as the standard, then the Thunder and Lightning rules contained in the Thunder Escape in this powerful life-saving Jade Talisman are 10 times that of his. This was also his biggest means of saving life. After nascent soul left the body, it turned into an indescribable electric light and fled into the distance. Li Shiming naturally also noticed the movements of the great monk Duanzhang Yuanying. His spiritual consciousness swept over the physical body of the great monk Duanzhang, put his body away, and then the figure disappeared from the place. One side is the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman, and the other is the one-stop, controlled by multiple brains. If the real powerful person uses Thunder Escape here, Li Shiming may want to catch up if the powerful person takes the first step. Sex is not a big deal. But how many powerful Thunder and Lightning rules can be preserved in the powerful life-preserving Jade Talisman? Although it is more than 10 times the Thunder and Lightning rules mastered by the great monks. The Thunder and Lightning rules mastered by the great monks are only the surface of the real Thunder and Lightning rules. Li Shiming's one move is 8,000 miles. He can continuously perform one move without any interval. As long as the energy in his body is enough, he can achieve unlimited continuous spatial movement of 8,000 miles. In 3 breaths, he caught up with Master Duanzhang's nascent soul. The Thunder Escape activated by the powerful life-saving Jade Talisman is to a certain extent the most advanced life-saving means in the world of immortality. But in front of Li Shiming, he only escaped for 3 more breaths, including the time he spent taking away the physical body of the great monk Duanzhang. Brother Duanzhang only felt a bolt of lightning falling from his nascent soul, and he suddenly found himself in an electric light cage. Li Shiming was repaying the other with his own way. Previously, the great monk Duanzhang had used the electric light cage to capture Li Yuanbao. He mentally prepared the electric light cage with a brain. After catching up with Master Duanzhang's nascent soul, he directly cast an electric light cage without any lead time. The electric light cage is more effective against the nascent soul than against the monk's physical body, because if the electric light cage traps a monk of the same level, the opponent can even suffer some injuries. As long as the physical body is strong enough, he can forcefully break out of the electric light cage. But trapping Yuanying is different. Yuanying's defense is extremely weak. And even the great monk Yuan has little difference. It is impossible for nascent soul to attack the electric light cage of the same level. That would be suicide. Although Li Shiming is only a mid-stage nascent soul monk, he has practiced the heavenly art and the blessing of the thunder cultivation treasure, Chishao Thunder Bead, so that the power of thunder he can display has reached the level of a mid to late great monk. The nascent soul is enough to trap the great monk Duanzhang. It's a good idea. I'm using the great monk thunder technique at the middle stage of nascent soul. If I fall into your hands, it won't be an insult to me. Great monk Duanzhang stopped moving. He had given up hope and just wanted to say a few final words. The Yuqing Thunder Code is indeed very strong, Li Shiming said lightly. He didn't explain much, but pushed the power of the thunder method above that of the Jade Pure Thunder Code. I knew that the Chishao Thunder Bead fell into your hands, but I didn't expect that you would dare to show up. Why is Li Yuanba so important to you? Senior brother Duanzhang asked his question. He explained the reason why Li Shiming was able to perform the monk-level thunder method as the reason for the Chishao Thunder Bead. Although the treasure, Chishao Thunder Bead, is not a spiritual treasure, its importance to Lei Xiao is no less important than any spiritual treasure. This is the beloved thing of the great master of the Yuqing sect. The great master has enough confidence that the Chishao Thunder Bead will not be lost, because the great powers have spent thousands of years refining the Chishao Thunder Beads. With this level of refining, even if a great power of the same level takes action, they will not be able to use the Chishao Thunder Beads to belong to the Jade Qing sect in a short period of time. The breath of power wipes away. As long as the Chishao Thunder Bead is still within the realm of immortality, even if it is in a certain cave, the powerful Yuqing sect can find it. But things turned out as they wished. It is estimated that the powerful person did not expect that Li Shiming's computer room space was an independent self-contained space and had no relationship with the world. Li Shiming can also place the Chishao Thunder Bead in the computer room space to mobilize the power of the Chishao Thunder Bead. Only when he mobilizes the Chishao Thunder Bead will the aura of the Chishao Thunder Bead leak out. Even if he leaked some of the aura of the Chishao Thunder Bead, it was not the aura of the Chishao Thunder Bead itself, and would not be sensed by that powerful person. Only the Yuqing sect Lei Xiao, who was close to him, could detect it. Only then can he feel the breath of Chishao Thunder Bead. You don't need to know this. Who sent you to capture Li Yuanba? Li Shiming asked in a deep voice. The Baidi sect has paid a huge price. Even if I don't succeed today, there will be other great monks who will take action. The Baidi sect targets a monk, and it is impossible for the monk to escape. Great monk Duanzhang did not help the White Emperor Zong's hidden thoughts. At this time, he resented the Baidi sect. If it hadn't been for the task given by the Baidi sect, how could he have fallen to this point? Brother Duanzhang, do you have any last words? Li Shiming finally asked as lightning appeared in his hand. I'm waiting for you and Li Yuanba in H.L. Master Duanzhang's nascent soul looked at Li Shiming and said. A bolt of lightning fell into the lightning cage. But it was different from what Master Duanzhang imagined. The lightning was just a false shot. And it was the ghost who actually killed Master Duanzhang's nascent soul. Brother Duanzhang's nascent soul was waiting for death. So he gave up all resistance. In fact, even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't do it in this situation. But if the great monk Duanzhang knew his fate and had his soul devoured by heavenly ghosts, he would definitely resist to the death. The end result of being devoured by ghosts is the complete annihilation of the soul. This is a way of death that no monk can accept. No! This was the last voice uttered by Master Duanzhang's nascent soul. It was piercing with deep reluctance. This was not the death he wanted. The heavenly ghost swallowed Master Duanzhang's nascent soul in one gulp, and the terrifying spiritual energy invaded instantly, affecting the soul of the nascent soul. The nascent soul's self-destruction movement stagnated, and then it lost the ability to self-destruct. If the nascent soul self-destructs, the consequences will be that the soul will be destroyed, and life will be completely wiped out in this world. Therefore, normal nascent soul monks will not use self-destruction even if they face death. Brother Duanzhang had made so much determination, but it was still too late. The talent of the heavenly ghost is aimed at the soul and spirit, especially after being swallowed by it. It belongs to the home court of the heavenly ghost. Even the nascent soul of the great monk, its defense is not much stronger than that of the nascent soul in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul. It was invaded by ghosts. In addition, Tian Gui has been strengthened several times before. This time, He swallowed the nascent soul of the great monk Duanzhang. The benefits gained are not small, and Tiangui must be allowed to digest it slowly. Li Shiming is not worried about the heavenly ghost being too strong now. After practicing the heavenly art, his spirit has reached the level of a great monk. As long as the heavenly ghost does not suddenly break through to the 5th level, he cannot escape from his control. Tiangui opened his mouth and spat out a Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and a soul crystal ring, and then formed a dumpling state. Li Shiming took the ghost into the cave of heaven and man. The ghost will return to the body of the monk Luo Pei and use the monk's body for digestion. Li Shiming took the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, which is a 4th grade top-level calamity magic weapon. There are faint fluctuations of the power of thunder and lightning rules on it. It can be seen that this Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was sacrificed by the great monk Duanzhang. After practicing for many years, I have refined my understanding of the rules of thunder and lightning into the Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer. What a pity! He shook his head and put away the Sky Strike Hammer. This Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer is the natal magic weapon of the great monk Duanzhang. Even if it is refined to an extremely deep level, it is still relative to the great monk Duanzhang himself. For other thunder cultivators, it is more refined than the others. The deeper it goes, the harder it will be to eliminate the influence of the great monk Duanzhang. He took the soul crystal ring again, but he wouldn't check it here. He didn't know how much upheaval his battle with the great monk Duanzhang had just caused, and how much attention it attracted. His identity could not be discovered. He felt the energy in his body, and then used arrival in one fell swoop, and the figure disappeared into the distance. While escaping, he was also thinking about today's battle. Today's battle was a true fair fight between him and a super powerful monk in his prime, and he killed him. Speaking of fairness, it is not really fair. Li Shiming knew a little about Brother Duanzhang, but Brother Duanzhang knew very little about his combat power and the methods he mastered. This information asymmetry was the main reason for Brother Duanzhang's defeat. It can be seen that during the entire battle, the great monk Duanzhang did not even attack once, which explains the problem. As the great monk Duanzhang of Leixio, his attacks are the fastest, and Leixio's attacks are almost impossible to dodge. But all his actions seem to have been predicted in advance by Li Shiming. Li Shiming has combat assistance, and his natal magic weapon Z15 becomes more powerful as his spirit becomes stronger. Before the battle, Z15 will conduct battle analysis based on the enemy information it has, and fully rehearse various reactions and countermeasures that the enemy can make. In wartime, Z15 will provide real-time battlefield analysis and point out the enemy's vulnerabilities. It can be said that as long as Li Shiming is at the same level as the enemy, he can use crushing-level combat skills to completely torture the enemy. Of course, Li Shiming is not without weaknesses. His own realm is a weakness. Heavenly art complements all aspects of him, almost making him almost the same as a great monk. However, the time he has been practicing the heavenly art is still too short. Even with the assistance of Z15, he cannot compare with the veteran monks in terms of defense. The defensive magic weapons he used to refine were no longer suitable for his own strength. He did not refine a new defensive magic weapon, which allowed his defense to only rely on his physical body to resist attacks. With his physical body equivalent to that of a great monk in body refining, he was somewhat confident in resisting the attacks of a normal great monk. However, facing a great monk of thunder cultivating like great monk Duanzhang, he was worried about being paralyzed by thunder. If he really wanted to be paralyzed by lightning, what was waiting for him would be to be killed by the great monk Duanzhang. Therefore, in the battle with the great monk Duanzhang, Li Shiming used extreme operations and perfectly used his own advantages, so that the great monk Duanzhang could not attack him even once from the beginning of the battle. But he used the attack methods of the great monk level to defeat the great monk Duanzhang in a short time. Li Shiming returned to the place thousands of miles away from Jianichoushao Pavilion, and he released his clone Li Yuanba. Thank you, fellow Taoist. There are still some great monk elixirs here for you to refine. After the clone Li Yuanba came out, he said politely, but in action, he took out a few jade boxes and said without any politeness at all, fellow Taoist, be careful in the future. Li Shiming took the jade box and nodded. This time, Li Yuanba did not hesitate at all, and used south close to the end of the world to rush towards the Shao Pavilion with his sword in tension. He decided that whenever he went out in the future, he would constantly change directions. He knew very well that a sword cultivator must have betrayed him, but it was really difficult to investigate such a thing. What the sword cultivator betrayed was his whereabouts. He only needed a contact card to send out the information. To find this sword cultivator, he had to mobilize the Jinny Chouxiao Pavilion's large array monitoring system, and then lay a trap to let the sword cultivator know his whereabouts. That sword cultivator betrayed information again. He shook his head, and had no intention of finding the sword cultivator now. What he needed now was to enhance his own strength. Li Yuanbao returned to Jinny Chouxiao Pavilion, and just when he was about to enter his own cave in Jianzidian, a figure appeared next to him. "I've met Mr. Jian." He quickly bowed and greeted him. "The only one who can move in this way in the sword cave is Jian Lao. You have traces of the Jade Qing sect's spirit-locking forbidden method on your body. What happened?" Jian Lao waved his hand to let him stand up and asked. Jian Lao guards the Jinny Chouxiao Pavilion. Especially if there is a hint of alien aura in the sword cave, he will pay attention to it immediately. After Li Yuanbao was caught by the great monk Duanzhang, he used 2 restraints. One magic weapon restraint can be easily released, and it only needs to be forcibly removed. The great monk Luo Pei got rid of the magic weapon's imprisonment with just a wave of his hand. But the imprisonment of the Yuqing sect's secret method was not so easy to remove. Senior monk Luo Pei is the weakest among the senior monks. Even if Li Shiming is familiar with the Yuqing Thunder Code, it still takes effort to unlock the Jade Qing sect's spirit-locking forbidden method. Even so, there are still some traces of the Jade Qing sect's soul-locking forbidden method remaining in Li Yuanbao's body, which requires Li Yuanbao himself to slowly eliminate them. But he didn't expect that Jian Lao's perception would be so sensitive, and Jian Lao discovered this trace left in his body. Here I have to say that the reason why Jian Lao is so sensitive is because Li Shiming did it himself. From Fulia sect to Qiren sect, the caves of 2 large sects were stolen by monks, which made all the sects with caves become cautious. And the same was true for Jinny Chouxiao Pavilion. Chapter 731 Return to the Clan. Lao Jian, I was captured by the great monks of the Jade Qing sect. Fortunately, a friend rescued me, and I was able to come back. Li Yuanbao did not hide it from Lao Jian. He replied, "A great monk from the Jade Qing sect?" Jian Lao was slightly startled when he heard the news, and then became furious. In front of Li Yuanbao, he took out an exquisite contact card and activated the contact card. "Luo Yuan, do you want to start a fight and dare to touch my people?" he shouted as soon as the contact card was connected. Li Yuanbao stared blankly at Elder Jian. The one who could be treated like this by Elder Jian must be a powerful person. He also knew the name of the great master of the Yuqing sect, and he probably knew that there were not many people in the entire world of immortality who could hear the name of such a great master. Jade Qingzong. Luo Yuaning received the communication from Jian Lao and planned to communicate. There are not many powerful people in the world of immortality. They all know each other, although they are not very good friends. Their feelings for each other are extremely special. You must know that with the longevity of the Almighty, the only monks who can really get to know each other for a long time and a long life are the monks of the same level who are also almighty. In addition, in the world of cultivating immortals, there are not many monks who can communicate with each other on an equal footing at the level of great masters. The great masters will also communicate with each other from time to deal with matters in the world of cultivating immortals. Jian Lao-san, why are you so crazy? When did I touch your people? The great master Luo Yuan on the other side was also confused. Anyone who was scolded would not be in a happy mood. If he hadn't known how powerful Jian Lao was, and if great master Luo Yuan had lost the Chishao Thunder Bead, and his strength had declined a bit, he might have really wanted to have a fight with Jian Lao. Of course. In fact, even if he had the Chishao Thunder Bead in hand, he would consider it carefully. Sword cultivators, like Mr. Jian, are all sword mad. Sword madman is a name in the immortal world for sword cultivators who are obsessed with swordsmanship. In order to sharpen their swordsmanship, sword cultivators will always find some powerful enemies to fight with. Even if he is covered with wounds, the swordsman will still challenge him again and again, and he will not stop fighting as long as he does not die. In addition, the attack power of sword cultivators is so terrifying that the world of immortal cultivators has given them the name, Sword Madman. Li Yuanbao wished he hadn't stayed here at this time. He didn't know whether what he heard was Jian Lao's name or a nickname. Anyway, neither the name nor the nickname was something he should be able to hear. Luo Shiwu, you sent the great monks to arrest the core monks of the Jian clan's Yuaning midterm outside the Jinny Chouxiao Pavilion. If you don't explain this clearly, I will come to you with my sword in hand. Luo Yuan was called out by the great Nung. Of course, Jian Lao was not the one who suffered from his own nickname. So he also changed his nickname to Luo Yuan Dongning. Li Yuanba didn't even dare to breathe now. Elder Jian was better off. Because after all, he was Elder Jian's descendant. If Great Nun Luo Yuan of the Yuqing sect knew that he was eavesdropping here and knew his nickname, he didn't know if Great Nun Luo Yuan would seek to silence him. When did I send the Great Monk to your side to cause trouble? Although Luo Yuan said this, he also knew that Jian Lao would not lie. He began to contact the Ministry of Intelligence to find out the truth about the matter. Naturally, the intelligence department of the Yuqing sect responded very quickly to his request. It was no secret that Master Duan Zhang took over the mission from the Baidi sect, and the intelligence department responded immediately. Seeing this report, Master Luo Yuan frowned slightly. Baidi sect had given Yuqing sect a lot of benefits, among which Master Yi of Baidi sect also greeted him personally, because Jiani Chongshao Pavilion came to Xi'an Continent to cause trouble. And it went too far. If the gang of sword cultivators from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion were allowed to continue like this in Xi'an Continent, I am afraid that Xi'an Continent would become a cultivator, the laughingstock of the fairy world. Monks from other continents would not say that the White Emperor sect, but that the sword cultivators from the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion suppressed the forces in the Xi'an Continent. The most important thing is that the Baidi sect and the Yuqing sect are both in the Xi'an Continent, and they have many entangled interests with each other. It is also in their interests to help when necessary. However, Great Master Luo Yuan did not expect that his own great monk would take on such an arrest mission from the Baidi sect, and go to the gate of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion to capture the other party's core monk. It was just an arrest, but he actually let Jiani Chongshao Pavilion know about it. At this moment, Great Nun Luo Yuan received a message. When he saw the message, his face turned dark instantly. Jian Lao San, I did not send the great monk Duan Zhang. He took over the capture mission of the Baidi sect. You should contact the Baidi sect about this matter. Also, was the great monk Duan Zhang killed by you? Luo Yuanang suppressed the anger in his heart and said. The news he received was that Master Duan Zhang's life lamp had been extinguished. Since the extinguishing of the life lamp of a great monk had not happened in Yuqing sect for many years, the monk who managed the life lamp checked it several times and reported the matter after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the life lamp itself. Luo Shiwu, Junior Duan Zhang is not worthy of my action. But it doesn't matter if you want to take care of me. When Jian Lao heard that the great monk Duan Zhang had died, he unexpectedly glanced at Li Yuanba and took the initiative to take over the grudge. Come down. Of course Elder Jian was surprised. He had also heard of the great monk Duan Zhang of the Jade Qing sect. Although he was not a top monk, he was the great monk Lai Xiao, who was considered an extremely difficult existence among the great monks. But the friendly Yuanba said actually killed the great monk Duan Zhang. Defeating and killing are two different things. Especially for powerful monks. It is still possible to defeat them. If you want to kill them, among these super powerful monks, which monk does not have a powerful life-saving jade talisman in his hand? If you want to escape, at least nascent soul can escape. Jian Lao San, Yuqing Zong and Jiani Chongshao Pavilion do not intend to start a full-scale war. And I just don't want Jiani Chongshao Pavilion to go too far on Xi'an's side. Master Luo Yuan knew that it was not Jian Lao who was behind it. With his hands, he would never really put this grudge on Jian Lao. He thought for a while and said, You restrain Yuqing Zong, and I will restrain this side. Jian Lao agreed without much thought. Even if Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion is powerful, it would be a bit difficult to be enemies with two superpowers at the same time. Otherwise, how could we quickly withdraw from Xi'an Continent? We just didn't want to be too passive. Okay, it's settled, Luo Yuaning replied. The most important thing for Denung Luo Yuan right now is to retrieve the Shishao Thunder Bead. Without the Shishao Thunder Bead, he would not have enough confidence to talk to Jian Lao. The outside world is still unaware of the loss of the Shishao Thunder Bead. Only the core monks and senior monks of the Yuqing sect know about this news and are investigating. Now there is one more thing, and that is the fall of the great monk Duan Zhang. Whether it is to retrieve the Shishao Thunder Bead, or to investigate the death of the great monk Duan Zhang, it all needs to be carried out in Zhongzhou Continent. If there really is a conflict with Jiani Chongshao Pavilion's reinforcement, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Sect Lai Xiao to carry out investigation work in Zhongzhou Continent. Li Yuanba watched the two powerful men decide the relationship between the two super forces with just a few words. This is what truly affects the world of immortality. Tell your friend to be careful about the Jade Qing sect. Old Jian put away the contact card and turned to Li Yuanba. Will Mr. Luo Yuan take action himself? Li Yuanba asked worriedly. He had heard the threat from Jian Lao before, saying that he wanted to go to Yuqing's sect with the sword, which meant that he was not a powerful person who could not take action. Don't worry about this. It's impossible for Luo Yuan to leave the sect. The price is too high, and it's not worth it, Jian Lao explained vaguely. Then it'll be fine, Li Yuanba reassured. When Jian Lao heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Li Yuanba's friend was not afraid of the great monk Lei Xiao of Yuqing's sect. However, considering that he can kill the great monk Duanzhang, it is normal not to be afraid of other great monks. Okay, the Jade Qin sect will not send out any more great monks to look for you, Jian Lao waved his hand and said, and then disappeared. Li Yuanba wanted to ask, if the Yuqing sect solved the problem, what about the Baidi sect? Considering the conflict between Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion and the Baidi sect, the Baidi sect lost its great monks and a large number of core monks. It would be difficult for Jianshi to stand up for a core monk for him. Fortunately, there is one less superpower staring at him, and the pressure is suddenly reduced by half. Returning to his cave, he sat cross-legged on the futon, with spiritual energy surging under his body. He took out the 10,000 swords peak and practiced the sword intention climbing to the sky technique, while comprehending the great monk sword intention in the 10,000 swords peak. Of course, since he only has one brain, he spends 90% of his concentration on the practice of sword intention climbing to the sky, and on the side of 10,000 swords peak, 10% of his concentration. It just serves as a bridge. In fact, the remote body Li Shiming separated a brain to comprehend the sword intent of the great monk and the 10 fourth grade energy transformed flying swords in 10,000 swords peak, and then shared the insights with Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba made up his mind to use all available time to practice from now on. He didn't want to experience being captured alive by a monk again. The feeling of powerlessness made him feel humiliated. The most important thing is that after practicing the heavenly art, Li Shiming's strength improves so fast. If Li Yuanba doesn't work hard, he may not be able to help the original Li Shiming in the future, and the clone Li Yuanba will lose the meaning of existence. After Li Shiming returned here, he entered the Tianan cave. He saw the great monk Luo Pei standing aside blankly. It is known that the heavenly ghost in the body of the great monk Luo Pei is still digesting the gains this time, and the great monk Luo Pei will not be able to use it in a short time. He placed the body of the great monk Duanzhang in the computer room. Considering that this was the great monk of the Yuqing sect, and a superpower with great power, he was a little more cautious. Li Yuanba shared the content of the exchange between Jian Lao and Yuqing sect Luo Yuaning. He understood that the killing of monk Duanzhang this time would probably cause a lot of trouble. Fortunately, he has no plans to go out. Now he has enough resources, and even possesses the most powerful skills such as heavenly art. Besides, as long as no powerful person comes, even if the top monks are chasing him, he will still have no problem escaping. Li Shiming's mind entered the computer room space and looked at the body of the great monk Duanzhang. This was the body of another super powerful monk. If this corpse refining material alone would be put outside, countless demon cultivators would fight for it. He has already informed Li Yuanba to purchase some 4th grade corpse refining resources when he has time. Li Yuanba had a lot of 4th grade elixirs in his hands, and 4th grade elixirs were hard currency. He wanted to exchange them for some 4th grade corpse refining resources, and there were a lot of nascent soul monks who were willing to exchange them. It's just that he doesn't want to be too showy, so he should wait for a while and redeem it slowly. The set of robes worn by the great monk Duanzhang is a top-grade 4th grade robe. Unfortunately, as a super powerful monk, these top-grade 4th grade robes do not need to solidify defensive spells, but only solidify some practical life skills. Spells. This is not difficult to understand. Even if the defensive spells are solidified on the top-level 4th grade robes, they cannot be compared with the Thunder Shield spells blessed by the great monk Duanzhang himself. The power of the defensive spells that can be solidified on the 4th grade top magic weapon is limited, and it has little or no effect on the super powerful monks. Only some great monks, who are not confident in their own strength, will add defensive spells to their robes. At least that is what the great monk Duanzhang, who is a lay cultivator, thinks so. Therefore, the value of this top-grade 4th grade magic weapon is not high. So Li Shiming did not touch this top-grade 4th grade magic robe. In the future, when the great monk Duanzhang is refined into a corpse, he can still wear it. His mind entered the soul crystal ring of the great monk Duanzhang, and this was the harvest he wanted to see most. The most conspicuous thing is a 4th grade high-level flying boat. Li Shiming is too lazy to recognize the owner. His vision is blurred by too many good things. Having an Aurora Swift Shadow boat in his hand makes him feel that other flying boats are rubbish. Hey, how come Brother Duanzhang has so many great monk elixirs? He was slightly surprised to find 10 great monk elixirs among a pile of jade boxes in the Soul Crystal Ring. The amount of the great monk's elixir has always been extremely rare. He and his clone Li Yuanba have both received commissions for refining elixirs. But each time, they refine the great monk's elixir. They can only make 4 furnaces at most. That was what the great monk had accumulated over many years. And the other great monks only had 1 or 2 furnaces at most. Looking at the accumulation of great monk Duanzhang, all the great monks he met before had become poorer. Li Shiming didn't know that among the 10 great monk elixirs, 5 of them were the price paid by the Baidi sect for asking the great monk Duanzhang to capture Li Yuanba. Otherwise, no matter how stubborn the great monk Duanzhang was, he would not be able to capture Li Yuanba. We'll go to work near Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. The White Emperor sect gave so much that senior monk Duanzhang could not refuse. It was precisely because of this incident that senior monk Duanzhang got himself involved. The other 5 great monk elixirs were accumulated by great monk Duanzhang himself. He wanted to accumulate more great monk elixirs, and then find a higher level alchemy master to refine some more great monk elixirs. Try to impact the current realm. He never imagined that all his accumulation and income from missions would be sent to the hands of the enemy. To be honest, the 10 great monk elixirs can only be regarded as the icing on the cake for Li Shiming. Chapter 732 Inventory. What is this? Li Shiming found a familiar spiritual object from the Soul Crystal Ring. This was a Ouija board. But it was a little different from the Ouija boards he had seen before. He entered a master recognition formula into the Ouija plate. And soon, he received feedback from the Ouija plate. The 10,000 miles inspired plate can sense the location of the specified breath within a range of thousands of miles. What troubled him the most was that what was sealed in this Wanli Soul Inspiration plate was his breath. Needless to say, although there has been no major movement in Zhongzhou continent, it is obvious that Yu Qingzong has not stopped tracking him. Fortunately, he rarely went out and practiced in Tianren Cave, so he was less likely to be discovered by the Yuqing sect or even other monks. He also understood why the great monk Duanzhang was able to detect him in advance when he went to rescue the clone Li Yuanba. It turned out to be the reason for this. Wanli Soul Inspiration Plate. You must know that he has divine vision, which can observe a range of 8,000 miles. And the distance of one space movement when using one move is also 8,000 miles. Theoretically speaking, Brother Duanzhang should have a chance to discover Li Shiming's existence when Li Shiming is close. In that case, perhaps the battle will become simpler, and Li Shiming can make a more direct sneak attack instead of almost falling into a frontal battle. Li Shiming secretly sighed in his heart. Probably only when he was promoted to a great monk could he be able to move freely in the world of immortality. Although his current combat power has reached the level of a great monk, he is only in the middle stage of nascent soul, and his intimidating power is far inferior to that of a great monk. There will always be some mid-stage Yuanying monks, or great monks, who are defeated by the Jade Qing sect's rewards. Tempting. Not to mention that the Yuqing sect will never let him go, as long as the Qinshao Thunder Bead is not retrieved from his hands. The Yuqing sect will not stop hunting for a day. While thinking about it, he continued to look through the soul crystal rings. Nowadays, there are too few spiritual objects that can make his heart beat. Even a super-powerful monk cannot possess a spiritual treasure. So there is nothing that can attract him in terms of magical treasures. As the top alchemy master, he will not have any interest in the great monk's elixirs refined by other alchemy masters. Those junior and intermediate level monk's elixirs are what he uses to cleanse the erysipelas in his body after taking them. Time is not as practical as letting him take a few more high-level cultivator elixirs. He has gone through countless battles with the spiritual objects in life. The 4th grade quality spiritual objects in life alone are enough for him to decorate 5 or 6 caves. In the end, he found something useful in the soul crystal ring of the great monk Duanzhang. It was a pile of jade slips. Although they were just ordinary jade slips, the contents recorded in them were the jade clearings that the great monk Duanzhang had copied privately. Ancestral information. These jade slips record the experiences of the seniors of the Yuqing sect on practicing the Yuqing Thunder Code. As a great monk, Duanzhang chose to copy the Jade Pure Thunder Code and the great monk's powerful experience. This unexpected gain made Li Shiming feel that the trouble of killing the great monk Duanzhang was worth it. Even if he joined the Yuqing sect and became a core monk, He would not be able to contact the great monks, and the great monks without reaching the level of a great monk. Experience. This is almost the core inheritance content of a superpower. And it is even 100 times more precious than the Jade Pure Thunder Code. Yuqing sect is the same as Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. The monks in the sect all practice the same technique. The probably difference is that core monks can see more inheritance content and experience, and can get more resources. This makes the most precious inheritance of this superpower is the top-level experience and experience of the exercises. These experience of the exercises are the successful path of the predecessors, which can save the practitioners a lot of detours. Although Li Shiming is currently majoring in the Heaven and Man art, he has not given up on studying the Jade Pure Thunder Code and Sword and Tint Chongshao art. Concurrently, the power of Heavenly Man technique lies in its terrifying comprehensiveness. But since it is an experimental technique, Shai Good did not equip Heavenly Man technique with many powerful secret techniques. Of course, after the Heavenly Man art has been cultivated to great perfection, there is no need for a powerful secret method at all, because the Heavenly Man art can exert its power to destroy the world with just one move. But before that, Li Shiming needed a powerful attack to take advantage of the heavenly art. The monk professions of Lei Xiao and Sword Cultivator are recognized as the strongest attacks in the world of immortality. He has the opportunity to practice the inherited skills of the two superpowers. How could he give up this opportunity? He doesn't have to worry about the Sword and Tint Chongshao Pavilion. He has a clone of Li Yuanba in the Sword and Tint Chongshao Pavilion, and he is still in the extremely valued Sword and Tint Chongshao Pavilion, the most core inheritance experience. Li Yuanba even has the opportunity to get guidance from the powerful sword master. This one-on-one guidance is even more important than passing on experience. But now the jade slips found from the soul crystal ring of the great monk Duanzhang have filled in the missing part of Li Shiming's inheritance of the Jade Pure Thunder Code. This allows him to receive the inherited experience and experience from his predecessors, just like the core Lei Xiao of the Yuqing sect, so that he can avoid detours on the road to practicing the Yuqing Lei Code. Li Shiming recorded the internal contents of the jade slips into the natal magic weapon Z15, which was then analyzed and organized by Z15. After finishing the matter, he left everything belonging to the great monk Duanzhang in the computer room space. He cleaned up the space in the computer room and put all the things occupying the space into the spare soul crystal ring. He made space to place 3 4th-grade pill furnaces. 3 4th-grade alchemy furnaces made the computer room space seem a bit small. But fortunately the space was barely enough. Jinshi Nanming was brought into the machine room space, and he sent his Nanming Lihua and Red Yang Spiritual Fire into 2 4th-grade elixir furnaces. Jinshi Nanming also sent his Nanming Lihua. Send it into another 4th-grade elixir furnace. Li Shiming separated 3 brains. 1 brain controlled the Golden Corpse Nanming, and the 2 brains used the control of the computer room space to control the other 2 4th-grade pill furnaces. He planned to refine the 3 great monk elixirs sent by his clone Li Yuanba at once. And if he does this, it won't delay his cultivation. All 5 nascent souls can practice the heavenly art. When he started to make alchemy, he found that his control over the computer room space had increased. Previously, his control over the computer room space had reached an accuracy of 1 nanometer. But now he found that his control had reached an accuracy of 1 nanometer. To be honest, there is no difference between 1 nanometer and 1 nanometer in terms of his usual operations in the computer room space. It will only be reflected when performing precise controls such as alchemy. So he only now discovered the change in his control over the computer room space. But it is normal to think about it. Every time his spirit improves greatly, it will affect his control over the computer room space. After practicing the art of heaven and man, his spirit has made great progress and theoretically reached the level of a great monk. With 1 nanometer of control, his alchemy ability was once again improved. This time he found that he could easily control every part of the elixir in the alchemy furnace, suppressing the quality of some of the elixirs to a specified level. He believes that among the finished products of this furnace of alchemy, except for the 2 great monks' elixirs that will be handed over, the rest, including a total of 4 great monks' elixirs obtained through the 101 points pill technique, will all reach the theoretical quality, 4th grade high-end ultimate quality. And the 2 great monk elixirs handed over will barely reach the level of high-level monk quality. This kind of precise control is the benefit of 1 nanometer. In addition, he also discovered that after the chaotic energy of heavenly art provided energy for Nanming Lihua and Qiang spiritual fire. The quality of Nanming Lihua and Qiang spiritual fire improved a lot. Level. This is a major level of improvement caused by external reasons. It is not the improvement of Nanming Lihua and Red Yang spiritual fire themselves, as far as he knows, as long as the powerful flame energy is swallowed. Nanming Lihua and Nanming Lihua, Red Yang spiritual fire, has the opportunity to improve itself again. He was thinking about where to find powerful flame energy. He wanted to improve the quality of Nanming Lihua and Red Yang spiritual fire. If he could successfully improve the quality of Nanming Lihua and Red Yang spiritual fire, then with the increase in the chaotic energy of the art of heaven and man, the time he needs to make alchemy will be greatly reduced. Even now, with the enhanced chaotic energy of the heavenly art, the time to refine the great monk's spiritual pill will be reduced to 30 days. Unfortunately, it still takes more than 40 days for Jin Shi Naming to reach the end. Unless Jin Shi Naming is promoted to the late 4th level, there will be no big improvement. 10 days later, the heavenly ghost digested the benefits gained. The increase in mental strength of the awakened heavenly ghost was not too exaggerated, but made the realm of the 4th grade mid-level peak more solid. It is not easy for Tiangui to advance to the upper level of the 4th rank. This requires Tiangui to understand the spiritual rules. Based on Li Shiming's understanding of heavenly ghosts, it is probably difficult for heavenly ghosts to understand the spiritual rules without hundreds of years of experience. This is related to the fact that heavenly ghosts' growth time is too short. Almost all of Tiangui's growth was forcibly instilled by Li Shiming. Without the accumulation of time, Tiangui's foundation is not solid. However, Li Shiming is not in a hurry. When his heavenly art progresses further, he will definitely make progress in the spiritual rules. By then, with his connection with the heavenly ghosts, if he can share part of his insights, he may be able to make the heavenly beings the ghost was successfully promoted. Of course, by then, he will be promoted to a great monk earlier than the heavenly ghost. The heavenly man technique is too powerful, and the bottleneck of the great monk is relatively weak. The recovery of Tiangui allowed the great monk Luo Pei to live again. Great monk Luo Pei took the great monk's spiritual pill and began to practice. Although his qualifications were somewhat inferior, he was still able to practice and improve his strength. At least, he can't be kept at the weakest combat power of the great monk. That would be too little help to Li Shiming. As long as his combat power is raised to the ordinary level of a great monk, with the power of the Ling Bao Black Water Sword, he will be able to suppress a large part of the great monks. In the past, Li Shiming would not have allowed Master Luo Pei to practice for his own safety, because once the strength of the great monk Luo Pei increases, it will be difficult for the heavenly ghost to control the great monk Luo Pei, and he may also be counterattacked by the great monk Luo Pei. But things are different now. The heavenly ghost has swallowed the nascent soul of the great monk Duanzhang, which has greatly improved the strength of the heavenly ghost. Li Shiming himself is almost equal to a great monk, and a comprehensive great monk in all aspects. Whether it is spiritual power, physical training or spirit, he has the strength of a great monk. The only difference between him and the great monk is that his improvement comes from the special nature of the heavenly art, rather than the power of rules he has realized. The great monk's spiritual pill taken by the great monk Luo Pei was the finished great monk's spiritual pill that Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba despised. They obtained it from the great monk who was beheaded by him. Such low-quality monk elixir would be a waste in Li Shiming's hands. At most, it would be exchanged for some resources. Now it is used to improve the strength of the great monk Luo Pei. But it is a waste. As for why the great monk Luo Pei couldn't take the high-level spiritual elixir that is better for improving his strength, it can only be said that the resources of the great monk are too few, and Li Shiming must consider the needs of his clone Li Yuanba. Li Shiming himself is a big stomach eater. He has 5 nascent souls in his body that need spiritual elixirs. One of his monks is equivalent to the needs of 5 monks. If he had not broken with the Zhongzhou Trading Company, he might have been able to get more opportunities to accept the elixir refining tasks from the great monks. Now, relying only on Li Yuanba to accept the elixir refining commissions from the great monks in Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion, he could really accumulate. There are too few elixirs for the great monks. In his estimation, it would be good if he could provide training for himself and his clone Li Yuanba. But he really had no spare capacity to provide for other great monks. Of course, this is only the current situation. When he is promoted to a great monk and has a lot less worries, He can use his powerful alchemy skills to attract a large number of great monks to come to him to make alchemy. And then, he will be able to accumulate more. Another plan is to accept a large number of alchemy commissions from Li Yuanbao. However, although Li Yuanbao's alchemy level is not weak, it lacks the 101 points of alchemy technique, and cannot be like him. Every time he makes alchemy, he can get twice as much as the client. Harvest. Li Shiming and the great monks Luo Pei have both started practicing. Fortunately, Li Shiming is in the Balian Hall. With his complete control over the Heavenly Man Cave, he can give 100% priority to the spiritual energy in the Heavenly Man Cave to ensure that it enters the Balian Hall and is satisfied his needs. But now the Heavenly Man Cave is under his full control, and he can mobilize the spiritual energy. Not to mention the addition of a great monk Luo Pei. According to his estimate, even 7 to 8 more great monks would be enough for them to practice at the same time. If there is a powerful monk in Tianren Cave sitting on the throne of the Celestial Way Hall, controlling Tianren Cave to absorb the spiritual energy in the void, the spiritual energy in Tianren Cave can be greatly improved. You must know that such a cave can provide the core monks of a large sect, or even a super sect to practice together with the great monks. Chapter 733 Enlightenment. Li Yuanbao finished his round of training. He was about to take a 4th grade high-grade elixir and continue practicing. But he found a message on the jade plate of his identity. After seeing the news, he stood up with joy on his face. Not even caring that the 4th grade high-level elixir in his hand that had not yet been taken fell to the ground. He turned around and left his cave. It was difficult to use the divine foot power in the sword cave. He used sword escape and flew to a certain place at the fastest speed. Standing at the door of a cave, he typed a message transmission spell with excitement in his eyes. While waiting, he kept pacing back and forth. At this time, the cave opened, and a figure walked out of the cave. The man looked at Li Yuanbao with a smile. "Master!" Li Yuanbao suppressed the excitement in his heart and shouted, "Yuanbao, you are very good!" Jian Wuwei looked at his disciple and said with emotion, seeing his disciple surpass him. He didn't feel any jealousy, but felt deeply relieved. It took him many years to finally find a satisfactory disciple, but he never expected that Li Yuanbao would grow so fast and become so strong. After he came out of seclusion, both the sword cultivators of the Jian clan and other sword cultivators all praised Li Yuanbao. Especially the visionary Jian Lao told him, after he came out of seclusion, that he must treat his disciple Li Yuanbao well. Li Yuanbao has great potential, and his future achievements are immeasurable. Li Yuanbao was also sizing up his master Jian Wuwei. The aura on Jian Wuwei's body had stabilized at the early stage of nascent soul, and the deficit caused by the previous encounter had been eliminated. He couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this. It seemed that Jian Wuwei would not have any hidden dangers in the future. "Yuanbao, come in and sit down!" Jian Wuwei pulled Li Yuanbao into his cave. They did not sit down in the hall, but came to the more private training room. Being able to be taken to the training room is only possible with a very close relationship. "Master, are you feeling well?" Li Yuanbao asked with concern. Although he judged Jian Wuwei's situation through perception, he still felt uneasy. "It has recovered, although it has been delayed for many years. It is not without achievements." Jian Wuwei flicked his fingers, and a sword intention appeared in front of his fingers. "Congratulations, Master, for understanding the broken void sword intention." Li Yuanbao recognized the sword intention and couldn't help but said happily for Jian Wuwei, "You have mastered it all. I have to master it no matter what," Jian Wuwei said as he dispersed the breaking sword intent from his fingers. As a master, but being far surpassed by his disciples, he is under great pressure. Fortunately, as a direct descendant of the Jian family, he had access to a spiritual object that could sense the Tu Shao sword intent. In order to allow him to recover with peace of mind, the spiritual object was sent to his cave. While he was recovering from his injuries, he was comprehending the Poor Su sword intent. He has the direct bloodline of the Jian clan, and it was not difficult to comprehend the Poor Su sword intent. It only took him 5 years to master it. Of course, this cannot be compared with Li Yuanbao, but compared with other sword cultivators, it is an excellent talent. "Master, congratulations on your release from seclusion. This is the gift I prepared." Li Yuanbao saw Jian Wuwei preparing spiritual tea, and then he thought of what he had prepared before and said with a smile. He took out a jade box and placed it in front of Jian Wuwei. There were runes on the jade box that sealed the spiritual energy, making it impossible for Jian Wuwei to observe the situation inside the jade box. Jian Wuwei was not polite to Li Yuanbao. The relationship between them was the closest in the world of immortality. He opened the jade box and saw neatly stacked 4 high-grade elixirs of the early stage of yuanying. As many as 200. Even Jian Wuwei was shocked. Although it was only a 4th-grade spiritual elixir for the early stage of yuanying, there were 200 high-level 4th-grade elixirs. This value could probably make any core monk of the superpower early stage of yuanying go crazy. These 200 4th-grade high-level elixirs can completely allow him to make up for the time lost due to injuries. I accepted this gift. And I also want an opportunity for you to watch the core inheritance of the Jianshi Chongshao Pavilion. Fortunately, you got out in time. Otherwise this opportunity would have been wasted, Jian Wuwei said with a smile. Li Yuanbao didn't know what the core inheritance of the Jianshi Chongshao Pavilion was. As a core swordsman, he had been exposed to the inheritance content that the core monks of the Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion could watch. But Jian Wuwei said this. It must be that there is something special about the core inheritance of the Jian clan. The core inheritance of the Jian family is opened once every 100 years, and the activation time is only 6 hours. In my state, it is too wasteful to watch the core inheritance of the Jian family. So I will give you the opportunity, Jian Wuwei continued. Master, you should take this precious opportunity. Li Yuanbao heard this and shook his head quickly. Although he didn't know what the core inheritance of the Jian clan was, which was opened once every 100 years. But from Jian Wuwei's description, it seemed that this inheritance was extremely complicated. It was even very possible that this opportunity should have been given to Jian Wuwei. But it was given to him, which was hard for him to accept. What do you know? I am only in the early stage of yuanying. Even if I observe the core inheritance of the Jian family, I won't gain much. But you are different. You are already in the middle stage of yuanying. And you are already in the Breaking Void Sword Intent. Even Mr. Jin praised your achievements. This is your chance, Jian Wuwei said with eyes wide. Li Yuanbao seemed to have returned to the time when he was taught by Jian Wuwei. Although his level had surpassed that of Jian Wuwei. When Jian Wuwei's eyes widened, he still lowered his head and accepted the teaching humbly. Yes, Master. He bowed and responded. With your elixir, I can wait 100 years to complete the mission with you. Jian Wuwei patted the jade box and said with expectation in his eyes. He was extremely proud that he had accepted such an accomplished disciple. What surprised him most was Li Yuanbao's alchemy ability. Li Yuanbao did not have this ability back then. However, he thought that when he was in the northern Shu continent, Li Yuanbao was good friends with the legendary alchemy master Li Shiming. It is very likely that Li Yuanbao received the guidance and inheritance of the alchemy master Li Shiming. When he thought of Master Li Shiming, Jian Wuwei felt a pity. He was born in Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion, so he knew how evil Li Shiming's alchemy ability was. It's a pity that his abilities were limited at the beginning, and Master Li Shiming had his own sect, so he couldn't be introduced to Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. Later, he also inquired about Master Li Shiming, but learned that Master Li Shiming had disappeared, and there was no news about him. Master, I'm waiting for you to complete the mission together, Li Yuanbao said with a smile. After staying in the Master Jian Wuwei's cave for half a day, Li Yuanbao and Jian Wuwei chatted a lot, and Li Yuanbao left when it was Jian Wuwei's training time. After leaving Jian Wuwei's cave, he saw Jian Lao at a glance. He had long been accustomed to Jian Lao's elusiveness, so he stepped forward and bowed to Jian Lao. Follow me! Jian Lao grabbed Li Yuanbao's shoulder and said. Li Yuanbao sensed a spatial transformation, and he was surprised to find that this was the ability to move in space. It's just that he didn't feel the magical aura. When Jian Lao showed this ability in the past, he didn't have the ability to observe the special features in it. But now his realm has improved. And after Li Shiming, the main body, practiced the heavenly art, the feeling for the rules has deepened a lot. The knowledge and insights shared by Li Shiming from his original body gave him a new understanding of the rules. Only then when Jian Lao used space teleportation did Li Yuanbao sense the fluctuations in space rules. He himself has practiced magical power. If Jian Lao had a space-type magical power, how could he have escaped his perception? While he was thinking about it, a figure appeared in a hall. Jian Lao, are you not using space magic? Li Yuanbao had a good relationship with Jian Lao, and he asked curiously. Jian Lao did not expect that he would bring Li Yuanbao here. Li Yuanbao did not ask about the situation here, but instead asked about the ability he had just used. When you have your own cave, you can use this ability in the cave. Jian Lao waved his hand and said. Then he pointed to the center of the hall and continued. This time Jian Wuwei gave up the opportunity to you must not live up to his expectations. At this time, Li Yuanbao saw a stone tablet standing in the middle of the hall. Just by observing from such a distance, he could feel a suppressed sword intent from the stone tablet. Such suppressed sword intent gave him an extremely terrifying power. This is the sword intent steel, which was obtained from ancient times. The Jian clan's broken void sword intent is the inheritance obtained from the sword intent steel. This is also the core inheritance of the Jian clan. When the sword intent monument is open for 6 hours at a time, it takes 100 years to recharge. Each time it is opened, it will only give priority to direct descendants of the Jian family. Jian Wuwei left the sword intent Chongshao pavilion very early. It was originally to compensate him that he was given this opportunity. But he gave this opportunity to you. Jian Lao explained slowly. The reason why Jian Lao explained clearly was to let Li Yuanbao know Jian Wuwei's intentions. Based on Li Yuanbao's current growth trend, Jian Lao relied on his own experience to judge that the great monk should not be the end of Li Yuanbao. Li Yuanbao had a chance of breaking through the Mahayana stage. Considering Li Yuanbao's age and his master-disciple relationship with Jian Wuwei, when Li Yuanbao grows up, he can protect Jian Wuwei for at least thousands of years. Li Yuanbao nodded heavily, and his gratitude to Jian Wuwei could be seen in his eyes. You only have 6 hours. I will protect you outside. Jian Lao confessed again before turning and leaving. Li Yuanbao walked to the sword intent monument. He sat cross-legged directly opposite the sword intent monument. Looking directly at the sword intent monument, the whole body of the sword intention monument is simple and vicissitudes of life, which are the traces left by the years. He did not immediately use his spiritual consciousness to scan the sword intention monument, but first connected to Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15. Z15 has allocated part of its computing power and is ready to support him. Only then did he release his spiritual consciousness and make contact with the sword intention monument. The moment his consciousness came into contact with the sword intention monument, he felt the hairs on his body stand up, and every hair on his body was trembling. Having experienced many lives and deaths, coupled with the fact that his spirit was not weak, he did not flinch immediately. What his consciousness felt from the sword intention monument was an indescribable sword intention. This sword intention has some characteristics of broken void sword intention, but it is not broken void sword intent. Breaking Su sword intent should be part of this sword intention. The sword intention has the power to cut through everything. Although the sword intention did not attack Li Yuanbao, Li Yuanbao had the illusion of being cut in half just by sensing the sword intention. He suppressed his fear of the sword's intention, put aside all his emotions, and began to understand the sword's intention. The majesty of this sword intention exceeded his imagination, and he could not imagine what kind of existence could display such sword intention. He even developed such a sword intention that he might be able to split the earth and cut through the sky. Only this kind of sword intention is worthy of the intention to break all laws with one sword. He forgot about time, and all his mind was devoted to understanding the meaning of the sword. The time is too short. Within 6 hours, no matter how talented a sword cultivator is, he can only gain a deep understanding of a very small part of the sword's meaning. However, Li Yuanbao did not have a deep understanding. He had a plan before he devoted all his attention. He didn't intend to understand it deeply, but wanted to feel the sword's meaning in its entirety. No sword cultivator would do this. Such a precious opportunity only lasts for 6 hours every 100 years. Even if the opportunity was given to the same sword cultivator once every 100 years, the sword cultivator would not be able to sense 1/10 of the sword's intention in his lifetime. Therefore, it is better to concentrate on the sword intention. 6 hours may still leave a slight impression. After that, through continuous study, it may be possible to achieve a breakthrough improvement in one sword intention. Li Yuanbao spent 6 hours feeling all the sword intent. It seemed that the gain outweighed the loss. If you lost the watermelon, you would also lose the sesame seeds. But he didn't want to realize anything in just 6 hours. He used the ability of the natal magic weapon Z15 to record all the information about the sword's intention, and then study it slowly and carefully in the future. At close range, with the Shen eyes turned on to assist the spiritual consciousness, the observation accuracy that can be achieved is far less than that of the main body Li Shiming. But it is still enough to achieve an accuracy of 30 nanometers. It's just that there is no computer room space. Even if the accuracy of 30 nanometers can be achieved with the help of Shenmu power, it is impossible to carry out nanoscale weapon refining methods like Li Shiming. Scanning to an accuracy of 30 nanometers and the engraving capability of 30 nanometers are two completely different concepts. During the 6 hours, Li Shiming had to increase the computing power of Z15 because the recorded data was too large. He gave up 150 brains to participate in the recording work of Z15. At the end of the 6 hours, a virtual sword intent monument appeared in Z15. This was a virtual reality 3-dimensional imaging that perfectly reproduced the physical sword intent monument with 30 nanometer precision. In addition to the virtual sword intent monument, there is also a massive amount of various data. Data on the spiritual level, perception level, etc., which were scanned by Li Yuanba's spiritual consciousness. These data can be said to be the greatest possible, taking all aspects into consideration, so that all relevant data of the sword intent monument can be recorded. Chapter 734 Mission. Li Yuanba walked out from the sword intention monument in a daze. When Jian Lao saw his state, he was not surprised. Old Jian grabbed his shoulder and disappeared again. This time he sent him directly back to the cave, leaving him alone. Although Li Yuanba only scanned the sword intent monument once, the unparalleled sword intent contained in the sword intent monument still affected him. A few hours later, he woke up. Although the person was awake, he still felt as if the sword intent was in front of him. He suddenly discovered that the sword intention actually had a profound impact on the spirit. If the sword intention was not in the sword intention monument and had no destructive intention, perhaps while he was observing the sword intention, his spirit and soul also will be seriously injured. He relaxed his mind and tried hard to get rid of the influence he had received. Several more hours passed before he was completely free from the influence of the sword intent. It was only then that he contacted Li Shiming, the main body, to check the record content of Z15. Z15, the virtual sword intent monument, perfectly replicates the real sword intent monument. But the sword intent in it is expressed through various data. No matter how powerful the computing power of Z15 is, it cannot truly simulate the sword intent in the sword intent monument. But these sword intent data can allow Li Shiming and Li Yuanba to review Li Yuanba's feelings in front of the sword intent monument. In the following days, Li Shiming's 150 brains were studying the virtual sword intention monument. But Li Yuanba just checked it out of curiosity, stopped caring about the virtual sword intention tablet, and returned to practicing. Their lives are very fulfilling, and their strength is steadily improving. But this kind of life did not last long. A few months later, Li Yuanba went out again and brought back the great monk elixir entrusted to Li Shiming to refine and delivered it. At this time, his 10,000 swords peak contained 6 more 4th-grade flying swords that contained the sword intent of the great monks. But at this time, he no longer had the intention to comprehend the sword intent of these great monks. Ever since he saw the sword intent in the sword intent monument, he only thought about that sword intent. And perhaps only that sword intent was the strongest sword intent. In the past few months, Li Shiming's understanding of the virtual sword intent monument has also yielded some results, which is reflected in Li Yuanba's body. That is, the power of his sword intent has increased again. Now his sword intention can be ranked at the top even among the mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators of sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. But he still felt that it was not enough. No matter how much his sword intent broke through, it was still the breaking sword intent, not the unparalleled sword intent. He also understands that it is not easy to comprehend the sword's intention. Looking at the 150 brains Li Shiming invested, plus the assistance of Z15, it can be said that the comprehension he gained in these few months is equivalent to that of other swords. It took hundreds of years to cultivate. But even so, Li Shiming still only understood a little bit about the sword intention, and he was still far away from mastering the sword intention. Fortunately, Li Shiming realized that the sword intention monument did not affect his own practice. The 5 nascent souls continued to practice every day and were not affected by external objects. The news of Li Yuanba's release spread quickly, and he received several sword cultivators from the Jian clan one after another. This was a relationship that he could not refuse. And it was also a relationship that maintained his status in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. These are several mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators who came here to refine the elixir. He accepted the commission to refine these elixirs, and it didn't cost much anyway. So he left them all to Li Shiming to refine them. He could earn a 4th-grade flying sword with sword intent just by running an errand. So why not do it? Senior brother Wu, if you want to refine the elixir, just send a message directly. There is no need to come here. The last person Li Yuanba received was Wu Qi. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Wu Qi. Wu Qi is one of the few swordsmen who can contact him through his identity. He helps his friends as much as he can, just like Tang Xuaning. When he received the message while in seclusion, He asked Tang Xuening to send the alchemy materials directly to his cave, and they would be refined when he came out of seclusion. There was no need to wait in line. In addition to the alchemy commission, I'm here to invite you to do the task together. Wuqi pushed a storage bag in front of Li Yuanba and said with a smile. Li Yuanba's spiritual consciousness scanned the storage bag, which contained alchemy materials and 2 4th-grade flying swords containing sword intent. He put the storage bag away casually. Is there any task that still needs to be completed as a team? Li Yuanba asked curiously. Wuqi's combat power is not weak. He is the core swordsman of the Jian clan. His strength in the middle stage of Yuanying is enough to suppress most monks of the same level in the middle stage of Yuanying. Have you not read the tasks in the pavilion recently? Wuqi shook his head and asked with a smile. I have been practicing in seclusion recently, and my level has been improving a bit slowly, Li Yuanba said honestly. When Wuqi heard this, he couldn't help but check Li Yuanba's expression carefully. When he saw that what Li Yuanba said was not irony, a strange look appeared on his face. Li Yuanba's cultivation speed is the fastest even in Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion. Wuqi didn't know what kind of stimulation Li Yuanba received, and he even disliked his slow cultivation speed. If Li Yuanba's cultivation speed is slow, how will these core sword cultivators deal with themselves? And how will ordinary sword cultivators deal with themselves? How could Wuqi know that Li Yuanba was affected by Li Shiming's cultivation speed? Li Shiming's 5 nascent souls no longer share the practice of the 5 elements, but all practice the unified heaven and man art, with sufficient resource supply, in the best aura environment, with the bonus of Balian from Balian Hall, and with the blessing of various spiritual objects. The progress of the 5 nascent souls in practicing the art of heaven and man is extremely amazing. Even if any one of them is an independent nascent soul, its cultivation speed is several times that of a monk of the same level, let alone 5 nascent souls practicing at the same time. Li Yuanba was influenced by Li Shiming. If he didn't work hard, he would not be able to provide any help to Li Shiming. This is a mission. You take a look first. Wuqi didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, so he took out the jade plate of identity and shared a mission before saying. Li Yuanba checked the mission. When he saw the content of the mission, his expression changed slightly. There is a cave about to appear. Why don't you send a great monk there? Li Yuanba asked in surprise. Yes, the mission that Wuqi focused on was the discovery of a cave. The cave did not open the entrance to the cave space, but the power of space leaked out before the cave was about to open was detected. Great monks are not allowed to participate. This is a common agreement among all the superpowers in Zhongzhou continent. No force dares to violate it. In addition, since this is a cave in Zhongzhou continent, no monks from other continents will participate, Wuqi explained. Li Yuanba thought about it and realized that it was actually the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent who were fighting for the cave. As for the fact that other forces are not prohibited from participating, it is because the mid-nascent soul monks from other forces are in a state of being crushed in front of the superpower mid-nascent soul monks. This is not to say that some large sects do not have powerful mid-nascent soul monks, but these powerful mid-nascent soul monks have to face the core monks of the superpower, and they are still in a situation of being crushed. No monks from outside the mainland were involved in this, which also ensured Li Yuanba's safety. At least the Baidi sect did not dare to risk offending all the superpowers in Zhongzhou continent by sending powerful beings to trouble him in this mission. Are there many sword cultivators involved in the pavilion? Li Yuanba thought of something and asked again. This is natural. Most of the core sword cultivators in the pavilion will participate. Dantian is extremely important to the pavilion. One more Dantian may be able to create an additional half-step expert, Wuqi said with hope in his eyes. What does the cave have to do with becoming a powerful person? Li Yuanba suppressed his eagerness and asked as if he was curious. In fact, when he heard that Dantian was related to being promoted to a great power, he became extremely concerned and wanted to know the reason. This is knowledge that he has never seen in the classics. It is probably the knowledge circulated among the core monks of the superpower. I have only heard that if a great monk can get a Dantian that completely matches his attributes, maybe after fusing the Dantian core, he will be directly promoted to the Mahayana stage. Even if the attributes match is incomplete, it is possible to be promoted to the Mahayana stage by fusing the Dantian core. Half-step Mahayana period. It is too difficult for oneself to directly join the cave heaven to advance to the Mahayana. Many superpowers' powers are inherited in this way. Although Wuqi's words were somewhat ambiguous, they revealed the secrets of the superpower. Li Yuanba nodded. He finally understood why superpowers can always be powerful. Through the records in various classics, His knowledge is not low. He knows how difficult it is to be promoted to a powerful person. But look at these superpowers in the world of immortality. Each superpower will be guarded by powerful people. It turns out that there is such a simple and convenient way to advance to the great power. As long as you fuse a cave core with completely matching attributes, you can use the cave of the predecessor as your own, thus being promoted to the Mahayana stage. Of course, there must be great difficulties involved, and it is not as simple as imagined. But such an operation can be said to have skipped the most difficult step of advancing to the Mahayana stage, making it much less difficult to advance to the Mahayana stage. In the same sect, it is not difficult to find monks whose attributes completely match those of their predecessors. Not only is it not difficult, if you really want to find them, you can find many monks in each generation. The lifespan of a powerful person can be as little as 5,000, even if calculated based on the minimum lifespan. A powerful person can protect the superpower for at least 5,000 years. At the end of his life, he will carefully choose his successor to inherit his legacy. Dantian has become a new power. Judging from the resources of the superpower, if one successor cannot achieve it, we will prepare more successors and cultivate them together. The resources are sufficient. As long as one powerful person appears among them, he can protect him for another 5,000 years and maintain the superpower. Go down. There are also mistakes among them. Those forces that fell from the super forces fail to find the monks to inherit the Dantian. It can be seen that inheriting the Dantian is not that easy. What kind of cave is the target of this mission? Li Yuanbao looked at the mission information. There was no record on it, and he asked aloud. It's the cave of Lang Kai. Although Lang Kai is a master of the metal system, he is not a swordsman. His cave is not compatible with sword cultivators like us. Wu Qi shook his head and replied. Although Wu Qi knew that even if he snatched Dantian, he would not be able to fuse the core of Dantian by himself, because Dantian Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion would choose the best fusion person. If successful, Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion might be able to add one more half-step master. You can come. This is the best estimate. In fact, when a sword cultivator attempts to fuse a non-sword cultivator's cave, even one with a powerful metal system, the success rate is unimaginably low. But even if it cannot be fused, it must be snatched with all its strength. If the fusion cannot be continued after snatching it back, it will be an excellent place for sword cultivators to practice in the pavilion. By the way, it was mentioned in the mission that if there is really no other way, the core of Dantian must be destroyed to prevent Dantian from falling into the hands of other forces. Wu Qi continued. He knew Li Yuanbao's combat power, in addition to fighting with Li Yuanbao in the past. Li Yuanbao later killed powerful mid-nascent soul monks many times, and even killed a half-step great monk, making Li Yuanbao the de facto #1 in the mid-nascent soul realm. Sword repair? Wu Qi made a special trip this time to let Li Yuanbao take over the task. Among all the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, who has the greatest chance of obtaining the cave heaven, Li Yuanbao is definitely at the forefront. As for why the core of Dantian must be destroyed when there is no other way, this is because the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion is full of sword cultivators, and it is 100% impossible to perfectly inherit Dantian. But other superpowers are different. Most superpowers are not like Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, which only focus on one type of monks. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to find a gold-type monk who matched Lang Kai's ability in the cave. If a certain super force really gains access to cave heaven and cultivates a powerful person, it will directly affect the balance of the entire Zhongzhou continent. This is what Jiani Chongshao Pavilion does not want to see. A new great power, coupled with the original great power. The two great powers can completely break the balance of Zhongzhou continent, and even greatly squeeze the power of other superpowers. Living space. I'll prepare. Li Yuanbao thought for a while and replied. He did not think that he was truly invincible in the middle stage of Yuanying. The main reason was that the Lingbao Xingyi's sword and the Lingbao 10,000 Swords Peak in his hands could not reveal the quality of the Lingbao. This greatly reduced his combat power. Although it was still easy to deal with the normal mid-stage nascent soul monks, he could not say that he could completely crush the core monks of the superpower. Especially when these super powerful middle-stage nascent soul monks join forces, it will be difficult for him to resist. Although he had Wu Qi as a helper, he still needed to prepare other means to prevent being besieged. Let's set off at this time tomorrow. It can't be any later. Wu Qi was not surprised. He also needed to make some preparations. This kind of dangerous mission would not be too easy. The people he faced this time were all superpowers. Powerful Monk. Chapter 735 Rendezvous. What Li Yuanba wanted to prepare was to go to the real body Li Shiming to get some help. Flying to a location thousands of miles away from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, he observed it with his spiritual eyes, and found that there was no one following him. Then he flashed and used close to the end of the world to enter the cave on the seabed. In fact, even if a monk enters here, he will not be able to pose any threat to Li Shiming. Li Shiming was not in this cave, but in the Balian Hall of Heaven and Man Cave. Without the space door he opened, even a powerful person wouldn't be able to do much to the Lord's cave. This kind of portable cave is not the kind of cave that is tightly locked with a sect. There is no fixed entrance. So if you want to forcefully enter the cave, you need to break the space between the cave and the outside world. Many great powers can break the space. But if you want to accurately find the cave in another space, it is not something that great powers can judge. Great powers can only break the space through accurate information. Li Yuanba appeared in the cave, and a space door appeared in front of him. He walked into the space door, and then appeared in a Heavenly Way hall. Here, the great monk Luo Pei was waiting for him. The great monk Luo Pei took out a corpse refining bracelet and handed it to him. No need to speak. Li Yuanba took the corpse refining bracelet, turned around, and left the cave. He came here this time just to take away 5 midterm golden corpses. The 5 mid-stage golden corpses have passed the test of actual combat. Although they are not very powerful against the great monks in terms of combat power, they definitely have an overwhelming advantage over the mid-stage nascent soul monks. Coupled with the fact that there are thousands of energy flying swords in 10,000 swords peak. When needed, he has the confidence to deal with many enemies. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, and without Wu Qi's call, Li Yuanba was waiting outside the sword peak of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Let's go! Wu Qi took out a flying boat and said. Li Yuanba nodded and got on the flying boat. The flying boat flew away from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion under Wu Qi's acceleration. We arrived late. The sword cultivator in the pavilion has already passed by, Wu Qi said while controlling the flying boat. It seems we don't have to worry about not having a seat, Li Yuanba replied with a smile. It's true. I contacted a few people, and they said they helped us get a spot. Even if we arrive late, the order of entering the cave will not be affected. Wu Qi also laughed and said. The two of them talked lightly along the way, but neither of them took this to be the largest battle between nascent soul monks in the middle stage of the Zhongzhou continent. When has the sword cultivator ever been afraid of fighting? The more chaotic the battle, the better the improvement effect for the sword cultivator. The flying boat had been traveling for 5 hours. Li Yuanba knew the opening position of the cave as early as 3 hours ago based on the direction of the flying boat. From the surveillance footage shared by the drone satellite system, he saw an area where a large number of mid-stage nascent soul monks gathered, which should be where the cave was about to open. Unfortunately, because the mid-nascent soul monks were too close, he could not accurately judge how many mid-nascent soul monks gathered there. He could only tell from the large blurry scene that there were many mid-nascent soul monks there. When he actually saw that place, Li Yuanba opened his mouth in surprise. The target location is a mountain peak, which is also a relatively independent mountain peak. There are no other peaks within hundreds of miles around this mountain peak. At this time, more than 1,000 monks were suspended in the air around the mountain peak, and judging from their aura, they were all mid-stage nascent soul monks. Li Yuanba couldn't help but take back his previous words at this time. He didn't think that with 10,000 swords peak and 5 mid-stage golden corpses, he could defeat many with one. This is not because there are too many, but because there are simply too many. He knew that there were many Yuaning monks in Zhongzhou continent, but he never expected that there were more than 1,000 middle-stage Yuaning monks who came here alone. What is this concept? In the entire Beishu continent, apart from the foreign mid-nascent soul monks, it would take thousands of years for a mid-nascent soul monk to appear in the local area. The gap between Beishu continent and other continents is so huge that it is simply unimaginable. Any monk here who is in the middle stage of nascent soul can run rampant in the northern Shu continent. While Li Yuanba was thinking about it, the flying boat had already passed by the group of mid-stage nascent soul monks. A monk in the middle stage of nascent soul wanted to get angry, but when he saw the mark of sword in Tianchen Chongshao Pavilion on the flying boat, he immediately retracted his emotions. If there is a conflict with the sword madman at this time, there is no need to think about the outcome. Look at the area where 35 mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators are gathered. All the sword cultivators there will definitely rush over to participate in this conflict. Even though the number of 35 middle-stage Yuaning sword cultivators is relatively small among the number of middle-stage Yuaning monks in this area. Looking at the distance around them, You know that almost all the middle-stage Yuaning monks don't want to get too close to them. In this tense atmosphere, Feizhou came to the 35 mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators. Wu Qi put away the flying boat, and Li Yuanba left the flying boat first. Master Li, why are you here? This mission is a bit dangerous, Tang Xuening asked quickly when she saw Li Yuanba. Not only did she have this attitude, almost all the middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivators here looked worried when they saw Li Yuanba arriving, even though they all know that Li Yuanba's combat power is extremely strong. But look at the environment here, where he is extremely powerful. He can be solved, no matter how powerful he is. If he is besieged, he will be surrounded by hundreds of monks of the same level. His strength cannot be maintained either. Li Yuanba is the treasure of Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. Many middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivators here have asked him to refine elixirs. An alchemy master who can refine 4th-grade high-level elixirs. Although he is a sword cultivator, they, the middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivators, still don't want him to be in any danger. If something really happened to Li Yuanba, where would they go to enjoy the 4th-grade high-grade elixir? From simplicity to luxury. From luxury to simplicity. After enjoying the effects of the 4th-grade high-grade elixir, one is equivalent to multiple 4th-grade intermediate elixirs. This makes it difficult for swordsmen to endure without the 4th-grade high-grade elixir. Day. Is Master Li's combat power not as good as yours? Wu Qi said to Tang Xuening angrily. He said this not only to Tang Xuening, but also to all the mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators here. Among the middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivators who came here this time, there were only 5 core sword cultivators from Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion, including him and Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was the most important combat force. Otherwise, why would Jiani Chengshao Pavilion notify Wu Qi to specially bring Li Yuanba to participate in the mission? Everyone, are there too many monks here? Let's drive away the unqualified monks together. In the quiet environment, a mid-stage nascent soul monk stood up and said in a deep voice. Li Yuanba saw that the position of the monk in the middle stage of Yuaning was one of the positions closest to the mountain peak. Like the Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. As soon as he arrived, he could see that the mid-stage nascent soul monks who could get close to the mountain were all super powerful monks. It's just that he didn't recognize which superpower monk this middle-stage nascent soul monk was. The number of monks he recognized was too small. This is the car training of the Wuyang sect. The Wuyang sect dances the most happily. I really want to drive them away first. Tang Xuening came to Li Yuanba at this time and complained while explaining. Of course, this was said through sound transmission. This kind of situation is not a place for willfulness. If there is really one sentence that is wrong, it may be irreparable trouble. In front of so many super powerful monks. If he really wanted to say something sarcastic, even if it was for the sake of the sect's face, the other party would have to take action to protect the sect's face. Besides, there is a balanced relationship between the superpowers, and it is impossible to coax at this time. It is in the interests of the superpower to first clean up those middle-stage nascent soul monks from large and medium forces, as well as some casual cultivators who want to fish in troubled waters. Che Lian, let me, the Beidou sect, take charge of this matter. Your Wuyang sect has no experience in this area. Another mid-stage nascent soul monk said with a smile. His words made the group of middle-stage nascent soul monks around him laugh. Even the other monks by the mountain peak were laughing as they watched the development of the matter. This is Chong Qing of the Beidou sect. There is a conflict of interest between the Beidou sect and the Wuyang sect. The Beidou sect is a long-established super force. As long as there is an opportunity, it will spare no effort to attack the Wuyang sect. Tang Xuening explained in a timely voice transmission. She knew that Li Yuanba didn't know much about Zhongzhou continent, so she intended to explain more. Chong Qing, do you want to fight first? Che Lian couldn't stand such a provocation. He looked at Chong Qing and shouted loudly. Everyone, peace is the most important thing. If you start a war now, wouldn't you be giving the guys outside an advantage? Li Yuanba recognized the person who spoke this time without Tang Xuening's introduction. It's not that he knows the person speaking, but the real person Li Shiming has met him. The person who spoke was Yin Jin from Zhongzhou Trading Company. He had originally hired Li Shiming to make alchemy, and he was also the core monk of Zhongzhou Trading Company. But Tang Xuening didn't know, so she introduced it to Li Yuanba. Ba, there is no need to commit any sins. We recommend a monk. As long as you think you can take the monk's 3 moves, you can stay. Otherwise, leave. At this time, a mid-level venerable said, Master Ming Kong is still merciful. This is a good idea. Let's give the peripheral monks a chance. Injin of Zhongzhou Trading Company agreed with a smile. But whether he agrees or not depends on the opinions of other superpowers. In fact, it was mainly the opinions of the core monks of the superpowers. He first set his sights on Wu Qi of Jianichou Pavilion. Wu Qi is the veteran core monk of Jianichou Pavilion, and his combat power is considered to be the top among them. Yin Zhan naturally thinks that the person in charge of Jianichou Pavilion is Wu Qi. Yuanba. What do you think? Wu Qi turned to Li Yuanba and asked. Listen to senior brother's decision. Li Yuanba replied with a smile. Fellow Taoist Wu. Would you recommend this fellow Taoist next to you to come forward? This would be a good choice. Yin Zhan misunderstood Wu Qi's consultation and thought that Wu Qi wanted to support the younger generation. Although Li Yuanba is also in the middle stage of nascent soul. Judging from his age and the aura of the middle stage of nascent soul, he belongs to the newly promoted middle stage of nascent soul. If he stands up with this kind of strength, he can't bully those peripheral monks too much. Wu Qi didn't expect Injin to say this, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Not to mention Wu Qi. Tang Xuening on the side also widened his eyes, and the other sword cultivators also had strange expressions on their faces. Maybe Yin Zhan didn't know Li Yuanba, but if he told Li Yuanba's name, he would definitely know it. Fellow Taoist Yin. Please stop joking and ask fellow Taoist Li Yuanba to come forward. Not to mention the outer monks. Even among us, no one can enter the cave. A soft female voice sounded, and a beautiful Yu on the mid-infancy female revisionist chuckled and covered her mouth. Li Yuanba glanced at her and recognized the sect of this female cultivator, which was Wanfeng Palace. Even though this female cultivator does not have any marks on her body, the palace clothes she wears and the phoenix step on her head all indicate her identity. The real person Li Shiming had dealt with the female cultivators from Wanfeng Palace, but he did not expect to see the female cultivators from Wanfeng Palace again under such circumstances. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Li. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Yin Zhan responded quickly. The female cultivator from Wanfeng Palace gave him a step, and he immediately took it. At this time, the monks who heard Li Yuanba's name and heard the words of Sister Luanfeng all looked over. There was awe and deep fear in these eyes. Some were in disbelief, and some were dissatisfied. Those who were dissatisfied were all the core monks of the superpower. Li Yuanba's famous battle was the battle where he beheaded the half-step great monk Shuehuan of the Baidi sect. As a sword cultivator, he fought with the half-step great monk Shuehuan who had mastered invisible and non-magnetic, and killed him in the battle. Kill on the spot. As for the half-step great monk Shuehuan, although he is not a monk from Zhongzhou continent, his combat prowess is extremely famous in the entire world of immortal cultivation. He is a monk who truly stands at the peak of the middle stage of nascent soul. Facing Li Yuanba with such fighting power, most monks would be afraid of his fighting power. But the core monks of the superpower would not be afraid because of the outcome of a battle. On the contrary, as long as you defeat Li Yuanba, you can rely on Li Yuanba's fame to further your own fame. At this time, Li Yuanba's head looked like he was carrying a sign that he was the best in the world in the middle stage of Yuaning. Any ambitious monk in the middle stage of Yuaning would not be able to bear it. Fellow Taoist Yin, I have admired the reputation of Zhongzhou Trading Company for a long time. Let's get close and personal when we have time, Li Yuanba said with a faint smile to Yin Shen. He didn't think that Yin Zhan really didn't know him. He was very familiar with Zhongzhou Trading Company. Zhongzhou Trading Company had an intelligence network. A famous monk like him would definitely have a corresponding portrait. Not to mention that he was wanted by the Baidi sect, and many forces had relevant information about him. Even the female cultivators from Wanfeng Palace recognized him at a glance. He didn't believe that Yin Zhen from Zhongzhou Trading Company didn't recognize him. Oh. You must know that Li Yuanba's high degree of recognition is extremely rare in the world of immortality, because his appearance is extremely beautiful. Although it is somewhat inappropriate for a male cultivator to praise his face for its beauty. This was originally meant to praise a female cultivator. But every monk who sees his face will think of the ultimate beauty. He suspected that Yin Zhan deliberately pointed out his identity to make many super-powerful nascent soul mid-level monks wary and hostile to him. Chapter 736 Elimination. Yin Zhen's expression changed slightly, and he heard the malice in Li Yuanba's mouth. Even though he was the core monk of Zhongzhou Trading Company and had absolute confidence in his own combat power, he was still dissatisfied with Li Yuanba, the so-called number one person in the middle nascent soul stage of the world of immortal cultivation. But he also knew that Li Yuanba's combat power was not ambiguous at all. And his record of killing a half-step monk by himself was also true. This is the news confirmed by Jiani Chongshao Pavilion and the other party. By Dizong. Li Yuanba has killed many powerful mid-stage nascent soul monks before. If he was really targeted by Li Yuanba, Injin didn't think he could block Li Yuanba's attack. Fellow Daoist Li, Zhongzhou Commercial Bank has a very good relationship with Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. We should be close to each other often, Injin said with a smile. He had already seen the sarcasm in the eyes of many core cultivators on the side. No one was a fool. And they would not be made into enemies of Li Yuanba by his previous instigating words. In fact, every core monk here recognized Li Yuanba's identity when he arrived, with such obvious characteristics. And the fact that Li Yuanba was famous enough. How could the core monks of the major superpowers not have seen Li Yuanba's paintings? Li Yuanba shook his head. Injin also mentioned the relationship between Jiani Chongshao Pavilion and Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. He would not pursue anything further. If he really had something to think about, he would not say it out loud. He would find a chance to talk about it. Just kill Injin with the sword. He just wanted Injin to know not to act smart here. Mingxin, go and ask the peripheral monks who have no strength to leave. At this time, Master Mingkong of the Great Lane Temple turned to a junior disciple beside him and ordered. Master Mingkong came to Injin's rescue. And the other core monks also knew the strength of Dalian Temple and did not express any objection. Defeating the mid-stage nascent soul monks on the periphery is not something particularly revealing. Of course, this is relative to the core monks. Ordinary monks with superpowers who take action can still gain a lot of fame, which is very helpful to ordinary monks. Follow senior brother's orders. Mingxin clasped her hands together and bowed in salute. The conversations between the core monks of these superpowers in the inner circle did not avoid the monks in the middle stage of the outer nascent soul. So what the core monks talked about was also known to the monks in the middle stage of the outer nascent soul. But even if the peripheral nascent soul mid-stage monks knew about it, they could only obey the decisions of these core monks. Even if he wants to oppose, he must consider his own strength and the gap in the forces behind him. Many of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivators among them were holding their breath, planning to give Mingxin a good look after Mingxin came over, especially the core monks of large sects. They believe that there may be a gap between themselves and the core monks of the superpower, but they must be stronger than the ordinary monks of the superpower. The superpower only sent an unknown Master Mingxin, which looked down upon them. Li Yuanba looked at Venerable Mingxin. As Venerable Mingxin moved around, he could see something was wrong with Venerable Mingxin through his divine vision. Lord Mingxin walked towards the outer circle step by step in the void. As he walked, the aura on his body was quietly changing. He chanted something softly in his mouth. The initial sound was very low, but as he walked towards the periphery, the sound became louder and louder. We've got a good show. This is the thunder sound divine power of the Great Lane Temple. This Venerable Mingxin seems to be just an ordinary venerable, but he is most likely a preparatory core venerable. Tang Xuaning's message rang in Li Yuanba's ears. Li Yuanba's eyes narrowed slightly. The thunder sound magical power reminded him of his heavenly demon's ear. Unfortunately, heavenly demon's inner ear is only a spiritual attack secret method and cannot be compared with the sonic magical power. He had some expectations and wanted to see how big the gap was between his demon ears and thunder sound magical power. At the same time, he also contacted the real person Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 and prepared to record the sound wave and energy information of thunder sound magic power to serve as a data basis for him to improve the demon ear in the future. Venerable Mingxin stepped into the outer circle, and a mid-stage nascent soul monk stepped forward to approach Venerable Mingxin. But he only felt a dizziness in his brain. This monk in the middle stage of the nascent soul wanted to scream, but he couldn't even make a sound, and he couldn't control his body. The automatic levitation function of the nascent soul body was forcibly blocked, and his body fell to the ground like a weight. It is unimaginable that, let alone a nascent soul cultivator, even a golden core cultivator, as long as the cultivator is still alive, his body will have the ability to fly. Unless it is forcibly shot down or the monk dies, the body will not fall. At this time, another middle-stage Yuanying monk who followed the previous mid-stage Yuanying monk had no time to stop and entered a certain range of Venerable Li Mingxin. He also weighed heavily and fell from the air to the ground. Fortunately, Lord Mingxin did not intend to kill. The two monks in the middle stage of Yuanying regained their clarity after falling to the ground. with their powerful physical bodies in the middle stage of yuanying. They did not suffer any harm. But their eyes looking at Lord Mingxin were full of horror. Thunder's magical power! Someone among the mid-stage nascent soul monks present exclaimed. No one thought that an ordinary venerable from the Great Lane Temple would actually master the inherited magical power of the Great Lane Temple. The Lane Divine Power, they wanted to loudly ask. Can a venerable master who has mastered the Thundersound magical power be an ordinary venerable? But it was not their turn to speak here. The decision was made and agreed by the core monks of the superpowers, and they had no right to refute it. The next battle was meaningless because there were so many super powerful monks watching. And at the same time, it was impossible for the mid-level venerables of Great Lane Temple to be surrounded by the outer mid-level nascent soul monks, within the scope of the power of Thundersound magical power. Even if there are monks in the middle stage of nascent soul who can withstand the attack of Thundersound magical power, they will not be able to withstand the 3 attacks of Lord Mingxin while fighting against Thundersound magical power. Tao attack. Of course, it is not that there are no powerful mid-nascent soul monks. But these mid-nascent soul monks did not come forward, but just watched with cold eyes. If these peripheral nascent soul mid-stage monks were really driven away, their staying would be useless. They dared to participate in the start of the cave world because there were so many non-superpower mid-nascent soul monks coming. And they also put a lot of effort into publicizing this. Otherwise, how could there be so many mid-nascent soul monks at once? Monk. But it was obvious that so many monks in the middle stage of nascent soul were frightened by Lord Mingxin. The superpower Great Lane Temple sent an ordinary venerable to suppress a large number of mid-stage nascent soul monks in the periphery. At first, only a small number of peripheral mid-nascent soul monks left. But soon more and more mid-nascent soul monks left. They knew the gap between themselves and the superpower mid-nascent soul monks, and did not want to leave behind and become cannon fodder for other monks. No one who can cultivate to the middle stage of nascent soul is a fool. When they see that something cannot be done, they will naturally retreat. When the number of retreating mid-nascent soul monks is less than the number of mid-nascent soul monks from the superpower in the inner circle, the outer mid-nascent soul monks can no longer stay. Not to mention the gap in strength. Now even the number appears if there is a reversal. There is no point in them staying. Today, Venerable Mingxin defeated 100 against 1, which is enough to intimidate Zhongzhou continent, Injin said with a smile. Li Yuanbao looked at Injin, always feeling that Injin was like a troublemaker. But when he thought of this description, he was scolding himself. Amitba! Venerable Mingxin ignored Injin, turned around and returned to the camp of Dalian Temple, clasped his hands, and bowed to Venerable Mingkong. Li Yuanbao could sense that Venerable Mingxin consumed a lot of energy, and he could see that it was not as easy as it seemed to use the Thundersound power to fight against so many monks of the same level. Injin, you see that there are a lot of monks from Zhongzhou Trading Company. If you look at the people from the Lane Temple and Jianicheng Shao Pavilion, why not just leave the extra monks from Zhongzhou Trading Company? Master Mingkong's temperament is not like that. He was so peaceful on the surface. But after hearing the praise for Lord Mingxin from Injin's words, he immediately made a counterattack. There are many middle-stage nascent soul monks from Zhongzhou Trading Company. This is due to the numerous factions within Zhongzhou Trading Company. Each faction sent enough combat power to deal with the incident, which added up to a large number of monks in Zhongzhou Trading Company. Although there are many monks in our Zhongzhou Trading Company, there is no comparison with the Great Lane Temple where an ordinary venerable master has mastered the Thundersound magical power. In addition, our Zhongzhou Trading Company does not have the most monks. Of course Injin would not be like that, Master Mingkong said with a smile. What he said was true. Wuliang sect and Beidou sect had the most, and the other superpowers did not have as many monks as they did. It can be seen that Wuliang sect and Beidou sect are bound to win the cave here. Yuanba, when we enter the cave soon, we will separate from the other sword cultivators. Will you search with me or alone? Wu Qi asked via voice transmission at this time. The us Wu Qi refers to are the 5 core sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion. Wu Qi did not make a decision for Li Yuanbao. He believed that Li Yuanbao had his own clear opinions after seeing so many superpower core monks. After I enter the cave, I'll act alone, Li Yuanbao replied using voice transmission. To be honest, among the core monks of the superpower who came this time, he did not feel any threat to him from any core monks. This is related to his combat power and vision. In the past, his Phantom Sword Intention plus Lingbaoxing Sword was enough to kill any mid-stage nascent soul monk. Not to mention he also had 10,000 Swords Peak, and 5 midterm golden corpses. In addition, he has mastered many magical powers. Together with these methods, as long as he is not besieged by a large number of core monks, he has the ability to control the battlefield. Why don't we each send some monks to take turns to challenge and eliminate a group of monks first? We don't know the size of the cave yet. So many monks are still too many, Jie Lian of the Wuliang sect suggested with a smile. When he spoke, his eyes were looking at Beidou sect's Chong Qing, who was his main competitor. What's the point of such a challenge? I heard that fellow Taoist Li Yuanba is extraordinary. How about letting fellow Taoist Li take action, and only the monks who take 3 of fellow Taoist Li's moves can stay? Chong Qing said with a roll of his eyes. Chong Qing also believed that Wuliang sect was the main opponent. But Li Yuanba, who came to Xiedo with sword intent, was also a huge trouble. If Li Yuanba can be allowed to show some combat power, he can also get some clues from it, so that he can make corresponding plans. The super powerful mid-stage nascent soul monks here have only heard about Li Yuanba's terrifying achievements. But none of them have actually seen Li Yuanba take action. They were also curious about how a sword cultivator like Li Yuanba, who had just been promoted to the middle nascent soul stage not long ago, could possess such powerful combat power. Fellow Taoist Chang's opinion is quite good. Let's ask friend Taoist Li to give it a try. Jie Lian was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately thought about it and agreed. Among the other superpowers, except for the Jianichongshao Pavilion, the other core monks of the superpowers all expressed the same opinion. That is, they agreed to this proposal. They also wanted to observe Li Yuanba's strength with their own eyes, so as to use it as a reference for entering the cave in the future. Yuanba, don't agree, Wuqi said softly. Tang Xuening on the side also shook his head repeatedly, not wanting Li Yuanba to take action at this time. They all knew that Li Yuanba's combat power was so strong because he must have some kind of secret. Since it was a secret, it could not be exposed in public. Once one's secrets are exposed, not to mention whether they will be coveted by other monks, even many monks can find corresponding ways to deal with it after knowing the secret. It seems that fellow Taoists want me to take action. But there is no need to take action. I have a better way. The corpse refining I have trained is somewhat powerful. So why not let my corpse refining take action on my behalf? Li Yuanba said. He said something that shocked all the monks. He is a sword cultivator. The core sword cultivator of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. How could he have time, energy and resources to spend on the corpse refining process? Chong Qing was about to object, but saw Li Yuanba summoning a mid-stage golden corpse. Feeling the breath of the mid-term golden corpse, Chong Qing took back what he wanted to say. Although I haven't fought with this mid-stage golden corpse yet, I can tell from this aura alone that the combat power of this mid-stage golden corpse must be extremely terrifying. If Li Yuanba's mid-term golden corpse combat power can be weakened before entering the cave, it will definitely be a very cost-effective thing. There are many core monks who have the same thoughts as him. In the middle stage, the golden corpse walked in the void and came to an open place unhurriedly. Since all the peripheral nascent soul mid-stage monks have left, there are quite a lot of empty spaces around the mountain peak. Who comes first? Li Yuanba asked calmly. Wuqi and Tang Xuening both looked at Li Yuanba with strange eyes, and then at the mid-stage golden corpse. If the mid-term golden corpse hadn't completely obeyed Li Yuanba's instructions, these two swordsmen would have thought that the mid-term golden corpse had nothing to do with Li Yuanba. It's not that they have any prejudice against cultivating corpses. Jianichongshao Pavilion is not an orthodox sect, and a force whose main source of income is robbing resources cannot be an righteous sect. Chapter 737 Shock. All the superpower mid-nascent soul monks present, whether they were core monks or not, felt extremely insulted. Perhaps Li Yuanba's record is enough to make the monks present have concerns about him. But if you take out a mid-term golden corpse and just want to suppress the monks present, you are looking down on them. I'll try it first. A mid-stage nascent soul monk walked out of the Wuliang sect camp and said coldly. There was a sharp murderous intent on his body, and it was obvious that this was the mid-stage golden corpse that was ready to kill Li Yuanba on the spot. But he was not as impatient as he appeared. Before flying into the battle range, he blessed himself with defensive spells and a 4th-grade high-level defensive magic weapon. Just when he reached the fighting range, many mid-stage nascent soul monks only felt their eyes blur. And then a scream came out. Jie Lian of the Wuliang sect looked at his mid-stage nascent soul monk with an ugly expression, and was knocked away by a single blow from the mid-stage golden corpse. But he couldn't get angry, because the golden corpse in the middle stage was kept, and the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul was not in danger. In fact, Judging from the situation in which the monks were knocked away in the middle stage of nascent soul, if the golden corpse in the middle stage really wanted to kill him, he would already be a corpse. The onlookers who were watching the mid-stage nascent soul monks all took a breath of cold air. A super powerful mid-stage nascent soul monk did not block the attack of the mid-stage golden corpse. At that time, the mid-nascent soul monks were well prepared for defense. Most of the mid-nascent soul monks here could not defend themselves better than the mid-nascent soul monks on the field. A defensive spell plus the 2 defenses of a 4th grade high-level defensive magic weapon were all broken by a single blow from the mid-stage golden corpse. What is even more terrifying is the speed of the mid-stage golden corpse. There are very few monks present who can clearly see the attack trajectory of the mid-stage golden corpse. Unless you have practiced specialized skills, you want to see clearly the movement of the mid-stage golden corpse that is blessed by the speed rules. Trajectory is impossible. The mid-stage nascent soul monk who was knocked away returned to the camp with the help of his fellow disciples. His face was pale, which was caused by the damage caused by the mid-stage golden corpse attack, and also the mental backlash after the 4th grade high-level defensive magic weapon was forcibly destroyed. He looked at his 4th grade high-grade defensive magic weapon. The 4th grade high-grade defensive magic weapon was a shield. At this time, the shape of the shield was bent, which showed how terrifying the attack from the mid-stage golden corpse was. Since everyone has decided that my junior brother Li Yuanba will test the combat strength, then don't stop playing, Wuchi said with a smile. These guys worked together before to observe Li Yuanba's combat power. Looking at it now, Li Yuanba didn't see any combat power at all. But he was about to be eliminated by a mid-stage golden corpse, based on Wuchi's analysis of the combat power of the mid-stage golden corpse. Let alone those ordinary monks. Even among the core monks, there are very few who can block the 3 attacks of the mid-stage golden corpse. Even if he stepped forward himself, it was difficult to say that he could block the 3 attacks of the golden corpse in the middle stage. After hearing Wuchi's words, all the mid-nascent soul monks looked at each other for a moment. This was not the result they wanted. They also saw the terror of the mid-term golden corpse, and no one was willing to fight such a mid-term golden corpse. Powerful attack power. Extremely fast speed. Although the defensive power of the mid-stage golden corpse is not yet known. But these 2 alone will bring great trouble to any mid-stage nascent soul monk. Actually, asking fellow Daoist Li to test his combat power is a wrong decision. As a sword cultivator of Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion, fellow Daoist Li is not suitable for such a job. Yin Zhan was a little nervous when he saw the scene, and couldn't help but said, "Yes, fellow Daoist Li's identity is not suitable." Che Lian also said. The other core monks all agreed with this view. They did not want to be eliminated one by a mid-stage golden corpse. After entering the cave, they would have to face the powerful sword cultivator with a very small number of people. Ha ha! Which he sneered, but didn't say anything more. He does not want to be enemies with other super forces at the same time. The other super forces unite to form a terrifying combat power that cannot be resisted by Jiani Chongshao Pavilion alone. In that case, let's go into the cave and eliminate them. Li Yuanba waved his hand to call back the mid-stage golden corpse, and said calmly. The core monks of other super forces looked at the golden corpse in the middle stage with hot eyes. This was the big killer in the middle stage of nascent soul. With such a middle stage golden corpse, one can almost walk in the middle stage nascent soul realm. Among them, the monks who have studied corpse refining have determined that this mid-stage golden corpse is a golden corpse that mutated during the transformation process. In the process of transforming a corpse into a refined corpse, there is a certain chance that mutation will occur. Most of the time, this kind of mutation is not a good thing. The mutation will cause many shortcomings in the corpse refinement. But there is also a very small chance that the corpse refinement will be strengthened. And in some aspects, it will have specialties beyond the normal corpse refinement. However, Li Yuanba's midterm golden corpse has already shown its specialties in speed and strength. And the chance of such a mutation in the refined corpse is even rarer. Friend Chai, do you want us to work together and eliminate the sword cultivator from Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion? Chong Qin from the Beidou sect sent a message to Che Lian from the Wuliang sect and asked. After seeing Li Yuanba's mid-stage corpse refining, he immediately thought about how many monks would be needed to suppress the mid-stage golden corpse if he encountered it in the cave. The most critical thing is that in the midterm, the golden corpse is only a support. And Li Yuanba's combat power is even more powerful. Yes, but we need to contact other sects. Otherwise we will suffer too much loss and be advantageous to them. After hearing this, Che Lian did not refuse. but put forward his own opinion. Then, they contacted the core monks of other super forces and started plotting. Li Yuanba's reputation, coupled with the combat power shown by the golden corpse just now, gave these core monks a sense of crisis. With the proposal of Wuyong sect and Beidou sect, all the superpowers present agreed without any effort. The only question now is when to attack. Whether to choose to attack after entering the cave, or to attack now. The final unanimous opinion is that if they launch an attack outside the cave, with the speed of the sword cultivators, they are likely to escape far away first. After the cave opens, and they enter the cave, the sword cultivators still have a chance to enter the cave. Besides, such a large-scale mission would be impossible if the superpowers didn't have great monks to protect them from afar. It is impossible to cause much damage to Jinni Chongshao Pavilion outside, and it is easy to offend the sword cultivator, which will bring a lot of trouble to himself in the future.
Something is wrong. Yuanba, be careful when you go in.
Wuqi observed the small movements among these core monks. He judged that there was a problem based on his own experience, and sent a message to Li Yuanba to remind him.
Senior brother Wu, I will be careful.
Li Yuanba nodded.
Don't put your main focus on corpse refining. Swordsmanship is what you should improve.
Wuqi couldn't help but advise. He was worried that Li Yuanba was going in the wrong direction. Although Li Yuanba's mid-term golden corpse combat power could be described as terrifying, it was still a foreign object. No matter how powerful the golden corpse was cultivated, it would not be of any help to his own cultivation. On the contrary, it would distract the sword cultivator and prevent him from concentrating on it, thus wasting Li Yuanba's sword cultivating talent.
Thank you, Senior brother Wu, for your concern.
Li Yuanba knew that Wuqi was doing it for his own good. Otherwise he would not have warned him. So he smiled and thanked him.
The situation in the cave this time cannot be judged. There is no record of Lang Kai's cave in various classics. Not only the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, but according to the investigation by the Intelligence Department, other superpowers do not have Lang Kai's cave records. You must be careful after entering the cave. Such a cave of unknown nature will have many restrictions and is extremely dangerous.
Wuqi turned the topic to the cave and said, Li Yuanba also knew that the reason why Lang Kai's cave was discovered this time was not because of the clues left by Lang Kai. If the Great Master Lang Kai really left a clue, it means that the Great Master Lang Kai intends to leave a legacy. In that case, there may be more inheritance tests in the cave, and the relative risk will be smaller. But in the current situation, Master Lang Kai did not leave any clues. It was because the cave opened the space door on its own for some unknown reason, causing the cave's spatial aura to leak out, and was discovered by the monks. If Lang Kai Duaning's private cave is not intended to be open to the outside world, he will definitely set up some powerful guards in the cave. Although a long time has passed, and even though the Great Master Lang Kai has died, there is no problem that the environment in the cave can maintain the protection for thousands of years. Regarding the restrictions on the cave, Li Yuanba's true form, Li Shiming, encountered restrictions when he first explored Jai Ji's Heavenly Man Cave. At that time, the Heavenly Man Cave restricted monks from flying, and they could not even use magical powers to move through space, since the rules in the cave are set by the powerful. Unless you have a stronger cultivation level than the master of the cave, you must abide by the rules of the cave when entering the cave. Once you recognize the core of the cave, you will not be affected by the rules of the cave. The waiting time passed quickly. A few hours later, Li Yuanba felt strong spatial fluctuations coming from the mountain peak.
The space gate is about to open. Get ready.
The core monks of the superpower said one after another. Suddenly, various lights flashed, and all the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul blessed themselves, or their fellow disciples, with various defensive spells. Those who had defensive magic weapons also raised the defensive magic weapons. The sword cultivator side is a little simpler. They just add defensive spells to themselves. Not many sword cultivators have defensive magic weapons. Green light flashed on Li Yuanba's body, and the innate Imu magical power was activated. He blessed 4 core sword cultivators, including Wuqi and Tang Xuaning, with the innate Imu magical power. This is his advanced application of the magical power of innate Imu, which comes from the latest insights of the original body Li Shiming. After Li Shiming practiced the
Heaven and Man art,
all five elements of magical powers have been greatly improved. And as he practiced the
Heaven and Man art,
this improvement continued to grow. The enhanced magical power obtained by Li Shiming was naturally shared with his clone Li Yuanba. Since Li Yuanba has no wood talent, the energy absorbed by the innate Imu
Magical power runes in his body can only be used to emit the innate magical power 10 times. After the magical power is enhanced. In addition to healing, the innate magical power can also be retained in the monk's body. When injured, the injury will be automatically treated until the energy of the innate magical power left in the body is consumed. The therapeutic effect of his Scientiani magical power is almost equivalent to the effect of a 4th grade advanced nascent soul healing elixir. I didn't expect that sword cultivators like me would have such a high-level auxiliary blessing effect. Which he couldn't help but smile as he felt the magical healing energy of innate in his body. The other core sword cultivators also laughed. With Liu Yuanba, a sword cultivator with healing abilities, they were less worried about the dangers they were about to face. Although Tang Xuening is not a core swordsman, as Liu Yuanba's friend, she also enjoys the treatment of a core swordsman. Liu Yuanba put away the mid-stage golden corpse with a wave of his hand. No one knew whether refined corpses were allowed to survive in the cave. They would only know when they entered the cave. Therefore, it was not too late to put away the mid-stage golden corpse, and wait until the environment permitted before summoning it out. He held the 10,000 Swords Peak in his hand, and held the 10,000 Swords Peak without speaking, as long as he had a thought. The 2 force fields of 10,000 Swords Peak would all be released. In addition, 10,000 Swords Peak can also be regarded as a defensive magic weapon. Under the influence of 2 force fields, almost any magic weapon that wants to enter it can be affected by the force field. The old rule is that each force will enter 1 core monk first, then 10 ordinary monks, then all the core monks, and finally the other ordinary monks will not enter one after another. John said loudly as he was more active. This rule is for the safety of the monks. 1 core monk is introduced first, who can have the strength to suppress the threats at the entrance. And then 10 ordinary monks are added to establish the security defense of each camp. This is the experience summed up through the lives of countless monks. And it has been proven to be an extremely effective security method. Fellow Taoist Liu Yuanba cannot enter first. At this time, Che Lian from the Wuliang sect said in a deep voice. Che Lian's words made other core monks express the same opinion. They really wanted Liu Yuanba to be the first to enter, as the representative of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. With Liu Yuanba's combat power and the midterm golden corpse, it may be possible to clear out the core monks from the other superpowers, who entered first in a short time. Even the 10 ordinary monks, who entered later, would not be able to suppress Liu Yuanba enough. Che Lian analyzed and judged Liu Yuanba based on his combat prowess, as the first person in the middle nascent soul stage. No matter how unconvinced he was by the name, he did not dare to underestimate Liu Yuanba's combat prowess. There are no empty warriors under such a great reputation. Let alone the world of cultivating immortals where life and death are the decisive factor. The reputation of the world of immortality, especially the reputation built on many powerful monks, cannot be false. This is also the reason why many monks have never fought against Liu Yuanba, or even witnessed Liu Yuanba's moves. But they still agree with Liu Yuanba's title of the first person in the middle Yuaning stage. I'll enter the Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion first. Wuqi stood up and said, Chapter 738 Enter. The light blue space door cut open a rock on the top of the mountain, revealing a mysterious light from the crack in the rock. John was the first to step forward. With a wave of his hand, he cleared the rocks in front of the space door. He then took out a 4th grade formation disc, showed it to all the monks, and then placed it next to the space door, covering the top of the entire mountain. The purpose of the display is to let all the monks know that these 4th grade arrays have no special function. They are just formations for external defense. All the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul are inside the formation. This formation has no effect on everyone. It just prevents monks from outside from breaking in. Of course, each superpower will leave 2 mid-stage nascent soul monks as the defense force of the space gate. These are the rules, and there is no need to say anything more. Wuqi smiled and nodded to Liu Yuanba, who was the third one to step into the space gate. The strongest core monks of each superpower enter first. After each superpower has entered a core monk, each superpower enters 10 ordinary monks in turn. Until this moment, all the monks present had their eyes on Liu Yuanba. The strongest core monks of each super force are missing here, and there are many fewer core monks who really have the right to speak. In addition, all the monks are afraid of Liu Yuanba's powerful combat power, even if it is to express respect for the strong. They do not want to enter the space gate before Liu Yuanba. Liu Yuanba did not refuse. He smiled slightly and walked into the space door. During the space transition, His figure appeared in an extremely dark space. From the extreme brightness outside to the extreme darkness in the space, there will usually be a short-term impact. However, he has practiced spiritual eyes and has no such impact. The 10,000 Swords Peak in his hand has activated a dual force field with a reduced radius of only 5 meters to prevent unexpected attacks. With a dual force field of 10,000 Swords Peak, even if a mid-stage nascent soul monk attacks him, he will still have time to dodge or counterattack. But obviously, his worries were unnecessary, because the monks who entered the middle stage of Yuanying before were fighting. It was not a battle between the super forces, but all the monks who entered the middle stage of Yuanying were fighting against the guardians in the cave. There are 8 superpowers gathered here this time. The 8 core monks who entered first stood in the 8 directions surrounding the entrance space door of the cave. The remaining 80 mid-stage nascent soul monks stood in front of the 8 core monks. Behind him, he fought with the core monks of each force. Yuanba! How quickly! These guys are too strong! Wu Qi quickly greeted Li Yuanba after seeing him. Li Yuanba saw the enemy they faced. It was a strange creature with a dark body and a long sword. Although it is said to be a human, it does have a human body shape, and its fighting movements are the same as those of humans. Every move is a human melee swordsmanship. But there is also something special. There are no clothes on the dark body, or there is no need for clothes at all, because except for the body of this weird creature that looks like a human, it does not have any human characteristics. There is no gender, no hair, no face, just like a semi-finished puppet. But from the breath, you can feel that this is indeed life. This strange creature was extremely powerful. He could see the shadow of a melee swordsman in the strange creature's moves. Of course, due to the lack of sword intent, the strange creature is not a true melee swordsman. Li Yuanba saw Wu Qi's 4th grade top-level flying sword slashing at a strange creature. Under the effect of breaking void sword intent, it almost cut through most of the strange creature's body. But in just one breath, the cut body of this strange creature merged and recovered. Judging from its fighting status, it was not affected at all. He didn't do much observation. And while he was observing, Wu Qi was almost injured by the strange creature because he was distracted talking. Although sword cultivators are physically extremely powerful among ordinary monks, they are still monks who attack from a distance. And these strange creatures have already reached close attacks, making the battle very difficult for the sword cultivators. There are so many weird creatures appearing continuously in the darkness. Li Yuanba waved his hand, and 5 midterm golden corpses were released. His strongest combat power was not the midterm golden corpse, and in this case, the midterm golden corpse, which was good at melee combat, was the most suitable combat power. 5 mid-stage golden corpses rushed in front of Wu Qi, and with every movement of their hands, the strange creatures were knocked away, instantly reducing the pressure on the sword cultivators. You actually refined 5 of these golden corpses? Wu Qi said in horror. With the participation of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses, he finally had some free time. He stopped fighting and looked at the 5 mid-stage golden corpses. After repeated confirmations, he found that the 5 mid-stage golden corpses all had the same combat power. Not to mention anything else, the source of materials for these 5 golden corpses is a problem. The most unacceptable thing about corpse refining in the world of immortality is the corpse as the material for refining corpses. Not only the corpses of monks are needed. The more talented and powerful the corpses of monks are, the more powerful the corpses will be. What is certain is that the materials of these 5 golden corpses are probably only the corpses of the core monks of the superpower have such conditions. However, considering that none of the superpowers in Zhongzhou continent has lost so many core monks, this matter should have nothing to do with Zhongzhou continent. The core monks of the superpowers such as Che Lian, Yinjun, Chong Qing, Master Mingkong, etc. who were fighting, also paid attention to the arrival of Li Yuanba while fighting. After they saw the appearance of 5 mid-stage golden corpses, they couldn't help but feel something in their hearts. I felt happy for a while. The original plan was for the remaining 7 superpowers to unite and drive away the sword cultivators from Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion first. If the Cave Heaven had not been attacked by the Cave Heaven Guardians, perhaps they had already acted according to the plan. And once Li Yuanba strikes back, not to mention Li Yuanba's own combat power, just to kill 5 mid-stage golden corpses, how many monks from the 7 superpowers will need to be lost? The speed and super attack power of the mid-stage golden corpse are a disaster for mid-stage nascent soul monks. Just look at the extremely difficult cave guardians they faced. and the mid-stage golden zombies almost knocked one away with one blow. This shows that the mid-stage golden zombies are more powerful than they expected. Yuan Ba, we have encountered the most troublesome Dongtian. This Dongtian has no intention of passing it on. The resistance of this Dongtian is too fierce, Wu Qi said with a wry smile. How did you deal with caves like this before? Li Yuanba asked, having encountered many caves, but had no experience in dealing with caves like this. Since there is no intention to pass it on, we cannot recognize the owner of this cave. The only way is to find the core of the cave and destroy it. Wu Qi thought for a while and replied, Why don't we invite the great monks to come in and let the great monks handle it? Li Yuanba looked at the battle situation. Although there were continuous entry of mid-stage nascent soul monks, the number of cave guardians was also increasing. He felt that such a battle was scary. It is extremely difficult. So I suggested, if the great monk can enter and take action, he will not only be able to withstand the attack of the cave guardian, but also be able to continuously advance. For a long time since the cave was first opened, it could only accommodate monks at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Even if the big monks wanted to come in, there was nothing they could do. Wu Qi shook his head and said, Li Yuanba thought of the space door when he entered just now, and he felt the instability of the space door at that time. Indeed, once the strength of the entrant is too strong, the space gate may collapse immediately. If the space door collapses, the entrance like them will be closed in the cave. The monks who are passing through the space door will be even worse, and they will be torn apart by the broken space fragments of the space door. At this time, all the mid-stage nascent soul monks from outside entered. Nearly 400 mid-stage nascent soul monks formed formations in their own camps in a small space to resist the attacks of the cave guardians. Among all the camps, Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion is the easiest. 5 mid-stage golden corpses stood at the front, blocking the guardians of the cave's sky from the sword cultivators of the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. What the sword cultivators need to do is to use their flying swords to help the 5 mid-stage golden corpses and block the cave guardians from the periphery. The ability of the golden corpse to continue fighting in the midterm is extremely amazing. Even without the slightest supplement, it is not a problem to fight for more than a month. The rest of the camp could not guarantee the safety of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. A mid-stage nascent soul monk from Wuliang sect relied on his amazing defensive power and stood in the front. However, after being slashed at the same spot by the cave guardian several times in a row, his defense was broken and he was struck by a sword. I've been poisoned! The monk in the middle stage of nascent soul of the infinite sect screamed and backed away quickly. His fellow disciples took over where he retreated and blocked the cave guardian again. Specialized Wuliang sect monks checked his injuries and took out the antidote. There was no need to look closely. The monks in the camp next to him saw that his wounds were still covered in black, and the black was still spreading. They knew that the antidote elixir had no effect. Think about it. This is a powerful cave, and the poison it sets on the guardians of the cave is so easy to remove. The poison monk sat cross-legged on the ground and began to mobilize the spiritual power in his body to fight against the poison. But judging from the speed at which the black color spreads around the wound, he may be doing this in vain. Obviously the poison monk also understood this. He gritted his teeth and gave up his physical body, and the small nascent soul emerged from the physical body. What shocked the eyes of all the mid-stage nascent soul monks present was that there was also a black wound on the body of this nascent soul, which was consistent with the wound on the physical body. In other words, the sword of the cave guardian not only hurt the physical body, but also acted on the nascent soul. Be careful of the poison! Don't get hit by the cave guardian! The monks in the front row need to be rotated more frequently. Orders were issued one after another. These were orders issued by the core monks in desperation after seeing the terror of the cave guardian. Unfortunately, as the number of cave guardians increased, the superpowers began to reduce their numbers. The monks in the middle stage of the nascent soul of the infinite sect who were initially poisoned. The nascent soul was completely black, just like the guardian of the cave. At this time, he could no longer hold on, and let out a final scream, and the nascent soul turned into nothingness. Afterwards, many mid-stage nascent soul monks who were poisoned saw his miserable state, and their eyes showed despair. They saw their own ending, but they were unable to change the outcome. They took the antidote and used various methods, but there was no cure for the poison, except for Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. All the other 7 superpowers have monks who have been poisoned. It was because they replaced the monk at the front in time that the poisoned monk did not die on the spot. Fellow Taoist Wu, fellow Taoist Li, Luanfeng Palace is asking Jiani Chongshao Pavilion for help. Yao Feng sighed in her heart. And she spoke to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. She could also see that if this continued, it would be difficult for all her fellow disciples, including her, to persevere. Now the condition of all the monks is still at its peak. When the monks are exhausted, the casualties will become greater and greater until the defense line completely collapses and all the monks fight alone. At that time, all the monks will soon be killed by the guardians of the cave. And only the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion can persist here. The most important thing is that Yao Feng saw that Li Yuanba did not take action. Thinking of the rumors about Li Yuanba, and the fact that Li Yuanba easily took out 5 mid-stage golden corpses and blocked the attack of the cave guardian, she believed that Li Yuanba had more methods. Yuanba, if their defense line is lost, we will be in trouble. Wu Qi heard Yao Feng's request, and said to Li Yuanba via voice transmission. The defense lines established now are 8 camp defense lines established by 8 super forces. Once one of the camp's defense lines is breached, the other camp's defense lines need to share the broken defense line. It's okay if 1 or 2 lines of defense are broken, but it depends on the situation that the defense lines of the 7 super forces cannot be maintained for long. If only the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion is left, the sword cultivators of the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion will be attacked by the cave guardians from all directions. Attack! Then let's share a golden corpse. Li Yuanba nodded in agreement. He pointed his hand, and a mid-stage golden corpse flashed and disappeared in front of the Jiani Chongshao Pavilion camp. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Wanfeng Palace. In the middle stage, the speed of the golden corpse had an absolute advantage, and coupled with its lack of physical exertion, as soon as it arrived in front of Wanfeng Palace, it walked back and forth between the cave guardians, knocking them away one by one. It's a pity that no matter how powerful the golden corpse is in the midterm, it can't kill the guardian of the cave sky. The most terrifying thing about the cave heaven guardian is its immortal-like resilience. No matter how the cave heaven guardian is injured, the cave heaven guardian only needs 1 breath to recover. Fortunately, the power of the golden corpse in the midterm is strong enough, and each blow can knock away the cave guardians. The flying cave guardians will cause temporary chaos in the cave guardian group. This gave the monks in the defensive camp time to relax. The reinforcement of a mid-stage golden corpse greatly reduced the pressure on Wanfeng Palace. They cooperated with their respective Phoenix spiritual pets and stabilized the defense line. However, the sword intention Chongshao Pavilion defense line that lost 1 mid-stage golden corpse was not affected at all. It seemed that there was no difference between the 5 mid-stage golden corpses and the 4 mid-stage golden corpses. Chapter 739 Request. Amitabha. Dalian Temple sincerely asks Jiani Chongshao Pavilion for help. Master Mingkong of Dalian Temple saw the situation in Wanfeng Palace, and he also requested Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. He could see that only the help of a midterm golden corpse could greatly reduce their pressure and stabilize the defense. This is not to say that the midterm golden corpses are stronger than a group of midterm venerables. But as venerables, they consume a lot of money in battle, especially in the cave environment, and the combat power they can exert is limited. The mere fact that they cannot be attacked by the cave guardians makes the venerables cautious. The poison of the cave guardian is too terrifying. Even if the skin is broken a little, the poison is enough to kill the venerables. No matter how the cave guardian attacks, it cannot be destroyed. It can only withstand attacks. Problems will inevitably occur if it is defended for a long time. Among the venerables he brought, 2 of them have been poisoned. Although they have not died yet, depending on the situation, they will not be able to survive for long. If this continues, it may be difficult for the venerable master who came from Dalian Temple to survive this time. Yuanba. I agree to help Dalian Temple. There is no need to explain the reasons. They have all been told to Li Yuanba, and Wu Qi expressed his opinion. Li Yuanba waved his hand, and a medium-term golden corpse moved in front of the camp of Dalian Temple, which relieved the pressure on the sages of Dalian Temple and allowed their defense line to stabilize quickly. At this time, the original agreement had long lost its meaning. Wanfeng Palace and Dalian Temple asked for help from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, which was equivalent to siding with Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Not to mention that Li Yuanba's 5 midterm golden corpses alone made it difficult to implement the original agreement. The core monks of the 2 super sects, Guiyuan sect and Feiyu sect, saw that Wanfeng Palace and Dalian Temple successfully appealed to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion for help. They thought that their relationship with Jiani Chongshao Pavilion was not bad. Yes, so I also sent a request for help to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. With Wu Qi's nod, 2 more mid-stage golden corpses were separated. At this time, even if the 3 core monks of Wuyang sect, Beidou Sect and Zhongzhou Trading Company wanted to speak to Jianichengshao Pavilion. Jianichengshao Pavilion would not be able to separate the last midterm Golden Corps. The three superpowers had to get close to each other and cooperate with each other to defend. As soon as they moved like this, they immediately reduced the size of their own defense line, and also forced the other 5 superpower camps to increase their defense lines and take over the defense lines they had separated. Li Yuanba ignored the Dongtian Guardian's attack. The participation of the 5 mid-stage Golden Corpses prevented the Dongtian Guardian from having any impact on the 5 superpower camps. He was testing the situation in the cave, and the first thing he discovered was that he couldn't use his magical power. This is the worst news. Without the Divine Foot power, his combat power will be greatly reduced, and his means of escape will also be greatly weakened. Fortunately, the rules here do not impose any restrictions on other aspects, which is good news.
Yuanba, this is not an option if we continue like this. Even if the Golden Corpse can resist the attack, the consumption of our monks will be too great. If we can sustain it for 2 days at most, all our monks will be severely damaged.
Wuqi drove the flying sword, attacking the cave guardian. He said to Li Yuanba. His attack method at this time has long since changed his style. He no longer pursues lethality, but only repels the cave guardian. Anyway, no matter how powerful the attack is, no matter how powerful the sword intention is, it cannot cause casualties to the cave guardian. The cave guardian cannot be killed at all.
Yes, we have to find a solution.
Yao Feng from Wanfeng Palace interrupted. She also knows that if you defend for a long time, you will lose, and defending like this is not an option.
I just checked the space gate and tell you some unfortunate news. We can't leave through the space gate.
Chongqing of Beidou Sect said helplessly at this time. After he found that he couldn't hold on for long, he tried to exit the cave, but unfortunately, he couldn't leave at all.
I suggest you choose the strongest monk to go deep into the cave and find a way to destroy the core of the cave.
Zhan said with a twinkle in his eye. His eyes glanced at Li Yuanba vaguely. He wanted Li Yuanba to enter the depths of the cave. Through the current situation, it is almost impossible to control this cave. Dongtian is divided into those that can be inherited and those that cannot be inherited. Generally, after the death of a great power, the cave's sky will be set to the inheritable state by the great power, as long as the monks enter it and pass some tests to recognize the core of the cave. They can master the cave. Not all great powers are selfless. Some even do not want to pass on the cave to their descendants, but regard the cave as their own tomb. When a monk enters the cave, it is equivalent to digging the tomb of the powerful. That is to say, under the long-term effect of Dongtian, all the protective power has declined. If the guardian of Dongtian in its heyday, its combat power is far beyond what the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul can withstand. Now they can all confirm that Lang Kai's cave is most likely Lang Kai's tomb. There is no possibility of this kind of cave being passed down. After being unable to exit the cave entrance, the longer they stay here, the more dangerous it becomes. Because the sword cultivators in Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion did not encounter much danger, which he did not consider withdrawing. No matter what the situation is in the cave, the resources obtained from the exploration alone are enough rewards. But now that he heard that he couldn't leave, his expression changed slightly. He quit the battle and came to the space gate. When he put his hand into the space gate, he did not feel any spatial fluctuations.
There is no way out. I agree to send monks to go deep into the cave. But don't think about any one monk going deep into the cave. Let's each choose a strong monk to go deep. This way, we have a higher chance of finding the core of the cave.
Wuqi said in a deep voice.
Fellow Taoist Wu, even if I go deep in person, I'm afraid I won't even be able to pass through the formation in front of me.
Zhan pointed at the cave guardians in front of him, shook his head, and said with a wry smile, even if we can still defend it now, it is the joint efforts of so many monks in the middle stage of Yuaning. If he were really thrown into the cave guardians ahead, he would be chopped into pieces by the cave guardians in just a few breaths.
Fellow Taoist Wu, please ask friend Taoist Li first if he is sure to go deep. I am afraid that no monk other than him can go deep here.
Che Lian of the Wuliang sect continued. There is really no other way. Otherwise, he would not be able to say such derogatory words about himself. Wuqi originally wanted to let the core monks from other forces work together, whether it was him or Li Yuanba on his side to explore deeply. A lot of resistance would be reduced. But the fact is right in front of us. It is true that the core monks do not have the strength to surpass the guardian of the cave.
Yuanba, this matter is extremely dangerous. If you are not sure,
You can wait for a day to see if the space gate will be restored.
Wu Qi turned to Li Yuanba to discuss.
I'll try it first to see if I can rush over. Don't worry. Even if I encounter trouble, there will still be no problem if I get back,
Li Yuanba said confidently.
Then you must be careful,
Wu Qi said helplessly. He didn't want Li Yuanba to take risks. But the problem was that he had to take risks now. Otherwise, so many sword cultivators were trapped here. And if the exit from the cave couldn't be opened, sooner or later the sword cultivators would perish here. As for the other superpower monks, Wu Qi didn't care about their life or death at all. If he hadn't discovered some changes among the core monks of the 7 superpowers before, how could he have asked Li Yuanba to divide the midterm golden corpses to help several superpowers defend against attacks? Now it is because of the separation of 4 midterm golden corpses that the situation is on the side of Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. Even if Wuyang sect and Beidu's sect wanted to cause trouble, they would not dare to cause trouble when so many superpowers were on the side of Jiani Chengshao Pavilion.
Take all the golden corpses with you.
Wu Qi noticed that Li Yuanba was preparing to set off and reminded him quickly.
By the way, I forgot. This is my spiritual mark. Senior brother can control the golden corpse for a short time.
Li Yuanba heard his reminder, made a spiritual mark, and gave it to Wu Qi and said, if something really happens, with the combat power of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses, the safety of Wu Qi and other sword cultivators can be guaranteed. Wu Qi did not give any more advice. He believed that Li Yuanba would not overestimate his capabilities. Since he did not bring the midterm golden corpse, he must be sure. Li Yuanba threw the
10,000 swords peak
upwards, and the
10,000 swords peaks
flew above his head. He jumped hard, and his figure rushed past the midterm golden corpse at the front of the Jiani Chengshao Pavilion's defense line. The long swords in the hands of the 3 cave guardians slashed at his body. All the monks on the battlefield knew how powerful the long swords of the cave guardians were. Even an upper-level 4th-grade defensive magic weapon cannot withstand the power of this sword. The only way to deal with the Cave Heaven Guardian is to use sudden attacks to confront the Cave Heaven Guardian, so that the Cave Heaven Guardian cannot attack with all its strength. They were able to stop the Cave Heaven Guardians, because they were attacked by several layers of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. The Cave Heaven Guardians were repelled by the attacks before they were fully launched. The mid-stage nascent soul monks, who had previously tried to resist the sword of the Cave Guardian, now fell to the ground and struggled. Wu Qi was also worried about Li Yuanba, and he regretted letting Li Yuanba pass. Just when the Cave Guardians stepped into the 5-meter range of Li Yuanba, their movements were obviously a bit slower, and their originally extremely fast attacks were at least twice as slow. Li Yuanba did not attack the Cave Guardians. He swayed slightly from side to side, and easily dodged the attacks of the 3 Cave Guardians. At the same time, the speed of his feet did not slow down at all. After that, the Cave Guardians kept trying to stop him. But each attack would slow down inexplicably, and his figure would get further and further away, eventually disappearing into the darkness and becoming invisible. There were all super powerful monks present, especially the core monks. Although their strength could not compare with Li Yuanba, their eyesight was not bad. They naturally saw something. The
10,000 swords peak
above Li Yuanba's head reminded them of the mountain-like magic weapon of the Baidi sect.
Fellow Taoist Wu. It seems that fellow Taoist Li has received a lot of benefits from the Baidi sect. No wonder the Baidi sect is eyeing fellow Taoist Li.
Injin seemed to see hope, and said to Wu Qi with a smile. The arrest of Li Yuanba by the Baidi sect caused the disappearance of a great monk of the Yuqing sect. Naturally, such a big thing was known to all the superpowers. The core monks of these superpowers can share power information, and they naturally know what happened to Li Yuanba. Now that I saw Li Yuanba using the mountain magic weapon and walking calmly through the cave guardians, I couldn't help but think that the mountain magic weapon above Li Yuanba's head was related to the White Emperor sect's desire to capture Li Yuanba. They had no idea about the magic weapon on the mountain. On the one hand, Li Yuanba's combat power was the strongest here, so it was their turn to snatch the magic weapon. On the other hand, Li Yuanba was their hope of leaving. Now that their retreat was lost, the stronger Li Yuanba was, the more beneficial it was to them.
It has nothing to do with the Baidi sect,
Wu Qi explained in a deep voice. It's not easy for him to say anything more. It would be bad if he said too much. He knew the origin of
10,000 swords peak.
It was a magic weapon that Li Yuanba had long ago. It was given by his master Jin Wuwei, and had nothing to do with the Baidi sect. But
10,000 swords peak
became more and more powerful in Li Yuanba's hands, especially after the battle with the Baidi sect. The power of
10,000 swords peak had been greatly improved. Just seeing that the guardians of the cave are affected by 10,000 Swords Peak, we can see how powerful 10,000 Swords Peak is. In fact, none of them knew that the reason why Li Yuanbao was so relaxed was that the cave guardians here were all made of metal matter and energy. Although Li Yuanbao was unable to analyze how the cave heaven guardian was composed, he was certain that the cave heaven guardian's entire body was a fusion of metal matter and energy. As long as it is metal matter and energy, it will be affected by the invisible elemental magnetism. Originally, his invisible magnetism magical power had limited power and could only affect a range of 5 meters around him. But by inserting the magical rune of Invisible Yuan Magnetic into 10,000 Swords Peak, 10,000 Swords Peak can stimulate the Invisible Yuan Magnetic to reach a force field with a radius of 1 kilometer. In order to prevent the invisible magnetism magical power from being exposed, he compressed the invisible magnetism force field stimulated by Wanjin Peak to a radius of 5 meters and integrated it with the gravity field. Here are all monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. There are no monks beyond his realm, which makes these monks unable to see through the dual force field composed of the invisible magnetism and gravity stimulated by 10,000 Swords Peak. The most important thing is that probably all the mid-stage nascent soul monks here do not believe that a sword cultivator from the Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion, a talented sword cultivator of the metal element, can possess the earth element magical power. Invisible Yuan Magnetic. As soon as the cave guardian entered the dual force field of invisible magnetism and gravity, he was affected by the control power of the invisible magnetism magical power on metal matter and energy, as well as the pressure of the gravity field. In this case, no matter how sharp the cave heaven guardian's attack is, he cannot exert his own attack power, especially after his speed is slowed down. His attack cannot keep up with Li Yuanbao's speed. Chapter 740 Sea of Flowers. Although Li Yuanbao was unable to use South close to the end as a sword cultivator, his speed was not slow. He walked among the cave guardians, always making subtle dodges in time when attacks were about to fall on him, because if the dodge movement is too large, it will affect his speed. Some micro movements of the body have no effect on the speed. Fortunately, the cave guardian attacks at close range, which makes his dodge easier. With the support of divine eyes, darkness has no effect on him, and he can see the environment in front of him clearly. The number of cave heaven guardians is astonishing. The cave heaven guardians surrounding the mid-nascent soul monks are more than 300 meters thick. After crossing 300 meters, there were very few cave sky guardians. Only a few sporadic cave sky guardians. And they were also gathering here. However, when Li Yuanbao rushed through the gathering range of the Dongtian guardians, there were at least hundreds of Dongtian guardians chasing him behind him. Sword escape! Li Yuanbao smiled faintly, and his body merged with Ling Baoxing's sword and turned into a sword light. Although Ling Baoxing Yijian did not use his full strength, his speed suddenly increased by more than twice with the help of the 4 speed runes inside. The sword light he transformed became smaller and smaller in the eyes of the cave guardians, and soon disappeared into the distance. The guardians of the cave sky did not give up. Their mission was to protect the cave sky. Besides, as long as Li Yuanbao is in the cave, they can find Li Yuanbao. After getting rid of the cave guardian, Li Yuanbao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't get rid of the cave guardian easily, it took him a lot of tricks. As for the battle with the cave heaven guardian, he was not so arrogant that he could destroy the cave heaven guardian that many mid-stage nascent soul monks could not kill. He has seen the battle process of the cave guardian. The ability to recover on its own even if the body is cut in two is basically immortal. He released his spiritual consciousness and contacted Z15 at the same time to conduct analysis and judgment based on his spiritual consciousness scan. His speed has not slowed down. Z15's analysis and judgment time is faster than his own reaction, which will make him safer. Hey! Li Yuanbao, who was making a quick sword escape, suddenly felt that his consciousness seemed to have discovered something. Z15 has already passed the result into his brain, which is a top-grade 4th-grade gold-based material. Without the slightest hesitation, his spiritual consciousness grabbed the 4th-grade top metal material and put it into the soul crystal ring. This kind of cave that has not been opened for a long time contains a lot of resources, especially for a cave like this that specializes in the metal system. The other 4-5 elements resources will be rare or even non-existent, but the metal system resources must be extremely abundant. An area extremely rich in gold resources has not been opened for thousands of years. There are so many resources here. Li Yuanbao only slowed down a little. But he did not dare to stop. He was sensing that the guardian of the cave was chasing him. In addition, he didn't know if there would be other enemies in the cave. The best way was to move at high speed. Even if any powerful enemies appeared, they would not be easily attacked. There is no direction in the cave. But he can determine the direction of the core of the cave through the flow direction of spiritual energy. He didn't know how other monks judged the core of the cave. His ability came from the observation of spiritual energy through divine eyes. Jian Dun passed through a barrier. The barrier did not prevent him from passing through. But the sense of space separation made him know that he was leaving the previous space area. There is no certain environment layout in the cave. But usually the owner of the cave will divide the cave into different spaces to make use of different environments. After passing through the space barrier, his eyes lit up, and it was no longer a dark space. It is a space barrier that allows two different worlds to appear within an inch. Li Yuanbao felt dazzling, because the newly entered space was not only bright, but also had a dazzling golden light. He saw a sea of flowers. All the flowers here had golden branches and leaves. And the flowers were also golden. The dazzling golden light was emitted by this sea of flowers. Normally, if you see a sea of golden flowers, you will feel like a nouveau riche. But here, Li Yuanbao felt the murderous intention hidden in it. It looks like a beautiful flower, but every petal has a sharp edge. As a sword cultivator, I have an instinctive perception of this sharpness. While he was thinking about it, he had already entered the sea of flowers. Except for the few meters of space next to the space diaphragm. The rest of the area was entirely within the scope of the sea of flowers. If he wants to go to the core of cave heaven, he must pass through this sea of flowers. Just when he was in the sea of flowers, the sea of flowers seemed to come alive. And every golden flower was swaying. The flowers that move automatically without wind make this place look extremely weird. The golden flower swayed more and more, until the petals even separated from the flower. The petals flew into space, and a large number of petals rose into the air, turning the entire sea of flowers into a sea of petals. One petal collided with another petal, which seemed to trigger an inexplicable chain reaction. The speed of the two petals increased, and they flew in two directions. The two petals collided with the other two petals, causing the flying speed of the original two petals, and the new two petals to increase again. Li Yuanbao looked at the sea of petals that was flying like a breeze before. But due to chain reactions again and again, the breeze of the sea of petals turned into a strong wind. The harsh sound of petals cutting the air came to his ears. And each petal turned into a sharp weapon. Several petals were cut into the 5-meter radius of the dual force field of invisible magnetism and gravity arranged by Wanjian Peak above the head. The petals actually traveled through the force field of invisible magnetism along the direction of the force field. Get up! The gravity field did not have the slightest impact on the petals. Although it was not easy for the petals to hurt Li Yuanbao, the influence of the invisible magnetism on the petals was not as strong as he expected. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched a petal that was traveling through the invisible magnetic force field. As soon as he took it, he felt that the petals in his hand were not real objects, but a special kind of golden energy, from which he sensed a hint of rule blessing. This is thanks to Li Shiming, the main body, who practiced the heavenly art, which gave Z15 some reference and a certain understanding of the rules of the metal system. With the help of Z15, he, a middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivator who had no sense of rules, was able to judge the influence of the golden rules existing in the petals. The petals blessed by the rules of the gold system possess the attack power of a great monk in a sense, even if the golden rules in each petal are extremely thin. As long as it is touched by the power of the rules, its attack will be on another level. That is to say, his invisible yuan magnetic has a very strong effect on metal-based materials and energy. And invisible yuan magnetic is also a magical power. It barely borrows the power of rules, so it can also have some influence on flower petals. Li Yuanbao did not dare to take it lightly. He instantly released the range of the invisible magnetic force field of Wanjianfeng and released the invisible magnetic force field with a radius of 1 kilometer. All the petals that entered it flied in a strange way, following the arrangement of the force field lines of the invisible elemental magnetism force field. He constantly adjusted the force field lines. Otherwise, the petals would travel through the force field lines to every place within a radius of 1,000 meters. He was also within the force field and would also be attacked by the petals. Fortunately, he can control invisible magnetism. He activated his own
invisible magnetism, magical power, and formed a 5-meter radius, invisible magnetism, magical power range around his body. In this way, there are 2 sets of invisible magnetism, force fields outside his body, and all the petals are in the first layer of invisible magnetism, force fields with a radius of 1 kilometer. Under his intentional isolation, not a single petal could enter the 5-meter radius, invisible magnetic, force field close to him. He shook his head. Fortunately, he went deep here. If other mid-stage nascent soul monks came here, they would be crushed into powder by these petals in an instant. His own safety was guaranteed. Giving him time to observe the sea of flowers, he discovered that these petals were, in a sense, similar to the energy flying swords in 10,000 Swords Peak. It's also energy. It's also releasing flying blades. And it's also using numbers to attack the enemy. It's a pity that the petals here cannot be collected at all. Otherwise, he would like to collect some of them for research. Even the body of the golden flowers on the ground is integrated with the earth. Even if he uses his spiritual consciousness, he cannot collect any golden flowers. He used his sword to escape from this sea of flowers for a stick of incense. For other monks, this distance would definitely be a journey between death and life. But he looked at the dazzling scene and admired it all the way through. His clairvoyance saw the edge of the sea of flowers through countless petals. When he flew out of the sea of flowers, all the petals flying above the sea of flowers suddenly stagnated in the air. Then all the petals turned into nothingness. And then the flowers that had lost their petals all appeared with petals. The entire sea of flowers returned to its original state in an instant, as if nothing had ever happened. Li Yuanba sighed. This method of recycling flowers is not unusual. Many masters of weapon refining have the same method. But the problem lies in the quantity. Look at the number of flowers in this sea of flowers. If the weapon masters were to refine these flowers one by one, thousands of weapon masters would be exhausted. He didn't know how Lang Kai Dunning did it. Dang Ning's world was not something he could understand. All he could do was marvel. Each flower was like a magic weapon. A magic weapon with the power of rules. If the power of the rules were not weak, it could almost be regarded as possessing the power of a spiritual treasure. Of course, this is only based on the fact that the petals can contain the rules of the gold system. The power of the petals is very different from the real spiritual treasure. Just look at Li Yuanba's natal magic weapon Xingyi's sword. When Xingyi's sword truly displays its full power, the power of rules contained in its speed rule imprint is many times that of the petals. Just looking at the petals, not even the golden rule mark can be revealed. You can judge that there are very few rules in the petals. But once there are enough petals blessed with the power of rules, even great monks will find it difficult to deal with them. Li Yuanba wanted to stay longer and study these strange flowers. But when he wanted to do some research, he discovered that in the sea of flowers, many black figures were approaching quickly. This sea of flowers did not attack the guardian of the cave sky. The guardian of the cave sky walked above the sea of flowers, and not a single petal flew to attack. Li Yuanba knew he couldn't stay any longer. So he turned around and passed through the space barrier again. When he passed through the space barrier this time, he felt a hint of space transformation, which was a short space transmission. When he appeared, he found himself outside the end of a road paved with gold bricks. On both sides of the road were golden statues. The statues were different, and they were various monks holding different magic weapons. Although the color is still the same golden color, the expression of the statue is lifelike, as if a real person has been transformed into a statue. There are space barriers on the left, right and above the brick avenue, so that the movement space of this road is only within the scope of the brick avenue. Li Yuanba wanted to use sword escape to move forward, but when he flew above the golden brick avenue, he felt the air restriction and his body fell to the ground. He frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, even if it was a restricted air restriction, it would not prohibit ground-based sword escape. Sword escape that sticks to the ground is really just another way of walking. But it is banned here. He tried to fly out with Lingbaoxing's sword. Fortunately, the flying of Lingbaoxing's sword was not banned. Otherwise, the strongest method of sword cultivation would be completely restricted. It seems we can only walk, he thought helplessly. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly looked at a pair of statues beside the road. The statue was originally like a dead thing, but when he got closer, he felt spiritual energy fluctuations from the statue. He saw the statue's eyes move, and then the statue's hard golden body turned into liquid-like softness, and the pair of statues came to life. He discovered that this pair of statues should be based on a pair of sword cultivators, especially after they came back to life. A small part of the liquid golden substance in the pair of statues flew out and turned into flying swords. Suspended in the statue of the head, Li Yuanba's scalp felt numb for a while, and he felt the sword intent from the flying swords of the statues. The most terrifying thing is that the grade of this sword intention is actually a great monk level sword intention. He has a clear understanding of the great monk level sword intent, who told him that in the 10,000 swords peak, he had more than 10 energy formed flying swords containing the great monk sword intent. In other words, what he was about to face was a pair of great monk level sword cultivators. His face was extremely solemn. He looked at the pair of golden liquid sword cultivators in front of him, and then at the pair of statues in the distance on the road. The hairs all over his body stood up.
Could these statues be transformed from real monks?
He had a hint of enlightenment in his heart. Chapter 741 Sheath the Sword. Although they have the sword intention of a great monk, the strength of this pair of statues is not as strong as that of a great monk. Li Yuanba didn't know that because Dantian had lost its owner for a long time, and was only controlled by the weapon spirit, the energy in the cave was insufficient because of the shockingly large amount of facilities that the owner of the cave had set up before. Only then will it appear that the cave needs to be connected to the external world of immortality, absorbing energy from the outside world to supplement its own needs. Otherwise, just because the energy in the cave is self-circulating, the cave will not take the initiative to reveal its location. At this time, it has just been connected to the outside world, and it does not absorb much energy from the outside world. If you wait for a while, the energy in the cave will return to its peak period. At that time, monks in the middle stage of Yuaning will seek death if they enter. Of course, even now, without Li Yuanba, most of the group of middle stage nascent soul monks who entered would have perished here. As for the hope of escaping from here, it depends on whether the superpowers discover the problem in the cave and find ways to save people from the outside. If there is no action to save people, all the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul will perish. What Li Yuanba was facing now was a puppet statue that had lost part of its energy. The puppet statue was made by Lang Kai with the monk's body. Just as Li Yuanba guessed, the puppet statues in their heyday can retain 80% of the combat power of the original monks. Coupled with the fact that they are tireless and fearless of life and death, their true combat power is even more terrifying than the original monks. However, after losing part of its energy, the puppet statue's combat power suddenly dropped to the level of the mid-nascent soul, only with the blessing of its own rules. The attack power far exceeded the level of the mid-nascent soul monks. Li Yuanba pointed lightly with his hand, and the two flying swords were fixed in space. The great monk's sword intention on the two flying swords kept swallowing the sword intention, trying to break away from the entanglement of the invisible magnetism, magical power field. But unfortunately it was the invisible magnetism, magical power emitted by the Lingbao, Wanjian Peak field. In an environment without other monks, he completely let go of the
10,000 swords peak
level. The
invisible yuan magnetic
magical power activated by the Lingbao level
10,000 swords peak
is much stronger than what he can use by himself. Times. In addition, the strength of a puppet statue has dropped to the mid-stage nascent soul level. At this level, it is impossible to resist the
invisible yuan magnetic
magical force field emitted by the Lingbao
10,000 swords peak.
Li Yuanba sent out a piece of flying sand between his fingers. This was the magical power of
Samadhi divine wind.
He narrowed the attack range and only covered the two flying swords. If the two flying swords could attack quickly, he would not be able to wrap the two flying swords with
Samadhi divine wind
so easily. The two flying swords are constantly colliding with the
Samadhi divine sand
in the
Samadhi divine wind.
Every collision will continuously weaken the recognition mark in the two flying swords. It only took 10 breaths for the spiritual mark of recognition in the two flying swords to disappear. His consciousness grabbed the two flying swords and put them into the
10,000 swords peak.
Above his head, there are two more flying swords in
10,000 swords peak
that contain the sword intention of the great monks. Although these two flying swords are extremely weird, they do not affect the transformation into energy flying swords by
10,000 swords peak.
These two flying swords have the quality of a 4th grade high grade flying sword. But strangely, the 4th grade high grade flying sword has the power of a top grade 4th grade flying sword. There should be aspects in this that he cannot understand. Don't be too surprised by anything you encounter in a powerful cave. The cave is where miracles happen. Just after the two flying swords were wiped out and the spiritual imprint of the master was recognized, the two puppet statues once again flew out of the body with two flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monks.
flying towards Li Yuanbao. Although the two puppet statues were formerly great monks, the puppet statues that had lost their intelligence obviously did not have enough intelligence, and they still relied on instinct to act during the battle. Li Yuanbao looked at the two flying swords that appeared again. He once again used the invisible Yuan magnetic magical power field to immobilize the two flying swords, and used the Samadhi divine sand to obliterate the spiritual imprint of the recognition of the master inside. After a while, two more flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk were taken into the 10,000 Swords Peak. His eyes were shining. Could it be that the flying swords of these puppet statues were endless? If that were the case, wouldn't it be a great benefit for him? If Wang Jianfeng wants to increase its power, it must continuously increase the power of the energy-contained flying sword inside. If there were 10,000 energetic flying swords that contain the great monk's sword intention, he would dare to challenge the great monk. And the great monk would not dare to face 10,000 energetic flying swords that contain the great monk's sword intention. He did not move forward in a hurry, but continued to fight the two puppet statues. The two puppet statues were driven by instinct and continued to launch their strongest attacks, using flying swords that contained their own sword intent. After each puppet statue fired 10 flying swords, the puppet statue could no longer sustain itself, because the flying sword emitted by the puppet statue contains the sword intention of the great monk, and is transformed from the material taken from the body of the puppet statue. Li Yuanbao didn't notice it at first, but after the puppet statue lost several flying swords, he saw that the body of the puppet statue was getting smaller. The loss of 10 flying swords not only reduced the body of the puppet statue by half, but also caused the spiritual energy of the puppet statue to be unable to maintain the operation of the puppet statue. Each flying sword has a spiritual mark of recognition of the master. After losing 10 spiritual marks of recognition of the master in a row, the puppet statue's already small spiritual energy was reduced to the limit. Li Yuanbao looked at the two puppet statues with regret. From the two puppet statues, he got 20 flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monks. This was much faster than the reward he could get by refining alchemy in the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion much faster. You must know that even if Jinni Chongshao Pavilion is a superpower, the number of great monk elixirs that the great monks can obtain is extremely limited, and his commission to refine the great monk's elixirs is not too large. But look at now. In just a short while, he had collected 20 wolves containing the flying swords of the great monks from the two puppet statues. His eyes fell on the puppet statues on both sides of the road ahead. He hoped that the puppet statues in the future would all be sword cultivators. While he was thinking about it, he had already moved forward. When he entered the fighting range of the next pair of puppet statues, the two puppet statues came to life. Li Yuanbao felt the aura of the two puppet statues, and was not surprised but overjoyed. He felt the familiar aura of the sword cultivator, and two flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk had flown out of the two puppet statues and shot towards him. The battle lasted less than 200 breaths, and he obtained 20 more flying swords that contained the sword intention of the great monk. But this was too slow. He looked at the endless road ahead, and the puppet statues on both sides of the road. His figure accelerated and rushed forward. When his figure ran close to the puppet statue came to life, followed by a separation flying sword attack. While he was controlling the flying sword, this time he released the Samadhi divine wind to surround him. The controlled flying sword entered the range of the Samadhi divine wind, and was automatically quickly annihilated. The spiritual mark of the recognition of the master was then taken in. Inside, 10,000 Swords Peak, and he activated the next pair of puppet statues. The pair of puppet statues behind him chased after him, and a new pair of flying swords separated and attacked him. Li Yuanbao contacted Li Shiming's natal magic weapon Z15 and calculated the optimal speed for him to collect the flying sword as quickly as possible without putting him in a dangerous place. He can not only attract the puppet statue to the maximum, but also be able to withstand the attack from the puppet statue, and it will not exceed his endurance range. It only took Z15 one breath to calculate his speed. He was walking on the road at this speed, after he activated 6 pairs of puppet statues in succession. The earliest pair of puppet statues also completely lost their ability to move after consuming the 10th flying sword. In this way, he would only be attacked by 6 pairs of puppet statues at most at a time, and he would continue to collect the flying swords containing the sword intent of the great monk into the 10,000 Swords Peak. This path is not as easy for other nascent soul monks, even the great monks, as he is. The combination of the two magical powers of invisible magnetism and Samad he divine wind turned this extremely dangerous road into a rewarding journey for Li Yuanba. In fact, there were not as many puppet statues of the great monk sword cultivator on this road as he imagined. After several hours of marching, he reached the end. He encountered a total of 200 puppet statues of the great monk sword cultivator, and harvested 2,000 flying swords that contained the great monk sword intention. If it weren't for the fact that it takes some time for 10,000 swords peak to convert flying swords, and with such a large quantity, the time would be even longer. At this time, his combat power would have been greatly improved just by relying on 10,000 swords peak. They can't even imagine the power of more than 2,000 flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk flying out together. At this time, no amount of mid-nascent soul monks could pose any threat to him. A flying sword containing the sword intention of a great monk could instantly kill a super powerful mid-nascent soul monk. This was a battle he had personally tried. Even if it is a super powerful core monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, continuous attacks with up to 5 flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk are enough to kill the core monk of the superpower in the middle stage of nascent soul. He glanced back at the road. There were no more high monks for him to pluck. He didn't even think about it. But here were puppet statues made by 200 great monks. The number of 200 great monks exceeded the total number of all the great monks in Zhongzhou continent. Even if all the great monks from several continents he knew so far were added up, it was hard to say whether there could be 200. That is to say, Dang Nen lived long enough, and coupled with some special methods to cultivate great monks, allowed Dang Kai to accumulate so many puppet statues of great monks practicing swordsmanship in the cave. If the power of Dantian hadn't been greatly reduced, the puppet statues of 200 monks with swords, and the master of Dantian, would have been enough to withstand any invading enemies. This was not prepared to deal with the mid-nascent soul monks. Nor was it even a means to deal with the nascent soul monks. It was a preparation to guard against the invasion of powerful men of the same level. It's a pity that Lang Kai, the great power, fell, and the cave's sky withered. Even this method of dealing with the powerful invasion was easily solved by Li Yuanba, who was only in the middle stage of nascent soul. Li Yuanba came to the end of the Golden Brick Avenue. Up here were the steps of the golden platform, which extended upward. The most special thing is that this step is arranged in the void without any support. He used his Shin vision to look at the top of the steps, but found that there was a fog in front of him, making it impossible for his Shin vision to see very far. He shook his head and walked here. He sensed that the direction of the spiritual energy was also upward, and the core of the cave should be there. He tried again, but still couldn't fly, and couldn't use his magic foot power. He could only continue walking. As his feet stepped onto the steps, he felt his body sink slightly. Gravity field, he said to himself with a strange look on his face. There is a gravity field arranged on this step. But even a monk at the first level of change can support this gravity field, let alone a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. While thinking about it, he stepped onto the second step. This time the gravity was doubled. This time the gravity still had no effect on him, but his expression changed slightly. He then stepped onto the third step, doubling the force of gravity again, allowing him to confirm his suspicion. He looked at the steps. If he kept increasing gravity like this, even he couldn't guarantee how many steps he could go up. He turned his head to see what was going on behind him, and his frown deepened. The road and steps behind him all disappeared, and there was nothingness behind him. When he saw this nothingness, his perception told him that there was great terror in this nothingness. If he jumped, the outcome would not be much better than being crushed to death by gravity. It seemed that there was no turning back. He looked up the steps again, hoping that there wouldn't be too many steps. As he walked up the steps step by step, the steps behind him also disappeared step by step. The gravity on his body became heavier and heavier, until when he stepped onto a step, he stumbled and almost fell. He knew that this was almost his limit. It seems that we can't get through this without some means, Li Yuanba murmured. He tapped his finger lightly on the Lingbow. 10,000 swords peak above his head. He had discovered before that the gravity of this step only acted on him, and the Lingbow, 10,000 swords peak, did not bear any gravity. If the gravity here had an effect on 10,000 swords peak, he might not be able to bear the weight of 10,000 swords peak alone many levels ago. The gravity field of Lingbow's 10,000 swords peak is emitted, even though the effect of this gravity field is not strong at ordinary times. Even the mid-level nascent soul monks can only slow down and cannot completely suppress it. But this does not mean that the gravity field is weak. This is mainly because his master's level is too low, and he cannot exert the full power of the Lingbao. 10,000 Swords Peak. Lingbao is a powerful weapon. This is not without reason. The power he can exert from Lingbao is very limited. The gravity field emitted by 10,000 Swords Peak is inspired by Lingbao, regardless of its power. It is definitely of extremely high quality. Chapter 742 Forbidden Spirit. The gravity field of Lingbao's 10,000 Swords Peak was released, and Li Yuanbao felt light. In this gravity field, Li Yuanbao was the master and could control the pressure of the gravity field. The gravity field of the steps coincided with the gravity field of 10,000 Swords Peak. The Lingbao level 10,000 Swords Peak integrated into the gravity field of the steps with its quality advantage and took over the control authority. Of course, this control authority can only be used within Li Yuanbao's body and cannot be completely controlled. But that was enough. He just needed to make his body unaffected by gravity. Step by step upward. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. There is no place where a mid-stage nascent soul monk can pass, let alone a mid-stage nascent soul monk. Even if a great monk comes over, he will not be able to withstand the increasing gravity. That is to say, he has many means, which are enough to deal with the trouble at hand. Finally, he walked up the last step. On the previous step, he felt the warning from the weapon spirit of Wang Jianfeng. It was really that the force field controlled by Lingbao, Wang Jianfeng, was too strong. It is beyond the current bearing capacity of Wang Jianfeng. The strongest state of the Lingbao requires the blessing of a monk. This monk is not Li Yuanbao today, but a monk in the Mahayana period. Without the blessing of the monks, the power exerted by the spiritual treasure, 10,000 Swords Peak, is also limited. Fortunately, after stepping on the last step, Li Yuanbao learned from Qi Ling that this step had returned to normal gravity. He saw a palace ahead, which was the core of the entire cave. He did not immediately explore the palace, but looked at the steps at his feet. After he finished walking all the steps, the light of rules flashed on a gold brick connected to the steps, and the disappeared steps behind him reappeared. He squatted down and focused his attention on the gold brick. With his spiritual eyes activated, combined with his divine consciousness and Z15 in the distance, he began to check the gold brick repeatedly. He had a feeling that this gold brick was the reason why the steps could increase gravity. Sure enough, he vaguely sensed the power of rules from this gold brick. And he was also sure that this gold brick was not an ordinary gold brick. Although this gold brick is almost identical to the other gold bricks, the other gold bricks do not have the power of rules, and they will not emit light before the steps are revealed. With a wave of his hand, Lingbao Xingyi's sword appeared. He mobilized his two-breaking sword intention, and began to cut the connecting parts around the gold brick. Although in this place was originally built, the adhesive material used to build the gold bricks was extremely strong. But it is estimated that Lang Kai, who built this place, would not have thought that a sword cultivator would use the breaking void sword intent to cut it, even if the Lingbao Xingyi sword was used and blessed with the two-breaking sword intent. It took a lot of time to dig out this gold brick. If I really wanted to destroy this place in this way, I'm afraid it would take more than hundreds of years ago. In fact, the main reason why he was able to cut out this gold brick was that the energy of the cave had dropped. Otherwise, the energy protection provided here would have been enough to prevent anyone from touching it. Li Yuanbao looked at the gold brick in his hand, and he tried to insert a master recognition formula. The master recognition formula was submerged into the gold brick, and he had a connection with the gold brick. This gold brick is not a magic weapon, let alone a spiritual treasure, but a special formation core. I don't know how Lang Kai was able to do it. He refined the gold brick into the core of the formation with gravity rules. With the corresponding formation, the gravity rules in the gold brick can be activated. In addition, the material of this gold brick has been assimilated by Dantian, and it seems to be the same as the material of other gold bricks. But in fact, after identifying its owner, he perceived the true material of the gold brick through the appearance covered by Dantian. This was a material he had never seen before, and it felt to him like the core of a cave, naturally possessing the power of gravity. Putting the gold brick in the hands of other monks, it will not be of much use. This thing has been refined by Lang Kai. Unless it exceeds the cultivation level of Lang Kai, it will be difficult to refine the gold brick again. If you want to use the ability of the golden brick, you need the corresponding formation. But this formation involves the power of gravity rules, and even the formation master cannot combine the formation with the power of rules. But Li Yuanbao was different. When he was walking on the steps, he was connected to the Z15, and all the data on the steps were recorded. Combined with the formation ability of Li Shiming on the main body, the analysis and calculation ability of Z15, and the data collected on the steps, it is very possible to re-research a formation. But these have nothing to do with Li Yuanba now. He put away the gravity bricks and looked at the palace ahead. He approached the palace very carefully, but the danger ahead was beyond his imagination. He does have many methods, but if he encounters something he can't handle, it may be a disaster of life and death. The palace had an ancient atmosphere, and he came to the gate of the palace. The wooden door is inlaid with golden round nails. The most peculiar thing is that the wood used for the door can also sense the aura of gold. This wood is actually made of gold. There are many magical materials in the world of immortality. He has seen wood of both gold and wood types before, but this is the first time he has seen wood of pure gold type. Its quality has reached the top level of the 4th level. If this door can be removed, dozens of top level 4 flying swords can be refined. He checked the door repeatedly and found no traps before pushing the door hard. The door was very heavy. He felt that if he was not a sword cultivator and had not practiced sword practice, it would be difficult for him to push the wooden door with his strength. He took back what he said. After seeing the wooden door being pushed open and seeing the thickness of the wooden door, his previous judgment that the material of the wooden door could be used to refine dozens of 4th grade top flying swords was wrong. This number could be increased by more than twice. This is really too extravagant. Building a gate with top grade 4th grade materials. And in the world of immortal cultivation, Yuaning monk broke his head for a piece of top grade 4th grade materials. Even the core monks of the superpower can obtain 4th grade top level materials from this sect to refine magic weapons. But the quantity is extremely limited. Li Yuanba resisted the idea of taking down the door. If he did it now, he was afraid that the spirit of the cave would attack him. Entering the palace, he found that the luxury here was far beyond his imagination. The ground is paved with top grade 4th grade spiritual jade, and almost everything you see is made of top grade 4th grade materials. Judging from the layout of the palace, this should be the residence of Lang Kai. As a lonely powerful man, Dantian only serves him alone, and there is no need to arrange facilities for future generations, such as creating a separate space to create an environment that matches a certain skill and become a holy place for future generations to practice. Lang Kai is a man of great ability, and all the resources he obtains are provided for his own use. After countless years of accumulation, we finally have the layout in front of us. In Lang Kai's opinion, no outsider should be able to enter here. Although the steps he set outside were a road, they were also a dead end. Even a great monk who has mastered the rules of gravity cannot pass those steps alive. That is, the Lingbao level 10,000 Swords Peak used a higher level gravity field to fuse with the gravity field on the steps, giving Li Yuanba the opportunity to reach here. The Lingbao should not be accessible to Yuanying monks at all, let alone a Lingbao that has mastered the gravity field. After the Lingbao tribulation, the baptism of energy rewarded by heaven and earth is far from being as simple as it seems. Lingbao is Lingbao, and the mystery of it cannot be fully grasped even by the owner of the Lingbao who has not reached the Mahayana stage. Li Yuanba entered the palace and felt that his eyes were too busy. There is a tea room. The monk's favorite pastime is tea tasting, and so does this great man. 1 tea table, made of top quality wood of the 4th grade, and 2 tea chairs, made of top quality wood of the 4th grade. On the table is a tea box made of top quality spiritual jade of the 4th grade, and a set of top quality tea sets of the 4th grade. Li Yuanba found that there were no decorations in the palace. Thinking about it, this is where Lang Kai Dunning lived on weekdays, so it was normal that there were no decorations. He was a little curious about the quality of the spiritual tea that Lang Kada could drink. He opened the tea box made of the 4th grade top grade spiritual jade, and saw the spiritual tea inside. He curled his lips with some disdain. Dang Dunning only tasted the 4th grade spiritual tea. Although the quality was definitely extremely high, it was still not as good as the spiritual tea refined by Li Shiming himself. Great powers are not omnipotent. Each great power has its own strengths. Although due to the reasons in the cave, the great powers in the cave have extremely special control. However, this kind of control is far inferior to Li Shiming's 1 nanometer control in the computer room space. The computer room space has experienced the impact of time travel, and the magic in it is special and cannot be copied. Coupled with the cooperation of Z15, the fried spiritual tea can be made to the extreme, allowing the fried 4th grade spiritual tea to display its highest quality. Li Yuanba looked at these objects in the tea room with some greed, and he had the urge to collect them all. Not only the tea room, but also the alchemy room. study room, training room, etc. Even the furnishings in the hall are all made of top-grade 4th-grade materials. He was surrounded by top-grade 4th-grade materials, and never thought that he would have such an opportunity. Of course, he also knew that there were not as many top-grade 4th-grade materials in the palace as he imagined. This kind of palace was a huge magic weapon, and the actual number of top-grade 4th-grade materials used was many times less. But even so, the top-grade 4th-grade materials used here are hundreds of times more than the top-grade 4th-grade materials that Li Yuanba and Li Shiming have seen combined. He did not touch these treasures immediately, but searched for the core of the cave in the palace. He walked around the palace half watching and half searching, and finally returned to the hall. Li Yuanba set his sights on a statue in the hall. This statue was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He didn't notice the statue at first, because there were many statues in this palace, and it seemed that Lang Kai had a special liking for statues. However, after searching the entire palace and recording in Z15, a detailed map of the palace was formed. The location of this statue is in the absolute center of the palace. This special location would definitely not be a random place for a statue. He came to the statue. His Shen eyes and his divine consciousness came up together and started scanning the statue. The statue is made of some kind of top-grade 4th-grade metal and uses some special weapon refining and formation methods to isolate the statue from all connections between the inside and outside. But with the assistance of Z15, Li Yuanba found a breakthrough in the statue after a period of analysis, allowing a piece of his consciousness to enter the body of the statue. Lang Kai's weapon refining methods and formation abilities are extremely strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't break away from the shackles of the world of immortality. Z15 records the inheritance of formations from multiple continents, multiple large sects and supersections. In addition, Li Shiming, the formation master's formation Starlight Sea. There are really not many formations that he cannot crack in the world of immortality. Li Yuanba's consciousness entered the inside of the statue, and when he scanned the heart of the statue, he sensed the power of the rules of the gold system and the power of space. Found it! When his consciousness came into contact with the heart of the statue, he judged that it was the core of the cave. The core of Dantian was made into the shape of a heart. The moment his consciousness came into contact with it, he sensed the spirit of Dantian. Don't disturb the master's sleep! The weapon spirit issued a warning. Li Yuanba could hear the helplessness. He couldn't hide from this warning. Qi Ling actually used all means to deal with Li Yuanba. But unfortunately, Li Yuanba had too many coping methods, and Dantian lost too much energy. Many methods in Dantian were not powerful enough to threaten Li Yuanba. Until Li Yuanba came to the palace, there was no attack arrangement here. Li Yuanba ignored the warning of the weapon spirit. Just because the weapon spirit believed that Lang Kai was asleep rather than dead, he could judge that the weapon spirit could not be re-acknowledged as its owner. This is also a method adopted by Dagong to prevent cave heaven from falling into the hands of other monks. Dantian was created by the Great Power. Even if the Great Power dies in the Dantian, the Great Power can continue the arrangements he made when he was alive, including the non-inheritability of the core weapon spirit of the Dantian, as long as the Great Power wants to. Li Yuanba's spiritual consciousness operated several formation nodes on the statue. The formations on the statue separated a passage that exposed the heart. He took out several forbidden spirit talismans and struck them at the heart of the statue without any hesitation. After the forbidden spirit talisman was activated, it turned into an energy talisman and passed through the SHL of the statue, sticking to the heart. In an instant, all spirituality was blocked in this heart, including the weapon spirit inside, and it lost contact with the outside world. The entire cave was shaken. This was caused by the loss of contact between the cave and the core. Without the control of the weapon spirit, the operation of the entire cave became instinctive. If this cave was not complicated and had many automated designs, perhaps the cave would have been in chaos. Chapter 743 Exploration. Wuqi launched his natal flying sword and slashed at the cave guardian, who was repelled by the mid-stage golden corpse. Since there is only one mid-stage golden corpse in front, the sword cultivators at Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion need to rotate and constantly organize 3 teams to help the mid-stage golden corpse repel the attacks of the cave guardians. Wuqi did not regret asking Li Yuanba to use the remaining 4 mid-term golden corpses to help the other 4 super forces. Otherwise, how would the current stable situation be possible? Including Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, the defense lines of 5 superpower camps with mid-term golden corpses in front shared most of the area, leaving only a small area to be jointly defended by the other 3 superpower camps. Even so, The mid-stage nascent soul monks from the 3 superpower camps also suffered considerable losses. Hey! The Guardian hasn't recovered! Wu Qi found that his sword cut off half of the Cave Guardian's arm. Under normal circumstances, the Cave Guardian only needed a moment to recover on his own. But the Cave Guardian in front of him showed no signs of recovery. Junior brotherly succeeded. He destroyed the core of the cave. He immediately guessed the reason for this phenomenon. And he shouted excitedly, although there are midterm golden corpses in front. As time goes by, with the collapse of the defense lines of the 3 superpower camps, even if they can persist, it will only last a few days at most. After a few days, when they are exhausted, they will all be killed by the immortal cave guardians. The rest of the mid-nascent soul monks heard his words, and discovered the differences among the cave guardians. They forgot about their fatigue, used their magic weapons with all their strength, and launched the most violent attack. The cave guardian who was attacked this time could no longer recover after falling to the ground, let alone stand up and continue fighting. Deal with them quickly! This is an unexplored cave! Im Zhan ordered the mid-nascent soul monks from Zhongzhou Trading Company. There are other core monks of the sect who have the same actions as him. They all understand that after losing the core of Dantian is in chaos, which is the time for them to fish in troubled waters. As for Li Yuanba, they had long forgotten it at this time. Wu Qi discovered that the 4 super forces no longer needed the midterm golden corpses. So he recalled the 4 midterm golden corpses with a wave of his hand. At the same time, he also knew that the current situation of unity would not last any longer. And the benefits were touching people's hearts. Not to mention that these were benefits left by the mighty power, which would probably affect the life of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. Although this cave is not an inheritance cave, who can guarantee that there is no inheritance left by the great master Lang Kai? Even if there is no inheritance, the few resources left by the great master are enough for the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul to enjoy for a long time. The seemingly endless cave heaven guardians took some time to clear out all the cave heaven guardians, after many mid-nascent soul monks used various powerful methods. The cave guardians are not good at defense. Any attack can break their defense. Their strongest point is their immortality, and their attacks can easily break through the defenses of mid-stage nascent soul monks, and contain terrifying poison. The cave heaven guardian is a deformed product. But as long as the cave heaven is normal, the so-called weakness does not exist. But after Dantian lost its core, Dantian was in chaos. The weaknesses of the guardians of Dantian were infinitely magnified. In addition, the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, who were blinded by prophets, used various powerful methods. Pieces were destroyed. The mid-stage nascent soul monks here, whether they are core monks or not, have a lot of range attack methods in their hands, such as large-scale spell talismans that can be emitted in a short time, one-time magic weapons that seal certain powerful energy, etc. In order to grab the benefits as soon as possible, they will not care about these talismans and magic weapons. Only by finding treasures faster than other monks can you get the most benefits. Almost as soon as the cave guardians were cleared, all the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul rushed out. On the Jinni Chongshao pavilion side, the sword cultivators were all very clear-headed due to the constant suppression by Wu Qi and Li Yuanba. This kind of powerful cave is extremely dangerous even if it is in chaos. It is best to unite and act together. Let the golden corpse be in front. Let's follow behind the golden corpse. Don't act on your own. Wu Qi exchanged opinions with the other 3 core sword cultivators, and finally gave the command in a deep voice. Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion has a huge advantage. The combat power of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses has been tested in battle, which is enough to match the combined combat power of dozens of superpower mid-stage nascent soul monks. Even the advantage in speed makes 5 mid-stage golden corpses more threatening than dozens of mid-stage nascent soul monks. With the midterm golden corpse in front, even if there is any trouble, there will be no loss of personnel. I found something. This is the 4th-grade gold spirit. A cry of surprise came from the distance. The sword cultivators' eyes flashed with heat, and their speed also increased a lot. Not far from Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, Lunfeng Palace and Dalian Temple also maintained relative calm, except for a few monks among them. Most of the monks still maintain contact with the camp. The core monks of these 2 superpowers are relatively sober, trying hard to maintain the emotions of their fellow sex, and keeping pace with Jinni Chongshao Pavilion at almost the same pace. They know very well that in this cave, if they encounter any trouble, the most trustworthy person is Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. It can also be said that they are the 5 mid-stage golden corpses left by Li Yuanba. Any one of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses can be said to be the strongest existence under the Great Monk. The fastest ones were Zhongzhou Trading Company, Wuliang Sect and Beidu Sect. Their core monks took the lead and sprinted forward with all their strength. They were blinded by wealth, especially during the process of charging forward. Monks kept discovering exposed 4th-grade resources. This is a cave that has been sealed for thousands of years. The cave environment contains a lot of resources. If we can dig in this area at this time, we may be able to mine a lot of 4th-grade resources. But they are even more greedy, since there are 4th-grade resources exposed on the surface here alone. Then looking further inside, even the area where Lang Kai once lived, wouldn't there be 4th-grade resources everywhere there? Resource. Their imagination is still a bit short. In fact, all the items in Lang Kai's residence are of the top quality of the 4th grade. Che Lian led the Wuliang Sect's mid-stage nascent soul monks and surpassed the team of Zhongzhou Trading Company. On the legs of the Wuliang Sect's mid-stage nascent soul monks, cyan light shone, which was the effect of high-level accelerating talismans. In order to go faster, Wuliang Sect used high-level group acceleration talismans. Injin! See you later, Che Lian said with a big smile. Not long after he passed Zhongzhou Trading Company, he hit a space barrier. He saw a sea of golden flowers. Although he was a mid-stage nascent soul monk and a core monk of a superpower, he had no sensory impulse towards the color of gold. But a sea of golden flowers still put him into a state of shock for a short time. Without the cover of the cave sky, every flower in this golden sea of flowers reveals its extremely high quality. He hesitated a little, whether to collect these golden flower plants here or continue inward. Rush over first and look at it later. He had an idea, and with a wave of his hand, he led his fellow disciples to fly towards the opposite side of the sea of flowers. Just when they were in the sea of flowers, the sea of flowers began to sway. Countless petals are flying and constantly colliding in the air. Each collision will increase the speed of the petals. Soon the petals turned into countless sharp blades, cutting through Che Lian and all the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul of the infinite sect in the air. Defense. Defend quickly. Although the mid-stage nascent soul monks of the infinite sect are traveling at extremely fast speeds, they still have defenses. It is obvious that the defenses they have now are not enough to withstand the attacks from countless petals. There is a pity for the cutting power in the petals, even if it is due to the chaos in the cave. There is no need for the control of the cave spirit here. It is completely instinctive to attack. Ah! With a scream, the defense of a mid-stage nascent soul monk was broken. From the time he was attacked until the defense of the first mid-stage nascent soul monk was broken, it was only 5 breaths of time. The attack power of the sea of petals has not reached its highest level. Each petal will increase its speed and attack power after colliding with each other. But with just 5 breaths, a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul could not resist. Which shows how amazing the power of this sea of flowers is. In fact, no matter how high a monk's defense is, he cannot face so many petal attacks at the same time. Each petal will lower the monk's defense. Under the cutting of countless petals, the monk's defense will soon fall to a dangerous level. The body of the first mid-stage nascent soul monk was cut into pieces. Before the fragments fell, the second mid-stage nascent soul monk also met the same end. Then screams were heard one after another, and with each scream, a mid-stage nascent soul monk died on the spot. Che Lian and the other core monks of the Wuliang sect were also in danger. They reluctantly took out the life-saving jade talisman. After activating it, their figures disappeared above the sea of flowers and appeared at the edge of the space barrier where they came from. Where they were at the edge of the sea of flowers, outside the range, several core monks of the infinite sect looked at each other, and each could see the panic and undecided emotions in each other's eyes. They smiled bitterly. The losses this time were great, even though those who died were ordinary middle-stage nascent soul monks from the infinite sect. But even for ordinary mid-stage nascent soul monks, that is the most important combat power of the sect. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are not many times when great monks are actually used. Daily tasks and affairs are handled by mid-stage Yuanying monks. The number of mid-stage Yuanying monks determines the upper limit of the sect's ability to handle ordinary affairs. The sudden loss of so many middle-stage nascent soul monks was not a serious blow to the Wuliang sect, but it also affected some competition for interests. At this time, Beidu sect and Zhongzhou Trading Company passed through the space barrier at the same time. Chongqing and Injin saw several core monks of Wuliang sect standing, and their eyes were filled with confusion. At this time, the Sea of Flowers has returned to a peaceful state with the death of all the middle-stage nascent soul monks left behind by the Wuliang sect. Even the corpse of the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul did not leave any traces. It was cut into too many pieces. After falling on the ground, all the energy was absorbed by the sea of flowers.
Where are the other monks?
Jean looked at Chaylien and then at the sea of flowers, his eyes wandering as he asked. He guessed that something must have happened here. Otherwise, with the excitement of Chaylien before, how could he stay here quietly?
I asked them to go over first. We are here to collect these flowers.
Chaylien opened his eyes and said lies.
Are you so kind?
Chongqing from the Baidu sect next to him said contemptuously. Chongqing and Jean stopped asking Chaylien. They knew that no matter how much they asked Chaylien, they would never tell the truth. Their eyes returned to the sea of flowers, and after a slight hesitation, they each selected a mid-stage nascent soul monk from among their fellow disciples. 2 mid-stage nascent soul monks were chosen, but there was no way to refuse. They added multiple layers of defense to their bodies, and then entered the sea of flowers. Just after they entered the sea of flowers, the petals were flying, and after another few breaths, the 2 mid-stage nascent soul monks turned into countless fragments and scattered in the sea of flowers. All the mid-stage nascent soul cultivators gasped in unison. This sea of flowers looks beautiful, but it is a big mouth that eats people. They also understood where the rest of the Wuliang sect's middle-stage nascent soul cultivators had gone. They couldn't help but look at Chaylien with disdain. It was Chaylien's lies that led to the downfall of the 2 fellow disciples. Just when the 2 mid-stage nascent soul monks were reduced to pieces, the other super-powerful mid-stage nascent soul monks also arrived, and saw the scene of the sea of flowers showing off their power. Slowly, more and more middle-stage nascent souls gathered here, and they all knew the terror of the sea of flowers.
Let's go back.
Wu Qi did not try to break through the sea of flowers after seeing it. Although the midterm golden corpse was very strong, he would not take risks with Li Yuanba's midterm golden corpse. He could tell that even if the midterm golden corpse was very strong, it would not be able to pass through the sea of flowers. After hearing Wu Qi's words, the sword cultivators turned around and left. There are still many unexplored areas in the previous space, and a lot of 4th grade resources were discovered along the way. There are even 4th grade top grade gold type materials among them. Instead of wasting time in the impassable sea of flowers, it is better to return to the previous space. At least the degree of danger there is very low. Jianicheng Shao Pavilion withdrew from here, and then Luanfeng Palace, Dalian Temple, Guiyuan sect and Feiyu sect all withdrew. They all wanted to find resources in the previous space, and the resources there were visible and available. Unlike the sea of flowers, even if you get through the sea of flowers, there is still an unknown gain. In particular, it is known that Li Yuanba has passed through the sea of flowers. Even if there is any treasure there, it will most likely fall into Li Yuanba's hands. Even if they all go over, they still have no confidence in snatching resources from Li Yuanba. They have seen how powerful Li Yuanba is, and seeing how Li Yuanba can survive such a terrifying sea of flowers, that is not something they can covet. Chapter 744 Collection. After Li Yuanba used the Forbidden Spirit Talisman to seal the core heart of Dantian, he felt that Dantian had lost control. Especially the palace that we are in was originally integrated with the cave sky. But after losing the core of the cave sky, the palace and the cave sky became 2 parts. Without any hesitation, he prepared to put the core heart of Dantian into the soul crystal ring. But he found that the core heart of Dantian could not be collected into the soul crystal ring. It seemed that the space level in the core heart of Dantian was not lower than the space level in the soul crystal ring, so it became impossible to collect it. This is just like the soul crystal ring cannot collect soul crystal rings of the same quality. Only space items with lower quality than the soul crystal ring can be stored in the soul crystal ring. This is still a soul crystal ring. If it is some low quality space item, even any other quality space item cannot be included in it. Li Yuanba had no choice but to take out a Forbidden Spirit Jade box from the soul crystal ring, put the core heart of Dantian into it, and then put the Forbidden Spirit Jade box into the chest robe. Only then did he have time to check the palace. He cast a master recognition formula, which flew into the palace and automatically searched for the master recognition formation. In the past, the palace was controlled by the Cave Heaven artifact spirit and could not identify its owner. But now it is different. After losing the artifact spirit, the palace became ownerless. As the master recognition method entered the palace people's master recognition formation, he felt that he was connected to the palace. He came out of the palace, and with a wave of his hand, the palace shrank, and he put it into the soul crystal ring. He smiled slightly. This time, the harvest was great. The 4th grade top-quality spiritual objects in the palace alone could make any great monk jealous. Even among the powerful, there were not many who behaved so extravagantly. However, he also understood that this was not a good time to check the harvest. He sensed that the limitations of Shinzutong were no longer there, and even the limitation of being unable to fly disappeared. It seems that the loss of the weapon spirit will have a great impact on this cave. He used close to the end of the world, and flew towards the steps. Due to the loss of the gravity gold brick, there was no gravity field on the steps. So he went down the steps without any trouble. After walking through the avenue that was no longer guarded by the puppet statue, he once again came to the Sea of Flowers. At this time, on the other side of the Sea of Flowers, Che Lian gritted his teeth and launched an attack on the nearest flower plant. He wants to try to destroy the flower plants. As long as these flower plants are destroyed, he can pass through the Sea of Flowers. It's just that his attack landed on the nearest flower plant. The attack on the flower plant caused the flower plant itself to sway violently. The swing of the flower plant caused the other flower plants to sway together. He was shocked to find that his attack was dispersed to every flower plant by the Sea of Flowers in this swaying manner, without causing any damage to any flower plant. These flowers are actually arranged in a formation, he exclaimed in shock. His attempt caused other mid-stage nascent soul monks, who were also preparing to take action to stop their movements. Even attacks could not damage these flower plants. So how could they pass through the Sea of Flowers? Li Yuanba saw the strange movements of Huahai from the opposite side. Under the observation with his Shenmu, he could see the spiritual path of Huahai. Z15 immediately analyzed the formation used by Huahai. Z15 gave a method to crack the formation. According to the method provided by Z15, he entered the Sea of Flowers in a flash. As soon as we entered the Sea of Flowers, the flower plants began to sway, and then the petals flew. However, under the influence of the invisible magnetic force field of Wanjianfeng, these petals could not pose much of a threat to him. He kept using close to the end to flash above the Sea of Flowers. And soon, he came to a location in the Sea of Flowers. On the surface, the flower plants here are no different from those in other places. But according to the guidance of Z15, this is the core of the flower sea formation. I just don't know how the formation is arranged in this Sea of Flowers. Although Z15 has cracked the formation, it still doesn't know how to arrange the formation, using his spiritual consciousness to probe into the flower plant at the core of the formation. A strange look appeared on his face. This flower plant turned out to be a strange thing. He punched the flower plant with the secret of identifying its owner. And after a while, he successfully recognized the flower plant as its owner. Glazed golden flower. This is the core of all the golden flowers in the Sea of Flowers. After recognizing the owner of glazed golden flower, you can collect this Sea of Flowers. He concentrated and moved slightly, and the glazed golden flower emitted a bright brilliance. The brilliance spread outward and soon covered all the Sea of Flowers. The middle stage nascent soul monks, who were still studying the Infinite Sect, Beidou Sect and Zhongzhou Trading Company in the Sea of Flowers were taken aback. They were carefully on guard to prevent any unexpected situation from happening in the Sea of Flowers. But they saw that after the Sea of Flowers was shrouded in bright brilliance, as the brilliance disappeared, all the flower plants also disappeared. As the Sea of Flowers disappears, the impact of the Sea of Flowers on the field of vision also disappears. They saw Li Yuanba standing in the Sea of Flowers, and in Li Yuanba's palm, a golden flower was gathering its brilliance. Li Yuanba tried to collect the Sea of Flowers, but he did not expect that the entire Sea of Flowers would be included in them. Glazed golden flower. As long as he finds a suitable place, he can arrange another Sea of Flowers. Without his permission, any monk who enters the Sea of Flowers will be attacked by the Sea of Flowers. At the same time, he also discovered that the power of glazed golden flower was not just what he encountered. The power of glazed golden flower matched the energy provided. If he matched the glazed golden flower with several spiritual veins of the great monks, then the power of the Sea of Flowers unfolded by the glazed golden flower could threaten the great monks. And if he arranges the glazed golden flowers in the Tianren cave with sufficient energy, then the Tianren cave will provide the energy of the glazed golden flowers, making the Sea of Flowers powerful enough to cause some trouble to the powerful. This is the real power of glazed golden flower. The reason why glazed golden flower is placed here is precisely because the upper limit of glazed golden flower is very high. Fellow Daoistly, have you taken over the Sea of Flowers? Che Lian asked. staring at the blazed golden flower in Li Yuanba's hand. His eyes were full of greed, but he tried hard to suppress it. Li Yuanba was stronger than him. If all the middle-stage nascent soul monks from the Wuliang sect were here, he might still be willing to fight. But now there are several core monks of the Infinite sect beside him. Even if he wants to snatch the treasure, he doesn't have the strength. No, I only collected one. Li Yuanba smiled faintly, put the blazed golden flower into his soul crystal ring, and cut off Che Lian's prying eyes. Fellow Taoist Li, thank you for destroying the core of the cave. I wonder what's going on inside. Yin Zhan asked with a smile. Although Zhongzhou Commercial Bank retained a lot of combat power, he did not think of robbing the treasures. Not to mention that there is no guarantee of a battle with Li Yuanba now. Even if they can defeat Li Yuanba still has a group of sword cultivators from Sword and Tent Chengshao Pavilion, and they have not lost their combat power. In addition, Li Yuanba can summon his 5 midterm golden corpses at any time. With the speed of the midterm golden corpses, this distance will not take long, and it is definitely enough to rush over to support them before they defeat Li Yuanba. What Yin Zhan is more concerned about is whether Li Yuanba has collected all the conditions deep in the cave. I only destroyed the core of the cave and rushed back to join the other brothers. If you want to know, go search for it yourself. Li Yuanba waved his hand and replied. He did not stay here to say anything more to these middle-stage Yuanying monks. He could sense the greed in the eyes of these middle-stage Yuanying monks. He was afraid that if he stayed too long, these middle-stage Yuanying monks could not help but attack him. Now that the core of the cave has been collected, if you want to leave the cave, you only need to return to the entrance, and you can leave the cave. If he exposes too much strength, especially the Lingbao, as long as a mid-stage nascent soul monk escapes from the cave, he will be in big trouble in the future. There were a lot of middle-stage nascent soul cultivators on the opposite side, so he tried his best not to make a move. Of course, if the monks from the 3 superpowers in the middle stage of the nascent soul on the opposite side really want to take action against him, he won't be polite. Although 10,000 Swords Peak does not incorporate 2,000 flying swords that contain the sword intent of the great monks, it can still cause considerable losses to these middle-stage nascent soul monks with its original energy-based flying swords, coupled with the speed of close to the end and the power of Ling Baoxing's sword. He is not afraid of fighting. Although there were so many mid-stage nascent soul monks, including many core monks, none of the mid-stage nascent soul monks took action to stop Li Yuanba. They were originally divided into 3 factions, and were not united. They were all worried that if the other monks did not take action, they would have to face Li Yuanba alone. This was something that none of them wanted to face. Go deeper, Yin Zhan said to his fellow students, when he saw Li Yuanba leaving this space and flying at full speed. Wuliang sect and Beidu sect were not lagging behind either, flying towards the depths of the cave together. Li Yuanba came to the first cave space, and sensed the location of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses. He unfolded, close to the end of the world, and quickly found the sword cultivators of the Sword and Tent Chengshao Pavilion. The sword cultivators were scattered in an area, searching the ground in a straight formation. With this combination, entire areas can be searched. Of course, it is still difficult to discover the 4th grade resources deep underground. Only the 4th grade resources exposed on the surface can be discovered. Yuanba, thank you for your hard work, Wu Qi said with gratitude when he saw Li Yuanba. Although he didn't know what Li Yuanba encountered, going deep into an extremely dangerous cave was not an easy task. He will definitely encounter a lot of dangers. With Li Yuanba's combat power, he can fight against the cave guardian without having to fight so hard. But Li Yuanba still obeyed his orders and took the risk to complete the task of destroying the core of Dongtian. It seems that everything is fine, brothers. Li Yuanba smiled and looked at the sword cultivators in Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. The number of them had not decreased, and he felt reassured. While he was speaking, suddenly the entire cave sky shook violently. He was shocked. Could there be other situations in Dongtian after collecting the core of Dongtian? This shouldn't be the case. It's not the first time he has collected Dongtian cores. He has collected 2 Dongtian cores before, and he has never encountered this situation. He could even sense the instability of the space in the cave, making him feel as if the cave was about to collapse. No! The cave is being destroyed. Let's leave quickly! Wu Qi reacted immediately and shouted loudly. Without the slightest hesitation, all the sword cultivators used sword escape and flew towards the entrance. Li Yuanba's south close to the end was faster, but he did not separate from the other sword cultivators. through the unstable situation of the space in the cave. Z15 gives a countdown. And the cave will collapse after 180 breaths. 180 breaths of time is enough for the sword cultivators to leave the cave. This is still due to the fact that Wuchi and the sword cultivators did not go deep into the cave, but chose to search for resources in the first space of the cave. On the way, the sword cultivators from Sword and Tent Chengshao Pavilion met the female cultivators from Wanfeng Palace. They formed a team and rushed towards the entrance together. As Li Yuanbao guessed, a middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivator was the first to enter the space door when he came to the entrance, and his figure disappeared into the space door. This meant that the space door leaving the cave was opened. The monks hurriedly entered the space door, but Li Yuanbao did not fight. He knew that there was enough time. They are all monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. Even if there are a lot of monks who come to the space gate, their movements are extremely fast. Li Yuanbao was the last one to leave the cave. Before leaving, he saw the sages of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the other two superpower mid-stage nascent soul monks very close to the space gate. He entered the space door, and in the space transition room, he returned to the outside world. Feeling the breath of the outside world is a soothing breath. Li Yuanbao appeared, and the female nuns from Wanfeng Palace bowed to him. The female nuns of Wanfeng Palace expressed their gratitude to him for taking the risk of destroying the core of the cave and saving them, and they also admired his behavior of staying at the end. Many of the female monks from Wanfeng Palace focused their attention on Li Yuanbao's face. Even if the Yuanying monks could change their appearance, they had never seen such a perfect face like Li Yuanbao in the world of immortal cultivation. It's a pity that Li Yuanbao didn't respond to these looks. He had no idea in this regard. He knew that the female nuns here were even 100 years older than him, and were considered the youngest among them. Not long after, the monks from Dalian Temple, Guiyuan sect, and Feiyu sect also left the cave. Even the sages with the best mood felt the joy of escaping and ascending to heaven after leaving the cave. The space in the cave sky collapses, which is enough to tear everything apart. Not to mention the mid-stage nascent soul monks. Even the great monks are dead in the cave sky. After the monks from the three superpowers calmed down, they also came over to express their gratitude to Li Yuanbao. This time they all owed Li Yuanbao a favor, and this favor would need to be repaid in the future. At this time, some monks in the middle stage of nascent soul still thought of Li Yuanbao's possible gains. But on this occasion, the monks with such thoughts did not dare to speak. Everyone owed Li Yuanbao a favor, and the monks here would directly repay Li Yuanbao's favor with actions without Li Yuanbao taking action. Although Li Yuanbao's other mind cannot listen to the voices of monks of the same level, he can still feel the slightest malice of some monks. Chapter 745 Returning to the Clan. Have the monks from Wuliang sect, Zhongzhou Trading Company and Beidou sect not come out yet? Has anyone seen them? Wuqi looked at the monks who had come out and asked involuntarily. All the monks present shook their heads to express their ignorance, and they all left the Sea of Flowers first. They must have gone deep into the cave. But I don't know how deep they have gone. Li Yuanbao replied aloud. That's troublesome. The cave is about to be destroyed. I'm afraid they won't be able to come out in time, Wuqi said while looking at the constantly shaking space door. Everyone can see that the space door at this time cannot hold for long. Once the space door is destroyed, even if the monks inside escape to the exit in time, they will not be able to leave the cave. Then wait for it to be destroyed together with Dongtian. And then, there will probably be no bones left. A monk is coming out! Just as Wuqi was speaking, the space door flashed, and a monk exclaimed. The monk who appeared was Yinjin. Yinjin's whole body was wrapped in a strange energy. When he left the space door and came to the outside world, there was a look of panic in his eyes. Many monks recognized the strange energy in Yinjin's body, which was generated by using the life-saving jade talisman. Yinjin used all his life-saving tools and ran out alone, leaving the rest of his disciples behind. But no monk would accuse him of this matter. In a life-or-death situation, the right way for monks to protect themselves is. Then the space door flashed continuously, and several monks came out of the space door. They were all core monks who had used the life-preserving jade talisman. Among them, Che Lian of the Wuliang sect and Chong Qing of the Beidou sect both came out. From this, it can be seen that among the superpowers, only the core monks have life-preserving jade talismans. Ordinary monks do not have such conditions. The space door shook even more violently. A core monk of the Infinite sect probably felt sorry for the life-saving jade talisman, so he cast it a little late. It wasn't until this time that he started passing through the space gate. When half of his body passed through the space door, the space door made a soft cracking sound, and the space door suddenly collapsed. Half of the body of the core monk of the infinite sect came out, but the other half of the body was within the scope of the space gate and disappeared together with the collapse of the space gate. The most terrifying thing is that not only half of his physical body has disappeared, but also half of his nascent soul. So he didn't even have a chance to seize the body of Yuanying. In front of many mid-stage Yuanying monks, the broken body fell to the ground. At this time, all the monks, no matter what sect they were, remained silent. If they did it at 1 o'clock in the evening, the consequences would probably be the same.
Fellow Taoist Li, do you know that the cave is about to collapse?
Che Lian looked at Li Yuanba and asked with anger in his eyes.
Che Lian, what do you mean? Did my junior brother save you by mistake?
Before Li Yuanba could answer, Wu Qi stopped and asked loudly. The sword cultivators from Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, the female cultivators from Wanfeng Palace, the venerables from Dalian Temple, and the former monks from Guiyuan sect and Feiyu sect all glared at Che Lian. There is a high probability that if Che Lian dares to say the wrong word, these monks will come to tear Che Lian apart in his previous life. Perhaps some of these monks have some small thoughts towards Li Yuanba, but they cannot show it. Instead, they have to stand on the same side as the other monks. Li Yuanba saved them. If they turned against Li Yuanba at this time, their reputation in the world of immortality would be ruined. Che Lian was so angry that he would not have made such a mistake otherwise. This time the Wuliang sect suffered huge losses. Only 4 core monks emerged in total, and the core monks alone lost many. He didn't even know what to say when he returned. He was the monk leading the team on this mission. In addition, they went deep into the cave and gained nothing. They saw the Golden Avenue and the destroyed puppets. Originally, the remains of the puppet were of some value. But the problem was that when they looked at the remains of the puppet, they found that the puppet was actually made from the body of a monk. The essence in it was lost early, and the remaining remains of the puppet were almost worthless. In fact, every time the great monk sword cultivator's puppet statue condenses a flying sword, it is condensed by gathering its own essence. The condensation of 10 consecutive flying swords consumed all the essence of the great monk sword cultivator's puppet statue, and what was left behind was naturally trash. When they passed the Golden Avenue and saw the stairs going up, they rushed up the steps, but what they saw was emptiness. Looking at the traces on the ground, there should be some kind of building here, but such a big building is no longer there. Then, they felt the shaking of the cave's sky and knew that the cave's sky was about to collapse. What made Che Lian the most angry was that he risked his life and went deep into the cave, but found nothing in the end. It is better to search for resources in the first space, like the other monks from the superpowers.
I'm sorry. I got a little excited.
Che Lian is a good man who doesn't suffer the immediate consequences. When he realized that he said something wrong, he immediately bowed and apologized. But the eyes of many monks looking at him were full of contempt. He felt extremely regretful, and should not have criticized Li Yuanba out loud at this time. You must know that Li Yuanba just rescued them in the cave sky, so that they would not be trapped and die in the cave sky. The dangers encountered while exploring the cave had nothing to do with Li Yuanba. And after leaving the cave, he immediately criticized Li Yuanba. This kind of behavior is the most contemptible in the world of immortality. After his reputation spreads, many monks will stay away from monks like him. This kind of character will even affect the Wuliang sect's training of him. In fact, Injun of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank and Chong Qing of Beidu sect also had the same anger towards Li Yuanba as Che Lian. But they did not show it. Li Yuanba did not look at Che Lian, but looked in the direction of Dong Tian. He always felt that where the cave disappeared, there was space energy overflowing.
I don't know how long it will take for this cave to integrate with the outside world. In 300 to 400 years, there should be an accessible space here, and then the monks can enter it to collect resources.
Wu Qi saw the position Li Yuanba was paying attention to. Explained softly. Originally, the collapse of the cave would destroy the material in the cave to a certain extent, but most of the resources would still be preserved. The space cutting in the cave is mainly aimed at all living beings. The cave will slowly merge with the outside world. First, a special space will appear that can be entered. This space is the original space of the cave. It's just that the cave space has been transformed into a public space that can be entered at will. And there will be a lot of resources left in it for the monks to exploit. This is the first form after the collapse of Dongtian. After hundreds to thousands of years, the Dongtian space will completely integrate with the outside world and become a new space in the outside world. During this period, the continental plate will slowly shift, leaving a space to add the cave space. This process takes thousands of years and is almost impossible to trace. Some of the well-known places of origin of special spiritual objects in the world of immortality were obtained from the collapse of the cave's sky and its integration into the big world.
Let's say goodbye,
Wuchi said with a, okay, salute to the other superpower monks.
farewell.
The acquaintances said goodbye one after another. No monk wanted to stay here anymore, especially those who had gained something this time and wanted to return to the sect immediately. Li Yuanba, who had gained the most, did not want to face prying eyes. His harvest this time was huge, and he wanted to go back early to share the harvest with his main body. Li Shiming. The rewards from exploring the cave were so great that he couldn't even imagine it. Li Yuanba left with the sword cultivators from Sword and Tent Chengshao Pavilion. When he flew a certain distance, he turned back and glanced behind him. His mind made him feel the slightest peek, although this kind of peeping is extremely hidden. As his realm and spirit improve, Hexentong becomes more sensitive to this kind of malicious peeping. He knew that these were greedy monks who had ideas about his gains. After he returned to Jinni Chengshao Pavilion, there would probably be many fewer monks who could hold on to such ideas. There was no trouble on the way back. In any case, there are not many forces who dare to intercept the large-scale mission of Sword and Tension Chengshao Pavilion that involves many sword cultivators. There are even fewer forces that can withstand the wrath of Sword and Tension's Chengshao Pavilion. Although the sword cultivators returned with a full load, they did not encounter any obstacles. Back at Jinni Chengshao Pavilion, no monk came to ask about Li Yuanba's harvest. No one knows how much Li Yuanba gained. Maybe if Lang Kai was alive, he would know how much he gained. Shortly after he came back, he left the Jinni Chengshao Pavilion, this time going to the real body Li Shiming, arriving at the seabed thousands of miles away from Jinni Chengshao Pavilion, and entering the seabed cave. The figure disappeared in a flash. This was the body Li Shiming taking him into the Tianan cave. Entering the Balian Hall, Li Yuanba saw the real body Li Shiming. Li Shiming was in the midst of cultivation and had not yet awakened. The great monk Luo Pei on the side stood up. This was Li Shiming's brain that controlled the ghosts.
Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist. The harvest this time is not small,
Senior monk Luo Pei said with a smile.
It's a pity that there are no spiritual objects that can really be used to enhance strength.
Li Yuanba shook his head helplessly. The harvest was indeed huge, but what he and Li Shiming needed most now were genius treasures to improve their cultivation. Once Li Shiming is promoted to a great monk, with the power of the heavenly art practiced by Li Shiming, he may be able to directly become a peak great monk. In the world of immortality, as long as he does not face the powerful, he will be invincible.
In the middle stage of nascent soul, spiritual objects that can affect one's cultivation are rare. Great Master Lang Kai is already in the Mahayana stage, so how can he collect such spiritual objects?
Great monk Luo Pei said with a smile.
This is the harvest. I haven't checked it carefully yet.
Li Yuanba also understood this, but he and Li Shiming's cultivation were at a critical stage. So he took out the harvest and said, the middle stage of Yuaning is a special period, suppressed by the great monks above, and challenged by the early stage monks of Yuaning below. There are almost two completely different realms between the mid-nascent soul monks and the great monks. The great monks suppressed the mid-nascent soul monks very strongly, almost to the point of crushing them. As for the middle stage of Yuaning and the early stage of Yuaning, it is probably the realm suppression that has some power, and the rest is the difference between the quality and the total amount of spiritual power. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are many cases of early-stage nascent soul cultivators challenging mid-stage nascent soul monks. Many ordinary monks with superpowers can cross-level and challenge mid-stage nascent soul monks in casual cultivation. But the meaning of challenging the great monks in the middle stage of Yuaning is different. Even the core monks in the middle stage of the superpower have difficulty challenging the great monks in casual cultivation. Only the most powerful ones among them can make the ultimate victory. The miracle of the weak monk. And such monks in the middle stage of nascent soul will be listed as the top geniuses in the world of immortality. Li Shiming is already at the peak of the mid-nascent soul realm, and even has the strength of some great monks. But his realm is still too low, and the realm affects his situation. If he really reveals that he is in the middle stage of nascent soul, and can easily kill the weak ones among the great monks, then without any background, he will definitely become the target of many forces who want to find out the reason why he can kill the great monks beyond his level. In addition, he is still wanted by several superpowers. The best way to return him to the world of immortality is to upgrade his level to a great monk, in which case all the troubles will be solved.
This gravity gold brick can be integrated into the
10,000 Swords Peak. C15 has designed a transformation plan. You have to wait here for a while.
Brother Luopei picked up the gravity gold brick and said, since Li Yuanbao obtained the gravity gold bricks, Li Shiming has conducted analysis and research on the gravity gold bricks data scanned by Li Yuanbao. Using Li Shiming's knowledge of weapon refining and ability in formations, he found a solution on how to add gravity gold bricks into
10,000 Swords Peak. 10,000 Swords Peak
has little effect on Li Shiming at this time, but it has a great effect on Li Yuanbao. As a sword cultivator, Li Yuanbao still has a lot of limited means, especially his
invisible Yuan magnetic
magical power, which can only cover a radius of 5 meters around his body. However, after being amplified by the
10,000 Swords Peak,
it can be enlarged to a range of 1,000 meters, which is even more effective than the
invisible Yuan magnetic
magical power exerted by the Yuanying monks of the Baidi sect. In the past, the gravity field of
10,000 Swords Peak
was at best slow and could not achieve absolute suppression. But after adding gravity gold bricks, as long as it can provide enough energy, it can exert an extremely terrifying gravity suppression effect. The most important thing is that the upper limit of this gravity gold brick is extremely high. If it is controlled by a powerful person, it can have an impact on powerful people of the same level. Although it is not a spiritual treasure, it is only slightly worse in quality than a spiritual treasure, and is not weaker than a spiritual treasure in terms of power. The
10,000 Swords Peak
and the gravity gold brick were placed next to Li Shiming by the great monk Luopei. Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness swept over the two spiritual objects, and the two spiritual objects were taken into the computer room space. Next, he will use 1 nanometer of computer room space control to add a formation to
10,000 Swords Peak.
That will not affect the original
10,000 Swords Peak.
This formation is to release the power of the gravity gold brick gravity field. Chapter 746 Inventory. Since the transformation plan for Wan Jianfeng had been designed long ago and the materials were complete, Li Shiming used dozens of brains to complete the transformation of Wan Jianfeng in one day. Wan Jianfeng was sent out of the computer room space and fell into the hands of Li Yuanbao. Li Yuanbao looked at Wan Jianfeng. On the surface, Wan Jianfeng could not see any changes, but as one of the owners of Wan Jianfeng, he could sense the gravity gold brick inside Wan Jianfeng. The gravity gold brick was refined by Lang Kai, and it cannot be re-refined with Li Shiming's ability. What Li Shiming did was to use the formations used by Lang Kai on the steps of Dongtian, and combined with his own knowledge of formations, to move the function of the steps to the
10,000 Swords Peak.
It's just that the gravity field requirements of the steps are different from those of
10,000 Swords Peak.
The steps increase gravity layer by layer. This formation arrangement to prevent the monks from advancing actually not only mobilizes the function of gravity bricks, but also it can only be done by calling on the energy of the cave. In addition to the energy absorbed internally, the energy of
10,000 Swords Peak
comes from the user's spiritual power. Therefore, the new gravity field of
10,000 Swords Peak
matches the strength of the user in terms of power. The current gravity field can suppress the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul and cannot move. If Li Yuanbao reaches the realm of great monks, the gravity field of
10,000 Swords Peak
alone can cause most of the great monks to be greatly slowed down or even completely suppressed. The gravity field of
10,000 Swords Peak
alone is enough to compare with any powerful spiritual treasure. Not to mention that the real strongest thing about
10,000 Swords Peak
is the power of the energy-based flying sword that can be infinitely improved. Li Yuanbao left Tianren Cave with Wan Jianfeng, leaving behind the harvest of this trip to the cave. Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness checked the harvest. The first thing is that the Palace of Power is currently in a shrinking state. He sensed the main hall of the
Tao of Heaven and Humanity,
and he now had absolute control over the Heaven and Humanity cave. As his mind moved slightly, the space of the
Heaven and Humanity
hall expanded again. In the past, the Treasure Pavilion and Treasure Pavilion were rotated in the Tianren Dao Hall, as well as the Balian Hall. Then he sent the mighty palace out of the Balian Hall and placed it in a place in the Heavenly Way Hall. Then the mighty palace expanded rapidly and soon occupied the space where it had just spread. At this time, Li Shiming also happened to have finished practicing the heavenly art. He gathered the energy in his body and walked out of the Balian Hall, looking at the Great Nung Palace. This palace was completely built with top-grade, fourth-grade materials. Even if the clone Li Yuanbao shared the experience of exploring the Great Nung Palace,
It was still not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. This was the first time he had seen a building made entirely of top-grade 4th-grade materials. The pillars used in the palace walls, the floor tiles on the ground, the glazed tiles on the roof of the palace, and the interior decorations are all made of top-grade 4th-grade materials. This kind of extravagant behavior, even though Li Shiming almost never bothered for resources due to his extraordinary alchemy ability during his cultivation career, and his net worth has always been compared with that of monks at a higher level. He was shocked by this extravagance. He came to the tea room, sat on a chair made of top-grade 4th-grade material, placed his hand on the surface of the tea table made of top-grade 4th-grade material, and picked up the teapot made of top-grade 4th-grade material. He took out his 4th-grade spiritual tea, and was about to take out his alchemy furnace. He thought of something, and stopped what he was doing. He stood up, and walked to the alchemy room on the other side. In the center of the alchemy room, an alchemy furnace is placed here. He gently touched the alchemy furnace, and felt the breath of the alchemy furnace. "What a waste!" he muttered. This is a 4th-grade top-quality alchemy furnace. It is probably the highest quality alchemy furnace in the world of immortal cultivation. The refining of the alchemy furnace is rather special, and requires a variety of methods. At the same time, the refining materials required are many times that of ordinary refining materials. Given the preciousness of 5th-grade materials in the world of immortality, even if one could obtain 5th-grade materials, they would still not be enough to refining an alchemy furnace. Besides, refining an alchemy furnace without combat effectiveness is far inferior to refining a pill furnace with limited 5th-grade materials. Ling Beilai is a good deal. So when he saw the 4th-grade top-quality alchemy furnace, he regarded it as the highest quality alchemy furnace in the world of immortality. Theoretically, it is impossible to have a higher quality pill furnace than the one in front of you, unless Li Shiming refines it himself. He had received the inheritance of refining an alchemy furnace before, but it was not very possible for him to use his own unique refining methods to use 4th-grade top-grade materials to refine a spiritual treasure-level elixir furnace. It is mainly about the refining of the alchemy furnace. It is not like the magic weapons and armors. You only need to pile up the energy balance magic runes. The requirements for the alchemy furnace are very high, and it needs to be designed and manufactured strictly according to the needs of alchemy. Forcibly improving the power of all aspects of the alchemy furnace will affect the alchemy effect of the alchemy furnace. You can't refine a pill furnace and just use it to hit people in pursuit of quality. The reason why Li Shiming said waste was because he felt that this 4th-grade top-quality alchemy furnace had never been used. In other words, the great master Lang Kai created this 4th-grade top-quality alchemy furnace just to make the quality of the alchemy furnace in the alchemy room meet the quality needs of the entire palace. For an alchemy master, leaving such a top-notch alchemy furnace without using it would be a huge waste. He cast a recognition method on the 4th-grade top-level alchemy furnace, and successfully recognized the owner of the 4th-grade top-level alchemy furnace. There was no problem in the identification process. Qingxiao Baoding. This is the name of the 4th-grade top alchemy furnace. Since the Qingxiao Baoding has never been used, he needs to use it to refine a large amount of 4th-grade elixirs in the early and middle stages of nascent soul to nourish the Qingxiao Baoding, so that it can strengthen its spiritual power towards elixirs. Able to refine the great monk elixir. The newer the alchemy furnace, the better. On the contrary, the alchemy furnace that has been used for a long time has incorporated a large amount of elixir spirituality, which can reduce the occurrence of accidents during the alchemy process. Therefore, after many alchemy masters find an alchemy furnace that suits them, they will never change the alchemy furnace throughout their lives. Li Shiming is different. He can refine 5 furnaces of elixirs at the same time. With this, Qingxiao Baoding, the number of elixirs he can refine at the same time increases to 6 furnaces. The biggest difference of Qingxiao Baoding is that it can shorten the time of alchemy and improve the quality of alchemy to a certain extent. During the refining process, a strange phenomenon of green clouds will appear, so it is named Qingxiao Baoding. This green cloud is what appears when the medicinal power rises. For other alchemy masters, it increases the perception of the medicinal power in the alchemy furnace, but it has almost no effect on Li Shiming and can only be used as an ornamental decoration. He waved his hand, and the Qingxiao Baoding was put away by him. He returned to the tea room, and the Qingxiao Baoding was put aside. The 4th-grade spiritual tea leaves that he had refined by himself were put into it, and then the top-quality spiritual spring water was put into it. He started brewing the 4th-grade spiritual tea using the method of alchemy. Not long after, a bunch of tea flew out and fell into the 4th-grade top teapot. Picking up the 4th grade top grade teapot, he poured the spiritual tea into a 4th grade top grade teacup. The 4th grade top quality tea set has improved the quality of the already top quality tea. He smelled the tea and relaxed his mind, feeling as if all the mental fatigue caused by practicing had disappeared. After drinking the 4th grade spiritual tea, he felt a sense of transparency all over his body, making all his pores open. The feeling of comfort made him close his eyes and enjoy it for a while. Sure enough, the powerful tea set is not just a decoration, but actually has a promoting effect on cultivation. During the long period of seclusion, even if Li Shiming had a brain of 191, the loneliness caused by the long-term seclusion would slowly erode his mind. There are many ways for monks to adjust this mentality, but no matter how good the adjustment method is, it will leave traces and affect the mind at the most critical time. Using top-grade 4th-grade tea sets to enjoy tea will reduce the impact of this emotion. When Li Shiming used the 4th-grade Ling tea he roasted, combined with the 4th-grade top-grade Qingxia Baoding to brew the 4th-grade Ling tea, and then tasted it with the 4th-grade top tea set, this extremely luxurious act was able to completely drive away the psychological effects of long-term retreat. He smiled and asked his clone Li Yuanba to come over every once in a while to taste this spiritual tea together. Li Shiming walked out of the tea room and walked to the training room. There weren't many treasures here that made him shine. This was normal. Lang Kai's powerful state no longer relied on the training room. The practice room is more of a habit. There has been a practice room in the cave of the monk since the beginning of practice, and the monk spent most of his life in the practice room. This kind of deep feeling makes even the Mahayana Shiro Kai Danning also set up a training room in the palace. After walking around the palace, he did not touch the top-level 4th-grade spiritual objects here. Anyway, he came in to enjoy them when he needed to enjoy them. If the spiritual objects here were seen by other monks, they would definitely be filled with dissatisfaction with this wasteful behavior. He also has no intention of using this palace to entertain fellow Taoists. At least, he will not expose the existence of this palace until he is strong enough to protect it. He took out the Blaze Golden Flower. Again, Li Yuanba's recognition of its owner was the same as his recognition of its owner. He sensed the rare treasure, Blaze Golden Flower. He was still a little confused about the principle of the Blaze Golden Flower. It seemed that the sea of flowers was the projection of the Blaze Golden Flower. But every flower in the sea of flowers existed physically. Li Shiming's level of weapon refining and formations were very high. He took the Blaze Golden Flower into the computer room space and used 1 nanometer of control to scan the Blaze Golden Flower. The Blaze Golden Flower is actually a plant. But whether it is a transformation by a powerful force or a natural mutation, the Blaze Golden Flower has formed a form of half plant and half artifact. Saying it is a semi-plant means that the Blaze Golden Flower can absorb energy from the earth, making the Blaze Golden Flower stronger and stronger. It is said to be a semi-artifact because the Blaze Golden Flower will not die when it leaves the earth, but it will only prevent the Blaze Golden Flower from being enhanced and will be preserved for a long time like an artifact. Li Shiming thought for a while, and the figure left the Tiaran cave and entered the Banshan cave. There is only one plant in Banshan cave, and that is the sacred tree. He has no intention of planting any elixirs in Banshan cave, at least until Banshan cave has truly become a cave. He will not plant any elixirs here. He placed the Blaze Golden Flower in the rest soil on the ground of Banshan cave, and then with a slight movement of his mind, the Blaze Golden Flower differentiated into countless flower strains. Since Banshan cave's sky is a bit narrow, the flower plants branched out by Blaze Golden Flower only occupy the free space of Banshan Cave's sky. With these golden flowers, the entire Banshan Cave suddenly came alive. Since he is the owner of the Blaze Golden Flowers, these golden flowers will not fly out their petals. Instead, they can feel the presence of his master. The flowers sway slightly, and bursts of floral fragrance are astounding. Li Shiming was suspended in midair, and the fireball formed by the fire jade furnace above his head was shining on the earth like the sun from the outside world. The green branches and leaves of the sacred tree below and the golden flowers of the sea of flowers are all facing the direction of the fireball. This is the nature of plants, absorbing the heat emitted by the fire jade furnace and converting it into its own energy. This is already a relatively complete circulatory system. But unfortunately there is still one link missing from the 5 elements, making Banshan Cave heaven imperfect. However, the core of Lang Kai's powerful cave brought back by his clone Li Yuanba has a high possibility of making up for the shortcoming of the Half-Life cave. It's just that Lang Kai's cave core is a little special, and he needs to check it again. He did not unlock the Forbidden Spirit Talisman at the core of the Dongtian Golden System, but just took it out of the Forbidden Spirit Jade box. Due to the effect of the Forbidden Spirit Talisman, although the core heart of the Dongtian Gold element can have an impact on the Half-Life Dongtian, the Forbidden Spirit Talisman seals everything in the core heart of the Dongtian Gold element, making it like a mortal object at this time. Li Shiming cast his consciousness on the core heart of Dongtian's Gold system. He was very curious about what was inside the core heart of Gold system. When the clone Li Yuanbao was in the cave spirit said not to disturb the owner's sleep. He guessed that Lang Kai's physical body was probably staying here. This is also the reason why the clone Li Yuanbao got the core heart of Dong Engine system and did not check it. In terms of the diversity of methods, the main body Li Shiming is the strongest. If there is any accident, Li Shiming can deal with it calmly. Just like now, in the cave of Half-Life, he is equivalent to the god of this space. Even if something happens to Lang Kai's body, he at least has the ability to leave the cave of life. This is just a matter of thought. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. This is his home court, and what he can do is far beyond what the outside world can do. In addition, he also summoned Tian Gui to the side to hide and stand by. Tian Gui's mental and soul abilities have been proven through countless battles, many of which were battles across large levels. He also had some considerations in bringing the core heart of the golden element of the Dongtian to the Half-Life Dongtian. In the event of an irreversible situation, it would be better to give up the Half-Life Dongtian than to give up the Heavenly Man Dongtian. Chapter 747 Jin Hong. Li Shiming prepared for the worst and made complete preparations. His consciousness slowly penetrated into the core heart of the cave sky gold system, and then entered the space opened up within it. The space was carefully arranged. A huge golden sword stood in the space, holding up the space like a pillar. Next to the huge golden sword, there was a person sitting. It is better to say that it is a corpse than a person. But even if this corpse is dead, the aura of the body prevents Li Shiming's consciousness from getting close. Don't disturb my master. Let my master sleep peacefully. Just when Li Shiming's consciousness wanted to try to get closer to the body again, a faint consciousness came from the golden sword on the side. He was slightly startled. It turned out that the real core of the cave was this golden sword. He used the Forbidden Spirit Talisman to seal the heart outside. It did not directly act on the golden sword, but it allowed the spirit of the weapon to retain a trace of consciousness. This consciousness was unable to contact the outside world due to the Forbidden Spirit Talisman. But when his spiritual consciousness invaded this space, he couldn't help but make a request. Li Shiming did not let his consciousness get close to the corpse anymore. He observed the corpse. The corpse should be Lang Kai, a powerful being who stood at the top of the world of immortality. In the end, he failed to reach the ascension and stopped there. I won't disturb Lang Kai's sleep, but I need your help to control the golden rules of the cave outside for me. Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness came into contact with the golden sword, and he used his spiritual consciousness to convey his thoughts. As long as it doesn't disturb my master's sleep, I agree to your request. The weapon spirit simply agreed and immediately agreed. Li Shiming regretted a little. Maybe Li Yuanbao used Lang Kai's powerful body as a threat when he was in the cave. Maybe he could really become the master of the cave. In that case, the cave would not be destroyed. But this is just a guess. Judging from the means left by Lang Kai, it is more likely that Li Yuanbao will be severely damaged or even wiped out by the means left by Lang Kai. I will seal this space so that it will not disturb Lang Kai's sleep. But you need to leave here and settle in the outside space, Li Shiming said to the weapon spirit without forcing him. The weapon spirits are still dominated by the powerful Lang Kai. If they are forcibly subdued, they may do something drastic. In addition, choosing to use Lang Kai's powerful body as a threat is also the worst plan. Maybe the weapon spirit will really be threatened. But there is another possibility that the weapon spirit will self-destruct. After all, the weapon spirit is not a truly intelligent life, and its wisdom has a bottom line. Li Shiming lifted the Forbidden Spirit Talisman outside, and the golden sword flashed with light. The golden long sword shrunk to the size of a small flying sword and flew in a circle around the sitting Lang Kai. Finally, he took the initiative to contact Li Shiming's spiritual consciousness and let go of his recognition rune. Li Shiming did not hesitate, and cast a master recognition tactic, flying towards the golden flying sword. He felt that the golden flying sword seemed to be resisting, but it was only a slight resistance. It seemed that it was an instinct, but he gave up the resistance again. The master recognition technique was printed into the master recognition rune.
and Li Shiming felt a connection with the golden flying sword.
Lingbao level flying sword.
Li Shiming was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the core of the cave was actually a Lingbao level flying sword. This may be the natural magic weapon of Lang Kai.
New master, I only promise to control the rules of the gold system for Dantian, and I will not become your offensive weapon,
the weapon spirit said to him at this time through the mark of recognition. Li Shiming was even more surprised. He had never seen a magic weapon still have its own ideas and discuss power with the owner after recognizing its owner. He checked the recognition mark and found that the recognition mark was indeed successful. And from his perception, this Lingbao flying sword is even 100% controllable. Unlike the stolen magic weapon, which can only have half of the control, so that it can only display half of its power. This can only mean one thing. That is, the intelligence of this Lingbao flying sword, which was cultivated by Lang Kai, is extremely independent and has independent thoughts.
This is natural. What I promise will not change.
Li Shiming conveyed his meaning. He had no intention of disturbing Lang Kai's physical body. Not to mention that his spiritual consciousness could not get close to Lang Kai's physical body. Even if he could get close to him, there was no way to use Lang Kai's physical body. Lang Kai's physical body was really too powerful. Far too powerful for him to covet now. Besides, this is the body of a powerful person. If he really refined Lang Kai's body into a corpse or something else, he couldn't guarantee whether other powerful people would directly give him to him after discovering this. Killed. He couldn't even guarantee that whether Lang Kai had any powerful friends who would punish him for insulting the corpse. Anyway, he initially just wanted the core of the cave having gold system, and didn't think about anything else. The golden flying sword flew away from the heart space, and Li Shiming did not break his promise. He sealed the heart space again with the Forbidden Spirit talisman and placed it in the Forbidden Spirit jade box. He placed the Forbidden Spirit jade box in the soil under the sacred tree. The weapon spirit in the golden flying sword can monitor the jade box at any time. The weapon spirit inside the golden flying sword saw Li Shiming's operation. It was very satisfied with Li Shiming's behavior of keeping his promise. It began to mobilize the golden flying sword, and golden rules spread out from the sword body.
This is an unfinished cave. With your cultivation level, Master, you should not have such a cave. Although this cave completes the 5 elements, you still need to master all the rules of the 5 elements to reach the basic understanding before you can truly transform this cave into a cave.
The Master's cave is based on the Mahayana.
The weapon spirit issued the rules of the gold system while checking the situation in the cave in its own way. It put forward its own opinions to Li Shiming. This time Li Shiming was really shocked. He was only a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. Not to mention that he could not return to the sect. Even if he returned to the 10,000 Beasts sect, the 10,000 Beasts sect would not be able to provide him with powerful and relevant training experience. As for the clone Li Yuanba, he must at least reach the realm of a great monk before he is qualified to have access to the Mahayana knowledge of sword intent Chengshao Pavilion. And this weapon spirit actually mastered the knowledge of the Mahayana stage and was able to provide him with guidance. This was even more important than getting the final golden rules to complete the half-life cave heaven. He knew his direction. Although, the art of heaven and man also has the cultivation content of the Mahayana period. Because art of heaven and man does not have the cultivation experience of the predecessors. Many contents need to be understood by him, and he can practice based on his understanding. With the guidance of the golden flying sword, he might avoid detours in his promotion to the Mahayana stage. After recognizing the owner of the golden flying sword, Li Shiming also knew the name of the golden flying sword, which was called Golden Rainbow Sword. The weapon spirit of this golden rainbow sword is the most intelligent among all his weapon spirits. This is normal. The refining time of all his spirit treasures is not long. Even if the weapon spirit formed is very extraordinary, it still takes time to grow. The growth time of any Lingbao's weapon spirit must be at least 100 years. 100 years can only make the Lingbao's weapon spirit barely usable. It will take hundreds or even thousands of years for the weapon spirit to grow to sufficient wisdom. Of course, the growth of a weapon spirit not only requires time, but also requires the cultivation of the master and watering it with a lot of knowledge. The weapon spirit of Jinhong Sword has followed Lang Kai for countless years, and has memorized a lot of cultivation experience under the influence of his ears and eyes. In the knowledge of the weapon spirit, as long as Li Shiming resettles the original owner, this knowledge can be communicated to the new owner without reservation. Anyway, the original owner has not placed any restrictions on this aspect. For the first time, Li Shiming knew that this half-life cave could become his own cave. Based on this cave, one can step from a great monk into the Mahayana stage.
You are the weapon spirit of the Jinhong sword. I will call you Jinhong from now on. If I get a complete powerful cave, can I use that cave to become the foundation for me to advance to the Mahayana stage?
Li Shiming thought for a while and asked. The clone Li Yuanba had previously obtained an explanation for this question from Wu Qi. But Wu Qi was only a mid-stage nascent soul monk, so it was hard to say whether the answer he gave was accurate. He wanted to get an accurate answer from Jinhong, the tool spirit, so that he could be more prepared.
Master, your aura does not match the aura of my original master. I can sense the 5 elements and thunder and lightning in the master's body. This cave is more suitable for the master. It is not suitable for you to merge with my original master's cave. Weapon Spirit Jinhong replied. The wisdom of the Weapon Spirit Jinhong is indeed very high, although it is a wrong guess. It is also because Lang Danning was sealed by the Forbidden Spirit Talisman before the collapse of the cave sky, making it impossible to understand the situation outside the cave sky. It also thought that Li Shiming planned to use Lang Kai's powerful cave as the foundation to advance to the Mahayana stage.
It's not your former master's cave. Your former master's cave has collapsed,
Li Shiming said without any intention of hiding it.
I hope that when my original master wakes up, he won't blame me for not taking good care of the cave.
The weapon spirit Jinhong said with sadness after hearing the news. The weapon spirit has emotions, and these emotions are not simulated, but true feelings. This once again confirms the wisdom of the tool spirit Jinhong.
If there is a masterless cave that perfectly matches your skills, Master, it can become the foundation for promotion to the Mahayana stage.
The weapon spirit Jinhong's emotions came and went quickly, and it went on to answer Li Shiming's previous question.
One more question. I have 5 nascent souls. Do I need to prepare to open 5 caves?
Li Shiming finally found someone he could trust and had enough knowledge to ask. So he asked the question he was most concerned about. This time, the weapon spirit Jinhong hesitated for about a cup of tea. Li Shiming's question made his knowledge reserve somewhat insufficient. Having followed Lang Kai for thousands of years, it can be said to be extremely knowledgeable. But it has never heard of a nascent soul monk possessing 5 nascent souls. In order to confirm his situation, Li Shiming left his body one by one with Yuanying above his head. 5 nascent souls were suspended in the air, and terrifying chaotic energy fluctuations surged within each nascent soul.
I can't answer this question, but I am sure that although the master can advance to the Mahayana stage, if he wants to go further, he will need all 5 nascent souls to open up the cave and cultivate the cave to the extreme.
The weapon spirit Jinhong slowed down. He answered after a moment. Fortunately, Li Shiming was asking the weapon spirit Jinhong. If he had asked this question to any powerful person, the powerful person would probably look at him like a fool. How difficult has he set for himself? It is already difficult to become a powerful person, and the chance of a powerful person ascending further is extremely slim. But he suddenly increased the difficulty of ascension 5 times. Other great powers only need to cultivate 1 cave, but he has to cultivate 5 caves. The resources required alone are 5 times that of other powers, not to mention the mental effort and time required. Of course, the 5 nascent souls gave him not only trouble, but also greater strength. His energy reserve is 5 times that of other monks of the same level. If his Yuanying leaves the body and uses the Yuanying Dharma, he can defeat 5 against 1. And the 5 Yuanying Dharma perfectly coordinate. In the Mahayana stage, as long as he opens up 1 cave, it is equivalent to 1 more Mahayana combat power. When he opens 5 caves, his final combat power will be the combined combat power of the 5 great powers.
Master, your breath is not the same as the energy in your Yuanying body. The energy in your Yuanying body is chaotic energy. This is the energy that only ascended monks are rumored to be able to control.
Suddenly the weapon spirit spoke again. Li Shiming was stunned again. Ascended monks are monks in the late Mahayana period. The monks in this period are preparing to survive the tribulation and ascend, so they are called ascended monks. The weapon spirit actually described the energy of the heavenly art he cultivated as energy that only ascended monks can control. Although he felt that the chaotic energy of the heavenly art was very convenient and powerful, he did not believe that it had reached the level of an ascended monk. Not to mention the ascended monk, his current chaotic energy, even with the spiritual treasures and treasures on his body, can only fight with a great monk. It is far away from the lowest level of great power. How can it be compared with the ascended monks?
You said that the chaotic energy in my nascent soul is something that only ascended monks can control. Why don't I feel that this chaotic energy is so powerful? Li Shiming asked as he thought of it. Master, I can't answer this question. Even the original master of the ascended monk doesn't know much. Weapon Spirit Jihong replied. Li Shiming then asked some of the questions he had accumulated one by one, especially the many things he did not understand during his practice during the practice of the art of heaven and man. Qiling Jinhong is like a big encyclopedia. As long as he asks questions, most of the answers are given. Even if the questions cannot be answered, some relevant explanations will be given. During this question and answer, Li Shiming became more and more clear about his cultivation path. He was no longer groping forward as before, but had a clear cultivation path. Chapter 748 10 years. When Li Yuanba returned to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, no one asked him about his harvest. On the one hand, it is his status as an alchemy master. On the other hand, and most importantly, it is Jian Lao's attention to him, which makes even if someone is curious about his gains, they will not take any action. He stayed in the cave every day and practiced hard. After seeing a Mahayana monk as powerful as Lang Kai, who died in his own cave, he and his real body, Li Shiming, were greatly touched. He didn't want to waste even a little time and tried his best to improve his cultivation. He did not give up the alchemy business and would receive some alchemy commissions from time to time. He did not refine the alchemy himself, but sent all these alchemy commissions to Li Shiming. Li Shiming's Qingxia Baoding needs a lot of the 4th grade elixir of the early and middle stages of Yuaning to refine and nourish. And Li Yuanba can also use this to obtain the most needed 4th grade flying sword that contains sword intent. Although Li Yuanba obtained 2,000 energy flying swords that were integrated with the great monk sword intention in Lang Kai's cave, the demand for energy flying swords in 10,000 swords peak is at least 10,000. As long as it is a flying sword with sword intent, it can be absorbed and transformed by Wanjianfeng. Wanjianfeng's demand for flying swords with sword intent can be said to be unlimited. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhongzhou continent is in a relatively peaceful state, but the undercurrent has never stopped. Sitting in the cave, Li Yuanba's sword intent was as real as his body. The aura of his Breaking Void sword intent has been greatly reduced, or it can be said that Breaking Void sword intent has become a part of his sword intent. And it is not just Breaking Void sword intent. That is the main one. Now his sword intention is named Chaos sword intention. This is a name taken from the characteristics of the chaotic energy of heaven and man art. When Li Shiming analyzed and studied the sword intention monument, of course, both Li Shiming's and Li Yuanba's sword intentions are still far from the true chaos sword intent. Nowadays, Li Yuanba's chaos sword intent combines the power of multiple sword intentions into one, making it more flexible and changeable. At the same time, when he needs it, he can also convert all of the chaos sword intention into a certain sword intention. On his finger, a chaos sword intent came out. As his mind moved slightly, this chaos sword intent turned into a shattering void sword intent. The transformed void breaking sword intent was far more powerful than his previous void breaking sword intent. In the study of sword intent, he seems to have embarked on a completely different path from the other sword cultivators in Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. If other sword cultivators pursue diversity and comprehensiveness of sword intent like him, their own combat power will inevitably be mediocre. But Li Yuanba is different. In fact, it is not he who is comprehending the chaos sword intent, but the real body Li Shiming and his natal magic weapon Z15 are analyzing and studying it together. The achievement achieved in 10 years is the current chaos sword intent. Li Yuanba also provided help from the 10,000 energy flying swords in 10,000 swords peak. It is precisely because of the large number of various sword intentions in 10,000 swords peak as a reference that Li Shiming and Z15 can achieve their current achievements in studying the sword intention monument. A normal sword cultivator, no matter how talented he is just a brain, and it is already extremely difficult to focus on the study of one kind of sword intent. As for Li Yuanba, Li Shiming used 150 brains to analyze and research the sword intention monument. With the analysis and computing power of the Z15, each brain's ability to perceive the sword's intention exceeded that of any talented swordsman. Build. And 150 brains are equivalent to 150 swordsmen with super talent for swordsmanship. These 150 swordsmen with super talent for swordsmanship give up their personal ideas and work together in the same direction. They do not need to consider the complex operations of analysis and research, because these time-consuming operations will be completed quickly by the Z-15. It is impossible for such a scene to occur in the world of immortality. So except for Li Shiming, no monk can do this. What kind of existence is the sword intent monument left behind? Li Yuanba murmured to himself. As his research on the sword intent steel deepened and his level of sword intent increased, he became more curious about this question. You must know that even Jian Lao's sword intention is derived from a small part of the sword intention monument. Li Yuanba shook his head. It was useless to think about these things. With a tap of his finger, 10,000 Swords Peak was suspended above his head, and a gravity field fell down. His body sank, and the sword body in the sword intention Cheng Xiaoju was automatically activated to resist the gravity field. He took a 4th grade high-level spiritual elixir, and his mind was immersed. The sword intention climbed to the sky, started to work, and the spiritual power in Yuanying increased little by little. This is a training method he has researched, although it does not have the ultimate training environment of the original Li Shiming. With the addition of the gravity field, he can also exercise his sword body while practicing the skills. Don't underestimate the gravity field. Once this gravity field has the power to suppress any mid-stage nascent soul monk, he can put his body at the critical point of gravity that he can withstand. Under this critical point of self-gravity, the sword body automatically operates against the gravity pressing on the body, and the strength of the physical body will continue to increase with the confrontation of the sword body. In just 10 years, his physical body had grown a lot, and he was already able to compete with sword cultivators at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. While he was practicing hard, the identity jade disc on his body began to tremble. He was not completely in seclusion, so he left a little bit of his mind to deal with external affairs. His mind fell on the identity jade plate, which was an urgent message from his master Jin Wuwei. He helplessly began to gather the spiritual power in his body, and slowly exited from the cultivation state. There is still a lot of energy from the 4th grade high-grade elixir in the body that has not been absorbed. Usually no monk is willing to do this, because if you stop practicing so rashly, the remaining part of the 4th grade high-grade elixir will be wasted. Li Yuanba didn't care about the 4th grade high-grade elixir. He took more and more of the 4th grade high-grade elixir in the middle nascent soul stage. In the past 10 years, any sword cultivator in Jiani Chengshao Pavilion who could establish a relationship with him had tried their best to find him, even though his alchemy remuneration was many times higher than that of other alchemy masters. This did not reduce Jiani Chengshao Pavilion's reputation. The enthusiasm of the cultivators. The main thing is the 4th grade elixir he refined, all of which are 4th grade high-level elixirs. The effect of a 4th grade high-level elixir is several times different from that of a 4th grade intermediate elixir. If compared with a 4th grade junior elixir, the effect is even more than 10 times different. However, the 4th grade high-grade elixir has very little residual medicinal power. The interval between taking 2 4th grade high-grade elixirs is shorter, and the monks can practice more efficiently. If compared in terms of value, 10 4th grade intermediate elixirs cannot be exchanged for 1 4th grade high-grade elixir. No monk is willing to exchange a 4th grade high-grade elixir for a 4th grade intermediate elixir. In addition, it is said that after taking the 4th grade high-grade elixir, there are some hidden effects, such as the spiritual power gained from cultivation is more powerful, etc. These are just rumors. Few monks can take the 4th grade high-grade elixir all the time, so they cannot get it. Accurate comparative data. In the past 10 years, Li Yuanba has refined a large number of 4th grade elixirs in the early and middle stages of Yuanying through his body. Li Shiming, which has almost accounted for almost half of the elixirs used by the monks in the early and middle stages of Yuanying in Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. There is no other way. But the sword cultivators in Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion can always find sword cultivators he is familiar with and entrust the alchemy to him. Of course, he didn't mean to refuse the alchemy commission. Anyway, it was just a trip every once in a while. Li Shiming's side is even simpler. He doesn't even delay his cultivation. 6 4th grade alchemy furnaces are refining elixirs in the computer room space. As long as there is no entrustment for refining the elixirs from the great monks, no matter how large the number of elixirs is, it can be easily completed. Li Yuanba spit out a mouthful of elixir energy, which was the energy of the 4th grade high-level spiritual elixir in his body. He stood up, took out the jade plate of identity, and walked out of the training room while replying. After leaving the cave, he flew towards the direction of his master Jin Wuwei's cave. Although Master Jin Wuwei is only at the early stage of nascent soul, His status in Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion is not low, because he was born in the direct line of the Jin family. The cave is also within the Cave of Swords, and is located very close to the center. As soon as Li Yuanba arrived at the entrance of the cave opened automatically. He flew into the cave, and saw Jian Wuwei and brother Lu sitting opposite each other, with a pale face beside Lu Wu.
Uncle Lu. Master. What happened to Lu Wu?
Li Yuanba only heard from Jian Wuwei that something happened to Lu Wu. After seeing Lu Wu's state, he knew that his situation was worse than imagined. For Lu Wu, a disciple, he is not qualified as a master. Fortunately, Jian Wuwei is here, and Jian Wuwei is very good to his disciples. Although Jian Wuwei is in the same realm as Lu Wu, Jian Wuwei has more core inheritance. A lot of knowledge is only passed down in the direct line of the Jin family. So he even surpassed brother Lu in sword cultivation theory. Lu Wu often followed Jian Wuwei, although strength was respected in the world of immortality. This did not include the inheritance of the master. Even though Jian Wuwei's cultivation level was not high, Lu Wu still wanted to respect him as his master.
Lu Wu was ambushed when he went out. Although he has taken the 4th grade advanced healing elixir, his injuries still cannot be stabilized.
Brother Lu was more worried about his son's injuries, and immediately replied. Li Yuanba came to Lu Wu and released his spiritual consciousness. This kind of behavior of using spiritual consciousness to explore the bodies of other monks is forbidden in the world of immortality. But since he is Lu Wu's master, he has no scruples in this regard. The injuries on Lu Wu's physical body and nascent soul were rather strange. It was due to some corrosive energy that was slowly contaminating his physical body and nascent soul. The potency of the medicine in his body has reached a full level, which shows that he has taken multiple 4th grade high-grade healing elixirs. Such a way of taking the 4th grade advanced therapeutic elixir will make him unable to take the 4th grade advanced therapeutic elixir for a long time. I think Lu Wu knew this. And the reason that allowed him to do this was naturally that his injury was so serious that he had to take the 4th grade advanced healing elixir like this. Lu Wu's 4th grade advanced healing elixir in the early stage of nascent soul was given by Li Yuanba to his disciples to save their lives. It was the 4th grade advanced healing elixir, and the life-saving means given by Master Lu that allowed Lu Wu to survive successfully. Li Yuanba shook his head helplessly. Lu Wu was also in trouble. The last time they met was the same, and he almost didn't survive. But the injury suffered last time was cured by the 4th grade advanced healing elixir. This time the injury was much more difficult. Fortunately, in 10 years, his control over the magical power of Innate has been greatly improved due to the research of the original body Li Shiming. He waved his hand and continuously displayed the magical power of Innate, and streams of wood-type green light fell on Lu Wu. From the physical body to the nascent soul, everyone was bathed in the wood-type healing brilliance. Li Yuanba used the magical power of Innate 10 times in a row, consuming all the runic energy of Innate that had recently accumulated in his body.
It's okay.
He felt the situation of Lu Wu again, and said with a sigh of relief. He is still at the beginning stage of the healing effect of the Innate magical power, and is still far from fully mastering this magical power of wood. When the magical power of Xiantian is cultivated to the extreme, it is almost equivalent to immortality. No matter what kind of attack is injured, it can recover instantly. Even if most of the body is missing, it can still recover quickly. Unlike now, he just treated Lu Wu's injuries and consumed all the Innate magical power rune energy in his body.
This kid has troubled you again.
The worry on brother Lu's face disappeared, and he said gratefully to Li Yuanba.
It's because I, the master, didn't do my duty well. There's only so much I can do.
Li Yuanba waved his hand and replied. He looked at Lu Wu again and asked,
Who hurt you?
The last time Lu Wu was injured, Li Yuanba almost destroyed the Qianren sect.
It's up to me to negotiate this matter. Lu Wu had a conflict with the monks of the Wuliang sect. It happened that a group of monks from the Wuliang sect passed by, and he was besieged.
Brother Lu replied on behalf of Lu Wu. Li Yuanba frowned slightly, wondering how such a coincidence could happen. He was in Langai Cave Heaven, but he almost had a deadly feud with Che Lian of Wuliang sect. Although he has not been out in the past 10 years, he knows the news about the world of immortality. Che Lian's life was not easy. Due to his reputation as ungrateful, his reputation plummeted, and even the reputation of Wuliang sect was affected. For this reason, Wuliang sect eliminated the core monks of Che Lian. Che Lian is now just an ordinary monk, and his future cultivation path is almost cut off. The other person involved in the incident, Li Yuanba, has since become the target of the Wuyang sect's hatred. He didn't know whether the reason why Lu Wu was seriously injured was related to this. But he had serious doubts in his heart. He did not voice his suspicions. It would be easy to resolve the matter. That is, he would go out and let the Wuyang sect find him, so that this hatred would not be implicated in other people. Of course, he also needs to go out to practice. After 10 years of practice, he has made great progress in both spiritual power and sword intent. However, his sword intention was only improved through theoretical research, and it also needed to be tested and sharpened in actual combat. This was not his task alone. Li Shiming also needed his sharpening of the sword intention to test the research results of the sword intention. Chapter 749 Trapped. On the 15th day after leaving seclusion, Li Yuanba accepted a combat mission and left Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. It's not that he doesn't want to leave earlier, but it's almost time for him to accept the alchemy commission. And the people who can find him are either old friends from the past, or new friends he's met in the past 10 years. His alchemy ability has long been no secret in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. He even doubted whether he was known by other forces. Anyway, the monks from outside the sect could not find him. He had already said that he would not accept the alchemy commission from non-Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. If he really accepts the alchemy commission from the foreign sect, he may not even have time to practice. He said goodbye to his master Jin Wuwei, and left Jiani Chongshao Pavilion after Jian Wuwei repeatedly told him to be careful. Jian Wuwei knew a lot of information due to his status, and the information about Li Yuanba showed that there were many forces who wanted to find Li Yuanba for various reasons. Many of them are malicious. For example, it is said that Li Yuanba obtained the secret of being promoted to a powerful monk in Lang Kai's cave, and also obtained a large number of great monk resources. These rumors alone are enough to make any monk crazy. But Jian Wuwei could not stop Li Yuanba from going out to perform tasks. If Jian Xiao wanted to improve his cultivation, besides practicing hard, the most important thing was fighting. If he deprived Li Yuanba of his fighting chance, it would not be a good thing for Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba performed south close to the end, on the sea, and his figure kept flickering above the sea. Although he intended to fight, he did not want other monks to easily block him. At least he had to complete the mission of sword in Tianchen Chongshao Pavilion before considering luring the enemy. The gate of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion is not that far from the coast. With the continuous close to the end display, it didn't take long for him to see the coast. He did not go to the coast from here, but changed the direction. This coast is the location where the sword cultivators of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion usually pass. After arriving on land, he took out the identity jade disc and read the mission instructions. The task is very simple. Kill a middle-stage Yuaning monk from a large sect. This middle-stage Yuaning monk seriously injured an early-stage Yuaning sword cultivator from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion in a transaction. In normal conflicts, sword intent Chongshao Pavilion will not help, which is not conducive to the growth of sword cultivators. However, this kind of behavior of bullying this small and leaving no one alive is absolutely intolerable to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. The reason for intolerance is that in the world of immortality, this kind of behavior that uses one's realm to bully low-level monks often occurs. Most of the time, in order to silence the low-level monks, they kill them without leaving any evidence afterwards. If that early Yuaning sword cultivator died on the spot, no one would know about this hatred. Jiani Chongshao Pavilion used thunderous means to tell other monks not to take action against low-level sword cultivators. If they did, they must take into account the crazy revenge of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. In fact, fortunately this time, the sword cultivators in the early stage of Yuaning returned both physically and mentally. If only the Yuaning was left to return, the target of this mission would not only be the monks in the middle stage of Yuaning, but also the large sects behind them. At least this large sect must pay a heavy price to let all forces know the determination of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion against its enemies. According to the information collected by the intelligence department of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, the mid-stage nascent soul monk was not hiding in the sect, but in a remote uninhabited area. The intelligence department gave a rough range and no precise location. The reason why the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul did not hide in the sect was because they did not want the sword intent to Chongshao Pavilion to bring hatred to the sect. When he attacked and killed the sword cultivator in the early stage of Yuaning, he didn't know that it was the sword cultivator from sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. He waited until he severely injured the opponent, and the other party used sword escape unique to sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. Know that you are causing trouble. Most of the monks knew about Jiani Chongshao Pavilion's behavior. He also knew that Jiani Chongshao Pavilion's pursuit would soon arrive. So he found a place he thought was safe to hide. Li Yuanba stood in the air and looked at this area. It was a mountain forest with 5 peaks arranged in the 5 elements. He frowned slightly. Was this a coincidence or an intentional arrangement? He released his senses and didn't feel anything unusual in the aura here. He activated his Shen eyes and found nothing special.
Am I too worried?
He murmured to himself. You can't blame him for being cautious. He has encountered too many traps. And the most dangerous one was even caught. If the main body hadn't come to rescue him, he might have perished. He was flying above the 5 peaks, observing below as he flew. When he reached the top of the 3rd mountain peak, a breath caught his attention. The aura of the mission target, the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, is included with the mission to prevent misidentification of the target. After comparing the aura, he determined that this aura was exactly the target of his mission. Without any further hesitation, his figure flashed and activated.
South close to the end of the world.
And his figure appeared below where the breath was. Li Yuanba was at the position where he felt the breath. And his spiritual consciousness unfolded to gently activate the energy of several formation nodes. And the portal of a cave appeared in front of his eyes. In the cave, the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul felt the terrifying breath of Sword Cultivator and couldn't help but tremble. We can't blame this mid-stage nascent soul monk for being so fearful. Sword Cultivator is originally a very powerful profession among monks. Much better than ordinary monks of the same level. Not to mention that this is a sword cultivator sent by Jinni Chongshao Pavilion to take revenge. Every sword cultivator who can accept such a task is a sword madman who has experienced many battles. This mid-stage nascent soul monk is able to bully the early-stage nascent soul monk for the little profit of the transaction. He is not a monk who is good at fighting. It is natural to be afraid when encountering the revenge of a powerful sword cultivator. Just when Li Yuanba was about to break through the formation of the cave and kill the mid-stage nascent soul monks inside, he suddenly looked up at the sky. A barrier appeared in the sky at some point, separating a nearby area from the outside world. This barrier appeared silently. If he hadn't been maintaining the highest level of vigilance, sensing the surrounding environment at all times, and discovering the spatial isolation when he discovered that the spiritual power fluctuations were wrong, it might have taken him some time to discover that there was something in the sky. Exception.
As expected, he is the #1 monk in the middle stage of nascent soul. I admire his sensitive perception.
A voice came from the void. Li Yuanba's expression changed slightly. After the sound came out, he calculated the size of the isolation space he was in based on the echo of the sound and the Z15 he contacted. He found that he was trapped in a space with a radius of almost a kilometer. He definitely knew his mission in advance and made arrangements here. He immediately gave up the mission and fled into the distance in a flash. This time he used
arrive in one move.
With his current strength, he was 3,000 miles away in one fell swoop. It's a pity that when he used
arrive in one move,
his figure was revealed 1,000 meters away. When he was moving in space just now, he was blocked by a space wall.
The space isolation barrier is a good method. I have already used this method. So why can't I see people?
Li Yuanba said in a deep voice. The space isolation barrier is not difficult to arrange. But after he just came into contact with the space isolation barrier, he found that this space isolation barrier was not simple. This is a space isolation barrier specially designed to trap powerful beings. It is said that only super forces will use this arrangement when they specifically want to capture powerful monks.
Li Yuanba is so brave.
A monk figure appeared, and a great monk sword intent filled the entire area. Li Yuanba recognized this great monk at a glance. This was Great Monk Guguang, a great monk of the Infinite Sect. The opponent was a great monk of the Metal System, who had mastered a strange sword intent. Li Yuanba did not expect that the Wuliang sect would directly send a great monk who had mastered the sword's will. This does not leave him any possibility of making a comeback. The gap between the great monk and the mid-stage nascent soul monks, coupled with the fact that he also mastered the sword intention. Even if the sword intention of the core monk of sword intent Chongshao Pavilion is stronger. But the great monk, however, the sword intention can directly suppress the mid-stage nascent soul sword intention. In fact, the person who was most afraid was not Li Yuanba, but the mid-stage nascent soul monk who was in the cave below. At first, it was the aura of a sword cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul. And then the aura of a great swordsman cultivator appeared. At least he thought that the aura of a great monk that contained strange sword intent was the aura of a great swordsman cultivator.
Go ahead and open your space items. I'll spare your life,
Brother Guguang said calmly. In order to catch Li Yuanba, Wuliang sect was extremely careful from buying information to arranging this trap, just to be absolutely sure to keep Li Yuanba, especially in order to prevent Li Yuanba's divine foot power from functioning and allow Li Yuanba to use his divine foot power to escape. Brother Guguang borrowed the infinite isolation law, created by the sect specifically to deal with the great monks. The immeasurable isolation law was made by Dagong himself, and it incorporates some of Dagong's rules. Even if the great monk is trapped in the space created by the infinite isolation law, he still needs to attack the same position dozens of times to break it. Of course, the infinite isolation decree needs to be placed at a location that intersects with the earth. It is by borrowing the power of the earth that it can withstand the terrifying attacks. And those attacks are introduced into the earth. The Wuliang sect is really shameless. They sent a great monk to rob me. A mid-stage nascent soul monk. No wonder there are rumors in the world of immortal cultivation that the Wuliang sect is a den of robbers. Li Yuanba would not listen to him. So he retorted, "You are looking for death." Brother Guguang showed murderous intent in his eyes when he heard Li Yuanba's words. Insulting a sect is the most intolerable thing in the world of immortal cultivation. Li Yuanba directly attacked Wuliang's sect when he opened his mouth. It would be strange if Monk Guguangda could tolerate it. The aura of the great monk Guguang increased, and the terrifying aura of the great monk was crushing towards Li Yuanba. He planned to use the pressure of the great monk realm to suppress Li Yuanba. If Li Yuanba was suppressed, then only half of his 100% combat power would be left at most. As Li Yuanba's mind moved slightly, the 10,000 swords peak in his body appeared above his head, and he fired an invisible yuan magnetic magical power at the 10,000 swords peak. Then the dual force field of invisible magnetic and gravity was emitted from the 10,000 swords peak. He deliberately narrowed the range and formed a dual force field protection around his body. His figure flashed, and south close to the end of the world was displayed, widening the distance between him and Brother Guguangda in a space with a radius of 1 kilometer. Even if he distanced himself from the great monk Guguang, he could not escape from the pressure range of the great monk Guguang's realm. However, the farther away from the great monk Guguang, the less pressure he would experience. "Let's see how you escape." Brother Guguang showed a cat-and-mouse smile. He looked at Li Yuanba's few movements and laughed, putting more pressure on Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba felt the pressure of the great monk realm from the great monk Guguang. He was indeed very afraid of the pressure of the great monk. The coercion of the great monk and the power of rules controlled by the great monk are the basis for the great monk to dominate other nascent soul monks. As long as he is affected by the pressure of the great monk, Li Yuanba's combat power will be greatly reduced. He tried to use dual force fields to resist the pressure of the great monk realm of the great monk Guguang. But he soon discovered a strange phenomenon. The great monk pressure of the great monk Guguang did not put much pressure on him. He initially thought it was due to the double force field, but he quickly rejected this idea. At most, the dual force field can reduce the pressure of the great monk realm a little, but he does not believe that the pressure of the great monk realm can be reduced to this extent. He tried to put away the dual force field, and Brother Guguang was also approaching him. The distance between him and Brother Guguang quickly shortened, and he also deliberately slowed down his space movement for an instant, just to experience the realm of the great monk, the influence of coercion. After a moment of feeling, he reappeared on the other side of the isolated space, far away from Brother Guguang. A relaxed smile appeared on his face, and he confirmed that the pressure of the great monk realm of the great monk Guguang had very little effect on him. This does not come from any magic weapon, but from his chaos sword intent. If he hadn't experienced actual combat, how could he have discovered that chaos sword intention had the effect of resisting the pressure of high-level monks? He did not attack immediately. There were not many sparring opportunities for such a great monk, especially at this time. Brother Guguang was playing and teasing him like a cat catching a mouse. Thinking that he had no power to resist, he continued to use close to the end of the world, and each time he gradually felt the pressure of the great monk getting closer and closer. In order to increase his understanding of the chaos sword intent, under the constant pressure of the great monk Guguang, Li Yuanba's chaos sword intent continued to improve his understanding. If he hadn't been fighting, he would have laughed out loud. The great monk Guguang has lost the great weapon of the great monk's coercion, and there are not many ways to threaten him. Even if he fights in this small isolated space, he can still fight the great monk Guguang for a long time. Not to mention that Li Yuanba has 2 spiritual treasures, especially the spiritual treasure 10,000 swords peak, with increased power.
which can be used to experiment with the power. Chapter 750 Beheading. The more Brother Guguang pursued Li Yuanba, the more he felt something was wrong. The scope of the entire infinite isolation decree is not large, and the coercive range of his realm as a great monk is enough to cover the entire range. Although the pressure from the great monks at positions further away from him was smaller, it was still enough to suppress the combat power of the mid-nascent soul monks. But the Li Yuanba in front of him showed no sign of being suppressed at all, especially when Li Yuanba was less than a kilometer away from him, which was already within the range of the strongest pressure of his great monk. Li Yuanba still calmly used south close to the end to dodge. This discovery made Brother Guguang stop chasing and give up the cat and mouse game. With a wave of his hand, the fourth grade top flying sword floated in the air, and his consciousness began to lock on Li Yuanba. When Li Yuanba discovered that the great monk Guguang was becoming serious, Li Yuanba no longer experimented with the chaos sword intent to withstand the pressure of the great monk. The moment he was about to be locked on by Brother Guguang with his spiritual consciousness, he used south close to the end to dodge again. He also understood that with his application of south close to the end of the world, he could not achieve the seamless performance like the original Li Shiming. He only has one chance to avoid being locked by the consciousness of the great monk Guguang. When he emerges from the south close to the end of the world space movement, he will be locked by the consciousness of the great monk Guguang again. However, he moved faster than Brother Guguang. At the same time as he used south close to the end of the world, the 10,000 swords peak above his head aroused the greatest power. The aura of the Lingbao level 10,000 swords peak was stronger, and the dual force field of invisible yuan magnetism and gravity expanded to a radius of half a meter. When he appeared, he was standing 500 meters away from Brother Guguang. Brother Guguang first felt that his natal flying sword was sluggish, and he had a look of astonishment on his face. "You actually mastered the magical power of invisible magnetism," he said in a deep voice. Forgetting to attack, he was naturally extremely surprised. Li Yuanba was a swordsman with a talent in the metal system. How could he master the magical power of invisible yuan magnetic? No, this is a spiritual treasure. It is the invisible magnetism, stimulated by this spiritual treasure. In just one breath, he made a more accurate judgment again. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the spiritual treasure. 10,000 swords peak above Li Yuanba's head. This was a spiritual treasure. Even the powerful one from the infinite sect only had one spiritual treasure. Moreover, a spiritual treasure that can stimulate the magical power of invisible magnetism can restrain almost any monk who uses metallic magic weapons. In the world of cultivating immortals, some metal materials are more or less added to magic weapons, which makes most magic weapons affected by invisible magnetism. Ha ha ha! Brother Guguang laughed loudly. He didn't care that his natal flying sword was affected by the invisible yuan magnetic force field. If Li Yuanba was a great monk, perhaps this invisible yuan magnetic force field would have a considerable impact on his natal flying sword. However, Li Yuanba was only a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul, and the power of the magical force field of invisible yuan magnetic that inspired the Lingbao 10,000 swords peak was limited. Brother Guguang can sense the sluggishness of his natal flying sword. As long as he adds more spiritual power and sword intent, he can offset this effect. This is your method. You are too weak. Even if you use the spirit treasure, you are only a mid-stage nascent soul monk. You are too naive to think that you can challenge the great monk with the help of the spirit treasure. Great monk Guguang thought that Li Yuanba gave him the spiritual treasure was delivered, so he gave guidance in a good mood. Suppress! Li Yuanba smiled faintly, pointed his hand at Brother Guguang and shouted. Inside the Lingbao 10,000 swords peak, the energy in the gravity brick flows into the formation on 10,000 swords peak, instantly providing many times the energy for the gravity field. The great monk Guguang, who was laughing proudly, only felt a heavy weight on his body. Even as a great monk, he was almost pressed down without any precautions. Although he was not pressed down, he felt the terrifying gravity, which made his movements slow. He quickly mobilized the energy in his nascent soul and began to fight against this terrifying gravity field. At this time, he was no longer able to launch an attack on Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba would not miss this opportunity. He waved his finger at the spiritual treasure. 10,000 swords peak above his head. More than 2,000 energy-transformed flying swords flew out and slashed towards the great monk Guguang.
Brother Guguang felt a large number of flying swords slashing at him. He did not pay attention to these flying swords, mainly because there were too many flying swords. He himself is considered a swordsman, so he knows how to attack with a large number of flying swords. In many sword cultivating traditions, there are attacks such as the salvo of 10,000 swords, which use the ability of flying swords to turn into sword light. In fact, the so-called salvo of 10,000 swords is just 10,000 sword lights. This attack has little effect on monks of the same level, and is mostly used in battles against large numbers of low-level monks. The most important thing for him now is to get rid of the influence of the gravity field. Otherwise, he will be passively beaten in the gravity field. But when the first of more than 2,000 energy-based flying swords struck him, his whole body was shaken. This is the Great Monk Sword Intention. He was horrified to discover that this energy flying sword actually contained the Great Monk Sword Intention. Of course, because this Great Monk Sword Intention is not controlled by a Great Monk. Its power can only be regarded as reaching the edge of a Great Monk's attack, and it poses very little threat to him. It is impossible that all the more than 2,000 flying swords contain the sword intention of the Great Monk. He was most worried that all subsequent attacks would be flying sword attacks containing the sword intention of the Great Monk. But he did not believe that this would be the case, because it is completely impossible. Even the superpower of the sword cultivator sect, Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion, has a very limited number of great monks. There are more than 2,000 flying swords that contain the sword intent of the great monks, not to mention the great monks of the sword intention Chouxiao Pavilion. Even if all the great sword cultivators in the entire world of immortality take action, it will take many years to develop it. But the fact was that the great monk Guguang knew that he was wrong. There were actually more than 2,000 flying swords in the world that contained the great monk sword intention, and they were used by a mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivator. An energy flying sword attack containing the sword intention of the great monk caused minimal damage to the great monk Guguang. But when the attacks are accumulated, they also show geometric superposition. When 100 energy flying swords containing the great monk sword intent struck the great monk Guguang, his body's defense began to break down. 200 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk struck the great monk Guguang, and his defensive magic weapon was destroyed. Because he was affected by the gravity field, his movements were extremely slow. Even if he wanted to use his speed to dodge, he couldn't do it. He could only stand in place and bear the seemingly endless energy-based flying sword attacks. When 300 flying swords containing the energy of the great monk sword cultivator slashed at the great monk Guguang, his last defensive spell was broken and his body was severely injured. At this time, his nascent soul left the body and wanted to escape. But the entire area of the infinite isolation law was suddenly filled with gold-based sand. Li Yuanba stood at the center of the infinite isolation law and activated his Samadhi Divine Wind magical power. Now that the spiritual treasure level of 10,000 swords peak has been exposed, he has no intention of letting Brother Guguang go. Even Brother Guguang's nascent soul cannot leave. Brother Guguang's nascent soul left the body and was immediately attacked by 3 attacks. The first level is the control of the invisible Yuan magnetic magical power field. He is a great monk of the metal system. The spiritual power in Yuan Ying's body is pure metal spiritual power, which is affected by the invisible Yuan magnetic magical power field. The second level is the gravity field. Although Yuan Ying itself has almost no weight and is minimally affected by the gravity field. The gravity field of Wanjianfeng at this time is not an ordinary gravity field. In Gravity Brick, this gravity field can still affect the speed of nascent soul. The third attack is also the most terrifying attack, and that is the magical power of Samadhi Kamikaze. Originally, at Li Yuanba's level, if he wanted to use the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind to deal with Brother Guguang, he would be easily defeated by Brother Guguang. But he was not dealing with Brother Guguang in his normal state, but to deal with Brother Guguang's nascent soul. When Brother Guguang's nascent soul came out of his body, he was immediately surrounded by countless Samadhi Divine Sand. Each grain of these Samadhi Sand carries the destructive power to the soul and spirit, causing damage to the Yuan Ying of Brother Guguang. Brother Guguang's nascent soul wanted to escape, but the released spiritual consciousness was swallowed up by the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind. His spiritual consciousness could not be released, and he could not even find an accurate direction. He has arranged the infinite isolation law here. If he can't find the preparation position and the control core to control the infinite isolation law, even he can't leave the immeasurable isolation law space. Li Yuanbao would not give him the opportunity to continuously attack the
Infinite Isolation Decree.
space barrier. If he could not forcefully break it, he would have to find the control core.
No!
Brother Guguang screamed unwillingly. After thousands of years of practice, it fell into the hands of a monk who was only 100 years old and in the middle stage of nascent soul. This kind of unwillingness is difficult to explain to outsiders. Li Yuanbao stood in the center of the isolation space of the
Infinite Isolation Decree.
although he sensed the annihilation of Brother Guguangda's nascent soul from the
Samadhi Divine Wind.
he still maintained the
Samadhi Divine Wind.
for a while. For fear of Guguangda, what other methods does the monk have? After a while, he was sure that the great monk Guguang had died. And then he put away the
Samadhi Kamikaze.
The body of Brother Guguang was standing on the ground. Even though he was dead, he did not fall down. Li Yuanbao's consciousness swept over the body of Brother Guguangda and put it away. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness found a soul crystal ring and a 4th grade top flying sword at the place where the yuaning of the great monk Guguang was annihilated. He breathed a long sigh of relief. The head-on battle with Brother Guguang was not in his plan. Due to the
Immeasurable Isolation Law.
he had no choice but to fight to the death with Brother Guguang. Of course, it was the existence of the
Infinite Isolation Law.
that allowed Brother Guguang to block his escape route. Perhaps in the eyes of Brother Guguang,
The Immeasurable Isolation Law.
would only be beneficial to him, leaving Li Yuanbao with no way to escape. But he did not expect that in the end it would leave his nascent soul with no way to escape.
Li Yuanbao spent some more time, using his spiritual consciousness and divine vision to search bit by bit, and finally found the hidden body of the
Infinite Great Isolation Law.
The body of the
Infinite Isolation Decree.
is a compass, and he actually sensed the power of rules from the
Infinite Isolation Decree.
due to the death of the master, Brother Guguang. The
Immeasurable Isolation Law.
is in a state of ownerlessness. Li Yuanbao cast a spell to recognize the master, and then the
Infinite Great Isolation Law.
successfully recognized the master. He issued a command to the
Infinite Isolation Decree.
The isolation space disappeared, and he felt the flow of spiritual energy from the outside world. He looked at the place where he had just fought. Since Brother Guguang was unable to deliver a single blow during the entire battle, within a radius of a kilometer, there were only traces of attacks from him in the middle stage of nascent soul. However, due to the attacks of more than 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk, more than 300 of them actually hit the great monk Guguang. There were traces of the attacks of more than 300 great sword cultivators at the scene. He shook his head. If this mark was really left here, and a monk came to check it out afterwards, it would be hard to say what impact it would have. He suppressed the Lingbeoxing Yijian to the level of an ordinary 4th grade top flying sword. And then the Lingbeoxing Yi sword flew repeatedly in the traces of the battle. The
Chaos Sword Intent.
transformed into the
Void-breaking Sword Intent.
and cut through the void. A series of space cracks. After a while, there was no other aura in the battlefield. Only the aura of
Breaking Void Sword Intent.
unique to the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion Sword Master. After doing all this, he arrived at the cave, where his mission target was still. At this time, the formation of the cave was in tatters. Even if it was affected by the aftermath of 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk, the formation of the cave could not support it. Obviously, Li Yuanbao misjudged the power of the great monk's sword intent, especially in the battle with the great monk Guguang. Before the actual battle, he thought that the energy flying sword contained the sword intention of the great monk, and each sword attack would accumulate power again and again. But the fact is that the energy flying sword contains the sword intention of the great monk, and each sword is a stronger attack based on the first sword. Because after the first sword attack, the enemy's defense is relatively weakened. Then the attack power of the second sword will naturally be relatively enhanced. In addition, the great monk's sword intention will continue to stay on the enemy. After each attack, the great monk's sword intent will fusion on the enemy's body will cause destructive power that far exceeds 1+1. While summarizing his battle experience, Li Yuanbao walked into the cave. He immediately saw the owner of the cave, the mid-stage nascent soul monk. His mission target's eyes were widened and his breath was gone. At first, he thought that the opponent's nascent soul was out of the body. But considering that the entire area was previously covered by the
Infinite Isolation Law.
even if the nascent soul was out of the body, it would not be able to escape. When he examined the body of the monk in the middle stage of yuaning,
He found that the guy was frightened to death, and the Yuanying was dispersed in the body. Chapter 751 Return to the Clan. Li Yuanba put the body of the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul into a single-door storage bag. After returning this time, he would deliver the body to the mission. Moreover, he would also show the corpse to his fellow disciples, because this was the first time he saw a mid-nascent soul monk who was scared to death. In his short 100-year cultivation career, he had not only never seen, but also never heard of a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul being scared to death. While using close to the end of the world and spiritual eyes, observing the distance, he returned towards Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion in the Wuyang sect. When the monk Guguang died, the monks guarding the soul lamp of the sect discovered something was wrong. The soul lamp is also called the life lamp. Among the monks of the sect, some monks are willing to leave a trace of their spirit in the soul lamp. Once the monk dies, the soul lamp will be extinguished, and the sect will know that something has happened to the monk. Because it involves the spirit, not all monks will leave their spirit in the soul lamp. The death of the great monk Guguang has been reported layer by layer. The Wuyang sect has been in a stage of vigorous development in recent years. Previously, a large number of core monks in the mid-nascent soul stage have been killed. Now another great monk has fallen. This really hurts the Wuyang sect. It's bone-shaking. The Wuyang sect knew what Brother Guguang was going to do. According to the news that Che Lian brought back, Li Yuanba had grabbed the maximum benefit from Lang Kai's cave. The great monk Guguang is for this benefit. The wealth left by a powerful man in the cave is worthy of a great monk. What did Li Yuanba get from Lang Kai's cave? Even the monk Guguangda fell into his hands. This is the idea of the Wuyang sect. Although these things are extremely shameless for Wuyang sect, the great monk Guguang of the Infinite sect was unexpectedly killed by Li Yuanba. Normally the Infinite sect would try their best to cover up this kind of thing. But considering that it would add more trouble to Li Yuanba, and considering that the death of Brother Guguangda could not be concealed for long even if he wanted to, the Wuyang sect still announced the news to the public. Many forces received this news and first confirmed that during the time when Li Yuanba was fighting Brother Guguang, the sword cultivator from Sword Intention Chengshao Pavilion was not active in that area. Some intelligence officers also found the battlefield for investigation and determined that only Li Yuanba had traces of the battle. In the battle between Li Yuanba and Brother Guguang, Brother Guguang didn't even deliver a single blow for some reason, as evidenced by the fact that there were no traces of Brother Guguang's attack on the scene. First, news spread in Zhongzhou continent that Li Yuanba obtained a treasure that could kill the great monk from Lang Kai's cave. The impact of this news is that almost all forces want to target Li Yuanba. Everyone knows that once they get the treasure in Li Yuanba's hands, a force's combat power can be greatly improved. Li Yuanba returned to Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. He displayed the corpse of the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul and completed the task. When he returned to the cave, he received news of the arrival of his master Jian Wuwei. He opened the cave formation and welcomed Master Jian Wuwei in. Master, what's wrong? Li Yuanba asked Jian Wuwei after asking him to sit down. Jian Wuwei has been in semi-seclusion recently. In order to catch up with his disciples faster, he has been practicing extremely hard. Jian Wuwei was different from Li Yuanba. When he was in the northern Shu continent, Jian Wuwei had experienced too many battles and had already gained a deep control over the sword's will. Although he has just begun to master the Breaking Void sword intent, given his background, he doesn't need much experience yet, and he mainly focuses on practicing techniques. In the past, even if something happened, he would always send a message to Li Yuanba, and Li Yuanba went to visit Jian Wuwei cave. What happened? Did you meet the great monk Guguang? Jian Wuwei asked in a deep voice. How did the master know? Li Yuanba was very curious. His battle with Brother Guguang happened yesterday. When he returned, he deliberately took a detour to avoid possible ambush places, and he was still thinking on the way. Summarizing that battle, I spent some extra time on the road. But even so, Master Jian Wuwei should not have known about that battle. He could be sure that except for the mid-stage nascent soul monk who was frightened to death, no other monk saw that battle. That battle took place in the space of the infinite isolation law, and the outside world could not detect the battle at all. The news from the Wuyang sect is that you used the treasure you obtained from Lang Kai's great power cave to kill the great monk Guguang, Jian Wuwei said in a deep voice. He was worried about Li Yuanba. The Wuyang sect had extremely sinister intentions in spreading this kind of news without caring about their face. Li Yuanba didn't know how to answer for a moment. He didn't want to deceive his master Jian Wuwei. In the entire world of immortal cultivation, The master he trusted most was his master Jin Wuwei. I did fall into Brother Gugwang's trap. And Brother Gugwang did fall. Li Yuanba thought for a while and said. Who killed him? Jin Wuwei asked. He wanted to know the truth, so that he could refute the rumors for Li Yuanba through the intelligence department of Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. Otherwise, Li Yuanba will never go out again. Even inside the Sword Intention Chengshao Pavilion, there will be no chance that the sword cultivator will be tempted to attack Li Yuanba because of the treasure that can kill the great monk. I killed him, Li Yuanba replied honestly. This answer made Jian Wuwei startled. He looked at Li Yuanba's expression. He was familiar with this disciple. Looking at Li Yuanba's expression, he knew that what Li Yuanba said was true. Before Jian Wuwei could ask any questions, Li Yuanba took out his natal flying sword and placed it in front of Jian Wuwei. This is my natal flying sword. A friend strengthened it for me, Li Yuanba explained. Jian Wuwei was holding the Xingyi sword, and he recognized the Xingyi sword. It was Yuan Xingyi's flying sword. Yuan Xingyi was one of the top swordsmanship geniuses in the northern Shu continent. It's a pity that he died early and Xingyi Jian became Li Yuanba's natal flying sword. He also heard the story from Li Yuanba. This is also one of the few cases where the natal flying sword is 100% replaced. But there is no replicability, because it is due to Yuan Xingyi's failure to seize the body that Xingyi Jian became Li Yuanba's natal flying sword. Except for the trace of Xingyi Jian in his hand, the entire flying sword has undergone earth-shaking changes. You were promoted to Ling Bao? Jian Wuwei's hands were trembling slightly. He gently stroked Xingyi Jian and murmured in disbelief. It is said to be a question, but it is actually a kind of self-doubt, doubting whether the Xingyi Jian in his hand is real. As a swordsman who has received the true inheritance of swordsmanship, how could he not know the importance of Ling Bao's natal flying sword to swordsmanship? Such a natal flying sword does not need to be replaced even if it is used in the Mahayana period. It is probably only in the Mahayana period that the full power of this Ling Bao Xingyi sword can be fully exerted. The most terrifying thing is that this is a Ling Bao flying sword that can be used by mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators. Most of the Ling Bao flying swords can only be used by Mahayana monks. Li Yuanba smiled. He took out the Ling Bao Xingyi sword because this Ling Bao Xingyi sword had been discovered by Jian Lao a long time ago, and there was no need to hide it from his master Jin Wuwei. Can I inspire you? Jian Wuwei asked sheepishly. Although he is a master, it is still a bit excessive to check the disciple's natal flying sword. But he was really curious. A flying sword of spiritual treasure that could be used by mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators might be the only one in the entire world of immortal cultivators. Master, please inspire me. Li Yuanba released his authority and said. Jian Wuwei tried to control Ling Baoxing's sword. In a flash of sword light, if Jian Wuwei hadn't retracted his sword quickly, the sword would have pierced the wall of the hall. It's too fast. Which monk can withstand this speed? He discovered the special feature of Ling Bao Xingyi Jian. It's just that his realm is too weak, and Ling Bao Xingyi Jian is not his natal flying sword. So he can't detect the faint imprint of speed rules on the surface of Ling Bao Xingyi Jian. And those 400 million speed runes disappeared after Xingyi Jian passed through the catastrophe. Jian Wuwei discovered the special features of Xingyi Jian through experimentation. And in his mind, he also guessed the truth behind the death of the great monk Gugwang. This truth was a figment of his imagination, and was far from a real battle. But this guess is very likely to be true. If Brother Gugwang faces Li Yuanba, because Li Yuanba's level is too low, so he has no defense. With the attack speed of Ling Bao Xingyi Jian, he can definitely do it. Hit it. This can also explain why Brother Gugwang did not leave any trace of his attack on the battlefield. It was because Ling Baoxing's sword was too fast, giving Brother Gugwang no chance to fight back. The reason for Xingyi Jian cannot be spread. If it is spread, it will be more troublesome than getting the treasure from Lang Kai's powerful cave. Jian Wuwei shook his head and said. He reluctantly handed the Ling Bao Xingyi Jian to Li Yuanba. Any sword cultivator would like Ling Bao like Xingyi Jian. Let them be. I can only be careful. Li Yuanba waved his hand indifferently and said. He knew better than other monks that there was no luck in this battle, and it was completely a fair frontal battle. He fought head-on with Brother Gugwang. In the front-on battle, he used the Ling Bao 10,000 swords peak to kill Brother Gugwang alive, since he can kill the great monk Gugwang when he meets other great monks again, as long as they are not super powerful beings who have reached the peak of the great monks. He will have the confidence to fight. You must know that even the great monk Gugwang can only withstand more than 300 of the 2,000 flying swords that contain the energy of the sword intention of the great monk, even if it is a monk who is stronger than the monk Gugwang. 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the monk are enough to kill him. Can you still get in touch with that friend? If Li Yuanbao were an outsider, Jian Wuwei would never ask such a rash question. But Li Yuanbao was his own disciple. So Jian Wuwei didn't have the slightest scruple to ask this particularly taboo question. Master, do you want to get a Lingbao flying sword? Li Yuanbao immediately understood what Jian Wuwei meant. Yes. Just ask for whatever price you need. I will definitely be satisfied. Jian Wuwei thought that if it didn't work out, he would ask Mr. Jian for some points. He believed that as long as they put it forward, Mr. Jian would be able to meet the other party's requirements. I can't guarantee it. I can only ask when I contact you next time. Li Yuanbao hesitated and said. He thought that it was not a big deal to refine a Lingbao flying sword for his master Jian Wuwei. But he must not reveal that Li Shiming was the maker. In addition, the refined Lingbao flying sword cannot be too strong. It can only guarantee 400 million enchanted runes to form a rule mark. If we make some cover-ups and go through the tribulation, no one will be able to discover the secret of the Lingbao flying sword. Just like the Lingbaoxingyi sword in his hand. If he hadn't known the process of refining the weapon, he wouldn't have known that the sword of Lingbaoxingyi was engraved with 400 million speed runes and 50 million solid runes. I'm going to prepare too. Jian Wuwei was already thinking about how to ask for some treasures from Jian Lao. Jian Wuwei left, and Li Yuanbao now had time to check his trophies. The first is the Infinite Isolation Law. Needless to say, this is definitely the best treasure for ambushing the enemy. The Infinite Isolation Law is deployed as long as the enemy enters its range. He will be killed, even if the enemy has a life-saving jade charm on him. There is no way to escape here. In particular, the power of the rules on the Immeasurable Isolation Law makes the value of this treasure difficult to estimate. It is most likely that it came from a powerful hand. Then, there is a 4th grade top flying sword, which is the natal flying sword of the great monk Guguang. Perhaps for other sword cultivators, it would be an extremely uncomfortable thing for a 4th grade top grade natal flying sword to fall into their hands. He wanted to use it to replace his own natal flying sword. But the other monk's natal flying swords only had half of their power in his hands. But this is a 4th grade top flying sword. Even among superpowers, only a very small number of nascent soul cultivators are qualified to possess it. Therefore, these top 4 flying swords are like chicken ribs. Tasteless to eat, and a pity to discard. But this top-level 4th grade flying sword had its own effect in Li Yuanbao's hands. He wished he could get countless flying swords like this at once. He threw this 4th grade top flying sword directly into the Lingbao. 10,000 swords peak, without even bothering to recognize its owner. After waiting for a period of time, the Lingbao 10,000 swords peak will energy up this 4th grade top flying sword and turn it into an energy-based flying sword in the Lingbao. 10,000 swords peak. Li Yuanbao was still very curious about Brother Guguang's sword intention. Even though Brother Guguang didn't fire a single sword in the battle, Brother Guguang's sword intention was very threatening. Brother Guguang's sword intention is called the Shocking Sword Intent, which has extremely powerful attack power on the mind and soul. This kind of great monk sword intention aimed at the spirit and soul has entered the 10,000 swords peak, and Li Yuanbao will have plenty of time to slowly understand it. In addition, this flying sword will also become the most powerful energy flying sword in 10,000 swords peak. The situation of the 2,000 flying swords is quite special. The sword intention used by the sword cultivator who was made into a puppet cannot compare to its heyday. Those flying swords that were cultivated by the great monks in a short period of time do not have much sword intention in them. How can they be compared with the natal flying swords that have been cultivated by the great monk Guguang for a lifetime? Chapter 752 Summary. Li Yuanbao opened the soul crystal ring left by Brother Guguang and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He felt a slight disappointment. It's not that the great monk Guguang is poor. On the contrary, as the Wuliang sect is growing, the great monks in the sect are very wealthy. In the soul crystal ring, in addition to 2 top-level 4th-level magic weapons, there is also a 4th-level upper-level flying boat, piles of 4th-level mid to high-level magic weapons, and a large number of resources of all levels. Even the great monks have a small amount of elixirs, which is beyond the net worth of most great monks. But Li Yuanbao's vision was too high. Looking at his own body, he had 2 spiritual treasures. Because he often received alchemy commissions, he and Li Shiming, the main body, had prepared a lot of spiritual elixirs even for the great monks. Although it has not been able to fully meet all the needs for the cultivation of the great monks, it is only a matter of time to accumulate enough high-level elixirs for the cultivation of the 6 great monks required by the great monks. The reason why it is the amount of 6 great monks is that the body of Li Shiming alone is equivalent to the amount of 5 great monks. It is estimated that in the entire world of cultivating immortals, Li Yuanba and Li Shiming are the only monks who can start collecting the resources of great monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. Li Yuanba sorted the various spiritual objects and put them away. He took out the 4th grade high-level flying boat and entered the master recognition technique. The flying boat he had obtained in the past was of excellent quality, but he had never dared to take it out for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. This made the flying boat he could use not as good as the flying boat owned by Brother Guguang. This 4th grade high-level flying boat named Chasing the Wind Dragon Boat. Although it does not reach the top level of 4th grade flying boat in terms of quality, but in terms of speed and luxury, it is much better than the 4th grade high-level flying boats he has seen, especially the appearance. This is a flying boat with the body of a dragon. He even sensed the aura of the 4th grade dragon clan on the wind-chasing dragon boat. The materials of this flying boat contain materials taken from the dragon clan, since there were rumors outside that Brother Guguang was killed by him. He didn't care to use this wind-chasing dragon boat. Finally, he took out some jade slips and found that they were all classics collected by Monk Guguang, as well as recorded experiences. Although there are no high-quality classics among the jade slips, the classics in them can also supplement the data on Z15. On the 5th day, when it was reported that Li Yuanba, a swordsman in the middle stage of Yuanying in Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, killed Monk Guguangda, news came out in Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion that Li Yuanba used the powerful jade talisman that gave him life-saving skills in the pavilion to kill him. Kill the great Monk Guguang. Jiani Chongshao Pavilion condemned Wuliang sect and warned Wuliang sect to pay attention to its own behavior. Otherwise, Jiani Chongshao Pavilion will start a full-scale war with Wuliang sect. This is a serious warning. Although the Wuliang sect is on the rise, its rise has slowed down under the continuous blows it has suffered. If there is another conflict with a powerful sword cultivator superpower like Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, I am afraid that it is difficult to maintain this upward momentum. In this kind of game between superpowers, Jiani Chongshao Pavilion and Wuliang sect need to take into account many interests, and it is not possible to decide immediately whether to start a war. This kind of thing has little to do with ordinary monks. The only thing they know is that they are sure that Li Yuanba killed Monk Guguangda by virtue of his cultivation in the middle nascent soul realm. No matter what method is used, as long as he kills the great monk beyond the ranks, it shows Li Yuanba's absolute talent. Not to mention that Li Yuanba used the powerful jade talisman, compared with the powerful jade talisman that Li Yuanba used, as a great monk of a superpower like Wuliang sect. No one would believe it if the great monk Guguang did not have the powerful jade talisman on his body. In the world of immortality, many things depend on the outcome. Li Yuanba jumped over the ranks and killed the great monk Guguang. This was the result. Li Yuanba became one of the very few middle-stage nascent soul monks who had the ability to kill the great monks across the ranks. His performance is also different from other mid-stage nascent soul monks. Even if other superpower core monks in the mid-nascent soul stage kill the great monks, they are still looking for great casual cultivators, and they are still the weakest among the great casual cultivators. The presence? What Li Yuanba killed was a super powerful monk. In terms of status and strength, there was an insurmountable gap between the casual cultivator and the Wuliang sect's monk, because Jiani Chongshao Pavilion came forward to explain. The credibility of the news spread throughout Wuliang sect was greatly reduced. The monks even believed that the great power of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion gave Li Yuanba a powerful jade talisman. Only by using the powerful jade talisman could Li Yuanba kill the monk Guguang. Instead of getting some treasure from Lang Kai's cave, he used the treasure to kill the monk Guguang. These are two different concepts. If there really were such treasures in the cave, how could any mid-stage nascent soul monk successfully take away resources from the cave? If the treasure stored in the cave can kill the great monk, it cannot be used by the middle stage of nascent soul. Disposable spiritual objects, such as powerful jade talismans, cannot be stored for more than 1,000 years. Even if there are powerful jade talismans in Lang Kai's cave, they will lose their spirituality over time. Therefore, the monks are no longer as enthusiastic about the rumors coming from Wuliang sect as before. In this situation, Li Yuanba did not hide, but continued to take on the task. 10 years of continuous seclusion training cannot completely sharpen the improved swordsmanship in one battle. I don't know whether it was because of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion's warning, or because Wuliang sect believed that attacking Li Yuanba in a short period of time would arouse Jiani Chongshao Pavilion's hatred. Wuliang sect did not attack him again while he was on a mission.
A figure kept flashing in the sky, and the distance between each flash was more than 3,000 meters. The figure's flash does not stay in a straight line, but adjusts its direction from time to time, making it difficult to predict where it will flash next. When the figure appeared again, Li Yuanba's figure appeared. This is his third month of taking on combat missions. During these 3 months, he has completed 5 missions. But there were only 3 battles in which he actually took action. Why did he only take action 3 times out of 5 missions? One must say that his current reputation is terrible, since all the missions he took were aimed at mid-stage nascent soul monks. His mission goals were far different from his combat power. Remembering the first mission, he found the mission target. The monk in the middle stage of nascent soul actually surrendered without any intention of resisting. The monks in the middle stage of nascent soul were even willing to live in the prison of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, and were unwilling to make the slightest resistance to Li Yuanba. In order to prevent Li Yuanba from misjudgment, he even sealed the nascent soul himself. This operation left Li Yuanba speechless. He came here to sharpen himself in actual combat. What if the target doesn't cooperate? In this case, he could only escort the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator back to deliver the mission. Although this mid-stage nascent soul monk will not die, his life in the future will not be easy. Such a nascent soul monk will never see the sun in his life. He has to do what he can for Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion, and he should do it for free. No resources are provided at all. Many low-level resources in Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, such as low-level flying swords and low-level elixirs, are produced in prisons. The monks imprisoned in prison are the free labor of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. They live in prison all their lives to redeem themselves for their mistakes. Without any resources and without any freedom, most monks are willing to die and cannot bear such an ending. But during Li Yuanba's 5 combat missions, he encountered 2 mid-stage nascent soul monks who were willing to dedicate everything to the prison of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. This is the effect brought about by Li Yuanba's terrifying reputation. Now he is no longer questioned by any core superpower monk. After the publicity of the monks in the middle stage of Yuan Ying who came out alive from Lang Kai's powerful cave, and his subsequent success in killing monk Guguangda, the monks who originally doubted him shut their mouths. Li Yuanba looked at the mission location in frustration. After so many traps, he contacted Z-15 as early as when he accepted the mission and monitored the situation at the mission location through the drone satellite system. The drone satellite system did not detect any abnormality until he arrived. There was no trap here as he had imagined. He checked it over and over again with his spiritual consciousness and divine vision, and there was indeed nothing abnormal at all. Somewhat disappointed, he did the mission not just for the contribution points of Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion. In fact, he didn't have much interest in the spiritual objects and knowledge that could be exchanged for contribution points in Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion. Jian Wuwei, the master who is a direct descendant of the Jian family, has been able to access a lot of knowledge passed down by the Jian family, which cannot be exchanged for contribution points. The only thing he wants most is the relevant experience and knowledge about powerful people. But this is not something he can have access to at the moment. No matter how many contribution points he makes, he must at least reach the realm of a great monk before he can gain access to some of the experiences and insights related to great powers. Li Yuanba came here on a mission mainly to fight. This time I chose a very powerful mid-nascent soul monk. But even a very powerful mid-nascent soul monk, the real combat power is very different from him. What he wanted more was to be ambushed again, so that he could hone himself again. In the world of immortality, he would probably think of being ambushed like this. But he had his own confidence. The Ling Bao. 10,000 Swords Peak. The Ling Bao 1 Sword. The Divine Foot Power. Achieve in 1 move. The powerful life-saving Jade Talisman on his body, etc. are all his greatest confidence. In the previous battle with Brother Guguang, he only used the spiritual treasure. 10,000 Swords Peak. Ling Bao's Qingyi's sword was not used, let alone his Chaos Sword Intent. It wasn't that he didn't want to test the power of the Chaos Sword Intent, but that he had misjudged the battle at that time. The dignified monk Guguang was actually attacked by 2,000 energy flying swords that contained the great monk sword Intent. After holding on for more than 300 sticks, he died in the battle. At first, he thought that the attack of 2,000 flying swords containing the energy of the great monk's sword intention would be able to cause some trouble and cause some harm to the great monk. In the end, he didn't even have time to use the Chaos Sword Intention, and the battle was over. His Chaos Sword Intent was finally reduced to a tool to clean up the battlefield. Li Yuanba's enthusiasm has dropped a lot.
But the combat mission still needs to be done. He came to the outside of the cave and observed the spiritual power lines of the formation in the cave with his Shen eyes. Ling Baoxing flew out with a sword and struck a part of the formation with a light sword. The formation disappeared instantly. Then he frowned slightly because he couldn't sense the aura of the mid-nascent soul monks in the cave. He took out the identity jade disc and checked the information from the Jianichengshao Pavilion Intelligence Department. This place was not remote, and he could even sense multiple lines of sight observing this place in the distance. Among them, he believed that there were spies from the Intelligence Department of Jianichengshao Pavilion. In theory, the Intelligence Department could not make mistakes. Judging from the latest information from the Intelligence Department, this mid-stage nascent soul monk has never left the cave at all. But in fact, the Intelligence Department made a mistake. Either the monks in the middle stage of Yuaning used some method to hide themselves and left here, or there was something wrong with the eyes of the Intelligence Department spies. Li Yuanbao believed the first guess even more and walked into the cave. When he came to the training room, he stopped. He stood still, let go of his perception, and then he felt a trace of space energy fluctuations. He immediately contacted Z15, who helped analyze the information about energy fluctuations in this space. Since he and his main body Li Shiming have had magical powers a long time ago, Z15 is extremely complete in collecting data on spatial movement. The space energy fluctuation here has no effect on other monks, but it is the best clue for Z15. It didn't take long for Li Yuanbao to receive the analysis data of Z15. He activated south close to the end of the world, and his figure disappeared from the cave. The direction of the spatial movement he performed was exactly the direction of the remaining space energy fluctuations in the cave. When he appeared 3,000 meters away, his face changed slightly. At a distance of 3,000 meters, he could not find any trace of the mid-stage nascent soul monk coming out of the space. He believed that Z15's judgment on the direction was the result of Z15's careful calculation based on the data of Li Shiming and Li Yuanbao's countless uses of magical feet. He used close to the end of the world again, and the distance was another 3,000 meters. If the mid-stage nascent soul monk left the space and appeared from this 3,000 meters distance, he would definitely be able to detect it from his perception. It was clear that he was disappointed once again. However, this piqued his interest. A not-so-well-known monk in the middle stage of nascent soul actually possessed such spatial means. This made him want to catch the opponent no matter what. No matter how much he didn't believe it. He knew that the opponent had some kind of long-range space movement method in his hand. This time, Li Yuanbao used arrival in one step, and reached the distance of almost 3,000 miles in an instant. However, he still did not sense that the mid-stage nascent soul monk appeared in the outside world at any spatial point within a distance of 3,000 miles. In other words, Li Yuanbao's farthest spatial movement distance could not exceed the opponent's spatial movement distance. Chapter 753 Tracking. Li Yuanbao's stubbornness got the best of him. He knew that he was tracking in the right direction, and he did not give up tracking because he could not find the location where the mid-stage nascent soul monk left the space. He continued to display south close to the end of the world, and continued to move through space in the direction he was following. At the same time, he kept paying attention to the changes in space. He believed that as long as there was a change in space just now, he would be able to sense it. He didn't have to follow for long before he was blocked by a temple. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he sensed the spatial fluctuations in the temple. Although the temple was protected by a large formation, he still sensed strong spatial fluctuations with his familiarity and perception of space energy. He looked at the temple in front of him, and he was almost certain that his mission target, a mid-stage nascent soul monk, was in the temple in front of him. He also guessed the method used by the other party. He saw similar descriptions in some classics about space. Some beings who control powerful space means can set up a space receiving array. As long as they activate the corresponding space talisman within the range of the space receiving array, they can be directly transported to the space receiving array. Li Yuanbao has been in the world of immortality for a long time, but he has never seen this kind of space receiving formation with his own eyes. In the world of immortality, monks who truly master the magical power of space are extremely rare. Strictly speaking, he was able to master Xianshan Foot Tong only by his own chance. That is to say, the North Shu continent was too closed. The Buddhist sect there had the inheritance of Shenfoot Tong and accidentally fell into his hands, which gave him the opportunity to learn Shenfoot Tong. On other continents, it would be extremely difficult to even get in touch with the Buddhist sect, let alone obtain the inheritance of divine foot power from the Buddhist sect. Little Lane Temple. He read out the name of the temple. After seeing the name of Xiaolian Temple, he knew what it was. When you hear the name, you know that Xiaolian Temple is related to Dalian Temple. In fact, it is also true. There is only one Dalian Temple in the world of immortality, and the temples of Dalian Temple scattered in other areas are called Xiaolian Temple. It seems that the mission target this time has a close relationship with Xiaolian Temple. Otherwise it would be impossible to have the chance to teleport to Xiaolian Temple to save his life. If this was the Great Lane Temple, I would turn around and leave. But it's just a small lane temple, and it dares to protect the enemies of Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion, Li Yuanba said in a deep voice. His voice is emitted through spiritual power, and can travel very far. I think his words will definitely reach Xiaolian Temple. He is waiting for Shaolin Temple's reply. If the other party hands over his mission target, then he will take away the mission target, and no longer embarrass Shaolin Temple. But if Shaolin Si doesn't hand over the mission target, then he will take away the mission target himself. Amitabha, Xiaolian Temple is a foreign land. Please don't disturb me. A monk walked out of Xiaolian Temple with the sound of the Buddha's call. Li Yuanba's eyes suddenly became sharp. He did not expect that a great venerable person actually walked out of the small lane temple. He began to wonder if this was a trap for him, using the mid-stage nascent soul monk, who was the target of the mission, to deliberately lure him over. He did not hesitate at all. Xing Yijian, who had suppressed the 4th grade top magic weapon, floated beside him. Chaos Sword Intent filled every space in Xing Yijian. There was a faint sound in the void in front of Xing Yijian. Ripple. Although the Chaos Sword Intent can transform various sword intents, its own sword intent is the most terrifying. Li Yuanba immediately displayed the Chaos Sword Intention that Li Shiming and Z15 had spent 10 years researching. He was preparing to fight the Great Master in front of him head-on. Grand Venerable Hungfa couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Li Yuanba's reaction. Even though he had seen many monks and sword cultivators in his life, he had never thought that there would be a middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivator who would dare to use his sword to deal with the Great Master's words to drive him away. Could it be that the mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivator in front of him thought he could face the wrath of the Great Venerable? Or did he think that the Great Venerable did not dare to take action against the sword cultivator of Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion? Venerable Hungfa did not recognize Li Yuanba. In fact, this was not a trap against Li Yuanba at all. The mid-nascent soul monk who escaped here is the external intelligence manager of the Great Lane Temple. Although he is a layman, he is also a secret member of the Great Lane Temple. The intelligence chief who escaped had not yet come to explain the situation. And unexpectedly a sword cultivator was chasing him. Only then did the Great Venerable Hungfa come out to drive away the sword cultivator, thinking that with his status as the Great Venerable, the sword cultivator should turn around and leave when he saw him here. The Great Venerable is also the same as the Great Monk. The difference in the title is just to distinguish Buddhism from other sects. Kill! Li Yuanba shouted, and his sword suddenly flew out. As soon as he shouted, before the sound reached the ears of the Great Venerable Hong Fa, Xing Yi's sword had already hit the defense of the Great Venerable Hong Fa. This sword triggered the defensive shield hidden on the body of the Great Venerable Hungfa. When the Buddha's light flashed, the Great Venerable Hungfa seemed to be standing in the golden light, looking sacred and solemn. But the expression on his face did not remain the sacred and solemn for long before his expression suddenly changed. He waved his hand, and as he waved his arm, the cassock turned into a shield and blocked Xing Yijian's face. Hey! Following the sound of clothes tearing, the Great Master Hungfa retreated slightly embarrassedly and entered the formation protection range of Xiaolian Temple. Shaolin Temple's formation blocked the attacking Xing Yijian. Seeing this, Li Yuanba waved his hand, and Xing Yijian flew back to his side. In his battle with the Great Venerable Hungfa, it was obvious that the Great Venerable Hungfa suffered a big loss, and retreating to the protection of the formation of Xiaolian Temple was tantamount to admitting defeat. In fact, if the Great Venerable Hungfa is really determined to fight, he can take out his magic weapon and deal with it instead of retreating. You are Li Yuanba! Grand Venerable Hungfa looked extremely ugly at this time, which made him less demeanor of an eminent monk and more like a normal person. At this time, the Great Venerable Hungfa didn't know who the young swordsman in front of him was. In recent years, Li Yuanba's reputation has always been very high, especially his record of killing Monk Guguangda, which solidified his status as the #1 person in the middle nascent soul stage. This is the #1 person in the middle stage of nascent soul in the world of immortality, and his reputation is recognized by all the superpowers. The great venerable Hung Fa is sitting in Xia Lian Temple here, which shows that he is not an important great venerable. In fact, his combat power is not very strong, and he is not particularly good at fighting. His promotion to the Grand Master was entirely due to luck. This kind of thing often happens in the world of immortality. Most of the great monks among casual cultivators are very lucky. There is a 1 in 10 chance to be promoted to a great monk, and you can be promoted successfully and become a great monk in one go. This kind of unreasonable luck often happens with a huge number of monks, and those core monks, through a large amount of precious resources, increase the promotion ratio to 1/10 or even 1/5. But they still failed. This is simply unreasonable. After being promoted to the Great Master, the Great Master Hung Fa's combat power was only average. Even after hundreds of years of training, he was still at the level of an ordinary great monk. The ordinary great monks here refer to the great monks other than superpowers, the kind of great monks who lack resources. But in fact, the great venerable Hung Fa was able to obtain a lot of resources, and the Great Lane Temple would not give him less resources just because he was weak. He also had a reputation for being self-aware. So he took the initiative to apply to sit in this small Lane Temple, and became the person in charge of this area far away from the big Lane Temple. This place is far away from the troubles in Dalian Temple, where he can practice Buddhism in peace. Although he is not good at fighting, he is from the Great Lane Temple, and still has good vision. The terrifying power of Li Yuanba's sword made him want to retreat, especially after he recognized Li Yuanba's identity. He immediately withdrew from the battlefield. Is it possible that the master is planning to use the formation of this small Lane Temple to defeat me? Li Yuanba did not expect that the Great Master Hung Fa would do this, and asked in a deep voice after being startled. With one strike of his sword, Li Yuanba discovered that something was wrong with the Great Venerable Hung Fa. The combat power of the Great Venerable Hung Fa is really a bit low, probably only slightly better than that of the Great Monk Luo Pei. And there is still no Great Monk Luo Pei who uses the Lingbao Blackwater sword. He was curious as to how there could be such a great venerable person in the Great Lane Temple. Even with resources, he should be able to accumulate relatively powerful combat power. Don't Li Yuanba. Don't bully others too much. You are provoking the Great Lane Temple. Grand Venerable Hung Fa was so angry that he said angrily. It's just that he was standing within the formation range of Xia Lian Temple, so his words seemed a little lacking in confidence. Li Yuanba had a headache. How could there be such a great venerable person? If the other party fought with him, he might be able to rely on the power of Chaos Sword Intent to severely injure the Great Venerable Hung Fa. But the Great Venerable Hung Fa was hiding in the formation. Even if he could break the formation, he had to prevent the Great Venerable Hung Fa from attacking while breaking the formation, which put him in a bit of a dilemma. Although the Great Venerable Hung Fa is indeed weaker, this does not mean that the attack power of the Great Venerable Hung Fa is really no threat. On the contrary, Grand Master Hung Fa's attack was beyond Li Yuanba's ability to withstand. Li Yuanba relied on 2 spiritual treasures and the Chaos Sword Intent, which gave him the confidence to deal with powerful men at the level of the Great Monk. When Xia Lian Temple's formation neutralized Li Yuanba's attack and gave Great Master Hung Fa the opportunity to attack him, he was in danger. His defense cannot withstand the attack of the Great Master Hung Fa. No matter how weak the Great Master is, his attacks are at the level of a Great Monk. His defense will be instantly broken by the attack of the Great Monk. What he is good at is fighting, using various means to prevent the Great Monks from having any chance to attack. He took a deep look at the Great Venerable Hung Fa, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Then, under the gaze of the Great Venerable Hung Fa, he continued to flicker into the distance. Seeing Li Yuanba leave, the Great Venerable Hung Fa breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The Great Venerable Hung Fa returned to the temple, and saw the intelligence chief with the lay name Bai Yong and the Buddhist name Ming Fa. Ming Fa is dressed in the garb of an ordinary monk. His name is known only to a few venerables from the Dalian Temple, and he usually operates under the identity of Bai Yong. Thank you, Great Venerable Hung Fa. Ming Fa clasped his hands together and bowed with thanks. Ming Fa looked respectful, but that was not what he thought in his heart. He had the instinct of an intelligence officer, and just watched the meeting between Venerable Hung Fa and Li Yuanba. The Great Venerable Hung Fa was forced back into the temple by Li Yuanba's sword. Ming Fa was shocked by Li Yuanba's power, but also helpless at the strength of the Great Venerable Hung Fa. He knew that the Great Master Hung Fa was not good at fighting, but he never expected that he would be so weak in combat power. What are your plans? The Great Master Hung Fa looked at the Ming Fa, who had caused him trouble, and asked. This is to expel the guest, and he doesn't want to figure out how to stay here longer. I'll stay here for one night and then leave.
Although Ming-Fa understood the meaning of the great master Hung-Fa, he still wanted to stay one more night. So he said this. If you leave at this time, you will definitely meet Li Yuanba. He used the teleportation talisman to teleport back to Xia Lian Temple. But even so, Li Yuanba still found this place in a short time. He didn't believe that Li Yuanba didn't have any secret tracking skills. He planned to postpone it until tomorrow. He had already sent a message to the main temple. If Li Yuanba did not retreat today, Li Yuanba would face the two great sages tomorrow.
Then let's do it!
Grand Venerable Hung-Fa didn't have the nerve to directly expel Ming Kong. After all, he was from the Lane Temple. If he really wanted to do this, I'm afraid it would be difficult for the main temple to explain. After Ming-Fa bowed, he went to rest, leaving only the great Venerable Hung-Fa with his eyes closed and chanting the Buddha's message. Li Yuanba was also resting with his eyes closed. He did not waste any time while talking to the Venerable Hung-Fa outside Xia Lian Temple. He used his Shen eyes to observe the formation of Xia Lian Temple, and contacted Z15, who conducted analysis and research on the formation. The formation of Xia Lian Temple is almost the same as that of Dazongmen, but Xia Lian Temple does not have a cave space barrier, and its actual defense is far inferior to that of Dazongmen's mountain gate. It was precisely the lack of protection from the cave space barrier that gave Li Yuanba a way to deal with it. Of course, he also included the great Venerable Hung-Fa. He had come into contact with many great monks, but it was rare to see someone as afraid of fighting as the great Venerable Hung-Fa. But he also understood that this was the real world of cultivating immortals. The ones he had met before were all great monks, who were on missions outside. These great monks were all combat-type monks, except for the real person Li Shiming, who met the great monks of casual cultivators when he was wandering outside. A large part of the real great monks of casual cultivators rarely appeared in public. These weak great monks are also afraid that they will be targeted by the super powerful core monks in the middle nascent soul stage and become the cornerstone of the core monk's fame. To be honest, if the great Venerable Hung-Fa hadn't taken in Li Yuanba's mission target, Li Yuanba wouldn't have wanted to deal with the great Venerable Hung-Fa. Of course, there is another reason for this. He wants to see the space receiving array. The research significance of the space receiving array is really too great for him. Chapter 754 Contract. Night comes, and for monks, darkness is not much different from daytime. But this difference is very easy to be exploited and magnified, especially for monks like Li Yuanba who have magical feet. Grand Venerable Hung-Fa checked the formation and found that Li Yuanba's figure was not detected in the formation. He still believes in this formation very much, because this scanning formation not only uses the ability of ordinary formations, but also has the ability of space. As long as it is within 100 miles, it cannot escape the discovery of the formation. The great Venerable Hung-Fa's combat power is indeed low, but he is an outstanding master of space research. The space receiving array of Xia Lian Temple and the method of scanning using space capabilities were all arranged by him. He breathed a long sigh of relief and couldn't help feeling helpless. He didn't want to face a terrifying swordsman like Li Yuanba.
We must send Ming-Fa away tomorrow.
He secretly made a decision. No matter what Ming-Fa thought, or reported to the Great Lane Temple, he would do this. While he was thinking about it, he sensed a warning coming from the formation. He immediately used his spiritual consciousness to contact the formation, wanting to see what happened. However, after scanning the array several times, no monks were found. Due to Li Yuanba's invitation to fight, the monks of Xia Lian Temple did not dare to go out, and few people came to Xia Lian Temple. The great master Hung-Fa did not believe that the formation was a false alarm. The formation had never been a false alarm, but it was a false alarm when Li Yuanba was around. How could this be possible? He no longer relied on the formation. The terrifying great master's spiritual consciousness was emitted, and he was preparing to spread outwards along the formation of Xia Lian Temple to find out what was the reason for the formation to warn. He just sent out his spiritual consciousness and discovered Li Yuanba's figure. Li Yuanba was not outside Xia Lian Temple, but inside Xia Lian Temple, standing under the formation shield above Xia Lian Temple. Li Yuanba had previously withdrawn from the scanning range of Xia Lian Temple's formation. His perception was extremely sensitive, and his Shen eyes could observe energy fluctuations. Based on his findings, he withdrew 100 miles away from Xia Lian Temple. Until the night came, he activated Arrival in one fell swoop, and his figure appeared on the formation shield of Xia Lian Temple. This is also the location of the formation node. He appeared on the formation shield and used his spiritual consciousness to activate the spiritual power lines of the formation node, allowing him to enter Xyliline Temple in just one breath. The great venerable Hung Fa had not considered that there were monks who could break through Xyliline Temple's formation in an instant. So after the formation of Xyliline Temple issued a warning, he first conducted an inspection outside Xyliline Temple. Now that Li Yuanba decided to take action, he had no intention of holding back. The Infinite Isolation Decree in his hand fell to the ground, and the Infinite Isolation Decree was instantly activated, forming a shrouded space with a radius of 1 kilometer. The location where he was standing was the center point of Xyliline Temple. The Infinite Isolation Decree was arranged here to isolate most areas of Xyliline Temple into independent spaces. There are 138 monks in Xyliline Temple here, since they all live near the main hall of Xyliline Temple. This is also the place with the most spiritual energy. None of the 138 monks could escape being isolated into an independent space by the immeasurable isolation law, and Xyliline Temple lost contact with the outside world. When Li Yuanba saw that the immeasurable isolation law had been successfully deployed, he felt relieved. When he fights with all his strength, he will reveal many secrets, which he will never allow. Now that he has the isolation space of the infinite isolation law, as long as he leaves no one alive, all his actions will not be known to outside monks. He also sensed the spiritual consciousness of the great venerable Hung Fa. He smiled faintly, and the spiritual treasure, 10,000 Swords Peak, was sacrificed by him. As soon as the sacrifice was launched, the gravity field strengthened by the gravity brick fully exerted its power. Except for the great venerable Hung Fa, all the monks, including Ming Fa, were suppressed by the gravity field. The weak monk's muscles and bones were broken, and his body turned into powder. Only Ming Fa, a mid-stage nascent soul monk, and 4 mid-stage sages were still alive. But even if they were alive, they had no fighting power. This gravity field is so terrifying that the mid-stage nascent soul monks and mid-stage venerables cannot even move. Even the great master Hung Fa felt the sluggishness in the movement of his limbs, and his scalp became numb. Not to mention this sluggish state, even when he was in his prime, he would not dare to take on Li Yuanba's Chaos Sword intent. In order to protect himself, he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was inside the space barrier of the infinite isolation law. Li Yuanba's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't expect that the great venerable Hung Fa, who was extremely weak in combat power, had also cultivated the magical power of space. But he didn't know if it was the power of magical feet. The great venerable Hung Fa did not expect that his spatial transfer would be intercepted, preventing him from escaping from Xyliline Temple. He struck hard, and the attack with a trace of regular power landed on the space barrier. But it only made the space barrier tremble. He looked at the space barrier in disbelief, and guessed what kind of treasure it was. Each super force has space-isolating treasures made for the purpose of surrounding and killing the great monks. These are usually not seen, and are usually used to deal with the great monks who betray the forces. The reason why it is not used in the battles of other great monks is to avoid losing it. This kind of isolated space can also withstand the multiple attacks of the great monks. The materials are extremely precious, and the production requires powerful skills. It is precisely because of this kind of isolation space that the treasures that trap the great monks are too precious and will not be used unless necessary. At this time, Li Yuanba had already begun to inspire more than 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk from the spiritual treasure. 10,000 Swords Peak. More than 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monks were slashing towards the great venerable Hung Fa. The great venerable Hung Fa had long sensed the breath of the spiritual treasure from 10,000 Swords Peak. How dare he take the spiritual treasure? Attack! Since he was within the scope of the gravity field and trapped by the infinite isolation law, he moved slowly and had nowhere to escape. His only way was to use space to move. 2,000 energy-formed flying swords containing the sword intent of the great monk chased the great master Hung Fa. But the speed of space movement was too fast. The 2,000 energy-formed swords containing the sword intent of the great monk kept chasing. But they could always be defeated. The great venerable Hong Dharma escaped. Li Yuanba looked at the battle in front of him, and always felt so familiar. Isn't this a replica of the battle between him and Brother Guguang? It's just that he was the one who used space movement to escape. End it! Li Yuanba shook his head. He was not interested in fighting for a long time. He knew that Shaolin Temple must have sent the message before.
But he didn't know when support from Big Lane Temple would arrive. With a wave of his hand, a sword light broke through the void. He forced Ling Baoxing to attack with his sword. And the timing of this sword was extremely precise. He is an expert in using space movement. So he knows the biggest weakness of space movement. The time he chose to attack was when the Great Master Hongfa had just emerged from the space, and had not yet performed his second space movement. Ling Baoxing's sword was fast enough. Before the Great Master Hongfa could perform his second spatial movement, the sword struck him. The biggest characteristic of Ling Baoxing's sword is its speed. Extreme speed. And the power of Ling Baoxing's sword is not only the powerful attack power of Ling Bao, but also the Chaos Sword intent attached to it. This sword struck the Great Venerable Hongfa, and the defensive secret technique on his body was broken. Then the cassock on his body emitted a golden light and flew up, blocking the front of Ling Baoxing's sword. This cassock was specially found by the Great Venerable Hongfa, and it is the inherited treasure of Xia Lian Temple. Although Xia Lian Temple is an affiliated temple of Dalian Temple, it is relatively independent and has its own inheritance. Although Xia Lian Temple's own inheritance is nothing, it still left some treasures. This cassock is an important defensive treasure. The quality is top level 4, and it was loaned out by the Great Master Hong Fa to increase his defense power. He was frightened by Li Yuanba's sword during the day and wanted to add an extra layer of defense for himself. This cassock indeed saved his life. Ling Baoxing struck the cassock with his sword, but it was blocked by the cassock. Li Yuanba judged from the feedback from Ling Baoxing Yijian that it would take at most 2 breaths to break the cassock. But 2 breaths was enough for the Great Master Hongfa to start a counterattack. However, his attack was not just Ling Baoxing's sword. Due to the attack of Ling Baoxing's sword, Grand Venerable Hongfa had no time to move in space. And he was also transformed by more than 2,000 swords containing the energy of the Great Monk's sword. Feijin catches up. Spare your life! Grand Venerable Hongfa suddenly gave up all resistance and shouted loudly. His voice was very timely. The fastest flying sword containing the energy of the Great Monk's sword intention was stopping in front of his chest. It was only a centimeter away from piercing his body. Although the weapon spirit in Ling Baoxing's sword is not as intelligent as the weapon spirit Jin Hong, the weapon spirit is connected with Li Yuanba's mind. After Li Yuanba heard the life-saving voice of the Great Master Hongfa, Li Yuanba just wanted to stop. Attack. The weapon spirit stopped all the attacks of the energy flying sword. A drop of cold sweat flowed from the bald head of the Great Venerable Hongfa. This was the first time in more than 1,000 years that he had shed a cold sweat. Spare me. I am willing to use the soul contract to swear to recognize you as my master. The Great Master Hongfa was actually willing to sell himself in order to survive. Li Yuanba couldn't believe his ears. A super powerful monk actually begged for mercy. Begging for mercy was not just a matter of mercy. He even said that he was willing to recognize his master. The soul recognition contract is a special contract in which the master has full authority, and the life and death of the servant are controlled by the master. The most special thing is that the soul recognition contract can contract with a servant who is 1 level higher than the master. However, this kind of contract requires the servant to completely relax his mind and not have any resistance in order to be established. In the world of immortality, there are very few monks who can actually contract a servant of a higher level, let alone contract a great monk as a servant. What do you have that is worthy of my contract? This time, it was Grand Master Hongfa's turn to go crazy. He never thought that he wanted to sell himself as a servant in order to survive. Li Yuanba actually asked such a question. How did he know that Li Yuanba really looked down on him? Not to mention Li Yuanba's own combat power. When using the Ling Baoxing's sword or the Ling Bao 10,000 swords peak, he has a stronger combat power than the Great Master Hongfa. If he wants to, he can use it at any time. Great Monk Luopei brought it with him. He was the great monk who owned the Ling Bao Blackwater sword. In terms of combat power, the Great Monk Luopei, who has the Ling Bao Blackwater sword, is much stronger than the Great Venerable Hongfa. I specialize in space rules, and can arrange a variety of space teleportation formations. Grand Master Hongfa thought hard and thought of his area of expertise. When Li Yuanba heard this, his eyes lit up. He was thinking about learning this knowledge, but he didn't expect that the Great Master Hongfa was good at space teleportation formations. Put your soul out! Don't use any means of defense. Otherwise, Li Yuanba didn't finish his words. More than 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk, and the one blessed with Chaos Sword intent. Ling Baoxing's swords moved slightly in unison, with an obvious threat. Without waiting for him to finish his threatening words,
The great venerable Hungfa released his soul, and exposed his soul to Li Yuanba without any defense. Li Yuanba was not polite at this time. With a movement of his hand, a stream of spiritual power and spiritual fusion energy drew the soul recognition contract rune in the air. The runes of the soul recognition contract fell on the soul of the great venerable Hungfa, until the soul recognition contract rune sank into the soul. The great venerable Hungfa did not move at all.
Hungfa has met the master.
Seeing that the soul recognition contract came into effect, the first person to relax was the great venerable Hungfa. He clasped his hands and saluted Li Yuanba.
Hungfa, I don't understand. Why are you so timid?
Since the venerable Hungfa was already Li Yuanba's servant, Li Yuanba was not polite at all when he raised the question.
Hungfa Bin is a talisman master in the Great Lane Temple. He was found to have space talent and was arranged to participate in the Shinzutong inheritance. He passed by luck. But because I was very poor in other aspects except Shinzutong, I was in the temple. He has always been responsible for delivering supplies and has not participated in battles. When I was in the middle stage of the Venerable Realm, when I was studying space teleportation formations, I somehow understood some space rules and was lucky enough to be promoted to the Great Venerable. Before that, I had almost never really fought, and I didn't like fighting, so I was promoted to the Great Venerable. His Holiness applied to come here.
The great venerable Hungfa told his own experience. Li Yuanba couldn't help but be surprised. This is also a Buddhist technique. Without any experience, he was lucky enough to be promoted to a great master, a great venerable with little combat experience. He had never thought that such monks existed in the world of cultivating immortals. How can such a monk survive in an environment where the weak and the strong prey on the weak? However, considering the origin of the great venerable Hungfa and his background in the Great Lane Temple, this is possible. But how much luck does it take to be able to do this? Chapter 755 Leaving. In Xiaolian Temple, Venerable Hungfa placed the corpses of the monks and recited the Requiem mantra while placing them. His face was full of sadness, both for the monks and for himself. From now on, his peaceful life will be gone forever. Together with Li Yuanba, he will become Li Yuanba's servant, and his life and death will depend on Li Yuanba's thoughts. When he screamed for mercy before death, he was not just afraid of death. Of course, the fear of death is the most important one. Another one is that he discovered that Li Yuanba actually has two spiritual treasures. Coupled with Li Yuanba's extremely terrifying Chaos Sword intent, he can be sure that Li Yuanba's future achievements will be extremely brilliant. While packing up the body, he also collected all the space items. Even if Li Yuanba didn't give any explanation, he thought this was what he should do. Now that he is Li Yuanba's servant, he needs to consider Li Yuanba's interests and take Li Yuanba's interests as his top priority. As the great sage of Xiaolian Temple, he also knew the property of Xiaolian Temple clearly. After collecting the corpse, he began to collect the property of Xiaolian Temple. Even the arranged space receiving formation was dismantled by him. If the defensive formation of Xiaolian Temple was not difficult to dismantle, he might have dismantled that as well. The only corpse that was not cleaned up was that of Ming Fa. That is, the corpse of a middle-stage nascent soul monk named Bai Yong. Bai Yong died from the explosion of the Ling Bao.
10,000 Swords Peak.
Under the continuous heavy pressure of the gravity field, Bai Yong was directly crushed to death. The kind of death that completely destroyed his soul. Li Yuanba put away Bai Yong's body alone, and he took back the
immeasurable isolation law.
Then he quietly watched the operations of the great venerable Hong Fa. In fact, he did not need to look at the great venerable Hong Fa. He only needed to sense the emotions and movements of the great venerable Hong Fa through the soul recognition contract, and shared the Hong Fa great venerable, the perception of the venerable Dharma master. He can even let Z15 take over the monitoring of the great venerable Hungfa. As long as the great venerable Hungfa betrays him anywhere, his soul will be forcibly killed by Z15 through the soul recognition contract. This soul recognition contract is extremely overbearing. Most of Hong Fa's souls have been affected by the soul recognition contract runes. When the soul recognition contract runes backfire, most of these souls will be destroyed. Not to mention most of the soul. Even if a small part of the soul is destroyed, the monk's sanity will be greatly affected, and he may even become a dementia person. Although the Great Lord is powerful, starting from the soul, he can still have 100% control over the Great Lord. Li Yuanba was very satisfied with the actions of the Great Venerable Hong Fa. Although he had no special requirements, the Great Venerable Hong Fa had thought of everything he should have thought of, and exceeded his expectations.
Let's go after packing up.
Li Yuanba waved his hand and said,
Yes, Master.
The great master Hongfa responded. The two of them used their magical feet together, and their figures quickly disappeared into the Xia Lian Temple. It wasn't until the next day that a team of 6 midterm sages led by a great venerable arrived outside Xia Lian Temple. This is the request that Dalian Temple came to support, and it was the request made by the intelligence chief Mingfa. The reason why there is a great venerable and 6 midterm venerables is because they value Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba has a record of killing great monks. It is not safe to dispatch one great monk. With the cooperation of 6 mid-level monks, he can fight against the Yuanba. From the reaction of Dalian Temple, we can see how far the world of immortal cultivation now recognizes Li Yuanba's combat power, almost treating him like a great monk. The great master looked at Xia Lian Temple, doubts flashing in his eyes. In his perception, Xia Lian Temple was dead silent, without any life. He made a gesture, and the 6 midterm sages immediately took out their magic weapons, gathered around the great sage, and formed a battle formation to prepare for the enemy. This was the method that Dalian Temple came up with to deal with Li Yuanba. The 6 midterm sages did not consider the attack, and went all out to defend. The great master does not need to consider defense, only attack. A powerful middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivator like Li Yuanba, even though his attack power is extremely powerful, and has the power to kill a great monk, is definitely not that strong in defense. In the final analysis, Li Yuanba is only in the middle stage nascent soul realm. Fighting Li Yuanba in this battle formation can completely suppress Li Yuanba. When they cautiously entered the Xia Lian Temple, they found that there was not a single monk in the entire Xia Lian Temple.
Has it been evacuated?
A midterm venerable who inspected Xia Lian Temple asked aloud. The reason why I asked this question is because the situation in Shaolin Temple is like moving. If Xia Lian Temple's own monks hadn't emptied it, how could they have evacuated all the spiritual objects that could be moved away from Xia Lian Temple without destroying any buildings and facilities? Especially when inspecting the formation, it was found that the temple protecting formation of Xia Lian Temple had not been damaged at all. The great venerable glanced lightly at the midterm venerable, feeling whether the midterm venerable was a fool.
Amitabha, Xia Lian Temple has been destroyed.
He clasped his hands and said in a deep voice. In his perception, the broken soul energy has not completely disappeared, indicating that a large-scale death occurred here not long ago.
Li Yuanba did it. How dare he do this?
Zhong Zhongzuan said through gritted teeth.
As long as we find the Ming Dharma from Xia Lian Temple, we will definitely suffer the loss.
The great venerable said helplessly. In order to collect intelligence, Ming Fa attacked many sword cultivators in Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. Now that they were found out, he also pursued them to Xia Lian Temple. If the Little Lane Temple had not been destroyed, and they came over and just took away Ming Fa secretly, then Li Yuanba would have no choice. But before they came, the Little Lane Temple was destroyed. Ming Fa was also found, and the Big Lane Temple was also found. There can be no further investigation into this matter. This is the unspoken rule among superpowers. The only thing I didn't expect was that the Xia Lian Temple here was guarded by the great master Hong Dharma. So how could it be broken by Li Yuanba? Then he thought about Li Yuanba's achievements and how the great venerable Hongfa, although he was a great venerable, was actually weak in combat power. The great venerable could not help but shake his head. The Li Yuanba they were talking about was on his way back to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion.
Hongfa, is there any inheritance of your magical foot power?
Li Yuanba asked curiously. The divine foot power of this great venerable Hong Dharma is somewhat different from his divine foot power. This can also be understood. The Buddhist Shinzu Tong is basically the same, but there are various differences in the form of expression. The magical foot power of the great master Hongfa is called
shrinking the ground into an inch.
When it is used, it has a feeling similar to
south close to the end of the world,
but the walking is much more elegant than
south close to the end of the world.
At first glance, it shows the demeanor of a master.
Master, if you need it, I can make an inheritance item.
Grand Venerable Hongfa felt that it was not good for his master Li Yuanba to complete his first request. So he thought about it and replied,
That's not necessary. You don't need to call me master from now on. You should call me Yuanba. We call each other by our first names. When we return to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, you will say that you are the master of talismans and formations that I invited back.
Li Yuanba he waved his hand and said,
Yes, Yuanba.
Although the title has been changed, the tone of the great master Hongfa is still so respectful.
Tell me about the space movement formation. I'm very interested in this aspect,
Li Yuanba then asked.
The space movement formation can be traced back to ancient times. At that time, the ancient monks were able to use the space teleportation formation to move across continents. It only took one breath to reach the two continents. However, with the demise of the ancient times, these space teleportation formations also disappeared with them, and some records can only be found in a few ancient ruins. Dalian Temple has obtained classics from ancient ruins. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, even if spiritual objects are used to record the contents, a lot of the contents of the classics are missing. After thousands of years of research and summarization by countless space lords, there are currently only it is not enough to be able to arrange a space receiving array to restore the glory of the ultra-long-range space transmission array.
When it came to the professional knowledge that Venerable Hungfa was best at, he suddenly became eloquent.
Do you have a backup copy of the ancient space classics?
Li Yuanba didn't ask again until he finished speaking.
The original copy of the ancient space classics is here with me.
Unexpectedly, the great Venerable Hungfa took out an object and replied. Li Yuanba took what was in the hands of Venerable Hungfa, which was a broken book. The pages of the book are made of unknown fabric, and there is a spiritual aura on the pages. These pages are spiritual objects. He sensed that if the spiritual power of the pages had not been severely depleted, and their spirituality had not been greatly lost, the quality of the pages alone would probably be above the 4th grade mid-level. The specific original quality could not be accurately judged now, because the fabric used to make book pages should have become extinct long ago. There is some kind of ink used to record the content on the page, but there are large blank spaces on the page, which are the areas on the page where spirituality has been greatly lost. Without spiritual protection, the ink has disappeared after long years of erosion. Even the pages of this book are partially in a state of missing parts, which is a great spiritual loss, as the pages themselves have been eroded by time. Li Yuanba carefully opened the book. The words in the book were ancient texts. This did not trouble him. There was a reserve of knowledge in this area in Z15's database. He flipped through the book very quickly, and in just over 10 breaths, he flipped through the book. His actions made Master Hungfa startled. The contents in this book were extremely abysmal and involved the application of space rules. Without the foundation of space rules, reading this thing would be almost like reading a heavenly book. Not to mention that the book is incomplete, making its contents even more difficult to understand.
Yuanba, I also have the contents of the ancient space classics that have been studied and reorganized. I will also check them with you.
Grand Venerable Hungfa thought that Li Yuanba could not stand it, so he acted so quickly. He took out another. He handed over the jade slip and said. Li Yuanba smiled and didn't explain much. Anyway, there are ready-made research results, which can make Z15 more relaxed. Yes, he read the ancient space classics so quickly. He was not reading it himself, but letting Z15 scan it. For this kind of research work, the main body Li Shiming should be carried out together with Z15. Anyway, Li Shiming can separate many brains for research, and it will not affect Li Shiming's practice. Li Yuanba scanned the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual consciousness. Similarly, the contents inside were also copied by Z15. For the next hour, Venerable Hungfa followed Li Yuanba silently, and did not disturb Li Yuanba. He thought Li Yuanba was thinking about the contents in the jade slips. When he came into contact with these contents for the first time, he was obsessed with the contents in the jade slips for a long time. Li Yuanba, who was performing
south close to the end of the world,
stopped moving forward. His fingers made 72 clicks in the air, and then connected repeatedly between the 72 nodes. This seemingly unreasonable action made the Grand Venerable Hungfa on the side stare straight in the eyes. Outsiders may not be able to see what Li Yuanba is doing, but how could the great Master Hungfa, who has studied space teleportation formations all his life, not be able to see that this is the structure diagram of a space receiving formation? In just 1 hour, Li Yuanba was able to draw the structural diagram of the space receiving formation. What kind of talent is this? Li Yuanba didn't care about the thoughts of the great Master Hungfa. He didn't have any special feelings about the space receiving formation. This space receiving formation is the space formation recorded in the jade slips. After Z15 analyzed and studied it, he easily drew the formation structure diagram. On Li Shiming's side, he allocated 150 brains to studying the contents of ancient space classics and later jade slips. To say that the monk with the strongest formation in the entire world of immortality is definitely Li Shiming. With the help of Z15,
He can easily perform instantaneous calculations of terabytes, or even terabytes, which is unmatched by any monk. And the storage of Z15 is more than that of the Formation Starlight C of the Formation Master. Only the formation knowledge and calculation results that you have studied will be included in the Formation Starlight C. But the Z15 storage can store all the knowledge it has seen. As for calculations, there is no need to store calculation results at all. It can be calculated in real time when needed. Li Shiming and Li Yuanba used Shinzutan a long time ago, although their understanding of space did not reach the level of space rules due to their realm. Their understanding of space can also provide help for the study of ancient space classics. As shown in Li Yuanba's fingers, 36 more nodes were added to the 72 nodes. Once these 36 nodes were added, they were connected between the nodes many times by the fingers, forming a larger formation structure diagram.
Yes, that's it. In this way, the distance of the space to accept the formation can be increased to 1,000,000 miles.
Grand Venerable Hungfa's admiration for Li Yuanba now reached the level of worship. He shouted excitedly.
No, he looked a little bit like a great venerable person. Previously, Li Yuanba suppressed the great venerable Hungfa with force, forcing the great venerable Hungfa to surrender. But things are different now. Li Yuanba used his achievements in space formation to completely make the great venerable Hungfa surrender. This is the area in which the great venerable Hungfa excels. Li Yuanba easily surpassed his lifetime research results. Chapter 756 Formation. When Li Yuanba approached Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, he informed his master Jian Wue of the general situation. He believed that his identity as Jian Wue would allow him to bring the great master Hungfa back to his cave. Yes, he planned to bring the great venerable Hungfa back to his cave, although the great venerable Hungfa gave him the knowledge of space formations. After all, the great venerable Hungfa also had hundreds of research on space formations, years and above. If he really wanted to arrange a space to accept the formation, Li Yuanba didn't want to do it himself, so he would need Master Hungfa to operate it. The layout of the space receiving formation is different from the ordinary formation. This requires the organizer to master the rules of space, or to master the magical power of space like Li Yuanba. In a sense, the magical power of space is the embodiment of the rules of space. So mastering the magical power of space can also arrange space formations. The great venerable Hungfa possesses both, and is the best formation cultivator. When Li Yuanba brought venerable Hungfa to the mountain gate of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, Jian Wue, Brother Lu and Brother Tun were all waiting outside the mountain door.
This is the great master Hungfa. I am Lu Mian. This is Tun Wei. And this is Jian Wue, a direct descendant of the Jian family. Welcome to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion.
Brother Lu nodded to Li Yuanba first. Then he bowed to the great venerable Hung Fa. Brother Lu had only heard of the venerable Hungfa, and this was the first time he met the venerable Hungfa. Originally, the great monks and venerables of each superpower should all know each other. At the level of the great monks of the superpower, communication is carried out between the great monks, and they have at least met each other in the long years. But the great master Hungfa is special. He has no contact with other sects at all, because his combat power is very weak, and he focuses on studying space knowledge. He is a special talent of the Great Lane Temple, so he is not regarded as a great master. Your Majesty comes to see it.
Old monk has seen the two great sages, and the noble Jian clan bloodline. I won't bother you here anymore,
the great venerable Hungfa said in return, with his hands clasped together.
Great venerable Hungfa, I will prepare a cave for you. What do you think?
Brother Lu asked tentatively. Jian Wue has already informed about the relationship between Li Yuanba and the great venerable Hungfa. Even though the great monk Lu is extremely knowledgeable, this is the first time he has encountered a powerful man of the great venerable level who will sign a soul recognition agreement with a mid-stage nascent soul monk. The contract is an extremely harsh agreement to recognize the owner. He asked this to give face to the great venerable Hungfa, and indirectly asked about the relationship between the great venerable Hungfa and Li Yuanba.
As a servant, I live in the master's cave and serve the master at any time.
Venerable Hungfa was straightforward. He also understood the meaning of Brother Lu's question and answered calmly.
If there were acquaintances here, he might have some concerns about face. But except for the Great Lane Temple, he really didn't know any monks elsewhere. Besides, he was impressed by Li Yuanba in terms of both his combat power and space knowledge. He believed in Li Yuanba's future, and the matter of recognizing his master was not unacceptable to him, and he could face it calmly. On the contrary,
Brother Lu was shocked by the words of Venerable Hung Fa, and was stunned on the spot for a moment. Even though he heard Jian Wuwei said this, he was still in a state of disbelief after hearing the confirmation from Master Hong Fa. This was the Great Reverend. Li Yuanbao went out to complete the mission this time. Not only did he kill the mission target, but he also took the Great Reverend of Lane Temple, who protected the mission target as a servant. This matter looked strange no matter how you looked at it. So Brother Lu shifted his gaze to Li Yuanbao.
Uncle Lu, please help me get Hong Fa's servant certificate that allows him to freely enter and exit the Sword and Tension Chengshao Pavilion and the Sword Cave. As a core monk, I have this power, right?
Li Yuanbao asked Master Lu with a smile. As core monks, they all have the authority to bring several servants into their caves. This kind of power is even more used to bring monks from one's own family into the training environment of core monks in advance. In addition to serving the core monks, they can also practice in the core monks' exclusive caves. For many monks who have not even joined the super force, this kind of opportunity is a chance to reach the sky in one step. When a core monk asks for servants, many monks who have not joined the sect will apply. But Li Yuanbao's request was to bring the Great Master Hong Fa into the Sword and Chengshao Pavilion based on this rule.
I need to report to Mr. Jian.
Brother Lu hesitated for a moment. He did not make an immediate decision, but said aloud, "There has never been any precedent for this kind of thing. Although Li Yuanbao currently does not have a servant, the number of servants belonging to Li Yuanbao can be added at any time. But the strength of the Great Master Hong Fa is too strong. So let him be a servant. Staying in Jiani Chengshao Pavilion, especially entering the Sword Cave, was not something he could decide.
Help Yuanbao do it. Don't give him the status of a servant. Give him the status of a core monk."
Jian Lao's voice rang in the ears of several people. Jian Lao did not appear, but he had been monitoring everywhere in the pavilion. How could the arrival of a great venerable be hidden from him?
"Yes, Mr. Jian."
Brother Lu bowed and responded. The next thing was simple. Brother Lu took an identity jade disc, entered the corresponding information, and gave the identity jade disc to the Great Venerable Hong Fa.
"Yuanbao, please arrange the macro method first. I will go find you in an hour."
Jian Lao's voice continued.
"Yes, Mr. Jian,"
Li Yuanbao responded. The Great Venerable Hong Fa stood beside Li Yuanbao with his hands tied, showing the attitude that a servant should have. He found that Li Yuanbao's status in Jiani Chengshao Pavilion was beyond imagination. Of course he knew who Mr. Jian was. He was a powerful swordsman in Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. Such a powerful sword cultivator actually asked Li Yuanbao to meet. And looking at the expressions of the people next to him, there was nothing strange about it. It seemed that the relationship between the powerful sword cultivator and Li Yuanbao was extremely close. He didn't care about the core monk status given to him by Jian Lao. The core monk status would not change that he was Li Yuanbao's servant. Jian Wuwei winked at Li Yuanbao, indicating that he would chat with him later. And the two great monks did not stay long. Li Yuanbao took the Great Master Hong Fa to his cave in the Sword Cave, which is an exclusive training place for sword cultivators in the middle stage of Yuaning in Jiani Chengshao Pavilion. The Great Venerable Hong Fa was not surprised by the environment of Sword Cave. If he really cared about the cultivation environment, he would not leave the Great Lane Temple and live in the Little Lane Temple.
"Hong Fa, this room is yours."
Li Yuanbao assigned a previously vacant room to the Great Venerable Hong Fa.
"Yuanbao, here are your trophies. This is my soul crystal ring. I have released the authority."
Reverend Hong Fa respectfully took out the trophies collected before, and his own soul crystal ring, and said,
"These spiritual objects are placed here with you. If you need any resources, you can exchange them with these spiritual objects. In addition, these are some 4th grade spiritual teas. And this is a bottle of Great Monk's Cultivation Elixir,"
Li Yuanbao said indifferently with a wave of his hand. He took out a jade box containing the 4th grade spiritual tea and a jade bottle, and handed them to the Great Venerable Hong Fa, and said he only wanted to collect the spoils because he didn't want to give other monks an advantage. He already had very little demand for resources. The main reason was that his vision was too high, and there were very few spiritual objects that could take his fancy. The Great Master Hong Fa was startled for a moment. He put away the trophies and his soul crystal ring somewhat silently, and then took the jade box and jade bottle. Li Yuanbao waved his hand and left the room. The Great Venerable Hong Fa let out a long sigh. Although he accepted the status of a servant, the psychological gap from a high-ranking Great Venerable to a servant was still difficult for him. Adapt? He opened the jade box casually, and his expression changed slightly when he sensed the 4th grade spiritual tea in the jade box.
The jade box contained a full 200 servings of 4th grade spiritual tea. Just by relying on their smell, he recognized these 4th grade spiritual teas as the top-notch 4th grade spiritual teas sold by Zhongzhou Trading Company earlier. It's a pity that the 4th grade spiritual tea was only launched for a short period of time and was out of stock. After that, this 4th grade spiritual tea only existed in the collections of a very few great monks. Now he has 200 servings of 4th grade spiritual tea in his hand. With the sky-high price that this kind of 4th grade spiritual tea is being fetched now, the 4th grade spiritual tea in this jade box is enough to shock any great monk. The jade box contains this 4th grade spiritual tea. But what about the jade bottle? With curiosity, he used his spiritual consciousness to enter the jade bottle, and he saw a total of 10 great monk elixirs. 10 great monk elixirs require more than 100 years of accumulation, even for those extremely powerful monks. But Li Yuanbao gave away such resources casually. What kind of master am I following? Master Hongfa murmured to himself. When Li Yuanbao returned to his room, he began to prepare the spiritual tea and put the spiritual fruits on the table. Not long after, Jian Lao's figure appeared in the room and sat in the guest seat. Jian Lao took a sip of the spiritual tea, tasted it carefully, and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Li Yuanbao looked at Elder Jian with a smile. It seemed that in the past 10 years, Elder Jian had already drank all the 4th grade spiritual tea he had received from him. Yuanbao, why did you bring back the old monk from Dalian Temple as a servant? Jian Lao put down his teacup and asked with a frown. Originally, I planned to kill him, but the great master of Hongfa is still of great value, so I accepted it. Li Yuanbao replied without hiding his thoughts. What's the value of Hongfa? If it weren't for his weak combat power, I'm afraid he would be annoyed to death by the great Thunder Sound Temple. Jian Lao shook his head and said, It's not that Jian Lao can't defeat the monk from Dalian Temple, but the monk will be very annoying, and he doesn't want to provoke the monk from Dalian Temple. The great master Hongfa will arrange a space to receive the formation. I want to arrange a space to receive the formation in the mountain gate of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Li Yuanbao said the purpose of bringing the great master Hongfa back. Of course, he did not say that he still wanted to study the space teleportation formation. The great venerable Hongfa is the best assistant. He can let the great venerable Hongfa come over for any ideas he has, or what research results there are at Z15. Experiment. With Grand Venerable Hongfa as a tool man, Li Yuanbao can spend more time practicing. The space acceptance formation is a good formation, but the distance is too close. It only has a space acceptance range of 10,000 miles, which has no practical significance. Jian Lao knew about the space acceptance formation. He shook his head and said, The space acceptance formation is not only being studied by the Great Lane Temple. In fact, other superpowers are also studying this. However, the results of the research have not made any major breakthroughs. The space distance is still thousands of miles away. I have done some research on formations and asked my friends for advice. Now I can increase the range of space to accept formations to 1,000,000 miles. Li Yuanbao explained with a smile. Millions of miles? Your friend? Jian Lao was stunned at first, and then nodded in realization, indicating that he understood. Jian Lao naturally thought of the friend who upgraded Li Yuanbao's natal flying sword. That friend actually upgraded Li Yuanbao's natal flying sword to the level of a spiritual treasure. Once you reach this level of weapon refining, you will also have in-depth research on formations. Although he was shocked, he felt less strange. From being Li Yuanbao's friend, he quickly moved to the aspect of accepting formations in space. The spatial acceptance range with a radius of 1,000,000 miles can almost cover the Zhongzhou continent and a large area of the ocean. At that time, every sword cultivator of the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion will have a space to receive the talisman, and can return to the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion instantly when encountering danger. You can even make space-accepting talismans into spiritual objects that can be used multiple times, using space-accepting talismans as a normal means of traveling. Using the space acceptance formation as a life-saving method can give sword cultivators an additional way to save their lives. And it can also be used repeatedly. Since the cost of space-accepting talismans is not high, it can be used as daily equipment for sword repairers. As for making the space-accepting talisman into a spiritual object that solidifies the effect of the space-accepting talisman, it will take some time to study, but it is not too difficult to think about. Very good. You can apply to the pavilion for the materials needed to arrange the space to receive the formation. I will explain it to the pavilion. No matter how many resources you need, the pavilion will give it to you. Jian Lao thought about the stakes clearly, and was overjoyed. Road. At this time, some people are just happy that the great master Hungfa has joined Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. With such a talent, it's a good thing that Dalian Temple did not pay attention to the great master Hungfa. In addition, Dalian Temple took care of the fault this time, and protected the enemies of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Dalian Temple will only settle the matter. The most important thing among them is the lack of attention paid to the great venerable Hungfa. Even though the great venerable Hungfa has made great achievements in the space acceptance formation, it is not difficult to see the attitude of Jian Lao towards the old space acceptance formation. The views of the top leaders on the space acceptance formation.
Do you still have a way to get this spiritual tea? Redeem some for me.
Jian Lao changed the subject and asked, pointing to the jade box containing the 4th grade spiritual tea on the tea table. He drank it. The Sipin Lingsha in Li Yuanba's place was the newly roasted Sipin Lingsha. In other words, Li Yuanba has channels to obtain this 4th grade spiritual tea, which is recognized as the top grade in the world of immortality.
Lao Jian, I still have some here. Take it back first.
Li Yuanba was not stingy, and Lao Jian helped him a lot. He took out a jade box containing a 4th grade spiritual tea and handed it over. Road. Chapter 757 Success. A month passed, and the great venerable Hungfa arranged a space receiving formation improved by Li Yuanba in the Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. The attire of the great master Hungfa in the Jiani Chongshao Pavilion is to add a hooded cloak to the monk's robe, covering him tightly from head to toe. The fact that he was accepted as a servant by Li Yuanba was already explained by Jian Lao to the monk at Dalian Temple. Although the monk was very angry, the matter was settled as it was, and the master Jian came forward in person. And the great venerable Hungfa was not an important figure, just a lucky guy. The monk's only request is that the great master Hungfa not reveal his previous identity, and it is best not to let people know that he is a monk. Only then did he have the attire of the great master Hungfa and become the most mysterious monk in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Although many swordsmen were curious about the attire of the great venerable Hungfa, no swordsman dared to inquire about the aura of a great monk that the great venerable Hungfa wore. Within a month, with the materials provided by Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, the first space-receiving formation covering a radius of millions of miles in the world of immortality was completed. In fact, it does not take a month. With the Great Master level of the Great Master Hungfa, although the formation has been changed, he has the experience of setting up the formation in the past. And it took almost 10 days to arrange the formation with a radius of millions of miles. Space Acceptance Formation. The next step was to study and make spiritual objects that could solidify space and accept talismans. Li Yuanba did not participate, and it was completely done by the Great Master Hungfa himself. Li Yuanba discovered that the Great Venerable Hungfa was a technical talent. He might be extremely lacking in combat, but he did have unique skills in refining talismans and space formations. The Great Master Hungfa refined 10 space-accepting jade tablets in one breath. Of course, these 10 space-accepting jade tablets were not enough. But with this refining experience, the Great Master Hungfa summarized the refining method into a jade slip and gave it to Li Yuanba, who handed it over to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. After that, if Jiani Chongshao Pavilion wants more refining space to accept the jade token, it can organize the monks to refining it on its own. On this day, Li Yuanba and the Great Master Hungfa came to the space receiving formation. At this time, Jian Lao and many great monks were here.
Master, where have you been?
Li Yuanba took out the identity jade plate and asked inside.
I have arrived at the designated location.
Jian Wui's voice came back from the identity card.
Jian Lao, the master has arrived at a location 1,000,000 miles away from the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. That is also the farthest distance for the space to accept the formation.
Li Yuanba reported to Jian Lao.
Wu Wei activates the space to accept the jade token.
Jian Lao commanded in a deep voice. Li Yuanba's identity, jade disc, was always open for communication, and Jian Lao's instructions were passed on.
Got it!
Following Jian Wui's response, the space receiving formation in front of everyone flashed with light. Jian Wui's figure appeared in the space receiving formation. He shook his head vigorously, as if he didn't feel good.
Wu Wei, how do you feel?
Jian Lao asked in a deep voice. This experiment was requested by Jian Wei himself. This will be the first time in the world of immortality that the ultra-long-distance space reception formation is actually used. This is an honor. Once the experiment is successful, The space acceptance formation will become a life-saving talisman for sword cultivators in Zhongzhou continent, and will greatly affect the living conditions of all sword cultivators in Jiani Chengxiao Pavilion. This is of extremely far-reaching significance. And Jian Wuwei, as a direct descendant of the Jian family, plays a special role in participating in it. Teleported through 1,000,000 miles of space. I feel like I've been tossed around hundreds of times in an instant. I'm a little dizzy, but there are no other problems with my body. Jian Wuwei checked his physical condition carefully and answered seriously. Master, this feeling can be resolved by sending it a few more times, Li Yuanba said with a smile. He definitely has the right to speak in this regard, as a monk who has mastered the divine foot power. When he first used the divine foot power, he felt dizzy and the space was reversed. But after using Shinzu Tong for a period of time, the monk's body was extremely adaptable, and he quickly adapted to this state. And he never felt dizzy again. I'll try teleporting more later. Jian Wuwei nodded and said, today's experiment is of great importance, and any point will affect many sword cultivators. Okay, Hongfa, you have done a great job in this matter. But I have to trouble you to go to other continents to set up spaces to receive formations after you have taken care of things here, Jian Lao said with a smile to the great venerable Hongfa. I will obey my master's instructions on this matter. The great venerable Hongfa hesitated and replied, Hongfa, just go there. Li Yuanba waved his hand and said. He also knew that even if the great master traveled to several continents this time, it would take at least close to 2 years before he could return. On several other continents, Jiani Chengxiao Pavilion only has intelligence bases, and these intelligence bases are in extremely hidden places. Once the space receiving formations are arranged in these hidden bases, in the future on these continents, the sword cultivators of Sword Intention Chengxiao Pavilion can also use the space receiving jade tokens to instantly return to the hidden bases. I have discussed with the master who made the identity jade plate. We can integrate the function of space receiving jade plates into the identity jade plate. We are currently making a new identity jade plate. At this time, Brother Lu said, it seems that the identity jade disc will be completely changed in the pavilion soon. Li Yuanba looked at his identity jade disc and shook his head. Changing the identity of the jade disc is a very rare thing in any sect. Each identity jade disc needs to be refined using special techniques. And there are many secret designs that only the inheritors of the identity jade disc can master. Every sect in the world of immortality has its own different techniques for refining the identity jade disc to ensure that its own identity jade disc will not be cracked. Replacing all the monk's identity jade discs is a big project. But solidifying the space acceptance talisman into the identity jade discs is currently the best solution. The biggest benefit of solidifying the space acceptance talisman into the identity jade disc is that only with identity verification can the space acceptance function be activated. This makes it impossible for non-Jiani Chengxiao Pavilion monks to use the space receiving function even if they obtain the Jiani Chengxiao Pavilion's identity jade disc. The departure of the great master Hongfa will have to wait for a while, waiting for the identity jade disc to be successfully updated, and then conduct several rounds of experiments. During this period of time, Venerable Hongfa also had another important task, which was to accept the alchemy commission for Li Yuanba. Only then did he know that Li Yuanba's alchemy ability was so strong that he could easily refine a 4th grade high-level elixir. No wonder the master is so generous in giving rewards casually. He thought of the 4th grade spiritual tea and the great monk's elixir, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. With the agency of the great venerable Hongfa, Li Yuanba's affairs have been reduced. Li Yuanba only needs to spend a little time every month to send the elixir entrustment to Li Shiming, the main body, and then pick up the refined elixir every other time. The experiments on the space receiving formation were very rigorous, and a variety of experiments were conducted, from distance to monk level, one by one, until the new generation of identity jade plates were successfully refined. A series of experiments were conducted, again. It was not until the 3rd month that the great venerable Hongfa completed the space acceptance formation on the Zhongzhou continent. He bid farewell to Li Yuanba, was accompanied by a group of sword cultivators, and started a long journey with a token of Sword Intention Chengxiao Pavilion. Li Yuanba woke up from his training. He walked out of his room, looked at the empty tables in the hall, and couldn't help but shake his head gently. The great venerable Hongfa was there before. Every time he finished his practice, the great venerable Hongfa would prepare a cup of 4th grade spiritual tea. He has long been accustomed to living a life of cultivation alone. It has only been a few months since Master Hongfa became a servant, but his living habits have changed. Subsequent alchemy commissions would need to be received by him himself.
Li Yuanba felt the effect of his cultivation, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been in seclusion for 10 years, and his 10 years of practice had improved his spiritual power a lot. However, sword cultivation requires combat experience, and the previous battles were not enough to digest his 10 years of hard work.
Master, I'm going out on a mission.
Li Yuanba arrived at Jian Wuwei's cave and said goodbye to Jian Wuwei.
You can't go out again for at least 5 years. Although the Lane Temple has been dealt with by Jian Lao, you have offended too many forces. In addition to the Lane Temple, Wuliang Sect, Baidi Sect, and Yuqing Sect, Beidu Sect, etc. Just look at how many superpowers are trying to find you. Jian Wuwei shook his head in distress. This disciple is good at everything, but he gets into trouble easily. As a master, he was unable to stand up for his disciples, which made him feel ashamed. He could only make the stakes clear and tell the Yuanba not to act rashly.
Master, I am not afraid. Even if I am the top monk among the great monks, I am confident of escaping. Not to mention that there is still space to accept the formation. If there is really danger, I can activate the space teleportation on the identity jade plate.
Li Yuanba explained. Recently, I have exchanged a lot of experiences with the great master Hongfa on how to use magical feet. Although the two practices of divine foot power are different, the foundation is the same. The experience gained from the great master Hongfa has strengthened Li Yuanba's understanding of divine foot power a lot. This also reduces the consumption of his
arrival in one move,
and makes the activation speed of
south close to the end
a little faster. Don't underestimate this slight increase in cast speed. Perhaps this slight increase in speed is the difference between life and death.
Do you really think that Almighty won't take action?
Jian Wuwei lowered his voice.
Isn't it true that the powerful can't leave the cave for too long?
Li Yuanba asked in surprise. The knowledge he obtained from various places showed that the great powers were extremely dependent on the cave heaven and could not stay away from the cave heaven for a long time. Therefore, the great powers of the superpower stayed in the sect almost every day. Judging from what Jian Wuwei meant, Denung might still leave the sect.
Many great powers have the ability to separate clones. A single clone is much stronger than a top monk. A powerful clone can leave the cave, and the combat power of the clone depends on the power injected into it.
Energy limit. Jian Wuwei explained to him. Li Yuanba immediately gave up the chance to perform the mission and hone himself. He's not easy to deal with just because he's just a clone. In fact, when you reach the realm of great monks, the comparison of combat power is not a complete competition of spiritual power and spirit, but also a mastery of the rules. Although the powerful clone cannot carry much spiritual power and spirit, its understanding of the rules is at the level of a powerful person. The most important thing about the power of the powerful clone's attack is the understanding of the rules. Not only Jian Wuwei persuaded Li Yuanba, but Jian Lao also approached Li Yuanba and asked him to go out less recently. Many monks in Zhongzhou continent discovered an extremely strange thing. Since sword cultivators from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion often participated in various battles, the number of casualties among sword cultivators from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion remained relatively high. But recently, the monks have discovered that the sword cultivators in Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion have more ways to save their lives. Once in danger, the sword cultivator will use his long-range space movement ability to disappear. If it happened once or twice, maybe it was because these two sword cultivators had life-saving talismans in their hands. However, after more than 10 long-distance space movement and disappearance incidents, all the forces understood that Jiani Chongshao Pavilion had mastered some kind of long-distance space movement method. After that, a large amount of intelligence resources were invested, and the space-receiving formation of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion was spread. Jian Lao received the news from the monk of Dalian Temple. He scolded Jian Lao and wanted to take back the great venerable Hongfa. At this time, the monk didn't know that he had fallen into Jian Lao's trick and let go of a person who could arrange an ultra-long-range space reception formation. After all the benefits have been obtained, Jian Lao will not let go, and the monk is too embarrassed to push too much. Who told the monk to agree before, and the matter is over. Many superpowers have confirmed that Jiani Chongshao Pavilion has successfully deployed an ultra-long-range space receiving formation and applied it in the mountain gate. The farthest receiving distance is at least hundreds of thousands of miles. This acceptance distance is only calculated based on the distance between the sword cultivator, who has the farthest space teleportation, and the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion.
This is of course inaccurate, but even knowing that the acceptance distance is hundreds of thousands of miles,
It is astonishing enough. The distance of the previous space receiving array was only thousands of miles. When it was increased to hundreds of thousands of miles, it meant that this technology had moved from the research stage to the practical stage. After confirming this information, many superpowers came to Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion to discuss with the senior officials of Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion, hoping to exchange space to receive the technology of the formation. But all of them were rejected, mainly because this technology involves the rules of space. Among forces like Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion, which is composed entirely of sword cultivators, only the great master Hongfa and Li Yuanba have studied this. The great venerable Hongfa has left Zhongzhou continent, and it is even more impossible for Li Yuanba to show up in Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion. Therefore, Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion rejected all the superpowers who accepted the formation in exchange for space. As time passed slowly, except for the Zhongzhou continent, other continents successively sent information. The sword cultivators of Sword Intention Chouxiao Pavilion had the ability to move in long-distance space. Chapter 758 Shock. 2 years later, the great master Hongfa returned to Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion. At this time, Li Yuanba had been in seclusion for 2 years and had not gone out for 2 years. Li Yuanba's cultivation had stagnated. His Chaos Sword Intent had improved somewhat after digesting the results of several battle experiences. And then, he was unable to make any progress again. The path of sword cultivation is to fight all the way. If he stays in the sect like this, his cultivation level cannot be improved quickly. On this day, he was sitting in the sword cave, and suddenly he felt a slight vibration in the sword cave. As he was comprehending the sword's intention, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the sword's intention rose in his eyes. Hongfa! What's going on? He flashed to the hall, and met the great venerable Hongfa coming out of another room. He asked, "This is a space shock." Grand venerable Hongfa replied with a shocked expression on his face. "How is it possible? This is the sword cave. How could something happen to the sword cave?" Li Yuanba shook his head and said in disbelief, "If something really happened to Sword Cave Heaven, it means that the mountain gate of Sword Intent Chouxiao Pavilion was breached. Sword Cave Heaven was protected by Jian Lao. With Jian Lao here, he really couldn't imagine what kind of existence could invade Sword Cave Heaven. It's not the Sword Cave Heaven. It should be the spatial resonance in the cave heaven caused by the spatial oscillation in the outside world." After all, he studied the rules of space, and the perception of the great master Hongfa surpassed the Yuanba. At this time, the main body Li Shiming also discovered that the space vibration was also felt in Tianren Cave. With Li Shiming's complete control over Tianren Cave, if there is a problem within cave, he will definitely find it out immediately. Besides, the possibility of something happening at the same time as Sword Cave Heaven and Heavenly Man Cave Heaven is almost zero. Li Yuanba sensed the vibration coming from the Identity Jade Disc. His spiritual consciousness checked the Identity Jade Disc. It was an urgent message from Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion. This kind of vibration would only force a reminder when there was a major event. "Hongfa, you stay in the cave. I'll go to the meeting," Li Yuanba told the great master Hongfa. Turned around and left the cave. The meeting was held in a large hall in the sword cave. When he arrived, he found that many sword cultivators had already arrived, all of whom were mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators. "Master Li." When these swordsmen saw Li Yuanba arriving, they all took the initiative to say "Lo." Those sword cultivators, who were originally sitting and resting, also stood up. This was a sign of respect for the powerful existence. Li Yuanba is recognized as the #1 person in the middle stage of Yuanying in the world of immortal cultivation. In addition, his alchemy ability makes every monk willing to make friends with him. Li Yuanba smiled and nodded in response, and then found an empty seat to sit down. At this time, some middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivators who arrived later than him also arrived. He calculated carefully, and there was a high probability that most of the middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivators who were still in Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion, and who were not in seclusion, would have come over. In the main hall alone, there are more than 450 mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators. Although he also knew that there were many middle-stage Yuanying sword cultivators in Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion, he did not expect that just a few of them would come, and there would be more than 450 middle-stage Yuanying sword cultivators. So many mid-stage nascent soul monks were gathered together, and since they were all sword cultivators, even though these sword cultivators did not leak much aura, the hall was still filled with countless sharp chi machines. Li Yuanba was very curious as to why the senior officials of Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion summoned them here temporarily. Is it related to the previous space shock? He listened to the discussions around him, and most of them had the same guesses as him. A figure appeared in the main seat of the main hall, and all the voices in the entire hall disappeared in an instant. Hundreds of mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators all looked at Brother Lu, who was in the main position. I have called everyone here this time. I think you have already guessed why. The space shock not long ago was not just here, but the entire Zhongzhou continent, and even several continents around Zhongzhou continent, could all feel the space shock, Brother Lu said with a serious expression. Hearing that this space shock would cause such a commotion, all the sword cultivators present had extremely solemn expressions. They all understood that for such an impact to occur, there must have been a big event somewhere. This time the space shock spread from Hell Island as the center. There was a space collapse in the Hell Cave of Hell Island. It was the space shock caused by the space collapse. Brother Lu continued to explain. Li Yuanba was shocked in his heart. This Hell Island is where various forces send monks who have made mistakes. The prisoners there need to face the H.L. creatures who escaped from the H.L. cave, coupled with the weird radiation in the H.L. cave. Monks who stay there for a long time will be affected by the radiation and become weaker and weaker. Of course, the monks sent there hardly need to consider the impact of radiation on the body, because they rarely survive until the radiation seriously affects the body. The H.L. creatures faced by the monks there were at least mid-4th grade in strength, and there were even some late 4th grade H.L. creatures. The Hell Cave is a cave left by someone unknown. This cave is extremely weird. A large number of weird creatures are automatically born inside, and the strength of these weird creatures is extremely powerful. Judging from this point, we can know how powerful the original owner of Hell Cave was. But this great master left the H.L. cave behind and did not pass it on. Instead, he left it in the ocean. 5,000 years ago, Hell Cave Heaven collapsed. At that time, many forces knew of the existence of Hell Cave Heaven. After the collapse of Hell Cave Heaven, the internal world merged into the outside world, but it was not completely integrated, forming a strange form of existence. After many forces investigated the situation of Hell Cave Heaven, they discovered that the existence of Hell Cave Heaven threatened the entire world of immortality. Therefore, all the super forces in the world of immortality took the lead and arranged a defense line on the Hell Island next to the Hell Cave. They also used a large amount of manpower and material resources to build a defensive array to prevent the powerful H.L. creatures from the Hell Cave from leaving. In fact, although the Hell Cave Heaven collapsed, the Hell Cave Heaven in a semi-fused state is still restraining the H.L. creatures inside. Only a very small number of H.L. creatures will accidentally leave the H.L. cave and appear outside the H.L. cave. This is what the monks on the H.L. island are responsible for. But what Brother Lu means is that there is a space collapse in the Hell Cave. Once the Hell Cave is completely integrated with the outside world, the escape of the massive 4th grade and above mid-level H.L. creatures in the Hell Cave will have a negative impact on the world of immortality. Unimaginable destruction. The space in the Hell Cave collapsed. The only good thing was that a gap appeared in the Hell Cave. However, this gap allowed the powerful creatures inside to escape easily. Hell Island sent out a call for help. All the supers in our Zhongzhou continent, the forces will be the first batch of reinforcements. At this point, Great Monk Lu looked at the mid-nascent soul sword cultivators present. He is very aware of the danger this time. But Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion is very convenient in this regard. The successful research on the space receiving formation will make this extremely dangerous mission less troublesome. Necessary casualties. Among you, select 100 people to go to Hell Island first. Except for Li Yuanba. The rest of you will draw lots to determine your quota. Brother Lu nodded to Li Yuanba and said. No sword cultivator had any objections to Li Yuanba's privileges. Brother Lu waved his hand, and a swordsman came forward to take charge of the drawing of lots. Jiani Chongshao Pavilion does not dare to invest too much in mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivation at once. Once the loss is too great, the vitality of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion will be seriously damaged. Besides, defending the H.L. cave is not a matter of Jiani Chongtian. The affairs of the Shioga family. Brother Lu came to Li Yuanba and waved his hand to bless an isolation barrier. This time you take the Great Master Hongfa over and set up a space to receive the formation in a safe place on Hell Island. This is very important, he explained solemnly. If you take Hongfa there, will you encounter people from the Great Lane Temple? Li Yuanba frowned slightly and asked what he was worried about. After all, the Great Venerable Hongfa is from the Great Lane Temple, and he has been accepted as a servant by him. He has never met him before, and maybe we can get along with him in peace. But if we meet him head-on, it's hard to say. It's okay, as long as the great venerable Hung Fa doesn't show his true appearance. The great Lane Temple will pretend that it didn't happen. Brother Lu replied with a smile. Then there's no problem. Li Yuanba nodded and said, the formation materials have been prepared. You and the great master Hung Fa need to go first and arrange the space reception formation. I will reset the space reception formation on the identity jade disc of each sword cultivator. Accept it, Brother Lu said, as he handed a mustard seed ring into Li Yuanba's hand. Li Yuanba took the mustard seed ring and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He found that not only the formation materials were here, but also the formation base had been refined. It seemed that this was the backup formation base for the space-accepting formation. In the Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion, the only ones who can arrange the maintenance space to receive the formation are the Great Master Hung Fa and Li Yuanba, because the conditions required to arrange the space to accept the formation are too harsh. Even if Jiani Chongshao Pavilion wants to cultivate talents, it cannot be done in a short time. Just because you need to master the rules of space or practice the magical power of space. Even if Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion mobilizes all its resources. If you are lucky, you will be extremely lucky to be able to cultivate such a monk in hundreds of years. Therefore, in order to ensure the operation of the space-receiving formation, Jiani Chongshao Pavilion asked the Great Master Hung Fa to repeatedly refine a large number of space-receiving formation bases. In the future, if there is a problem with the space-receiving formation, their formation master can also use this ready-made formation base formation for maintenance, without the help of Grand Master Hung Fa and Li Yuanba. Seeing so many ready-made formation bases being taken out at once, one can see how seriously Jiani Chongshao Pavilion attaches importance to this mission. These space-accepting formation bases are already considered strategic resources, and strategic resources cannot be mobilized at will. I almost forgot. This is a protective jade talisman, which can reduce the impact of being trapped in the H.L. hole to a certain extent. Brother Lu took another jade talisman and handed it to Li Yuanba and said. Li Yuanba took the jade talisman and found that the aura on it was the unique aura of great power. This is a jade talisman made by a powerful person. But I don't know if it was made by Jian Lao. He felt the effect of the protective jade talisman, which formed a special barrier outside his body, connected to Z15, through the data provided by his spiritual consciousness and Shen eyes. Z15 analyzed and studied this barrier. It turns out that this special barrier can isolate ordinary radiation. But it is impossible to make an accurate judgment as to how much it can withstand the radiation in the H.L. cave. Just judging from the radiation of the 4th grade L-resisting crystal, obtained by the main body Li Shiming, the radiation impact can be reduced by almost 2/3. Li Yuanba shook his head. It seemed that he was still specialized in the art. Although this was a protective jade talisman made by the great power, its effect in isolating radiation was almost the same as the radiation-proof suit made by Li Shiming. With a slight movement of his mind, he sent the message to the main body Li Shiming. And Li Shiming also prepared several sets of radiation protection suits that he had made before. Li Yuanba first went to find the Great Venerable Hung Fa. He explained the mission to the Great Venerable Hung Fa, and the two of them used their magical feet to leave the Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. The direction Li Yuanba was walking was exactly the area where the main body Li Shiming was. When he was about to get there, the great monk Luo Pei was already waiting there. There was no conversation between the two parties. Brother Luo Pei threw a storage bag to Li Yuanba, turned around and left. Venerable Hung Fa, who followed Li Yuanba, was extremely horrified. He already knew that Li Yuanba was extremely mysterious, but he never thought that Li Yuanba had a great monk helping him outside the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. Although the great monk Luo Pei did not speak, the great Venerable Hung Fa could tell a lot from the attitudes of both parties. First of all, Li Yuanba has no respectful attitude towards the great monk Luo Pei. This is not like his attitude towards the great monk at all, but like his attitude towards the great Venerable Hung Fa himself. This is how the great Venerable Hung Fa feels. Li Yuanba treats the great monk Luo Pei like a servant. Secondly, their mission this time was issued urgently, and everything started temporarily. But Brother Luo Pei had been waiting here for a long time, which showed that Li Yuanba was able to contact Brother Luo Pei, regardless of what the great monk Luo Pei gave to Li Yuanba. Asking a great monk to deliver something speaks volumes. Li Yuanba didn't care what the great Venerable Hung Fa was thinking. His consciousness entered the storage bag, took out a set of radiation-proof clothing, and put it on, coupled with the effect of the protective jade talisman. The 4th grade, hell disgust,
the impact of crystal radiation has been reduced to almost 1/5. I believe that even the radiation from the 4th grade hell-resisting crystal has a considerable impact on the monks. But it is only 1/5 of the power, so it will not have a great impact on him. In addition, there are some radiation protection drugs prepared by the main body Li Shiming in the storage bag. Even if you are exposed to radiation, most of it can be eliminated through the drugs, and the rest can be eliminated by relying on the body's own functions. Chapter 759 Hell.
Hongfa, this is for you. Wear it when you get to Hell Island.
Li Yuanba handed a set of radiation protection suits to the great Venerable Hongfa and said. Venerable Hongfa had seen Li Yuanba put on these weird clothes before, but he didn't expect that Li Yuanba had prepared a set for him.
Okay,
he accepted. Li Yuanba did not explain much. Even if he explained this kind of mortal thing without any spirituality, it would be difficult for the great master Hongfa to understand it. Both of them used the divine foot power. Due to the urgent task assigned by Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, they did not take the flying boat. Instead, they used the divine foot power all the way and rushed to Hell Island as quickly as possible. Hell Island is in the sea 3,000 miles southeast of Zhongzhou continent. Li Yuanba sensed strong spatial fluctuations when it was very far away. This should be the space fluctuation caused by the collapse of space, which makes the space energy in a large area ahead extremely active.
Yuanba, we can no longer use the divine foot power. If we use the divine foot power further,
it will cause unknown consequences,
Grandmaster Hongfa said in a deep voice. Li Yuanba also felt this. Space energy is too active, unless they can have 100% control over space energy. When using the divine foot power, an unexpected burst of space energy may cause the space channel opened by the divine foot power to appear. Mistake. A space channel error is an extremely terrifying thing. Even though Li Yuanba's physical body is considered extremely strong, when faced with the space-cutting power caused by a space channel error, his body has no defense at all. Even the physical body of the great master Hongfa cannot resist this space cutting.
Fortunately, the space energy of the space receiving formation is bound by the formation and is in an extremely stable state. Otherwise our mission would be over before it even begins.
Li Yuanba shook his head and said, the space receiving formation is not a divine foot pattern inspired by divine consciousness. The 108 formation bases of the space receiving formation, combined with a large number of formations to connect spiritual power lines, form a stable space formation. However, in this environment with active space energy, the original 1 million mile space receiving distance will be reduced by more than half. But even if it is reduced by more than half, it can still cover a range of more than 500,000 miles, which is enough. As he approached Hell Island, Li Yuanba felt the breath of the cave. This cave sky aura is extremely weird, somewhat like the cave sky space barrier that protects the sect, but it is a little weaker than the cave sky space barrier. He passed through the space barrier, and he immediately felt the radiation around him. The radiation here was still at a very weak level, but this radiation made him feel extremely weird. Hell Cave produces
Hell's Crystal. Hell's Crystal
is the same item as the uranium ore from the previous life, but there are also huge differences between the two. The difference between
Hell's Crystal
and uranium ore is that uranium ore is a mortal object,
while Hell's Crystal
is a spiritual object, and it is also a 4th grade spiritual object. When the quality of the uranium ore reaches the 4th grade, the radiation produced has a strange penetrating power for spiritual power. Spiritual power defense has no resistance to this kind of radiation. On the contrary, the monk's body is filled with spiritual power and is more susceptible to the effects of radiation. The radiation he felt was still weakened by 1/3 of the protective jade talisman. Without hesitation, he immediately put on the radiation protection suit again, and now the effect of radiation was reduced again, even though he had previously judged the effectiveness of the double protection. In this environment, he felt relieved only after it was verified. He still doesn't know how long this mission will take, and he must pay attention to the effects of radiation. Perhaps the monks in the world of immortality know that the environment here has an impact on monks, but he only understands the horror of radiation after having experienced it in his previous life. He is more afraid of the effects of radiation than the monks in this world. In many cases, there is no clear concept of the effects of radiation. Some reactions will appear on the spot, while others will gradually appear after a long time. Even when such reactions appear, the monks will not think that it is caused by radiation. Due to the numerous nuclear leaks and 2 nuclear explosions in the past life, There was actual research on the effects of radiation in the previous life, and a large amount of real data was available for reference. Venerable Hung Fa felt the radiation, and he felt that he could still enjoy it. However, when he saw that Li Yuanba had put on radiation-proof clothing, he also changed into radiation-proof clothing. It just so happened that after the radiation-proof suit covered the hood, his face was completely obscured, so there was no need for him to hide his figure. After putting on the radiation protection suit, he found that the impact of radiation was reduced by half. He couldn't help but look at the radiation protection suit on him in surprise. This piece of clothing, which looks like an ordinary thing, actually has such a magical effect. You must know that in this world of immortality, many monks have tried to make spiritual objects that protect against radiation from the H.L. cave. Unfortunately, the effect has always been unsatisfactory. The radiation from the H.L. cave is like a natural restraint of the spiritual power of monks. Li Yuanba cast a spell, but he did not rush into Hell Island. I received the news from Brother Liu. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Welcome, Master Li. Welcome, Master Hung Fa. The person who came out to pick up Li Yuanba was Brother Wu Ge. Although this was the first time they met the great monk Wu Ge, the great monk Liu informed Li Yuanba before leaving, so Li Yuanba recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Great monk Wu Ge is the great monk from Sword Intention Shao Pavilion who stays on Hell Island. In recent years, due to the instability of the space in Hell Cave, each of the superpowers in Zhongzhou continent has a great monk guarding it. Li Yuanba pays homage to Master Wu. Li Yuanba bowed and said, "Okay." The great venerable Hung Fa followed him, and saluted without saying anything. This meant that the great venerable Hung Fa regarded him as the main one. The great monk Wu Ge was slightly startled. Although he had heard that Li Yuanba accepted the great master Hung Fa as his servant, he was still very surprised when he actually saw him. It can be seen that the great venerable Hung Fa does not feel sad about being restrained, but instead follows him sincerely. Great venerable Hung Fa, after entering the island, you'd better not make a sound. If anything happens, just use the voice transmission, and you don't need to pay attention to other people. Great Brother Wu Ge gave the final explanation. He led Li Yuanba and the great master Hung Fa down to Hell Island. After passing through a formation shield, the scene in front of him changed drastically. Looking at Hell Island from the outside, Hell Island is just a medium-sized island. But when you get to Hell Island, you will find that there is a land connected to Hell Island with no end at a glance. At this time, in the area connecting the land and Hell Island, several great monks were fighting with a large number of mid-stage nascent soul monks. The monks are protected by the formation, so they don't have to fight the H.L. creatures head-on. The monks only need to continue to use their strongest attacks under the protection of the formation. Li Yuanba also saw the rumored H.L. creatures for the first time. There are many kinds of H.L. creatures, including those with cow heads, some with sheep heads, some with horse heads, and some with deer heads. They have various shapes, but one thing is the same. They have human-like bodies and a pair of hoof-shaped feet. Even if we can still persist now, we are consuming the reserve energy of the formation. Once the energy of the formation is consumed too much, even the formation guarding the H.L. cave will be affected, said the great monk Huge, pointing to the place where the battle was taking place. When Li Yuanba first saw this formation that could withstand attacks from mid-level 4th level H.L. creatures, he used his spiritual eyes to observe it. He discovered that this formation was connected to the entire Hell Island and the surrounding formations. Now that he heard the explanation from the great monk Huge, he also understood the danger involved. The formation master who arranged the Hell Island formation was definitely a genius. He used the formation to surround the Hell Cave and absorb the energy from the Hell Cave to support the operation of the formation. At the same time, the formation guided all the H.L. creatures that accidentally passed through the H.L. cave to the area connected to Hell Island, which greatly facilitated the defensive monks. As long as the Hell Island formation is still there, guarding this only area connected to the Hell Cave can prevent the H.L. creatures from the Hell Cave from escaping. But what is being consumed now is the energy of the Hell Island formation. Once the energy consumed is too large to maintain the operation of the formation, then the H.L. creatures in the unbound H.L. cave will scatter to the nearby sea. It would be difficult to find and kill the H.L. creatures if they entered the ocean. And there were not that many monks to do this. Stop talking about this. Come with me. Great monk Wu Ge thought of Li Yuanba coming here early this time, and patted his head and said, Hell Island is divided into two parts. One part seems to be the place where ordinary monks live. It is extremely simple and consists mostly of caves dug by the monks at will. This area faces the passage connecting Hell Cave and Hell Island. The monks living here must fight against the creatures of H.L. if they want to survive. Behind this area is another area. There is a formation barrier between this area and the front area, which separates the two areas. The conditions in the rear area are completely different. The environment here is planned and arranged with pools, bridges, pavilions, gardens, and trees. Li Yuanba entered the rear area and immediately felt that the spiritual energy here was extremely abundant. If it weren't for the fact that this place was still full of radiation, the cultivation environment here would be no worse than that of the superpower gates. But when he actually stood in this environment, he discovered that all the items here were contaminated by radiation.
This is my cave! And the formation is here!
Great Monk Wuge led them to a cave and pointed to the open space at the entrance of the cave. The open space in front of the cave gate was protected by the cave formation. Judging from Li Yuanba's observation, the open space was temporarily cleared. He could tell from the traces on the ground that the soil here was spiritual soil. In other words, the Great Monk Wuge temporarily leveled the spiritual field and left it as a place to arrange the formation. Li Yuanba nodded to the Great Venerable Hungfa, and the Great Venerable Hungfa immediately began to set up the formation. The Great Venerable Hungfa is already very experienced in setting up space-receiving formations. He has traveled to various continents in the past 2 years just to set up space-receiving formations.
Amitabha!
A Buddha's name came out, and Li Yuanba saw a Great Venerable standing outside the formation range of the cave, clasping his hands and chanting the Buddha's name.
Hongwang! This is none of your business! We are busy here!
Great Monk Wuge waved his hand and said,
Hongfa! I haven't seen you for a long time. Why don't you recognize me?
The Great Venerable Hungwang ignored the Great Monk Wuge and asked the Great Venerable Hungfa, who was busy. The Great Venerable Hungfa only made a slight movement and then continued to set up the formation. He did not look at the Great Venerable Hungwang, let alone communicate with the Great Venerable Hungwang.
Hongwang, are you planning to break the agreement?
Brother Wuge's eyes flashed, and he asked in a deep voice.
Daughter Wu, you are overthinking this. This is an agreement made by 2 adults. How can I dare to violate it? I was just a little carried away when I saw an acquaintance.
The Great Venerable Hungwang heard what the Great Monk Wuge said and did not want to mess with the matter. Big, he said with a smile. He took another deep look at the Great Venerable Hungfa, especially the formation arranged by the Great Venerable Hungfa. Nowadays, the space-receiving formation of Jianichou Shao Pavilion, which is famous in the world of immortal cultivation, is definitely arranged by the Great Venerable Hungfa. Although Jianichou Shao Pavilion claimed that this space-receiving formation was created by Li Yuanba, as the great sage of the Great Lane Temple. How could he not know that the Great Lane Temple had studied the space-receiving formation for many years? He didn't believe that Li Yuanba's achievements in formations at such a young age were compared to the research of many space masters in the history of the Great Lane Temple. When he thought about it, it was most likely that Venerable Hungfa had made a breakthrough in space research, which led to the creation of this space-receiving formation with extremely large coverage. He wanted to persuade the Great Master Hungfa to return, so that the latest space-receiving formation would return to the Great Lane Temple. Unfortunately, looking at the reaction of the Great Master Hungfa, it seemed that he didn't want to communicate with him, and he didn't even make eye contact. This made it impossible for him to detect the true thoughts of the Great Venerable Hungfa, and he was unable to persuade him.
You are Li Yuanba. I have heard of your reputation here.
Reverend Hungwang turned his head and laid his eyes on Li Yuanba, and said calmly. His words sounded peaceful, but Li Yuanba could clearly sense the malice in them.
I have met the Great Venerable Hungwang.
Li Yuanba was not afraid of this Great Venerable. He smiled and bowed. The strength of this Great Master Hungwang can only be considered average, although I don't know what he is particularly good at. His strength, judging from his aura, cannot threaten Li Yuanba. Of course, this requires Li Yuanba to use all means without any reservation. Otherwise, Li Yuanba's only way is to use his speed to escape. The strength of this Great Venerable is not like that of the Great Venerable Hungfa, who can be shaken by just relying on the
Chaos Sword intent.
But even so, Li Yuanba did not pay too much attention to Venerable Hungwang.
The number 1 person in the middle nascent soul stage depends on your performance against the monsters in the Hell Cave. Don't let people down,
said the Great Master Hungwang while maintaining a fake smile. Chapter 760 Arrangement.
Now is the time to speak unanimously to the outside world. You don't need to worry about what the Great Venerable Hungwang will do. I'm here to keep an eye on you
and won't let you suffer. Of course, I heard that you killed the great monk Guguang. I want to come to the great venerable Hongguang, or he can't threaten you.
Great monk Wugo looked at the retreating figure of venerable Hongguang and said softly to Li Yuanba. Although the great venerable Hongguang came to disturb him, he showed restraint and did not get too close. He just stood in the formation. It was obvious that the great venerable Hongguang still had a lot of scruples.
I'll go over and help Hongfa and see if I can speed up the arrangement of the formation,
Li Yuanba suggested, wanting to let the great master Hongfa finish as soon as possible.
The battle over there will soon be my turn, so I won't accompany you.
Great monk Yuj said matter-of-factly. The layout of the space reception formation. And after Li Yuanba joined, the speed suddenly increased by at least several times. Li Yuanba was cheating. He connected to Z15. After he used his spiritual consciousness and divine vision to check the environment of the formation area, Z15 gave the exact location of each formation node and how to best. There are also clear hints for the best spiritual power lines connecting the nodes. In this way, formation changed from a task that required thinking to a simple placement. Grand Venerable Hongfa originally thought that he had hundreds of years of experience in arranging space-receiving formations, and had been repeatedly deploying new space-receiving formations in the previous 2 years. Although Li Yuanba was an improver of space-receiving formations, he was the hands-on ability must be inferior to mine. But after seeing Li Yuanba's actions, the pride in Venerable Hongfa's heart was shattered, and his admiration for Li Yuanba increased again. The formation work that originally took 3 days to complete was completed in just 6 hours, with the addition of Li Yuanba. After finishing the arrangement of the formation, Li Yuanba discovered that the first batch of reinforcements from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion had not yet arrived. He took the great venerable Hongfa to a tent not far from the cave of the great monk Yuj. This was the temporary residence of him and the great venerable Hongfa. There are more than 100 tents arranged here, all prepared for the sword and Tianchen Chongshao Pavilion to reinforce the sword cultivators. The reason for using a tent instead of preparing the monk's favorite cave is because this L island is relatively small. In fact, only the second half of the L island can be used. The first half of the area is where exiled monks are housed, and is not suitable for ordinary monks to live. Li Yuanba walked into the tent. It didn't look like a big tent from the outside, but it was quite big inside. This is a tent with a space formation. Except for the protection, it is not as safe as the cave. In other aspects, it is not much different from the cave, at least on the surface. The space in the tent is also divided into a hall and several rooms with different purposes. The spiritual energy in the training room is drawn from the spiritual veins of Hell Island.
Hongfa, please don't go out anymore. I'm going to see how the battle is going.
Li Yuanba arranged a room for the great venerable Hongfa and said,
Yuanba, although I am not strong in combat, I still hope to contribute. With my participation, I can at least kill more monsters from L.
The great master Hongfa understood that Li Yuanba wanted to fight, and he did not want to stay here. Let Li Yuanba fight alone.
Are you worried about meeting the venerable Hongguang?
Li Yuanba was a little moved when he heard the venerable Hong Fa say this, but he still asked. No matter how the great venerable Hongfa is not good at fighting, he is still a great venerable. The mid-level 4th grade L creatures can be dispatched by the great venerable Hongfa just by taking random shots.
You have to face it. We have already encountered it just now. They are all on a small island. I think Hongguang will get used to it.
The great master Hongfa replied with a smile. Li Yuanba discovered that at some point, venerable Hongfa really opened his mind. He didn't know why, but this was a good thing. Little did he know that the abilities he continuously displayed made the great venerable Hongfa worship him in all aspects, making the great venerable Hongfa think that his choice was the right one. Although the thoughts of the great venerable Hongfa were a bit like psychological suggestions, it was this thought that gave him the courage to face his fellow disciples of the Great Lane Temple. Li Yuanba and the great venerable Hongfa walked out of the second half of the area and entered the front half of the area. As soon as you enter the first half of the area, you can feel the difference between the two areas. The spiritual energy in the first half of the area is only a quarter of the depth of the second half. Of course, this level of spiritual power concentration is not bad, but the radiation here is more than 10 times stronger. Looking at the location of the first half of the area, you can imagine the reason for the strong radiation. There is a connecting channel between this area and the Hell Cave, and this is where the radiation first passes. He also saw the monks here. There was no sparkle in the eyes of these monks, and there was only deathly silence. Although they were alive, They were not much different from the dead. Among these monks, Li Yuanba discovered an acquaintance. As for Manager Sun of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, of course, Manager Sun doesn't know Li Yuanba. It was Director Sun who betrayed Li Shiming's information, causing Li Shiming to be ambushed. Later, Zhongzhou Commercial Bank discovered Director Sun's crime, and Director Sun was sent here. Only 20 or 30 years have passed. Manager Sun's originally prosperous figure has become dry and thin, and the original shrewdness in his eyes has been replaced by numbness. 30 years is just a blink of an eye for the nascent soul cultivator. Maybe it will pass in just one retreat. Manager Sun looked as if hundreds of years had passed and his lifespan was coming to an end. Li Yuanba stopped paying attention to Manager Sun, and Manager Sun was not worthy of his attention. Even if Supervisor Sun was released at this time, Supervisor Sun would be almost useless. Li Yuanba felt strong radiation from Supervisor Sun's body. The terrifying radiation in the Hell Cave caused indelible damage to Director Sun's body. Perhaps it was a good thing that Director Sun died earlier. Otherwise, he still doesn't know what would have happened to his body if he had been alive. Li Yuanba walked through the second half of the area, and he found that the second half of the area was also defended in turns. In an area about a quarter of the size of the second half of the area, there was no monk there, and he should have been sent to the battlefield. He continued to move forward and finally saw the battlefield. When he looked at it from the sky, he didn't feel how wide the passage was, but when he actually faced it, it was 10 meters wide. Enough for 10 powerful H.L. creatures to attack side by side at the same time. Great Monk Wuda and Great Venerable Hungwang are both here. They stand at the back of the defensive formation. In front of them are small single-body defense formations. Each monk relies on the small single-body defense formation, constantly encourage his own spiritual power to launch attacks. The monks here are all criminals, but they dare not show any slightness here. Not to mention the presence of the two great monks at the back. Not even the H.L. creatures would let them dare to have other ideas. The only hope of survival is to keep fighting until the time of rotation. When it's time for rotation, they can change and rest, and another team of monks will take over their place. Great Monk Wuda and Great Venerable Hungwang were not just watching. The attacking movements in their hands never stopped. Every time they attack, they can reduce the attacks of H.L. creatures on the defensive formation, allowing the energy in the formation to persist for a longer period of time.
Why are you here?
Great Monk Wuda was a little surprised to see Li Yuanba and Venerable Hungfa.
The formation is set up. I haven't fought for a long time, so I just came here to gain more experience.
Li Yuanba replied with a smile.
Then you have to be careful. Don't get close to the H.L. monsters. The wounds they cause are very troublesome.
Although Great Monk Wuda was surprised how the formation was set up so quickly, Li Yuanba took the initiative to come over and help. Will not refuse. If it weren't for the sake of maintaining their fighting power and allowing every monk to participate in the battle at their strongest, several of the great monks would have wanted to throw all the criminal monks into the battle at once. The current rotational combat plan is an acceptable combat plan to prevent the criminal monks from developing a rebellious mentality. But with such a battle plan, manpower is still a big problem. The main reason is that these criminals themselves are not very powerful. Even if powerful criminals stay on Hell Island for a long time, their strength will be greatly weakened.
Li Yuanba, I heard that your combat power is unparalleled in the middle stage of nascent soul. I'll wait and see.
Grand Venerable Hungwang interrupted at this time. If it weren't for the fact that this was a battlefield, the arrival of the Great Venerable Hungfa would relieve the pressure on both of them. He wanted to stimulate the Great Venerable Hungfa again, but he can still distinguish the situation clearly. We need to face the enemy together on the battlefield, and we should wait until the end to discuss anything. Li Yuanba smiled, and with a wave of his hand, 5 mid-stage golden corpses appeared in front of him.
Why did the sword cultivator from Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion start playing with corpse refining?
Great Venerable Hungwang didn't look like a monk at all. He still said with a sarcastic tone. Li Yuanba also discovered that among the sages he met, not many truly had the demeanor of a high monk. Perhaps he felt this way because he was on an equal footing with these venerables. In fact, despite the fact that Venerable Hungwang kept cynicizing Li Yuanba, it was this attitude that showed that Venerable Hungwang placed Li Yuanba on the same level as himself. How could the Great Venerable Hungwang be like this when facing a junior? He was too lazy to care.
Go!
Li Yuanba waved his hand and ordered. 5 mid-stage golden corpses appeared outside the defense line in a flash, and began to attack the H.L. creatures. Venerable Hungwang's eyes showed a look of shock. He was shocked by the speed of the golden corpse in the middle stage.
Application of speed rules. When will Golden Corpse be able to use speed rules? He murmured to himself. He also wants to own such a midterm Golden Corpse. Not to mention that corpse refining is evil. Corpse refining is an independent entity in the world of immortality, and has its own meaning of existence. There is also a method similar to corpse refining in Buddhism, but it has a more pleasant name. For example, the Buddhist golden body Dharma protector is actually a flesh puppet made from the corpses of monks who have practiced body refining techniques, and then refined through various sacrificial methods. The death energy inside them is covered up by Buddhist methods. In fact, it is a corpse refining, another form of. The appearance of 5 mid-stage golden corpses relieved the criminal monks in front. They had to attack with all their strength to harm the H.L. creatures. However, attacking with full strength is too costly for oneself. But not attacking with full strength will give the H.L. creatures the opportunity to attack the defensive array in front of them. The defensive array is the guarantee of their survival. Once the single-person defensive array is broken, the criminal monks behind the single-person defensive array will be swallowed up by crazy H.L. creatures. From the beginning of the battle, they were in extreme tension, watching each of their companions being devoured by H.L. creatures. Although they have no feelings for their companions, the tragic situation of their companions is their future. This kind of sadness puts them in a high state of tension. 5 mid-stage golden corpses stood in front of them, which at least provided an extra layer of defense. Only after killing the 5 mid-stage golden corpses could the H.L. creatures continue to attack the single-person defense circle and harm the criminals behind the circle. Monk Li Yuanba is also paying attention to the battle between the golden corpses in the middle period. This is his first time fighting the H.L. creatures, so he can see how the H.L. creatures fight. The fighting methods of H.L. creatures are different. The H.L. creatures with bull heads are extremely powerful and have the strongest defense. He saw a monk cast a fire spell and hit the H.L. bull-headed creature. The H.L. bull-headed creature was on fire, but it did not affect its movements. It charged forward with its whole body covered in flames. It wasn't until the flames on his body disappeared that he discovered that the fire spell cast by the monk in the middle stage of nascent soul only caused some black marks on the skin of the H.L. bull-headed creature, but did not cause too serious injuries. The fighting method of the H.L. sheep-headed creatures is medium-range attack, which is also a charge. They usually hide behind the H.L. bull-headed creatures. After reaching a certain distance, they will emit black energy balls. The horse-headed creatures from H.L. are the fastest and often appear from behind. They rush past all the H.L. creatures at extremely fast speeds and rush to the front to launch attacks. The frequency of attacks is also extremely fast, with a storm-like output in an instant. In addition to attacking, the H.L. deer-headed creatures will also cast black light on the H.L. creatures around them from time to time. The black light falling on the H.L. creatures will make the H.L. creatures even more violent, and the injuries on the H.L. creatures will also recover quickly. That is to say, these H.L. creatures do not have unified command in battle, and appear extremely chaotic, unable to give full play to the advantages of cooperation among H.L. creatures. Of course, Li Yuanba could also figure out the reason for this. If fighting inside Hell Cave Heaven, if the weapon spirits of Hell Cave Heaven still exist, with the command of the weapon spirits, the combat power of these H.L. creatures can be increased at least several times. It is obvious that the owners of these H.L. creatures took into account the cooperation of various combat professions when designing the H.L. creatures.